In a parallel world on Blue Star within the highest command center of Longhua, a group of elderly men in Zhongshan suits stared fixedly at the screens, their pupils trembling. They could scarcely believe what they were seeing. How could this be? One elder murmured to himself. The second elder suddenly rose to his feet, his brows knitted tightly. Should we spend a bit of points to give him a reminder? No. Another elder immediately rejected the idea. Points are incomparably precious. How could we waste them on a meaningless reminder? Let us hope he awakens soon and starts doing something proper. Damn it. Yet another elder slammed the table. We just checked. This brat is not even a dating streamer. How can he be so unreliable? 3 days ago, a cold, mechanical voice resounded across the globe. Ding. Blue Star civilization is detected to be on the verge of exhaustion. Civilization selection program initiated. The National Fortune survival game is now officially activated. That voice automatically translated itself into every language of every nation and ethnicity on Blue Star. All who heard it understood clearly. The impending depletion of global resources was a reality long known to many among the upper echelons. In recent years, the soil had hardened and cracked, crops and wild grasses alike withered to dust, harvests failed completely. Rivers dried up and broke, fresh water grew scarce, and the air became foul and suffocating. Hunger and drought swept across nations, shelves lay barren, relief grain was nearly unattainable, humanity struggled at the very edge of survival, and civilization teetered on the brink of collapse. Before the citizens of Blue Star could even fully process their shock, every electronic screen, phones, computers, tablets, televisions, giant street billboards, even the communication panels within deep-sea submarines, was forcibly switched to the interface of the National Fortune survival game. As every screen was seized and overridden, everyone understood at once this was no hacker intrusion, but an inexorable reality that was about to arrive. The National Fortune survival game existed because Blue Star's resources had been drained dry. It was inferred that this brutal selection was devised by a civilization of a higher dimension, or perhaps by some kind of rule itself. Each nation would randomly select 10 contestants to enter a wilderness survival scenario, and the supplies those contestants obtained in-game would be returned to their homeland in multiplied form. The base multiplier for returned supplies equaled a nation's total population divided by 10,000. In other words, for a country with a population of 100 million, every single unit of supplies acquired by its contestants would be returned 10,000-fold. Of course, the specific multiplier also depended on the increase in that nation's national fortune. During these 3 days, while all electronic screens were forcibly controlled, an unknown terror swept across the globe. The vast majority of the world's nations reacted much as they had during a pandemic, governments mired in incompetence and buck-passing societies spiraling into chaos and disorder, every manifestation of turmoil exposing the utter frailty of their crisis response. By contrast, once Longhua had confirmed that the information was genuine, the government did not hesitate for even a moment despite all electronic screens being commandeered. Merely 1 hour after the game rules were broadcast, a Level 1 emergency response was fully activated. Street loudspeakers and community broadcasts sounded in unison, dispelling public panic and conveying steadfast confidence. Next, emergency Hansen wilderness training camps were rapidly erected across the nation, inviting retired soldiers, outdoor survival experts, geologists, and nutritionists to teach on site. At the same time, nearly every photocopier in the country roared to life, printing flyers on identifying poisonous flora, emergency wound treatment, shelter construction, and locating safe water sources. Some computer screens being under external control forced people to handwrite these flyers before copying them. Beyond all this, the clarity, resilience, and unity engraved in the very bones of Longhua's people were on full display in that moment. Citizens obeyed arrangements and scheduling, seizing the last 3 days to study desperately so as not to drag their nation down. The cohesion and execution displayed by the entire country left other nations on Blue Star trembling in fear. Training had been conducted, propaganda disseminated, and yet one glaring exception appeared, someone no one had anticipated at all. This conspicuous anomaly was the Longhua contestant Jiang Han, the very one giving the elders in the highest command room a collective headache. Once all contestants entered the game, a live streaming room would be generated for each of them individually, and viewers could freely choose which one to watch. Just like the elders in the highest command center, the viewers in Jiang Han's livestream rubbed their eyes and dug at their ears one after another, suspecting that they had either seen wrong or heard wrong. Brother, you're supposed to be in a wilderness survival game. Please, we're begging you. Could you be serious for once? The game must be blind to have picked someone like you as a contestant. You have absolutely no sense of responsibility. You're representing Longhua in the National Fortune game. Heaven help us. This is a disgrace broadcast to the entire world. Ugh. I've seen drunkards and lechers, but this is the first time I've seen someone who's practically a starving ghost for lust. Doubts, curses, and mocking laughter surged like a tidal wave through the comment barrage. Naturally, Jiang Han could not see a single word of it. At that moment, he was standing in the open wilderness, staring awkwardly at a patch of bare ground, so embarrassed that he felt he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with just his curling toes. Just moments earlier, Jiang Han had been abruptly enveloped by a sphere of light, without warning becoming one of the 10 so-called lucky contestants chosen to represent Longhua in the National Fortune survival game. As the beam struck him, his vision went black, and in the next instant, he found himself in this desolate wild. Before Jiang Han could so much as survey his surroundings, a system voice suddenly rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the host, system activation successful. What the A? A system? Jiang Han burst into delighted laughter. So I really am heaven's chosen child. System bro, what functions do you have? Ding. This system is the strength through blind date system. By going on blind dates, the host can obtain various rewards and thus ascend to the peak of life. A blind date system? Damn it. I'm in the wilderness right now. I do want to go on blind dates and become stronger, but who exactly am I supposed to date out here? Ding. Host detected to be in the wilderness with a strong desire for blind dating. The system can modify the game to connect willing viewers with the host for online blind dates. What? System, you can actually modify the game. Then can you get me more supplies? Negative. This system is solely the strength through blind date system. Matters unrelated to blind dating are beyond its capabilities. Jiang Han refused to give up. Let's negotiate, system bro. I promise that once the competition ends, I'll go on blind dates 10 hours a day, 3 dates per hour for 3 straight months. I guarantee your KPIs will be overfulfilled. 30 blind dates a day, 90 consecutive days. That's 2,700 dates in total. Faced with such an enormous temptation, the system hesitated for a brief moment. After that brief pause, the system replied, negative. System bro had no intention of falling for the grand illusions Jiang Han was painting. If Jiang Han failed to meet its current KPIs, it would immediately unbind from him and upload childhood photos of him flashing his little bird in the livestream, dooming him to social death. Jiang Han, you can post the photo, but at least put it in the giant-sized section. System, absolutely not. The microorganism section. Jiang Han. While Jiang Han was haggling with the system, his livestream room had already exploded. Damn it, has Jiang Han lost his mind? Why is he just standing there not moving? Hurry up and check your surroundings. I can already hear a beast roaring. It sounds like a bear. Pick a weapon already. You're driving me crazy. Ha, I'm from Wa country, and seeing Longwa's silly contestant is killing me with laughter. Damn it, this is truly a disgrace broadcast abroad. Wa country scum, get out of Longwa's livestream room. Ha, I'm going to bring even more people in here to watch. Sighing, Jiang Han muttered, since I have to go on a blind date now, then let's do it. He looked out at the empty space again and called out, is there any young lady willing to go on a blind date with me? As long as someone answers yes, the game can connect us. In the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command Center, an elder suddenly stood up and barked, immediately assign a female soldier to go on an online blind date with this rascal. I want to see for myself how he manages to connect with us. Another elder slammed the table and echoed, exactly. The contestant can't see the live chat at all. What is his true purpose in doing this? Find a female soldier and test it. Very soon, a valiant female soldier was escorted into the room. At the elder's signal, she typed a single word into Jiang Han's livestream chat, yes. A system notification chimed in Jiang Han's mind, ding. Someone is willing to go on a blind date with the host, establishing connection. The next second, the screen of Jiang Han's livestream shuddered violently, then split in two. Jiang Han on the left, and on the right, the real-time image of the female soldier suddenly appeared. The livestream chat instantly exploded. Viewers cried out, how did he do that? And he really can connect with Blue Star in real time. What kind of black technology is this? Someone suddenly exclaimed, wait. Am I the only one who's noticed that the young lady going on a blind date with this rascal Jiang Han is actually very beautiful? Another viewer questioned, this isn't scripted, is it? Someone retorted, scripted my foot. This is the National Fate survival game. Who would dare joke about this? Even the group of elders in the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command Center were left staring, utterly stunned. This power that seemed to belong to a higher dimension, or rather to the rules themselves, had already surpassed all technological means currently mastered by Blue Star. Top scientists from every nation had exhausted all methods and still failed to decipher it. So, how could Jiang Han achieve real-time connection with Blue Star? No one knew the answer. Meanwhile, the system's rules surfaced clearly in Jiang Han's mind. The system would evaluate the blind date partner and the process as a whole, then grant corresponding rewards. The evaluation dimensions included but were not limited to the blind date partner's age, height, weight measurements, appearance, educational background, family situation, personality, income, health, fertility, and more. The younger she was, the higher her education, the gentler her temperament, the more harmonious her family, the greater her income, and the more outstanding her looks, the richer the rewards would be. For each blind date, Jiang Han had to learn the other party's name, height, weight, age, education, job, and measurements in order to obtain the basic reward. If any intimate interaction occurred during the blind date, the reward would multiply. At this moment, at least tens of millions of people were staring at the live stream. Looking at the valiant female soldier on the screen, Jiang Han felt so awkward his toes practically dug into the ground. "Hello. Hi there, miss. I'm Jiang Han," he stammered. Viewers burst into laughter. "I thought this guy was a complete lecher, but he's actually this bashful." Another mocked. "Where's that brazen courage you had a moment ago, Jiang Han? He's totally shutting down in front of a pretty girl, isn't he?" someone joked. Others imagined his thoughts. "Jiang Han, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" At the same time, in an ordinary residential building in the Dragon Nation, Jiang Han's parents and younger sister were crowded together in front of their television, eyes turning red as they watched the scene unfold. His mother's voice trembled. "This child, when we asked you to go on blind dates before, you refused. And now in a place like that you still want a blind date. What's the point?" His father remained silent for a long moment, then sighed. "As long as he's alive, that's enough. Alive is enough." Jiang Han's younger sister, however, couldn't help but laugh. "Hasn't he been brainwashed by you constantly nagging him to go on blind dates? Even now, he doesn't forget to look for a partner." She added excitedly, "But Mom, look, that young lady is really beautiful." Their mother was both angry and amused, wiping away her tears. "This darn child," she muttered. On the screen, the female soldier spoke with a solemn expression. "Comrade Jiang Han, hello. My name is Su Wanning. I am currently serving at the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command Center." Jiang Han blurted, "Huh?" The chat cracked up. "What a twist," someone wrote. "1 second, she's so pretty. The next second, greetings, Chief." Another viewer imagined him protesting. "Jiang Han, wasn't I here for a blind date?" Su Wanying's expression remained composed. "Comrade Jiang Han," she said evenly, "you are now representing the nation in the National Fate survival game. This is of great importance. Please do not treat it lightly." Jiang Han pulled a bitter face. "I'm not treating it lightly. I'm being very serious right now." In the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command Center, an elder gave Su Wanning a slight nod of indication. Su Wanning understood his signal. "Jiang Han, how did you manage to make my image appear on your screen?" she asked. Jiang Han scratched his head. "Then you'll have to answer a few questions first. Your height, weight, age, education, job." And Su Wanning frowned. "And what else?" Jiang Han's face flushed scarlet, his voice growing softer and softer. "And your measurements?" The chat erupted in bewilderment. "Did I hear that right? Measurements?" Laughter roared through the live stream. "Is this guy for real?" as someone wrote. Others joked that foreign viewers were sending their congratulations, thanking the Dragon Nation contestant for the comic relief. More foreign viewers sneered. "So this is the level of the Dragon Nation's contestant. Hilarious." Dragon Nation viewers groaned. "Please, Jiang Han, stop talking. We're embarrassed on your behalf." Su Wanying's face darkened, her chest rising once in anger. Yet with the elder's gaze on her, she drew a deep breath, forced down her fury, and replied word by word, 168 centimeters, 51 kilograms, 25 years old, bachelor's degree soldier. Measurements, 82, 60, 86. Now please tell me, how did you bring my image into the live stream and select me as your conversation partner? Jiang Han spread his hands, looking utterly innocent. "I don't know. The moment I arrived in the other world, I just suddenly really wanted to find someone to go on a blind date with, and then this happened." Since it was a blind date, Jiang Han tossed out another question. "Miss Su, what hobbies do you have?" The more he learned about her, the higher the system would score the evaluation. Never a bad thing. With the existence of the system, there was no way Jiang Han could tell the truth. Especially since the system had just sternly warned him not to reveal anything, he could only feign ignorance. As for whether people on Blue Star believed him or not, Jiang Han wasn't worried at all. After a National Fate survival game had appeared, was there anything more outrageous than this left in the world? Besides, he was just an ordinary person. Wasn't it perfectly normal that he didn't know the details? What he did not realize was that in the live stream, a white-haired old man was staring fixedly at him from behind a screen, brows tightly furrowed, deep in thought. Some viewers conceded, "What he's saying kind of makes sense. With phenomena this supernatural, isn't it normal for him not to understand the principles behind it?" Others snapped, "Normal, my foot. Why can't the other contestants connect? But he can. Someone suggested, "Could it be a game bug?" Another insisted, "I don't think Jiang Han is not telling the truth. How can you prove he's lying?" In the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command Center, an elder turned slightly and looked toward the chief scientist at his side. The scientist slowly shook his head. With all the technological means currently available on Blue Star, they could not detect any useful information at all. Su Wanying's brows knitted even tighter as she answered stiffly, "My hobbies are combat firearms and weighted running." "Jiang Han, do you feel any other abnormalities right now?" as she asked. "Fighting, firearms, weighted running. Is this young lady a demon?" "I take back what I said about her being pretty. She's a Valkyrie." Jiang Han, what kind of blind date did I just have? Haha, these two are on completely different wavelengths. Any anomalies? Jiang Han examined himself. Everything appeared normal. The environment around him was highly similar to Earth with ample oxygen, and he felt no abnormalities whatsoever. So Jiang Han shook his head. Before he could ask further, Su Weiniang said, Jiang Han, the most important thing for you now is to immediately choose your supplies and weapons, observe your surroundings, and find a safe shelter. Through other contestants' live streams, countries across Blue Star had figured out the game's rules. Each contestant starts with a sleeping bag, salt, a backpack, a basic medical kit, a pot, and a dagger. Additionally, each contestant can select 2 extra items from a limited range. For instance, another contestant from Dragon Kingdom chose a bow and arrows and a compass. A contestant from Ugly Kingdom chose fishing gear and a paracord. A contestant from Wa Kingdom chose an axe and animal repellent. Jiang Han nodded repeatedly. I know, I've memorized it all. Safety first, concealment is key. Water before food, fire by your side, active by day, still by night, never tread in danger. Not greedy, not reckless, steadily stockpile, and grow strong. Reject poison, reject demons, keep away from people, and guard against wolves. Survive one day, win one day, may the nation's fortune last long. Right? I read the handbook carefully. Jiang Han paused. Do you have any other questions for me? You've memorized the handbook perfectly, but why the hell don't you follow it? Memorized it so well, yet the first thing you do is go on a blind date. Su Weiniang replied expressionlessly, no. All right then, Jiang Han said briskly, I'm hanging up. Su Weiniang. Huh. With that, the feed went dead. In the command center, Su Weiniang stood frozen, feeling overwhelmed. The elder frowned, his face full of displeasure. They hadn't gotten anything out of him. Even a few more minutes of conversation would have been better. But Su Weiniang, being a straight-laced woman, had effectively killed the conversation. Ding! This blind date has ended. System comprehensive evaluation in progress. Blind date subject assessment, age 25, excellent height 168 centimeters, excellent weight 51 kilograms, good measurements 8260886, excellent education, bachelor's, good occupation, soldier, good personality, serious, average family background, missing income, missing. Blind date process assessment, no intimate interaction, 0 points, tense conversational atmosphere, poor, no emotional connection established, poor duration, too short, poor. Comprehensive evaluation, A, failed blind date. Final rating, great. Damn it, Jiang Han sighed to the heavens. She wasn't playing along, what could I do? Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Lu Bus Peak Martial Power experience card. Holy shit. Lu Bus Peak Martial Power. Jiang Han was ecstatic, leaping 3 zhang high from where he stood. I'm going to punch bears and stomp tigers and claim the throne of the wilderness. Host, calm the hell down and let me finish, will you? It's an experience card valid for 3 days. Only 3 days. Yes. Then for these 3 days, I'm going to challenge a tiger to a unknown fight. Before he finished speaking, a scorching surge of heat exploded from his chest, rushing through his limbs like molten lava. Jiang Han felt his bones crackle and snap, his muscle fibers being rewoven, every inch of his skin brimming with explosive power. He instinctively clenched his fist and swung it. The air itself let out a sonic boom. At that moment, he felt he could kill an ox with a single punch. Tigers, leopards, bison, bears, come and take my punch. I, Jiang, swear to become Dragon Kingdom's greatest hero. The first kill in the wild. That reward is mine, Jiang's. Not even Jesus can stop me, I said it. Ha ha ha. Gah. Jiang Han was immersed in the wild laughter of gaining power, but then it was as if someone had choked him. Ding. Global announcement. Dragon Kingdom contestant Yi Wudi has killed a porcupine, becoming the first contestant to slay a wild animal. Reward 141300 porcupines for Dragon Kingdom. As Yi Wudi is the first kill contestant, Dragon Kingdom's national fortune is increased by 10. Pharaoh Kingdom contestant Connie Laumu has become the first contestant to die in the survival game. Pharaoh Kingdom's national fortune 10. As soon as the announcement was made, Dragon Kingdom's internet erupted. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. 14000 porcupines. Yi Wudi is a beast. Mom, why am I on my knees watching my phone? Dragon Kingdom's national fortune increased by 10. 10 brothers. Other contestants are still picking up rocks, and Yi Wudi is already on the kill. This is Dragon Kingdom's war god. Jiang Han, look at him. Within the dozen seconds of the game announcement, hundreds of millions of netizens flooded into Yi Wudi's live stream. On the screen, a shirtless man was squatting on the ground, skillfully bleeding a porcupine, his technique clean and efficient. Now this is what I call wilderness survival. Brother Yi, are you taking disciples? I can shout 666. Look at his method of killing the pig. He's a veteran. Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Yi Wudi is awesome. I know Yi Wudi. He's the champion of the 3 Armed Forces Grand Tournament. Lord Yi is truly terrifyingly formidable. Not only were Dragon Kingdom citizens immersed in joy, but foreign netizens also flooded in with barrage comments mixing various languages. This guy is a beast. He actually killed a wild boar. The fighting power of Dragon Kingdom people is terrifying. My Ugly Kingdom contestant just hasn't encountered a porcupine yet. If he did, Lord Da would kill too. Damn it. He had just sworn to claim the first wilderness kill, and Yi Wudi had already done it with such generous rewards. Still, the reward ultimately went to Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom having formidable contestants genuinely made Jiang Han happy. At this moment, Jiang Han stopped paying attention to the announcements and began to carefully survey his surroundings. This was a vast wilderness. His current location was relatively flat, with an undulating ridge line ahead covered in deep green primeval forest. Behind Jiang Han lay an open meadow where waist-high wild grass surged like waves in the wind, rustling softly. To the east came the faint sound of flowing water, while to the west were the intermingling chirps of insects and birds. Further away, a low, deep roar pierced through the dense forest. A harsh, thick sound carrying an instinctive, spine-chilling pressure. Was that a bear? Jiang Han took a deep breath, a slow grin spreading across his face. 3 days. That's enough for me to take on 10. Jiang Han's gaze fell on the game interface, where he could claim the basic supplies allocated to each contestant and also choose 2 additional items. He pondered, his finger hovering in the air, but refusing to land. In the dense forest, the bear's roar continued. Jiang Han tilted his head, listening for a while. Was there more than one? Hey little bears, your Lord Han is coming. The Japanese contestant Sato Ken killed a gray rabbit, earning Japan 1260 gray rabbit. The contestant from the UK Da Yi collected 3 freshwater clams, rewarding the UK with 30700 freshwater clams. The contestant from Gaul Pierre suffered from diarrhea after drinking untreated water, causing a 5 to Gaul's national fortune. The game's broadcast echoed across Blue Star. Of course, contestants in the wilderness also receive game prompts. However, Jiang Han currently has no time to look at them. He is running towards the direction of the bear's roar. At this moment, Jiang Han is not in a hurry to take out his supplies, nor has he even chosen a weapon. As long as he doesn't take them out, the items can remain in the game. Once taken out, he would have to carry them himself. With such a large pile of items, Jiang Han did not want to run around with them. All the while, Jiang Han moved at an incredible speed comparable to the fastest man bolt. Due to Yi Wudi's tremendous success, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom was as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline, flocking to Yi Wudi's livestream. And what about Jiang Han's livestream? It was nearly deserted, with barely 100 viewers left. Most of these viewers were there just to watch the spectacle. What is this guy doing? Running towards the bear? Did I see that wrong? Does he have a sense of direction problem? Normally when a person hears a bear roar, they run in the opposite direction, but he just went to deliver food to it. Haha, is this a delivery to the bear? Jiang Han's delivery service has accepted the order and is on the way. Bear, thank you for nature's gift. Oh, the Dragon Kingdom finally gained national fortune, and now it has to give it back. Am I leaving? Isn't it better to watch Yi Wudi? I don't want to see this fool get himself killed. Most people left, but some remained out of curiosity. After all, watching someone self-destruct is a unique kind of entertainment. Jiang Han, of course, was unaware of the various voices in the live stream. He only knew he was getting closer to the bear. The wind blew from the front, carrying a strong scent, and the footprints on the ground became clearer. Soon Jiang Han saw the bushes ahead, shaking violently. Accompanying the rustling of the bushes was a low, deep sound. Jiang Han quieted his footsteps and parted the last patch of foliage. 2 black bears were standing in a clearing. Holy cow, 2 of them. Generally, black bears live alone, but these 2 in front of him were already adults and were together. Jiang Han had watched some documentaries and knew that young black bears often wander together for 1 to 3 months after leaving their mother, facing the dangers of the unfamiliar world together. Clearly, the 2 black bears in front of him were in such a situation. At this moment, they stood side by side, one sniffing the ground, while the other vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Seeing Jiang Han suddenly spring out from the bushes, both bears froze for a moment. They did not charge at him immediately. In fact, they did not show any obvious signs of aggression. They tilted their heads, their dark little eyes fixated on this suddenly appeared bipedal creature, seemingly trying to determine what exactly is this thing. Can it be eaten? Is it dangerous? After all, this was their first encounter with a human. Why aren't they attacking me? Jiang Han felt a bit puzzled. But at this moment, Jiang Han could not take the initiative to attack them. If the 2 bears got scared and ran away, he would regret it terribly. After all, a black bear can sprint at speeds of up to 50 kilometers per hour, while bolt running that fast only reaches 25 kilometers per hour. So he could only attract the black bears to attack him rather than charging at them. Thus, Jiang Han and the 2 bears stared at each other in the clearing. In the world of bears, staring into each other's eyes for a long time is equivalent to provocation. Not blinking and staring hard means telling the bear that he intends to attack. Throwing small stones and hitting the bear indicates that he is taking the initiative. Suddenly turning and running signifies that he is prey. Come chase me. The wind blew, causing the grass to rustle. Time seemed to freeze. Is Jiang Han crazy? Daring to lock eyes with a black bear, I would call Jiang Han Jiang Zilong. What does this mean? He'd rather die while attacking a black bear. Haha, does he see himself as a cavalry unit, and the black bears as small prey, eh? Jiang Han was puzzled. Why didn't the black bears attack him? Was it because he wasn't glaring hard enough? Or not long enough? However, after a long time, without blinking, his eyes were getting quite dry. Jiang Han decided to escalate the provocation. Thus, Jiang Han made a move that caused the blood pressure of one of the viewers in the live stream to spike. Collectively, he bent down, picked up a stone, aimed at one of the black bears, and threw it with all his might. The stone traced a parabolic arc in the air, accurately hitting the bear on the head. Did he throw it? Did he really throw it? Holy cow. Jiang Han, are you out of your mind? You can't self-destruct like this. It's over, the bear is going to go berserk. I can't bear to watch. This isn't survival, this is seeking death. At the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, a group of elders stared at the screen, their faces ashen. Has he gone mad? One elder suddenly stood up, and the chair tipped back with a harsh sound. The second elder took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and said, "The young are ignorant of the dangers of the world." What a pity. But it's all right, another elder sighed, shifting his gaze to another screen. We still have Yuwudi. On the screen, Yuwudi was skillfully processing porcupine meat, his knife skills precise and movement swift. The atmosphere in the command room was complex. One side was hope, and the other despair. Su Weiniing looked at Jiang Han, who was actively seeking death, with a complicated expression. Was it because she had not given him a good face when they met that he sought death on purpose? In the clearing, the bear that had been hit let out a muffled sound. Jiang Han was already prepared to fight at any moment, with the game interface open and ready to choose an axe to battle the bear. Who would have thought that the bear would suddenly shrink back, letting out a short, sharp cry? Then, it actually turned and ran back a few steps. It did not charge at him, it ran away. Jiang Han was stunned for a split second, then picked up another stone and threw it at the other bear. The reaction of the second bear was identical. After being hit, it turned and ran a few steps, then stopped and looked back at Jiang Han. The dark little eyes of the two black bears were filled with confusion and vigilance. Is this bear? This cowardly black bear? No way, is this person sick? Wow, why do I find this so funny despite how thrilling it is? Me too. I'm dying of laughter. These two bears are completely stunned. No. The black bears are not like this, they are just testing. Indeed, the first reaction of a black bear is to avoid conflict, but if you keep provoking them. Jiang Han felt a bit speechless. I have nothing in my hands, just bare fists. Why don't you come and bite me? Come over here. As for chasing after me, unrealistic. After some thought, Jiang Han made an even bolder move. He turned around, facing away from the black bear, and began to jog forward slowly. Turning your back to a predator. Are you inviting them to attack you? I'm having a heart attack. Let's observe a moment of silence. Jiang Han, you are a warrior, but also a big fool. It's over the fate of the Dragon Country. Dragon Country, Jiang Han's home. His mother covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, trembling uncontrollably. What is this child? What is he trying to do? Her voice had changed pitch. His sister tightly embraced their mother, biting her lip, tears silently streaming down. Brother, run. You need to run faster. On the screen, Jiang Han's silhouette was running in the wilderness, not very fast. Behind him, the two black bears finally moved. Turning one's back is the ultimate signal for a predator to attack. The moment you turn to run, you are no longer an unknown threat in their eyes, but prey. The two black bears could no longer hold back. Their bodies sank simultaneously, hind legs suddenly exerting force, charging forward like two black cannonballs. With their hooves flying, the ground trembled, and the 200-plus-pound beasts appeared surprisingly light while running. Finally, they charged over. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Jiang Han heard the wind behind him, the dull sound of claws scraping the ground, and the heavy panting heat wave blowing against his back. And then, he stopped. He is slowing down. He even stopped. He is doing it on purpose. He is doing it on purpose. Oh my God, he is deliberately leading the bears to chase him. Strict investigation. We must conduct a strict investigation. Jiang Han must be a foreign undercover agent. The whole family should be shot. 3 meters. The black bear leaped into the air, its massive body blocking out the light, its front paws spread wide, sharp claws measuring 7 to 8 centimeters long, capable of crushing a person's skull in a single blow. A stench of blood rushed towards him. But in that instant, a burst of white light exploded beside Jiang Han. All supplies materialized simultaneously: a sleeping bag, salt, a backpack, a medical kit, a dagger, and an axe in his hand. The axe was firmly gripped in Jiang Han's right hand, and in 0.1 seconds, his body completed a rotation. With his left leg as the pivot, his waist and hips exerted force, and all the strength in his body was suddenly released like a tightly wound spring, the axe slicing upward with a piercing cry. The charging black bear could not change direction in midair. The axe blade struck precisely at the side of its neck. Instantly, blood gushed out like a waterfall, drawing a black arc in the air. The black bear let out a piercing scream, its body twisting in midair before crashing to the ground and sliding 2 to 3 meters away, dust flying everywhere. Immediately, the second bear could not stop and had already lunged at him. Jiang Han had no time to retract the axe and check the first bear he had just struck. This bear was already opening its bloody maw, directly aiming for his head. He leaned back suddenly, almost touching the ground, as the foul-smelling bear's mouth brushed past the tip of his nose. At this moment, everyone in the live stream had their hearts in their throats. Jiang Han also summoned all his energy, kicking off the bear's abdomen and rolling away. The axe was still embedded in the neck of the first bear. Jiang Han barehanded rolled twice, pushed himself up with one hand, grabbed the dagger from the ground, and stared intently at the black bear. The first bear was still twitching, blood soaking into the earth. The second bear steadied itself, turned its head, eyes red as it stared at Jiang Han, completely enraged. It lunged again, this time not jumping but charging low to the ground, opening its massive mouth to bite at Jiang Han's leg. Jiang Han did not retreat, but advanced, stepping into the bear's direct attack range. Just as the bear was about to bite down, Jiang Han suddenly sidestepped, and the black bear's massive mouth snapped empty. At the same time, Jiang Han's left hand shot out, grabbing tightly onto the black bear's thick fur around its neck, using the force to leap up, and the dagger stabbed down. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. Each stab pierced the same spot on the bear's neck, blood gushing out like a spring, splattering all over Jiang Han's face and body. The black bear let out a deafening scream, struggling wildly, breaking a small tree as thick as a bowl, then rolling on the ground. Jiang Han was thrown into a daze by the black bear, but he clung tightly to the bear's fur with his left hand, while his right hand continued to stab down with the dagger. 6 stabs, 7 stabs, 8 stabs. The bear's movements slowed down, its roars becoming weaker. With the last stab, the massive body of the black bear finally collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jiang Han was pinned under the bear, covered in blood, taking several seconds to crawl out from beneath the corpse. The first black bear he struck, though severely injured, was not dead yet and was still struggling on the ground. The life of the black bear was indeed tough. Jiang Han charged over and frantically delivered more stabs. After doing all this, he knelt on one knee on the ground, using the axe to support his body, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. Having hunted 2 black bears, he was shaking all over. It wasn't out of fear, but rather a physiological reaction after a surge of adrenaline. Just now the axe had been stuck in the black bear, and he almost flipped over. Though he had integrated the peak combat power of Lu Bu, it was borrowed strength. His body was still unaccustomed to such a level of explosion, and each subsequent stab consumed enormous stamina. At that moment, he felt excited, fearful, exhilarated. A mix of emotions intertwined. The live stream was eerily silent. 100,000 people, not a single person sent a comment. It was so quiet that it felt like everyone had been pressed pause. On the screen, Jiang Han, drenched in blood, was gasping for air between the 2 black bear corpses. Global announcement. Dragon Country contestant Jiang Han has slain a black bear, becoming the first contestant to kill a large beast. Reward: Dragon Country's Fate 10. Due to Jiang Han's harvest of 2 black bears, Dragon Country receives a reward of 310. In the survival game of National Fate, each country's initial National Fate value is 100 points. Previously, Yiwudi had increased Dragon Country's National Fate by 10, raising it to 110 points. Therefore, the reward Jiang Han receives for killing the prey should be 1 times the base reward. Dragon Country's base reward is 14130 times, plus the 2 black bears Jiang Han killed in one go, so the final reward is 31000 black bears. Now Dragon Country's National Fate has become 121 points, and the subsequent material rewards will be even greater. These 2 black bears probably weighed over 200 pounds each. The meat yield of black bears is somewhat low, about 50, which means each black bear can yield over 100 pounds of meat. 310 bears around 40 million pounds. And 24 million bear paws. Silence. 100,000 people, not a single message sent. In the highest command center of the Dragon Nation, several elders who had experienced great storms in their lives were all frozen in their chairs, their eyes wide, like copper bells, mouths agape, expressions frozen. The teacup and Elder No. One's hand hovered in midair, forgotten. Elder No. 2 had just closed his eyes, pupils suddenly constricted, body leaning forward, almost pressing against the screen. The cigarette that Elder No. 3 was holding dropped, scorching his trouser leg without him noticing. Su Wan Ying's eyes widened, her lips trembling, a thought echoing repeatedly in her mind. It turns out he looked down upon my reminder. It turns out his survival was as simple as playing a game. It turns out the clown was actually me. In the Dragon Nation at Jiang Han's home. His mother had already cried into a mess, but this time it was tears of joy. Even Jiang Han's father leaned back against the sofa, tears slipping from the corners of his eyes, but he couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. His younger sister cried and laughed in her mother's arms, her voice changing pitch. Mom, did you see? Brother killed a bear. 2 bears. My brother is a hero. This naughty child. His mother wiped her tears. Scared me to death. Scared me to death. I knew my brother was extraordinary. His sister's eyes were red, but her smile was radiant like a flower. He has always been unusual since childhood. But when did my brother become so powerful? In the Japanese Prime Minister's official residence during an emergency meeting, all officials stared at the golden announcement scrolling on the screen, silent as the grave. 310000. Black bears. An official swallowed hard. The Dragon Nation captured another 31000 black bears. Adding to the previous 14100 porcupines, they have already amassed over 4000 large animals. Another official's voice was hoarse. While we have only 10000 rabbits. This person's combat power is too strong. We must keep our contestants away from him. Right. Immediately have someone describe Jiang Han's appearance in writing and send it to every contestant. Gao Shizhao suddenly realized, I would rather spend 10 points of national luck to remind the contestants than let Japanese contestants risk a confrontation with Jiang Han. In the national survival game, the country needs to spend national luck points to send messages to contestants in the game. Each message sent costs 1 point of national luck. For 10 contestants, it requires 10 points of national luck. In the ugly nation's Pentagon. Oh my god. A general took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes. One person killed 2 bears. Not barehanded, he used an axe and a dagger. That's not the point. The general slammed the table. The point is, he killed 2 bears by himself. This is something our elite special forces might not even achieve. Moreover, he intentionally led the bears to. An analyst beside him added, from the live stream footage, he was actively provoking, enticing, and attacking throughout. He wasn't just surviving, he was hunting. This person. The general took a deep breath, must be closely monitored. In Gallus Nation. 3100 black bears. Marco Long looked at the screen, mumbling, the Dragon Nation's luck is simply too good. It's not luck. The advisor beside him flipped through the data. Every action he takes is premeditated. Luring bears, obtaining weapons, turning to strike. He calculated every step. What you mean is, he is strong. What I mean is, he is terrifying. Mr. President, the most critical point is not that he can hunt black bears. The key is that the Dragon Nation's national luck has already reached 121 points, surpassing all other countries. I can't control their national luck. Marco Long slammed the table. Contact the highest command of the Dragon Nation. Immediately tell them to remind Jiang Han that if he encounters a Gallus contestant, he must show mercy. The president is right. It indeed should be done. If Jiang Han slaughters our Gallus contestants, the national luck of Gallus will plummet. But the Dragon Nation may demand a high price. Just bear with it. In Pharaoh Nation. Another one from the Dragon Nation. The officials of Pharaoh Nation exchanged glances. They already have a Yi Wudi, and now another Jiang Han has emerged. And this Jiang Han is even more outrageous than Yi Wudi. Yi Wudi killed porcupines, he killed bears. 2 bears. Our people are the first to die, their people are killing bears. A sour lemon scent filled the conference room. About 3 minutes later, Jiang Han slowly recovered from his adrenaline surge. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, propped himself up with the axe, and looked down at himself covered in blood. Damn, scared the hell out of me. Jiang Han wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then his live stream exploded. The bullet comments surged like a flood. What did I just see? What the hell did I see? He killed a bear. He killed a bear. And it was both at once. 2 bears brothers. I just scolded him as a fool. I was the fool. Jiang Han is amazing. Jiang Han, Dad. From today on, you are my father. I'm sorry, Jiang Han, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have said you were embarrassing. I held my breath to watch the whole thing, and only now realized I was about to suffocate. Those with weak hearts should beware of Jiang Han's live stream. 3100 black bears brothers. Other countries are still picking shells and catching rabbits while we are killing bears. Damn, why am I suddenly crying inexplicably? In an instant, the number of viewers in Jiang Han's live stream skyrocketed like a rocket. 10,000, 100,000, a million, a billion, 5 billion, 10 billion. In just a few minutes, over 1 billion people worldwide flooded into Jiang Han's live stream. What they saw was a young man drenched in blood dragging the corpses of 2 giant black bears with a rope, walking through the wilderness. The size of the black bears was almost twice his own, each weighing at least over 200 gene, with the 2 bears combined nearly 500 gene. Jiang Han carried a bag, one hand, holding an axe the other, dragging the rope, his steps steady. Is he dragging 2 bears while walking? Is this the physique of Dragon Nation people? Ugly Nation netizens sent their congratulations. This Dragon Nation person is too terrifying. Japanese netizens. Our Nakatakan can certainly do it too. Korean netizens, he must have used some unfair Sour, keep being sour. It doesn't matter, we have 3100 bears, what do you have? Gallus netizens, is this really human? Fighting Nation netizens, we admit this person is fiercer than us. Don't just watch here, go check out you Woody's live stream, too. He's hunting porcupines over there. Yes, him deliberately making you envious, haha. Arrogant. Haha, you got that right. The Dragon Nation has Yi Woody and Jiang Han, so we can be this arrogant. In addition to the basic supplies, each contestant could choose 2 extra items. It was clear that Jiang Han ultimately chose an axe and a rope. He fashioned the rope into a makeshift dragging line, tying one end to the front limbs of the 2 bears and slinging the other end over his shoulder as he dragged these massive trophies forward. He found himself at the edge of a forest. The trees here were sparse, the ground damp, and mosquitoes swarmed, making it unsuitable for camping. A good campsite must meet several criteria. The terrain should be elevated, well-drained, sheltered from the wind, sunny, close to a water source, and offer a wide field of vision away from animal paths. Not far ahead, there was a small hill with a cliff beside it. Jiang Han thought to take a chance and see if he could find a cave. Perhaps there were natural caverns at the foot of the cliff. Even if not, there would at least be a rock wall to block the wind. At the base of the cliff, he could vaguely hear the sound of flowing water. There should be a stream or small river near. Jiang Han looked up at the sky. It was around 10 a.m. And there was still a lot to do today: build a shelter, start a fire, find a water source, and process the 2 black bears. Now the game's control over all screens had been lifted, and the Blue Star humans could freely choose to watch any program. Even so, Jiang Han's popularity skyrocketed, globally surpassing even that of Michael Jackson. He was even more popular. Soon the top 10 trending topics in the Dragon Nation were all related to him. Jiang Han slays 2 black bears. Dragon Nation obtains 3 black bears. How strong is Jiang Han? Reincarnation of Lu Bu. Jiang Han versus Yi Woody, who is stronger? Other countries are still picking up shells. National Fortune survival game. Dragon Nation leads on the internet. Meme creators had already started to celebrate contestants from other countries in picking up shells. Contestants from the Dragon Nation in killing bears. Jiang Han, I started with an axe. All my gear comes from chopping. Black bear, we were just out for a walk. How did we become national strategic resources? Maybe the Dragon Nation should establish a fan club for Jiang Han with uniforms made from bear pelts. Yi Woody, I kill porcupines. Jiang Han, I kill bears. Yi Woody, you're impressive. In the wilderness, Uncle Da, who found 3 freshwater clams, smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up. Delicious. The protein is 5 times that of beef. Suddenly, Uncle Da also heard the game's broadcast, and his smile instantly froze. A Dragon Nation netizen watching his stream spammed the chat. Why aren't you smiling? Is it because you were born that way? Dragon Nation people, get out of John Bull's live stream. Haha, I'm here to invite you to watch Jiang Shan kill. Haha, right. Good intentions lead to misunderstandings. Oh, what's so great about clams? Isn't bear paw more delicious? Even if the Dragon Nation has many bear paws, will there be enough for you? That comment stings a bit. With 1 for billion people in the Dragon Nation, there are only 24 million bear paws. Sai Jiangshan still has to keep working hard. Jiang Han, with his backpack on, axe in hand, and dragging 2 black bears, finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. The terrain suddenly rose steeply, with a rocky hill rising up at an angle of about 30 to 40 degrees. On the southern side of the mountain was a gentle slope of gravel with a few crooked pine trees growing on it. At the foot of the mountain was a naturally formed arc-shaped rock wall about 2 meters high, recessed 3 to 4 meters inward. Above the rock wall, protruding rocks formed a natural eave. The open area in front of the rock wall was about 20 square meters, raised about half a meter higher than the surrounding ground. Indeed, I, Jiang, am the chosen one. As soon as I arrive, I find the perfect location for building a shelter. Jiang Han set down his belongings and went up with the axe to inspect, finding no immediate dangers. On the west side of the rock wall, a stream meandered down. The stream was not wide. At its narrowest point, one could even jump over it, but the current was strong, and it looked somewhat deep. Looking east from the rock wall, the view was open, clearly showing the grassland he had come from and the edge of the distant forest. To the north and west, rolling ridges encircled this little world. In the live stream, netizens saw the location Jiang Han had chosen, and the comments instantly flooded in. While this place is well chosen, a natural roof, no fear of rain. Indeed, the rock wall blocks the wind, and there are stones protruding above. This shelter hardly needs to be close to a water source, and with a clear view. Isn't this the best campsite written in survival textbooks? Jiang Shan is indeed well prepared. You guys don't understand anything. Being close to a water source is good, but there are many mosquitoes. This stream will be swarming with mosquitoes at night. They could carry you away. Right? And although the terrain is higher than the surroundings, it's too close to the stream. If it rains heavily and there's a flash flood, he would be the first to be swept away. And look at the dense forest behind that rock wall. Who knows what might be hiding in there? If something jumps down it, I think that recessed area in the rock wall is indeed good, but the ground is gravel. Oh, it might be uncomfortable. All right, you bunch of keyboard warriors. Can you take down 2 bears like him? If you can, then go ahead. With such a place, you're still not satisfied. Do you want a 3-bedroom apartment in the wilderness along with a big comfy bed? Nonsense. After dragging 2 bears over such a long distance, even with Lu Bu's might, his stamina was nearly depleted. After surveying the area, this place was overall quite good. Jiang Han decided to set up camp here. Before starting work, he habitually reached into his pocket for a cigarette. He checked another pocket, still empty. No cigarettes, no fire. Well, let's just consider this a chance to quit. Sigh. Jiang Han sighed towards the sky. Folks, the game officials are stingy, only giving 1 pack of salt. With so much bear meat, what am I supposed to do? And about the fire, I'll have to drill for it later. That's a technical job. The livestream comments, don't worry Jiangshin, you've killed bears. Are you afraid of starting a fire? I suggest rendering the bear fat and applying it to the wood. Are you serious? Drilling for fire and applying oil. Do you want Jiangshin to rub his hands until smoke comes out? Find some dry wood, carve a drill rod, and make a notch in the base. It'll light up quickly. I've tried it while camping outdoors. It only took me 4 hours, right? 4 hours? Ha ha ha, Jiangshin's hands are going to break. Bear meat is easy. You just slice it thin and smoke it. It can be stored for a long time. That's how we make cured meat for the new year. Without salt, you can smoke nothing. It'll spoil in 2 days. Jiangshin, at least look at the comments, though you can't see them. Jiang Han, of course, couldn't see. He stood up looking left and right, walking around the rock wall, picking up a pile of dry twigs and wood and stacking them in the clearing in front of the rock wall to let them dry in the sun. After completing these tasks, Jiang Han dragged 2 black bears toward the stream. She smiled slightly at the camera. Dear viewers, welcome to the special program of the National Survival Game. Today we have invited outdoor survival expert Mr. Wang Wenjie and botanist Professor Jiang Han to provide real-time analysis of the contestants' performances. Welcome to both of you. The camera shifted to the 2 experts. Wang Wenjie in his 40s had dark skin, clearly a person who spent years outdoors. Professor Jiang Han wore glasses, had gray hair, and exuded a refined demeanor. Li Hong turned to the screen where Jiang Han was dragging the black bears to the riverbank. We can see that Jiang Han has brought the 2 black bears to the riverbank, clearly preparing to eviscerate them there. Mr. Wang, is there a particular significance to this? Wang Wenjie nodded. There is indeed a significance. When processing large prey in the wild, choosing the right location is the first step, and it's also where many people make mistakes. Look at the position Jiang Han chose. It's in a place with a strong current. He paused and drew a circle on the tablet computer in front of him. Why choose this spot? First, there is an ample water source. Eviscerating a bear requires a lot of water to wash away blood and internal residue. You cannot keep fetching water repeatedly. Second, the rapid flow can quickly carry away the blood. Look at that water flow. The blood will disperse in a matter of seconds, not accumulating in one place. The third point, and the most crucial one, blood will attract predators. If you slaughter prey near your camp, the smell of blood won't dissipate overnight, and you'll wake up to find a tiger waiting in front of you, which would be unfortunate. Jiang Han adjusted his glasses and added, moreover, the river itself serves as a natural barrier. Many terrestrial animals instinctively avoid water, especially unfamiliar rivers. By choosing to process the bears here, Jiang Han adds an extra layer of protection for himself. Li Hong nodded thoughtfully. I see. However, she changed the subject. The game organizers only provided each contestant with a packet of salt. 2 bears, several hundred pounds of meat. What can this packet of salt do? Professor Jiang, how can this meat be preserved? Is there any method? Jiang Han pondered for a moment. It is indeed impossible to preserve 2 bears with just 1 packet of salt. Moreover, salt is crucial for the human body. A long-term deficiency can lead to electrolyte imbalance and muscle cramps. Jiang Han has many days ahead of him, and he cannot use up that packet of salt all at once. So salt can't be used for curing. What now? Smoking. Cut the bear meat into thin slices, the thinner the better, and then smoke it. The smoking process has 2 effects. First, the smoke contains phenolic compounds that have antibacterial properties. Second, the heat from the smoke will draw moisture out of the meat, and when the moisture level falls below a certain threshold, bacteria cannot reproduce. How long can it be preserved like this? Li Hong quickly followed up. Jiang Han glanced at the environment on the screen. From the footage, we can see that the vegetation in Jiang Han's location is lush, and we can preliminarily judge that the daytime temperature is around 20 degrees Celsius. Moreover, it is close to a water source, and the humidity in the air is relatively high, which are unfavorable factors. However, if he can cut the meat thin enough and smoke it thoroughly to completely dehydrate it, turning it into jerky, it might last for about a month. Li Hong frowned slightly, her tone tinged with regret. After a month, the bear meat will spoil, and he will have to throw it away. What a shame. Wang Wenjie waved his hand. This is unavoidable. But if you think about it from another angle, Jiang Han has prepared so much food from the start, he is already ahead of everyone by a considerable margin. His situation will be much better than the others going forward. Moreover, since Jiang Han can hunt 2 bears, he will definitely have a 3rd bear, possibly a 4th. With his strength, there is no need to worry about going hungry. The comments in the live stream suddenly became lively. What Mr. Wang said is right. Jiang Han has no worries about not having meat to eat. Exactly 2 bears this time, 4 next time, 8 the time after that, a geometric progression, and after a month, everyone in Longwa will have a bear. Hey, are you a sports teacher? Is that how you use a geometric series? Right, with your calculations, let alone 1 bear, it wouldn't be impossible for each person to have a panda. Each person with a panda, are you from Bashu? Forget about math. I'm only concerned about whether Jiang Han can share a bear paw with me. What Mr. Wang said makes me feel much more at ease. I was worried he would waste food. Waste what waste? He can't finish it alone. There are other contestants in Longwa. What if he runs into them? Are you dreaming? In such a vast wilderness, the chances of running into someone are lower than winning the lottery. Jiang Han took over the conversation. Exactly, the urgent task is to light a fire as soon as the bears are processed. Just now we saw Jiang Han drying the branches he will use for fire by drilling wood in the sun, proving he has already made plans and is very clear-headed. The scene shifted to Jiang Han, who was squatting by the stream, having flipped the first black bear onto its back. He held a dagger and made an incision at the bear's throat, slicing down along the midline of the abdomen. Though his technique was not professional, he made up for it with sheer strength, and the bear's skin was torn apart wherever the blade passed. If someone who buys bear skins saw Jiang Han's actions, they would undoubtedly rush over to give him a beating. It was truly wasteful. A single bear skin had been punctured with more than a dozen small holes by Jiang Han. Next was the evisceration. Jiang Han thrust a knife into the abdominal cavity and pulled down, causing the internal organs to spill out. He frowned, reached in with both hands, and pulled out the heart, liver, lungs, intestines, and stomach, holding them all together, and tossed them into the river. Even the bear bile, worth thousands, Jiang Han threw away without batting an eye. With a splash, the internal organs hit the water, creating a spray. In the next second, the surface of the stream erupted. Dozens of dark shadows shot up from the bottom of the water, scrambling to pounce on those entrails. Fish rolled and splashed on the water's surface, their silver scales shimmering in the sunlight. Then the fish school at the bottom of the water also caught the scent and hurried over, growing in number, making the stream's surface boil like a pot. What am I seeing? Is that fish? Is that really fish? They are huge. The fishermen, who often come up empty-handed, have already fainted in the toilet. Jiang Han, look at what you threw away. You've attracted the fish. There are so many fish in this river. Jiang Han, you should catch them, don't just throw them. You people from Longwa have never seen the world. It's just internal organs, so what if they go to waste? Our Wa Nation contestants would never waste resources like that. Get out, Wa people. This is Longwa's live broadcast room. Am I not speaking the truth? Can you Longwa people not handle the truth? A netizen from Bangzi country passing by saw the Longwa contestant throwing away internal organs and could only say it's too extravagant. Our Dahaman country contestants even eat grassroots. Are you sure your contestants are eating grassroots and not kimchi? Ha ha, you made me laugh to death. Li Hong looked at the screen, slightly furrowing her brows, but quickly returned to normal. Teacher Wang, what do you think of Jiang Han's approach of directly throwing away the internal organs? Wang Wenju didn't hesitate at all, no problem at all. Many people watch survival shows and think everything must be utilized, that nothing can go to waste, but that's only under conditions of extreme scarcity of food. But Jiang Han is facing the opposite problem. He has too much food, so much that it cannot be finished or stored. Bear internal organs are rich in protein and moisture, and they will spoil within hours at room temperature. If left near the camp, the bloody smell and rot would attract flies, mosquitoes, and even larger predators. Rather than keeping them and causing trouble for himself, it's better to throw them in the river to feed the fish. Jiang Han adjusted his glasses. Exactly. Moreover, the water flow of this river is quite strong. Even if there are no fish to eat it, those internal organs will quickly be washed downstream, having little impact on Jiang Han's camp. However, he shifted the topic from the fish school's reaction just now. There are a few pieces of information worth noting. Li Hong curiously asked, what information? Jiang Han held up 2 fingers. First, the water in this river is quite deep. Look at how those fish jump out of the water. They aren't coming from shallow areas, but rather from the bottom, indicating that the water is at least over 1 meter deep. Secondly, there are predatory fish in the river. The way those fish compete for food is extremely fierce. They are not ordinary herbivorous fish, but likely catfish or blackfish. This is both good and bad for Jiang Han. Good because he can supplement his protein with fish meat later, but bad because he must be cautious when entering the water. Wang Wenju nodded in agreement. Yes, although this river isn't very wide based on the density of the fish school and the intensity of their competition, the water must certainly be deep, and there are big fish inside. In the footage, Jiang Han had already finished processing the first bear and started on the second. Sweat dripped down his cheeks, his clothes soaked and clinging to him, yet his hands showed no signs of stopping. Disemboweling, skinning, and removing the internal organs were done in one go. The second set of internal organs was also thrown into the river, and the fish downstream went into a frenzy competing for it. With both bears processed, 2 large bear skins lay spread out on the stones by the stream, and there were 2 large piles of divided bear meat on the ground, roughly estimated to be at least over 300 pounds. Jiang Han straightened his back, patted his lower back, and looked down at the 8 furry bear paws, lost in thought. How should he handle the bear paws? Roasted? Boiled? In the wilderness, there was only a packet of salt, no other seasonings. This is a top-tier ingredient on Blue Star. 1 bear paw can sell for several thousand, but here they are, just 8 furry things that require complex procedures to eat. Jiang Han gritted his teeth and picked up the axe. Crack! 1 bear paw was chopped off. He lifted the bear paw and looked at it. It was furry with a thick pad of flesh on the palm and long black nails. Forget it. Splash. He threw it into the river. The live broadcast room immediately erupted. He threw it. He really threw it. That's a bear paw. My eyes aren't deceiving me, he just threw away a bear paw. I'm about to have a heart attack. Jiang, God, stop it. It's fine, it's just 1, there are still 7, he must realize this. Oh, he threw another. Please stop throwing them. If you can't eat it, bring it back. 1 billion people in Longwa will help you eat it. I've lived for 30 years and have never eaten a bear paw. How can you just throw it away? Are you worthy of me? Jiang Han picked up the 3rd bear paw and looked at it. Splash. Jiang Han, do you have no concept of money? I've broken down, brothers, I really have. I can't take it anymore, I need to turn off the live stream. Oh, I can't bear to watch. Does he think bear paws aren't worth anything? Who is going to tell him? I'm crying, I'm really crying, not because of the bear paws, but because I'm poor, he's rich beyond belief, and I can't have any. 4th one. Splash. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Splash, 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 splash. All 8 bear paws were fed to the fish. The live stream room fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then the bullet comments exploded at a nearly frenzied pace. I spat blood, I really spat blood. 8 bear paws ate. Jiang Han, are you even human? You're not human, you're a demon, a bear paw killer. My feelings are very complex right now. Oh, I want to applaud him and hit him at the same time. This lifetime's quota of bear paws has been completely used up by him. Now I finally understand what it means that poverty limits my imagination. No, it's wealth that limits my imagination. Don't scold him, he might really not know how precious bear paws are, and he can't usually afford to eat them. What you said up there, I can't even refute it. In Longwa, at Jiang Han's home, Jiang Han's sister Jiang Wan stared wide-eyed at the television, her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Big brother. She let out a cry of despair. If you can't eat it, you can give it to me. I really want to eat bear paws. I've never eaten one in my life. Her mother beside her was both angry and amused, slapping her thigh. This dead child, can't he save some for later? Just as her words fell, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Han's father Jiang Bingqing walked over to open the door. Several soldiers stood at the doorway, standing straight, each carrying a large box. Jiang Bingqing was taken aback. May I ask, what is the matter? The 2 soldiers saluted simultaneously, and the leader's voice was loud. Hello, Mr. Jiang Bingqing. Comrade Jiang Han, as a contestant in the national survival game, has brought glory to the country. The highest command has decided to allocate a bear's meat and paws directly to your home, and you do not need to participate in the upcoming lottery allocation. Jiang Bingqing opened his mouth momentarily at a loss for words. All the black bears returned to Longwa from the game were allocated to major cities according to the population ratio, with local officials selecting specific placement locations. 311,000 black bears, that sounds like a lot, but with Longwa's 1 billion population it isn't. Rough calculations show that a bear weighing over 200 pounds has a meat yield rate of about 50%, meaning over 100 pounds of meat. 311,000 bears amount to roughly over 40 million pounds of meat. 40 million gene. If 1 gene is allocated per household, it won't even cover 10% of the families. Therefore, the authorities ultimately decided to distribute the meat in 1 gene pieces, drawing lots per person, including E. Woody's porcupine meat in the lottery pool. However, Jiang Han's contributions were significant. He single-handedly took down 2 black bears, adding 10% to the national fortune and contributing 310,000 bears to the national treasury. Thus, the highest command specially approved that Jiang Han's family would be exempt from the lottery and directly allocated a whole bear. Seeing Jiang Bingqing still in shock, the soldier added, there are 4 bear paws in the box, already processed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nuanyuan jumped 3 feet high from the sofa, shouting, Yay! Long live my brother. Her mother also smiled, her eyes a bit red, but her lips could not suppress the joy. Jiang Bingqing came to his senses, grinning broadly as he accepted the box, which was heavy enough to require both hands to hold. After bringing over the 2 boxes, he placed one on the ground. Inside were neatly arranged pieces of bear meat, fresh and red, with distinct marbling. On the top layer, 4 bear paws lay quietly amidst the ice packs, their fur already cleaned with thick and full palms. Jiang Bingcheng happily gazed for a long time before suddenly turning to say, Nuanyuan, go fetch your grandparents. They'll go get your grandparents. Tonight we will have a grand bear feast. Okay. Nuanyuan grabbed her coat and dashed outside. The scene shifted back to the wilderness. Jiang Han spread the bear skin on a rock to dry while cutting the bear meat into strips, neatly arranging them on a flat stone surface. After completing all this, he looked up at the position of the sun. It had already moved westward around 2 in the afternoon. Next was the task of starting a fire. The method of drilling wood for fire was exceedingly challenging. In the official commentary live room of Long Kingdom, Li Hong watched Jiang Han selecting wood among a pile. Teacher Wang from the screen, do you think Jiang Han's choice of wood for drilling is good or not? Wang Wenjie leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing it, his brows gradually furrowing. To be honest, he deliberated from the footage. The pieces of wood Jiang Han selected may not be ideal. When drilling wood for fire, the type of wood is crucial. The best choice is relatively soft wood that won't crumble easily, like linden, willow, or poplar. These woods have enough fibrous structure to produce friction heat, but are not too hard to drill through. Another key condition is that it must be completely dry. Dead wood. Living wood contains moisture. You could drill all day without producing smoke. He paused, pointing at the screen. Look at the wood Jiang Han picked. Its color is dark. The grain is dense, appearing to be some kind of hardwood. Hardwood is not impossible to drill, but it is significantly more difficult, requiring high skill and physical strength. Moreover, observe the smoothness of the cross-section. The high luster indicates a high density and compactness. If you use this for drilling, it might. He did not finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Jin Zhen took over, speaking more directly. Indeed, the wood Jiang Han chose is too dense. In my judgment, the success rate of using this wood for fire drilling is very low. It's not impossible, but even experienced wilderness survival experts would find it very difficult to start a fire with this type of wood. If I'm not mistaken, he may need to go select a few suitable pieces of wood. Li Hong's heart raced, but she quickly adjusted her expression, forcing a smile. Perhaps Jiang Han was in a hurry to process the bear meat earlier, so he didn't take the time to carefully find the wood. He should adjust soon. While that was a feeble attempt to help Jiang Han save face. However, when the scene shifted to Yi Woody's live room, the atmosphere was completely different. At this moment, Yi Woody was sitting on a rock, a roaring fire in front of him, with several chunks of porcupine meat skewered on branches, sizzling and oozing golden oil that dripped into the fire, producing crackling sounds. He even flipped the meat over, and the aroma seemed to waft out from the screen. The comments quickly divided into two factions. On Yi Shen's side, life is peaceful. On Jiang Shun's side, chaos reigns. Yi Shun is already eating, while Jiang Shun is still struggling to start a fire. What a difference. Is it fair to compare a professional soldier with an ordinary person? When Jiang Han killed 2 bears, why didn't you call him an ordinary person? Now he's an ordinary person again. Stop arguing, stop arguing. Right now I'm only concerned if Jiang Shun can start a fire. With so much bear meat, won't it spoil if there's no fire? If it spoils, it spoils. After all, he even threw away the bear paws. 8 of them. No need to worry about, haha, the contestant from Long Kingdom can't even start a fire. This is hilarious. Our contestant Sadakin from Wan Nation has already had hot food. The netizens from Gaul sent their congratulations. It seems Long Kingdom's good luck is about to run out. What are you so smug about? Once Jiangshan starts a fire, you'll be scared to death. Start a fire. With those hardwoods. Dream on, I'll bet $100 that he won't be able to do it. In the wilderness, Jiang Han sat in front of the rock wall with his chosen pile of wood in front of him. He picked up a palm-sized board and a stick about the thickness of a finger, examining them. The scene was quite disheartening as Jiang Han used a small knife to carve a small pit in the board and etched a fire channel around the pit. Then he sharpened one end of the stick into a blunt cone shape that fits snugly into the small pit. He sat cross-legged with his left foot pressing down on one end of the board to stabilize it, holding the stick with both hands, and began to rub. At first he was slow as he searched for the right feel. The stick rotated in his palm, producing a squeaking friction sound. Then he accelerated. His hands moved up and down like twisting hemp rope, the rhythm growing faster. The stick spun back and forth on the board, the friction sound transitioning from a squeak to a buzz, becoming sharper. Jiang Han's hands were already moving so rapidly that they left behind afterimages. The live room's billion viewers held their breath. The point of contact between the stick and the board began to heat up, and he could feel the temperature in his palm rising. Wood shavings were ground out from the fire channel, resembling powder, changing color from light yellow to dark brown. Jiang Han, with the hand speed of a single man for 30 years, rubbed vigorously. Now he was moving even faster. The muscles in his arms were taut like iron, and Lu Bu's power was brought to its peak at this moment, but even so, this was still a physically demanding task. Finally, black smoke began to rise. A thin curl emerged from the pile of wood shavings, carrying a burnt smell. Jiang Han gritted his teeth and did not stop. His hands continued to move rapidly. The black smoke grew thicker and more abundant, rising like a black line from the board. Then on the screen, Jiang Han immediately ceased his movements, holding his breath as he carefully scooped up the smoldering wood shavings, placing them into the dry moss and fine grass, while he had prepared earlier, gently blowing on them. Huff, huff, huff. The smoke thickened, and within seconds a flame leaped up. Jiang Han quickly stuffed it into the prearranged pile of kindling. Damn it! Jiang Han plopped onto the ground, vigorously shaking his arms. I'm exhausted. Even with Lu Bu's physical prowess, starting a fire by friction was an arduous task. His arms now ached and swelled, his palms red and hot from the friction of the stick. Had he rubbed for another minute, the skin would likely have worn away. The live stream exploded once again. Ah! It's lit, it's lit, it's lit. Jiang Shun is a beast, Jiang Shun is a beast, everyone cheer. Wait, didn't the expert just say that the crappy wood he chose wouldn't catch fire? Didn't they say the success rate was Dude, did you just travel here from the last century? You actually believe what experts say? Exactly. Everyone come and see, we found someone who trusts experts. Tisk Jiangshan, starting a fire by friction is nothing special. These days, believing what experts say is truly rare. Everyone go and gawk at Lightbulb. Gawking 1. Gawking 10086. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. The live stream's topic completely derailed. In the official commentary studio of the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Wenjie and Jin Zhen exchanged a glance, their expressions momentarily frozen. The studio fell silent for 2 seconds. Li Hong was the first to break the silence. She longed to mock the two experts, but struggled to maintain her composure. It seems. Contestant Jiang Han has provided his answer through action. Wang Wenjie cleared his throat, letting out a dry cough. Well, this is indeed beyond my expectations. I must admit that contestant Jiang Han's physical prowess and skill are far superior to the average person. Starting a fire with that type of hardwood normally has a very low success rate, yet he accomplished it. This indicates his upper body strength and endurance are truly remarkable. Jin Zhen adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses blinking a few times before he finally uttered a single sentence. I retract my earlier judgment. The barrage of comments began scrolling again. Professor Jin, I retracted, okay. Expert, I was talking about normal circumstances. Jiang Han isn't normal, no problem. Jiangshin, you're the one who's not normal, your whole family isn't normal. Alright, give the experts some face, they have it hard too. They're just trying to make a living, and you take them seriously. Forget it, we all have it hard. Forget it, we all have it hard. 1 inch. In the frame, Jiang Han added a few thick branches to the fire to make it burn brighter. Then he picked up the cut bear meat, made a few slits in the pieces with his knife, and rubbed on a tiny bit of salt. It was truly just a tiny bit, roughly the size of a pinky nail, as the salt might not last. He then skewered the meat on branches and placed them beside the fire to roast slowly. After doing this, he picked up his axe, stood, and headed towards the woods behind the rock face. As he walked, Jiang Han muttered, "My dear people, with so much meat and not enough salt, what should I do? Right now, meat might not be my guarantee anymore. Damn it, it's become a burden." Li Hong watched the scene and nodded with deep feeling. That's right, with so much meat, he has to prevent spoilage and guard against animals coming to steal it, or even fierce beasts tracking the scent. This is indeed a burden for Jiang Han. Teachers, do you have any suggestions? Wang Wenjie shook his head, his tone frank. To be honest, there's no perfect solution. Storing food in the wild is one of the biggest challenges. My personal suggestion is to store it separately. Don't put all the meat in one place. Divide it into several spots, hang them on different trees, or find different rock crevices or tree hollows to hide them. That way, even if one storage spot is discovered by beasts or the food spoils, Jiang Han will have other backup. Jin Zhen added, yes, if conditions allow, he could build a small storage room with stones, put the meat inside, and seal the opening with a large rock. Many wild animals aren't interested in rocks. They rely more on their sense of smell, and stone can block some of the odor. Also, when hanging it on a tree, hang it as high as possible, at least 2 or 3 meters off the ground, and keep it away from the trunk. In short, under no circumstances should he carry all the meat on him, or his mobility will be severely. At the Supreme Commander, researcher hurriedly pushed open the door, clutching a stack of documents with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Elder, after integrating the footage and data from all contestants' live streams, we conducted a 3D modeling analysis. He spread the documents on the table, pointing at several topographic maps. Based on the data modeling, Jiang Han's location is highly likely to be in the same area as Sato-kin of the Wa Kingdom and Mariana of the Samba Kingdom. Several elders looked up simultaneously. One elder stubbed out his cigarette. Which Dragon Kingdom contestant is closest to Jiang Han? He has so much bear meat he can't finish alone. He could help take care of a compatriot. The researcher flipped through the documents. It should be Lin Wanqing. But even Lin Wanqing, the closest one, is at least dozens of kilometers away from Jiang Han, in a straight line, possibly even hundreds of kilometers. With mountains and rivers in between, the actual travel distance would be even longer. Can we plan a route now? Not yet. We have too little data at hand. Oh, we can only provide a general direction. The researcher paused. And neither Jiang Han nor Lin Wanxing has a compass. In this wilderness environment, without a tool for direction, finding recklessly searching for another person is very risky. If they head in the wrong direction, they might never return. The elder was silent for a moment, then picked up the cigarette pack on the table, took one out, lit it, and took a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, he made a decision. Spend some national fortune points to send a message to Lin Wanxing telling her Jiang Han's general location. Let her move towards Jiang Han if possible. As for Jiang Han, don't send him a message for now. Isn't Jiang Han doing some kind of blind date video call? If he does it again tomorrow, the person he talks to won't just be Su Weiniang. Tomorrow, no matter who is chosen for the video call, with Jiang Han the chief executive of that city, must rush to that person's home within half an hour to relay the information we need to convey. Information on how to smoke meat for longer, preservation analysis of his surrounding environment, the locations of other contestants, and Lin Wanxing's location. Compile all of this into documents tonight. Once the documents are ready, send them to the chief executives of all cities tonight, and they will pass them to Jiang Han through the person on the video call. The researcher quickly jotted notes. Understood. Well, organize it as soon as we return. The elder nodded, his gaze shifting to the large screen on the wall, where Jiang Han was walking into the woods with his axe. The question is whether he can still make the call tomorrow. The elder murmured softly, stubbing out the cigarette he had just lit in the ashtray. At this moment, Jiang Han had already cut the oak tree into sections using a dagger to shave off the branches and set up a simple meat smoking rack beside the fire. Next, he hung the cut bear meat piece by piece and added a few handfuls of pine branches and wet grass to the fire, causing thick white smoke to rise up, enveloping the meat strips in a haze. Having finished these tasks, Jiang Han sat down on a stone, picked up the string of bear meat he had been roasting by the fire, and took a bite. After chewing a couple of times, his expression turned quite subtle. Who understands the plight of us family members? Jiang Han complained to the air, still chewing the meat. In this wilderness, there isn't even a bench to sit on. It's impossible to rest. This stone is digging into my butt. And bear meat with only salt and no other seasonings really doesn't taste good. If this were on Blue Star, I could show you 108 ways to cook it. Here, it's just like gnawing on shoe soles. The barrage of comments instantly flooded in. Jiang God, you dare call this shoe soles? You say it doesn't taste good. Do you know how long it's been since I've had meat? Exactly. We're gnawing on steamed buns watching the live stream, and you tell me that bear meat doesn't taste good. Are you trying to infuriate me? What does a bench matter? Just lie on the bear skin. Isn't that more comfortable than a bench? Enough complaining, just eat quickly. It will taste worse when it gets cold. Just then, the sound of the game announcement suddenly rang out. Dragon Country player Jiang Han obtained 15 pieces of wood. Reward 210 pieces of wood for Dragon Country. Player Su Tuanyuo from Wan Island was bitten to death after accidentally entering a hyena pack. Wan Island's national fortune 10. Player Igor Petrov from Damao Country suffered mild poisoning after accidentally drinking monkey wine. Damao Country's national fortune reduced by 2. Player Benjamin hunted a gazelle, rewarded with 3500 gazelles for Cho Country. Player Rajesh Kumar from Asan Country was severely injured after attempting to molest a gorilla. Asan Country's national fortune 5. The live stream room exploded in excitement. Wood 210 pieces. Jiang God chopped down 15 pieces of wood in Dragon Country, gained over 2 million. What a profitable deal. I don't even respect Bald Chong, I just support you. Wait, did I see that right? What did that player from Asan Country do? Molesting a gorilla or attempting to molest? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Asan brother truly lives up to expectations. Not even a gorilla is spared. If lizards fall victim to Asan's hands, how about primates? Gorilla, do you have any manners? I'm a primate, not your inflatable doll. Severely injured and the national fortune deducted by 5 points. The key is that the molestation was unsuccessful. What a loss. Did you notice? The player from Wan Island is worse off. He directly died and the national fortune deducted by 10%. This game is really deadly. Jiang Han heard the announcement, nearly spitting out the meat he was chewing. What the hell? Not even a gorilla is. He froze for 2 seconds, shook his head, and with a look of disdain took another bite of the bear meat. I am still normal. I just want to date, kill bears, and chop trees. How civilized. After his lament, he stuffed the remaining bear meat into his mouth, wiped the grease off his lips, picked up the axe, and stood up to head towards the forest. The current amount of wood is still insufficient. Smoking the meat needs to keep the fire burning at least until tonight, preferably until tomorrow morning, allowing enough time for the smoke to dehydrate the bear meat. Thus, a considerable amount of firewood must be burned tonight. Additionally, building a shelter also requires wood. In the official live broadcast room, Li Hong watched the 2 split-screen images on the screen. On the left, Jiang Han was walking towards the woods with an axe, and on the right, Yi Wudi was also chopping wood. These are currently the 2 great gods of Dragon Country. She slightly tilted her head to look at the 2 experts. Teacher Wang, now both Yi Wudi and Jiang Han have chosen to chop wood. What are they preparing to do? Wang Wenjie almost answered without hesitation. Of course they are preparing to build a shelter. It's already quite late, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In wilderness survival, building a shelter is the second highest priority after finding a water source. If the shelter is not built during the day, by nightfall, with the temperature dropping rapidly and possibly facing wind and rain, the risk of contestants losing body heat will be significant. Yi Wudi is the champion of the military competition and has rich outdoor survival experience. He understands this very well. Although Jiang Han's previous actions seemed reckless, looking at his choice of location and how he handled his prey, he is not without experience. So now that both are chopping wood, their purpose should be the same: to prepare for tonight's shelter. Jiang Han adjusted his glasses and nodded in agreement. Exactly, it is indeed getting late. From the position of the sun, there are about 3 to 4 hours until dark. Building a shelter that can last the night is very tight, within 3 to 4 hours from chopping trees, transporting, repairing, to completing the construction. If they do not move quickly, they may not finish before dark. Therefore, starting to chop trees now is just right. It cannot be any later. On the screen, both Yi Wudi and Jiang Han were chopping vigorously with their axes. In Yi Wudi's shot, he was bare-chested, revealing a strong upper body, swinging the axe with great force. Soon a small tree fell with a crash. Yi Wudi hoisted the axe onto his shoulder and walked over to inspect the small tree lying on the ground. The trunk was straight, just the right thickness, and the wood wasn't too hard. He squatted down, using a small knife to clean the branches, and then sharpened one end of the trunk like a giant pencil. The barrage of comments instantly became lively. What is Yi God doing making a spear? Why make a spear when he has an axe? An axe is for chopping trees, a spear is for fighting. They can't be the same. Yi God is preparing to take the initiative. He isn't waiting for beasts to come. He is getting ready to seek out the beasts. Coincidentally, in Jiang Han's shot, he also chopped down a tree. The tree that fell was a straight white wax tree, about 3 meters tall, with a diameter similar to that of an adult's wrist. White wax wood is resilient and elastic, a traditional material for making tool handles and spear shafts. Many ancient spear and battle axe handles were made from white wax wood. With one chop, the white wax tree snapped with a sound. Jiang Han dragged the trunk to an open space, used a dagger to clean off the branches, then tapped the trunk with the back of the axe, listening to the sound, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he sharpened one end of the trunk quickly and fiercely, with chips flying, and soon he had crafted a sharp spearhead. He then used the small knife to refine the spearhead, making it even sharper. A long spear was completed in less than 10 minutes. Jiang Han held the spear, weighing it in his hand. Its balance was perfect, and the shaft had just the right amount of elasticity, feeling very comfortable. Wait, what did Teacher Wang just say about building a shelter? Teacher Wang said the two of them were chopping wood to build a shelter, so what does Jiang Han making a spear mean? So the expert means that to build a shelter, one needs to make a spear first, right? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Just after the two experts talked about building a shelter, both contestants started making weapons at the same time. Isn't this a slap in the face? Teacher Wang, I was analyzing normal people. These two are not normal. Professor Jin, I agree. In the official live broadcast of Long Country, Wang Wenjie and Jiang Han watched as the two contestants almost simultaneously began crafting spears, their expressions frozen for a moment. Wang Wenjie cleared his throat, his voice noticeably lower than before. Well, making a spear and building a shelter are not contradictory. A spear itself is one of the important tools for building a shelter. It can be used to handle timber and also serve as a support structure for the shelter. Jiang Han next to him opened his mouth as if to add something, but after glancing at the screen, he shut it again. On the screen, Jiang Han was thrusting the spear into the air, a satisfied expression on his face, looking nothing like someone preparing a support structure for a shelter. The comments continued to flood the screen. Teacher Wang, not contradictory, not contradictory, not contradictory at all. Pull me up, I can still cover for this. Professor Jin, I won't speak anymore. I choose silence. Expert, these two youngsters aren't playing by the rules. You chop wood, just chop wood. What are you making weapons for? How are we supposed to cover for this? Jiang Shin, I listened to the experts. They said to build a shelter, so I'm making a spear first. No problem. Yi Shin, I also listened to the experts. They said to build a shelter, so I'm making a spear too. Perfect. After Yi Wudi finished making his spear, he stabbed it into the ground and looked off into the distance. He said nothing, but his eyes seemed to say everything. A shelter? What kind of shelter? What are you sheltering? I, the champion of the grand military competition, excel in wilderness survival combat and hunting. Aren't all of them top-notch? I would love for a beast to come looking for me. They'll take one down if it comes, or two if two come. Killing a porcupine is nothing. Next time, I'll kill a wolf to show the country. And that comrade named Jiang Han, I had never heard his name before. But now Yi Wudi has deeply etched the two characters Jiang Han into his soul. As a citizen of Long Country, having a master like Jiang Han serving the nation makes him incredibly happy and proud. As a soldier, one who has never known defeat, he would never concede. He swore to surpass Jiang Han. As for Jiang Han, a shelter, there's no rush. There are still over 2 days left on the Lubu Peak Combat Power Experience card. In these 2 days, he can slaughter to his heart's content. He fears no beast. If one comes, he'll kill 2. If he can't kill 2, he'll kill twice. A shelter can wait until later. After all, there's already natural cover at the rock wall, so spending a night there won't kill anyone. But the thing about combat power is that if you don't use it, it's a waste. So he picked up his axe and walked towards a log. This tree was no ordinary tree. It was located about 20 meters east of the rock wall, an old oak tree with a trunk diameter of at least 30 centimeters. Its crown was enormous with lush branches and leaves, clearly a tree that had lived for decades, if not centuries, in this forest. Jiang Han circled the old oak tree and settled on it. If this tree were cut down, its trunk could serve as the main beam for the shelter. The concave area of the rock wall spanned over 3 meters. If this oak tree were used as the main beam resting between the rock wall and the outer supports and covered with branches and leaves, it would make for a quite sturdy roof. Anyway, with Lu Bu's combat power today, he has plenty of strength, so why not chop? Jiang Han positioned himself, gripping the axe with both hands, took a deep breath, and swung down with the axe. Crack! The axe blade embedded deep into the trunk, with shavings flying everywhere. Then another swing, and another. His speed was frightening. Each strike landed in the same notch, making it deeper and wider. The bark of the old oak tree was thick and the wood was hard, but before Lu Bu's might, all of that was negligible. In less than 2 minutes, the trunk had already been cut a third of the way through. With another swing, the entire trunk shook violently, emitting a dull cracking sound. The crown began to tilt and the branches rustled. In that instant, a brown shadow darted out from a hole in the trunk, moving as fast as lightning. The shadow scrambled up the trunk, leaping between the branches, eventually perching on a high branch, its tail held higher than its head. Holy crap, that scared me. It turned out to be a squirrel. Jiang Han patted his chest, still shaken. Ha ha ha, I chopped down someone's home. The squirrel must be thinking, what did I do wrong? Squirrel, big brother, could you give me a heads up before chopping down the tree? I was still napping at home. Look at that squirrel's expression, utterly confused. Who am I? Where am I? And where's my home? With a squirrel there, could there be nuts in that hole? Jiang Han dropped his axe and stepped forward to squat down by the tree hole, reaching his hand inside. The comments instantly shifted direction. Holy crap, don't reach in. What if there's a snake in there? Jiang Shin, calm down. There might not only be squirrels in that hole, there could be a snake too. Upstairs, you idiot. Case closed. If there were a snake, would the squirrel still be living there? The squirrel would have run away long ago. Exactly. Can squirrels and snakes coexist? The snake would have eaten the squirrel long ago. Soon Jiang Han pulled his hand back from the tree hole, holding something that looked like a green-skinned walnut. He shook the walnut in his palm and reached in again to pull out a few more. The hole was deep. His entire forearm went in, and he could feel that there were more things inside, fully packed. Holy crap, this tree hole is huge. Jiang Han's eyes lit up. He stood up, picked up the axe, aimed at the hole, and swung down. The bark and wood of the old oak split in response, revealing a hollow inside that was as large as a basin. Everyone was stunned. The hole was filled to the brim with nuts, walnuts, hazelnuts, acorns. The squirrel didn't know how many days it took to gather all this food, and now it was all exposed to the sunlight. My God, what is this? A treasure? This isn't a tree hole. This is the squirrel's stash. How many years did this squirrel take to accumulate all this? No need to worry. Oh, every squirrel has many tree holes for storing nuts. This is a full hole. It must weigh several pounds. Squirrel, I saved up my entire life savings, and you just split it open with an axe. You owe me. Jiang Shin, owe you. I want to eat you. Jiang Han crouched on the ground, digging out the nuts one by one, tossing walnuts into one pile, hazelnuts into another, and acorns into a third. To Jiang Han's surprise, the surface of the nuts was very dry and well-preserved. Not a single one was moldy. This guy has some skills. Jiang Han picked up a walnut, marveling at it. After nearly 10 minutes of work, he finally finished extracting all the nuts. 3 piles of nuts lay on the ground, each with a significant volume. Dragon Country contestant Jiang Han obtained 4.5 pounds of nuts, rewarding the Dragon Country with 770,000 pounds of nuts. The live stream erupted with excitement. 770,000 pounds of nuts, 770,000 brothers. Jiang Shun has done it again, both bear and nuts. This wave is a win for the Dragon Country. Walnuts are good for the brain, hazelnuts nourish the stomach. Now the entire nation can share some. Share. You think too much. 770,000 pounds sounds like a lot, but divided among 14 billion people, each person gets less than a gram. Can't you say something nice? Even if we don't get any, I'm still happy. This is national fortune. This is glory. Don't you understand? Exactly. This isn't just about the nuts. It's about the impressive performance of the Dragon Country contestants in the wilderness. It's uplifting to see. Jiang Han looked at the 3 piles of nuts on the ground, his expression slowly shifting from joy to worry. How am I supposed to carry this away? Jiang Han scratched his head, looking troubled. When he looked up, he happened to meet the gaze of a squirrel on a branch. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The squirrel chattered loudly in the tree, its cries sharp and urgent, its front paws waving in the air as its fluffy tail fluffed up like a ball of fur. Was it scolding him? Jiang Han wasn't quite sure. In the live stream, the comments were going wild. Squirrel, give me back my food, give it back, you thief. Squirrel, I worked hard for 3 years to save my stash, and you just took it with one swing of your axe. Are you even human? Squirrel, I'm calling the police. There's a robbery happening here. No, there's a bear robbing me. No, wait, there's a human robbing a squirrel. Jiang Han, go ahead and call. Let's see if the police believe you or me. Squirrel, it's one thing to take my food, but you also destroyed my home. You're trying to kill me. Jiang Han watched the squirrel bouncing around his head, pounding from the noise. He picked up a small stone from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and threw it towards the squirrel, saying, all right, stop making noise. It's so annoying. He initially only wanted to scare the squirrel into silence. Who knew the stone would fly through the air in a straight trajectory, fast and accurate. With a loud thud, it hit the squirrel right on the head. The squirrel didn't even have time to squeak before its body stiffened and fell straight down from the branch, motionless. What the hell? Did I just kill a squirrel? Jiang Han was stunned. He walked over and picked up the squirrel by its tail. The squirrel was already lying flat on its back, legs stretched out, eyes half closed and lifeless. Holy crap! Jiang Han lifted the squirrel by its tail, completely dumbfounded. Is this even possible? He glanced at his right hand, then back at the squirrel, his expression a mix of complexity. Is this the feeling of shooting a lance from the gate? Lu Bu at his peak, 100% hit rate with thrown stones. He just tossed it casually, didn't aim at all, just wanted to scare it to stop making noise. Who knew it would feel so good with such great force and absurd accuracy, killing it in one hit? The little squirrel had so little meat that it wouldn't even fill a tooth gap, but Jiang Han had no intention of keeping it. It's all Lu Bu's fault. Lu Bu, oh Lu Bu, Jiang Han sighed to the sky. You can shoot lances, but why are you killing squirrels? The game announcement sounded again. Dragon Country contestant Jiang Han obtained 1 squirrel, rewarding the Dragon Country with 171,000 squirrels. The live stream went completely insane. What the hell, this is possible? Throwing stones to hit squirrels, what kind of accuracy is this? Jiang Han, do you have to be this ridiculous? Killing bears is fine, but even squirrels are not spared. Squirrel, I just squeaked a couple of times, and you killed me. Are you even human? Squirrel, you took my food, and now you want my life. Oh, what did I do wrong? I was just saving some food for winter. Jiang Han, please take my Neo from today on. You are my god. Great deity, I want to bear your children. No, wait, I want to bear squirrels. No, I mean have kids. Calm down. Upstairs, Jiang Han can barely take care of himself in the wilderness. He doesn't have time to take care of you. So I guess it's still up to me. Jiang Han held the corpse of the little squirrel, remaining silent for a full 5 seconds. Sorry, brother, he said to the squirrel's corpse, his tone carrying 3 parts apology, 3 parts helplessness, and 3 parts humor. I really didn't mean it. The squirrel was no longer than his palm. After skinning and gutting it, he would be lucky to have a couple of ounces left. He couldn't even finish the several hundred pounds of bear meat he had, so why would he care for this little thing? Besides, there were so many nuts on the ground that he couldn't take with him. Forget it. Jiang Han casually tossed the squirrel's corpse into the woods, considering it a return to nature. As for the 3 piles of nuts, Jiang Han thought for a long time before finally taking off his short-sleeve shirt, tying the sleeves together, and stuffing the walnuts and hazelnuts inside. He didn't take the acorns. They were bitter and required repeated boiling to eat, which was too much trouble. Thus, he carried the cloth bag with one hand, the axe in the other, and the spear tucked under his arm, heading towards the campsite. After putting everything back, he returned again, dragging a branch from the oak tree, slowly making his way. The smoked meat on the rack was still cooking, with wisps of white smoke rising. The surface of the meat strips had changed color from bright red to dark red. Jiang Han added a few pine branches and some grass to the fire, making the smoke even thicker. At this moment, he looked at himself, covered in blood, dirt, and wood shavings. Should I take a shower? Hey family, in the live stream, Jiang Han addressed the air. Could you please step out for a moment? I'll take a shower and then come back. The rules of the National Fortune survival game stated that each contestant could only choose to end the live stream between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. the next day. At all other times they had to stream continuously. It was only a little past 4 p.m. now, and there were still several hours until 9. He had no authority to end the stream. But what if? What if the audience was considerate? The live stream comments flooded the screen in an instant. What, the deity wants to take a shower? We have to see that. Step out. In your dreams. How could I miss such a scene? Family, don't leave, don't leave. I want to see what Jiang Han's physique is like. Hurry up, bring more people in to observe. This is limited edition content. Jiang Han, don't worry about washing, we'll cheer you on. No, we'll support you. I've already taken screenshots and am ready. You just go ahead and wash Jiang Han. Jiang Han waited for a few seconds, but nothing changed. He sighed and shook his head, saying forget it. He believed that the system would give him a mosaic. Even without the censorship, he had no choice. He couldn't get dirty and spend the night like that. Moreover, among the randomly selected contestants, there were quite a few female participants. It's a benefit, folks. He squatted down, took off his bloodstained short sleeves, and scrubbed them in the creek. Dark red blood water seeped from the clothes, and soon fish swam over, attracted by the smell of blood. Not just one or two, but a whole school. Damn, Jiang Han stared at the school of fish. They can't be piranhas, right? The fish were all sizable, about 20 to 30 centimeters long, with erect dorsal fins and fierce eyes moving at an astonishing speed. Jiang Han's hand froze in midair. He looked closely. These fish didn't seem as exaggerated as piranhas, and their teeth weren't protruding beyond their lips. However, their sensitivity to the smell of blood and their aggressive movements were definitely not characteristic of ordinary herbivorous fish. They might be catfish, or perhaps blackfish, or even predatory species from another realm. Regardless of what they were, Jiang Han didn't dare to jump in now. No matter how formidable Lu Bu's combat power was, that was on land. In the water, it was the fish's territory. As a human, jumping into a pack of predatory fish was a bit reckless. Jiang Han stood up, soaked his clothes, wrung them out, and used them as a towel. He wiped his body with the clothes, washed some nuts, draped the wet clothes over his shoulder, and carried the nuts in one hand, while holding the axe and spear in the other as he returned to the camp. Next to the smoked meat rack, the fire was still burning. Jiang Han spread out his wet clothes and laid them on a stone beside the fire, letting the heat slowly dry them. After finishing all this, Jiang Han picked up a walnut and squeezed it between two fingers. With a crack, the walnut shell shattered easier than using a nutcracker. He stuffed the walnut meat into his mouth, chewed a few times, and squinted his eyes. Lu Bu's combat power was indeed impressive. He nodded in satisfaction. This is delicious. Better than bear meat. As the night descended upon the wilderness, all that remained in the world was the flickering orange glow from the campfire. Jiang Han sat alone by the fire, turned the smoked bear meat on the rack, added more firewood, and then took a stroll around the camp. Bored to death, he thought at least unlock some permissions to chat with the viewers. As a streamer watched by over 100 million people, he was incredibly bored. Jiang Han crawled directly into his sleeping bag, placing the axe beside his head, and fell asleep. That night, nothing disturbed him. There were no howls of wild beasts, no rustling footsteps, and nothing attempted to approach his camp. The next morning, Jiang Han woke up from the sleeping bag. In the live stream room, there were already viewers waiting. Even early in the morning, the online count had surpassed 10 million and was still rising. Jiang Han smiled at the unseen audience. Good morning, everyone. The first thing in the morning is to roast some meat skewers to fill our stomachs. The fire from last night had a few large logs, and there were still embers. Jiang Han added some twigs to the fire, which quickly flared up. Then he took the bear meat from the rack, cut it into small pieces with a knife, skewered them with thin twigs, and placed them over the fire to roast. The flames licked the meat, making a sizzling sound as the fat dripped and sparked on the coals. Eating roasted meat so early in the morning, Jiangshin, you're living too well. The steamed bun I had this morning suddenly doesn't taste as good after seeing this. Bear meat for breakfast? Is this the pinnacle of wilderness survival? Wait, Jiangshin, if you eat like this every day, aren't you worried about high blood pressure? The fat content of bear meat is not low. You're mistaken. He exercises so much every day in the wilderness, burning calories several times more than us sitting in the office. No matter how much he eats, it's not enough. Exactly, he's hunting bears, chopping trees, and hauling wood. You need high calories to do all that. I wish I could worry about high blood pressure, but the problem is I can't get bear meat. Jiang Han turned the meat skewers, watching the fat bubble on the surface of the meat, the color changing from dark red to golden yellow, and the aroma wafted out. He swallowed hard and was about to take a bite. Ding! Today's blind date mission has been released. Please select a blind date partner as soon as possible. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and Jiang Han's hand paused the meat skewer, hovering near his mouth. Damn it! It's early morning, and I have to go on a blind date again. It was already awkward enough yesterday morning in the wilderness, and here we go again. System, you're calculating by capital time, right? What time is it on Blue Star, and you're rushing me at that time? However, ultimately, it can make me stronger, so no matter how awkward it is, Jiang Han still complied, saying, hello, is anyone going on a blind date with me today? If so, please send a bullet screen with the word yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the bullet screen in the live room exploded like someone hit the bomb switch, booming all at once. Yes. Pick me. Jiangshin, pick me. Me. I've been single for 28 years, 65 meters tall, weighing 14 kilograms, a college graduate with a house and a car. Jiangshin, take a look at me. Everyone step aside. I'm the most suitable. My cooking skills are top-notch. Jiangshin, you handle killing bears, and I'll handle cooking. A perfect match. Jiangshin, I'm your fan. Oh, I started following you yesterday. Please take a look at me. Pick me. I can tell. I'll disclose my height, weight measurements, and family background. The screen was flooded with yes messages almost covering the entire screen. Among these bullet screens, there were a few accounts with blue V verification. Their avatars were carefully edited selfies, and their nicknames were followed by millions or even tens of millions of followers. Jiang Han, pick me. I'm your #1 fan. 3 million people in the live room can testify. Jiang Han, I'm Man U with 8 million followers. If you pick me for a connection, I can immediately reach 10 million. Please, Jiang Han, take a look at me. I'm willing to share all my information with you. Anything works. Ladies, clear the way. I just had a full health checkup yesterday, and the report is right here. I can read it anytime. After 3 minutes, Jiang Han estimated that someone must have sent it out, so he said system. Jiang Han silently recited, help me draw one. Ding. Random selection is in progress. Selection complete. In the next moment, the screen of Jiang Han's live room shook violently, splitting into two. On the left was Jiang Han, and on the right appeared a new face. It wasn't the heroic female soldier from yesterday. The screen showed a girl who looked about 18 or 19 with her hair down, wearing cartoon pajamas, and her face shining with noticeable oil. The girl stared at the screen, frozen for a second, then her eyes flew wide open as she sprang from her chair, nearly yanking off her headphones. Wow! Her voice was shrill enough to pierce eardrums. Jiang Han, you're connected with me. It's really you. Oh my god, I'm not dreaming, am I? The screen showed an internet-addicted girl who had clearly been up all night. Jiang Han held up the bare meat and forced a polite, yet awkward smile at her. Ahem, little sister, good morning. The girl covered her face with both hands, flustered and thrilled. Ah, is it morning already? No wonder I'm so sleepy. Jiang Han looked at the two enormous dark circles under her eyes in the frame and twitched the corner of his mouth. Yesterday, he had encountered an icy, straight-laced woman. Today, it was a girl who had stayed up all night gaming. What kind of luck was this? Jiang Han, listen to me. The girl suddenly dropped her hands and leaned close to the screen, her face filling most of the frame. I've been watching your live stream since yesterday. I was there the whole time when you killed the bear. So cool. Really, I've never seen anyone so awesome. From now on, you're my one and only idol. Jiang Han opened his mouth to say something, but found he didn't know where to start. Jiang Han, are you going hunting again? What are you planning to kill today? A tiger? A leopard? Or a wild buffalo? Take me along. Even though I can't actually go, my heart will be with you. Jiang Han took a deep breath and decided to follow the system's procedure. By the way, what's your name? The girl paused, blinked, and her expression suddenly turned hesitant. Huh. With so many people in the live stream, wouldn't it be bad if I said it? What if my parents see? Holy crap, she can't even say her name. Jiang Han's heart sank. Height, weight, age, education, job, and... He paused, reluctant, but having to mention it. Measurements. You probably won't tell me those either, right? The girl shrank her neck, her voice dropping. That's my privacy. Meanwhile, in a certain city in Jiangnan. Call her parents immediately, the chief officer shouted as he ran out. Don't let her hang up. Stall her. Use any means necessary to keep the connection going. They'll be there in 20 minutes. No, 15. The secretary was already dialing, but the phone rang over 10 times with no answer. He dialed again, still no answer. No one's picking up, Mayor. The secretary's voice quivered as he ran alongside. Call her father's phone. Try every contact we have. The chief officer had already rushed into the elevator, frantically pressing the close button. And give me a car? Now. Right away. As the elevator doors slid shut, the chief officer's heart sank to the bottom. Why not just... They didn't dare? What if answering the call cut off the connection? In the wilderness, Jiang Han watched the girl on the screen stammer, without producing a single useful piece of information, his expression darkening by the second. The system required him to obtain 7 basic pieces of information. Name, height, weight, age, education, job, and measurements. To receive the basic reward. Yesterday, Su Weiying had been cold, but at least she had provided all the information, earning him a rank evaluation and a combat experience card. Today, this one. All right, Jiang Han said, disappointed, pursing his lips. Disconnecting. No. The girl panicked, lunging toward the screen. Jiang Han, don't hang up. I haven't finished yet. Before she could finish, the screen went dark. Clean and decisive, Jiang Han didn't hesitate for a second. The livestream screen returned to a single frame. Jiang Han stood alone in the wilderness, still holding the bear meat. Ding! This blind date has ended. System comprehensive evaluation in progress. Blind date subject assessment: name, missing age, missing height, missing weight, missing measurements, missing education, missing job, missing family background, missing income, missing. Blind date process assessment: no valid information obtained, 0 points, tense dialogue atmosphere, poor, no effective communication established, poor duration, too short, poor. Overall assessment: completely failed. Blind date. Basic reward conditions not met. Final rating: none. Reward: none. Jiang Han tossed the meat skewer to the ground, plopped down onto a nearby rock, and sat in silence, staring expressionlessly at the fire. Seriously, what's wrong with this girl? You typed yes, so I thought you were ready, and then you say nothing. Jiang Han only asked for your name, height, and weight. It's not like he wanted your bank card password. What's so hard about that? Exactly. You can skip the measurements, but you won't even say your name. Is your name something shameful, or what? Damn, it's under a woman. I think Jiang Han was already patient enough. If it were me, I'd have started cursing. Now the whole country has seen you acting like this. You're famous now, happy. Someone already dug up her info from Jiangnan City's surname, Zhou, a sophomore at some vocational college, online handle Sweet Little Bunny. A vocational college, no wonder. That's the kind of quality you get. Don't generalize. There are good students in vocational colleges too. This one's just got her own issues, don't drag everyone else into it. The city chief officer had just gotten into the car when he saw Jiang Han disconnect the call. Slap. He threw his phone onto the seat and punched the armrest, producing a dull thud. He was absolutely furious. This was a task personally assigned by the elder. They had held an emergency meeting last night and prepared documents, methods for smoking meat, terrain analysis, distribution of nearby contestants, and Lin Wangxing's coordinates, all compiled into a detailed file waiting for today's call so the girl could read it to Jiang Han. And what happened? The call lasted less than 2 minutes, didn't even get her name, and was hung up. Turn back, the chief officer ordered through gritted teeth. Understood. The driver shrank his neck. The car made a U-turn and drove back to the municipal building in disgrace. In the wilderness, Jiang Han sat on the rock for over 10 minutes. The sky grew brighter, the sun peeking over the eastern ridge, painting the entire wilderness a golden hue. Birds chirped more frequently, the stream babbled. Everything was normal, beautifully normal. Damn it, Jiang Han stood up and spat on the ground. If you don't want a blind date, don't type yes in the live stream, alright? Were you just itching to do it? The live stream chat instantly took sides. Jiang Han is right. If you don't want to go on a blind date, why even send that? Pure self-inflicted annoyance. Support Jiang Han. This kind of fairy princess deserves to be scolded. You were the fastest to send, but when actually connected, you couldn't say a damn thing, wasting everyone's feelings. I've already gone to her social media to curse her out. No need to thank me. I went too. People like that won't learn unless you yell at them. Jiang Han shouldered his axe and walked toward the woods where he had been chopping trees yesterday, muttering to himself as he went, today's task is still to cut trees and finish building the shelter. Yesterday and today seemed to have good weather, but we must also prepare for the worst in advance. The rock face can indeed block rain from directly above, but if the wind blows, the rain falls sideways, and everything under the rock face will still get soaked. So our Dragon Kingdom is still the best. Even a brick and tile house is better than this place. At the supreme command of the Dragon Kingdom, the elder and a group of secretaries were gathered before the screen, having just witnessed the entire blind date connection process. The elder held an unlit cigarette between his fingers, his brows deeply furrowed. A secretary spoke first. Elder, based on my inference, Jiang Han should be able to obtain certain benefits through blind dates. Yesterday, right after he connected with Su Weiniang, he immediately killed 2 black bears. Today he connected with that girl and got nothing. Look at his state just now. Clearly he got no benefits and was very angry. Another secretary took over. Yes, synthesizing previous information, it's not hard to see that Jiang Han's ability to suddenly kill 2 black bears must be related to his blind date with Su Weiniang yesterday. Moreover, during his blind date yesterday, he kept asking those questions. Name, height, weight, age, education, job measurements. These questions seemed nonsensical, but they were likely the game's requirements for him. Only by asking for this information could he receive rewards. The elder put the cigarette under his nose to smell it without lighting it. Then this matter is troublesome. Exactly, the secretary nodded. We can notify the people of the Dragon Kingdom to cooperate with Jiang Han as much as possible. If they are chosen, they must unconditionally tell him their information and convey the information we need to pass on according to our instructions. But the problem is other countries can also deduce this information. They won't just sit by and do nothing. Another secretary added with a grave expression, by then a large number of people will definitely come in to cause trouble. They will deliberately follow along and say here, but when chosen, they will say nothing, just like that girl today. Even worse, they might intentionally provide false information, preventing Jiang Han from getting game rewards or getting. The game is open globally, and we can't stop people from other countries from entering Jiang Han's live stream. The elder was silent for a long time, finally sighing. Jiang Han's path to becoming stronger might not be so easy. However, the secretary changed the subject. We still need to do a good job of domestic propaganda no matter what. The main reason for today's situation was that the girl lacked a sense of the bigger picture and didn't understand the importance of Jiang Han's blind dates. We need to explain the situation to all the people through every channel. Jiang Han's blind dates are directly related to his combat power in the game and to the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune and material rewards. The elder thought for a moment. What if we designate the blind date candidates? The secretary replied, there are too many foreigners. If they also participate, our designated people are too few and unlikely to be chosen, which would instead benefit those abroad who want to cause trouble. The only way is to have more people from the Dragon Kingdom participate to increase the probability of drawing a Dragon Kingdom citizen. As for whether the Dragon Kingdom citizens will cooperate, make it clear to everyone in the country if anyone is chosen to connect, they must cooperate unconditionally and provide their personal information truthfully. If they send a message but then don't cooperate, they will be charged with a crime. The elder nodded. You take the lead on this. By today, the propaganda must reach every corner with internet or television. The secretary acknowledged the order and turned to leave. Meanwhile, similar conversations were taking place in other corners of the earth. At the Prime Minister's official residence in the Wa Kingdom, a group of officials sat around a long table with Jiang Han's livestream replay playing on the screen before them, from entering the game yesterday to the blind date connection to killing the black bears to this morning's failed blind date, all edited into highlight reels. The conclusion is very clear. An intelligence official stood up, pointing at the timeline on the screen. After Jiang Han's first blind date, his combat power experienced an explosive increase. Before this, his performance was no different from an ordinary human. After this, he could kill 2 adult black bears with his bare hands, no with an axe and a dagger. This defies common sense. You mean he obtained some kind of enhancement through the blind date? The Prime Minister frowned. Currently, this is the most plausible explanation. Every time he goes on a blind date, he asks for that personal information. It's very likely the game gives him corresponding rewards based on this information. The more detailed the information, the greater the reward. Conversely, if the blind date fails, he gets nothing. Then what we need to do is sabotage his blind dates. Another official spoke coldly. Send people to his live stream, post messages, try to get chosen, and then say nothing or spout nonsense. Not just sabotage, the intelligence official adjusted his glasses. If possible, we can arrange for our people to give him false information after being chosen. If the game detects false information, it might give him negative rewards or even punishment. The Prime Minister pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. Leave this matter to the intelligence department. Select a group of people to blend into Jiang Han's live stream. Also notify our citizens. Those who are capable can participate voluntarily. As long as they sabotage Jiang Han's blind dates, they are contributing to the Wa Kingdom. Hi. At the presidential palace of the Bangzi Kingdom, a similar analysis meeting was also underway. The Dragon Kingdom's Jiang Han is a huge threat. The president tapped the table with his pen. His individual contribution has already surpassed the total of all other Dragon Kingdom players combined. If not curbed, the Dragon Kingdom will gain an overwhelming advantage in this round of the game. An advisor handed over a report. Based on current data, Jiang Han's combat power increase is highly correlated with his blind date activities. After the first blind date, he gained the ability to kill black bears. After the second failed blind date, he showed no new performance. This indicates his performance is highly dependent on the success of his blind dates. Then what we need to do is make his blind dates fail, the president said decisively. Organize people to enter his live stream. Also contact other friendly nations for coordinated action. The Pentagon of the Ugly Nation, the Ministry of National Defense of the Fey Monkey Kingdom, the Presidential Palace of the Gall Rooster, 10, Downing Street of the John Bull, the Kremlin of the Big Bear. Even the so-called friendly nations of the Dragon Kingdom were secretly plotting. A global sabotage operation targeting Jiang Han was quietly unfolding across the world. Unbeknownst to Jiang Han, all of this was happening in the wilderness. All he knew was that today's blind date had fallen through, the reward was gone, and his mood was quite poor. Bang, bang, bang. The axe struck the tree trunk with chips flying everywhere as a pine tree of bull width fell to the ground with a thud. Jiang Han wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the sky. At 8 in the morning, the sunlight had already bathed the entire wilderness and the temperature was slowly rising. Just as he finished moving several trimmed wooden stakes back to the campsite, he was about to begin digging holes to set them up. Buzz! A deep rumbling sound came from the sky, drawing closer from afar. The noise grew louder and heavier, causing the air to tremble slightly. Jiang Han raised his head in confusion, looking towards the sky. At the same time, the game screen lit up with a golden border, and a line of large characters appeared on all players and Blue Star viewers' screens. The first batch of airdrops for the National Fortune Survival game will land in about 10 minutes. Please prepare, contestants. The live chat exploded. Airdrop. There's an airdrop. This game has this kind of operation. Landing in 10 minutes, the first batch. Does that mean there will be a second and third batch later? Let's rush for the airdrop, brothers. It's just like in the chicken eating game, there must be good stuff in the airdrop. Jiangshan, hurry and grab it. There might be guns, bullets, and medical kits in the airdrop. Are you dreaming? You think there will be guns? What are you thinking? Even if there are no guns, there will definitely be other supplies. Food, water, tools, medicine. Anything is better than nothing. A total of 1950 contestants are participating in this game, with 195 airdrops to be deployed, prioritizing areas with a higher concentration of contestants. Please prepare for airdrop competition. Game reminder: airdrop landing areas will attract a large number of contestants. Intense conflicts may occur during the competition. Please assess your own abilities and pay attention to your safety. 1950 contestants and 195 airdrops. That's about 10 contestants for one airdrop. This density is a bit low. The reminder is as good as useless. Assessing your abilities. Do you see Jiang Han as someone who assesses his abilities? Jiang Han: I assess my axe. It's very sharp, so I can go. Jiang Han kept his head tilted back, gazing at the sky. In the distance beneath the clouds, a small black dot appeared. It was an aircraft, or rather something resembling an aircraft. Its shape was quite different from Blue Star's aircraft, lacking distinct wings and tail fins resembling a flat triangle, entirely silver gray, reflecting blinding light under the sun. It flew low, the roar of its engine causing the ground to tremble slightly. The aircraft passed over Jiang Han's head, heading southeast. After flying over a stretch of continuous treetops, the belly of the aircraft suddenly opened, and the box was army green, square-shaped and tied with a parachute. The parachute opened abruptly in the air, resembling a giant white mushroom, slowly lowering the box. Wow, it really is a bit like chicken eating. The box swayed from side to side in the air, descending lower and lower, finally disappearing behind a thicket on a gentle slope. Wow, that's quite a distance. Jiang Han focused on the direction of the airdrop, thinking to himself. The chat in the live stream suddenly shifted. Jiang Han: charge. Go grab the airdrop. This distance is no problem for Jiang Han. He could drag 2 bears that far. Running empty-handed would be even faster. Hurry, hurry, don't let others grab it. The items in the airdrop are first come, first served. I believe in Jiang Han's combat power. Even if someone gets there first, he can just snatch it. Exactly. Jiang Han even dares to rob bears. Why would he be afraid of robbing people? Jiang Han: I'm not robbing people. I'm just asking what's in the airdrop, and if they voluntarily show me, that doesn't count as robbing, right? Without hesitation, Jiang Han grabbed the axe, picked up the spear, and turned to rush towards the direction of the air. The elder stared at the scene of Jiang Han sprinting on the screen. Has the message to Lin Wanqing been sent out yet? Not yet. We are still waiting for the results of Professor Wang's analysis. Please bring Professor Wang here immediately. The elder's voice was urgent and heavy. Based on the live stream footage of Jiang Han, Lin Wanqing and Sato can analyze the likelihood of the 3 meeting. How far is the distance? Report the analysis results to me as soon as possible. He paused and added, also include a line in the message to Lin Wanqing. Jiang Han is heading toward. Understood. The secretary turned and ran. The wilderness was clear and visibility was excellent. On the other side, Lin Wanqing also saw the triangular aircraft in the sky and the airdrop falling from it. She stood in a patch of grass that was waist-deep, tilting her head back, squinting against the sunlight. The direction of the airdrop was to her northwest, and it appeared to be very far away. Why is this airdrop so far away? Lin Wanqing stomped her foot in frustration, on the verge of tears. Given her physique, she wasn't sure she could make it over there. Moreover, she didn't know what dangers lay along the way. But she still took a step forward, heading towards the airdrop. She knew she was weak, knew she couldn't run fast, and knew that even if she arrived, she might not get anything. But what if? What if the airdrop landed and no one noticed? What if others couldn't reach it either? What if she happened to arrive just as the airdrop was still there? Even if she couldn't grab anything, it would be good to take a look. With a mindset of giving it a try, she walked towards the direction of the airdrop. She was careful with every step, stopping every few paces to check for dangers around her, like a sapper navigating through a minefield. In sharp contrast to Lin Wanqing were Jiang Han and Yi Wudi. In Jiang Han's live stream, the viewers could only see the surroundings: rapidly retreating trees, grass, stones, and bushes, all blurring into color blocks as they rushed past the sides of the screen. Wow, 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 is this speed even humanly possible? He's running faster than I ride my electric scooter, and my scooter's top speed is 25. His speed is at least 30, right? Have you ever seen anyone run 30 miles an hour while carrying an axe? This is definitely superhuman. This speed is beyond what a human can achieve. Jiang Han slowed down. Don't fall, the airdrop won't run away, but if you fall, you'll be in big trouble. Look at his muscles, that explosive power, that stride frequency. I would call him the bolt of the wilderness. In Yi Wudi's live stream, the scene was similarly one of frantic running. Yi Wudi ran even more wildly. He was bare-chested, his muscles glistening bronze under the sun, sweat streaming down the grooves of his chest and abs splattering off as he ran. Yi Wudi held his self-made spear, the tip pointed forward, ready to respond to any sudden situations. His strides were larger than Jiang Han's, yet he landed lightly, hardly making a sound. This was muscle memory formed through long-term training, requiring both speed and stability, with the ability to change direction or stop suddenly at any moment. Yi Shun's physical quality truly deserves to be the champion of the Three Armies martial arts competition. Look at his running posture. His core is so stable, with almost no upper body sway. All movement is from his legs. This is the difference between professionalism and amateurism. Jiang Han relies on brute strength, while Yi Shun relies on technique. Both are impressive. Let's not undermine each other. They are both treasures of the Dragon Kingdom. Go Yi Shun, grab the airdrop, and come back to slay the wolves. I can already envision the scene where Yi Shun and Jiang Shun meet at the airdrop. It's too beautiful for me to bear to look. Two competitors from the Dragon Kingdom arrive at the airdrop simultaneously, while contestants from other countries turn and flee at the sight, afraid of getting beaten up. What are you thinking? Jiang Han is in a clearly different location from Yi Wudi. They are quite far apart. Today's studio has a new lineup. In the center is the new host Dong Qing, dressed in a dark blue suit with her hair neatly tied up. On the left is Zhu Weiqiang, 45 years old, a wilderness survival expert who has participated in almost all major outdoor adventure projects in the country, his skin darkened with calluses and scars on his hands. On the right is Yang Dongdong, in her 30s, the champion of the wilderness survival competition organized by the Dragon Kingdom, who once lived alone in the wild for a full 70 days with a slim build and sharp eyes. Yesterday's invited experts Wang Wenjie and Jin Zhun were criticized online for their repeated commentary errors trending on social media. The so-called woodbending face-slapping incident and building a shelter to make a spear incident were turned into various memes by internet jokers, spreading like wildfire. CCTV replaced the hosts overnight, finally inviting the true experts who had actually struggled in the wilderness, Zhu Weiqiang and Yang Dongdong. Dong Qing smiled slightly at the camera. Dear viewers, welcome to the special program of the National Survival Game. Today our studio has undergone a comprehensive upgrade, inviting two heavyweight guests, teacher Zhu Weiqiang and teacher Yang Dongdong. Both are top wilderness survival experts in the country, and I believe today's commentary will provide everyone with a unique perspective and depth. Zhu Weiqiang nodded without speaking, his gaze fixed on the screen, showing Jiang Han and Yi Wudi sprinting. Yang Dongdong smiled and waved at the camera. Dong Qing turned to the screen. Teacher Zhu, teacher Yang, what do you both think about Jiang Han and Yi Wudi sprinting toward the airdrop landing point simultaneously? Zhu Weiqiang responded almost without hesitation. It's great. The faster they arrive, the easier it will be to grab the supplies in the airdrop, reducing subsequent survival pressure. This is the simplest logic. There's nothing more to say. Yang Dongdong nodded in agreement, her tone more fervent. That's right, in the wild, even an old half-empty mineral water bottle is a treasure, let alone the supplies in the airdrop. You don't know what's in the airdrop, but the items released by the game officials will certainly not be bad. Food, water, tools, medicine. Any of these can greatly enhance your chances of survival. Of course, the sooner the better. He paused, bringing his hands together in a praying gesture towards the camera. I just hope the landing site isn't too close to others. May Avalokiteshvara bless that the airdrop isn't too far from Jiang Shun and Yi Shun. Dong Qing frowned slightly. But teachers, with so many contestants rushing to grab it, shouldn't Jiang Han and Yi Wudi conserve their stamina? What if they encounter disputes or even fights with other contestants at the airdrop? Wouldn't exhausting too much stamina be a disadvantage? Before she finished speaking, Zhu Weiqiang and Yang Dongdong turned their heads simultaneously, looking at Dong Qing with a subtly peculiar expression. There was no malice in their eyes, but Dong Qing read it as, "Are you serious?" The studio fell silent for about 2 seconds. Haha, you guys picked the right experts this time. Look at Dong Qing's bewildered expression. Is this her first time hitting a wall? Yesterday's host Li Hong wasn't this awkward. Dong Qing, did I say something wrong? Zhu Weiqiang, you didn't say anything wrong, you're just too naive. I'm joking. Jiang Shun takes down black bears 2 at a time. Would he be afraid of encountering other contestants? Exactly, if they encounter them, they'll just take them down together. That's called marking territory, do you understand? Dong Qing probably thinks this is a field trip for elementary school students waiting in line for airdrops. Jiang Shun, conserve stamina. Who am I conserving it for? Yi Shun's stamina is meant to be spent. Once spent, it can be replenished. Saving it doesn't earn interest. Dong Qing sensed the subtle implications in the gazes of the two guests. Her smile froze for a fraction of a second, but her professionalism quickly brought her back to normal. It seems I was overthinking it. Let's continue watching the footage. In the wild. Oh my. Jiang Han stopped, bent over, hands on his knees, breathing heavily. So far. So exhausting. Just now he didn't even have time to add firewood to the smoked meat. He rushed out with an axe. He had sprinted through a meadow, climbed over a small hill, and waded through 2 small streams, running until his lungs felt like they were about to explode. He estimated he had been running for at least 20 to 30 minutes, but now, looking at the direction of the airdrop, he realized he had only run about halfway. I can't go on. I can't go on, Jiang Han murmured to himself. Just a short break, just a short one. Yi Wudi was not feeling any better. Although he was used to running for an hour, he had also maintained a high speed, just now faster than his usual training pace. At this point, he was already drenched in sweat. This level of intensity is a challenge for anyone. But his pace didn't stop. There was only one airdrop, and it was first come, first served. Arriving even a second late could mean missing out. In the live studio, the comments cheering for Jiang Han and Yi Wudi were flooding the screen. Go Jiang Shun. You can do it. Just hold on a little longer, you'll make it. Yi Shin charge. You're the best. I can't bear to look. I'm afraid Jiang Shun might suddenly encounter some wild beast while running. Encountering a wild beast would be great. They could take it down and bring it back for a feast. The commentary live stream suddenly cut to Tan Nana's live stream. Tan Nana also ran a distance toward the airdrop, but her speed was on a completely different level compared to Jiang Han and Yi Wudi. Rather than running, it was more like a brisk walk. Her petite figure clearly lacked stamina. After less than 10 minutes, she was already gasping for breath, her steps slowing down. Then she suddenly stopped. Dong Qing saw this scene and quickly responded. It seems the female contestants have less stamina than the male contestants. Perhaps Nana is already exhausted and needs to take a break. Before she could finish, Dong Qing's voice abruptly cut off, her eyes widening. On the screen, the place where Tan Nana stopped was a small stream. But this stream was not like an ordinary one. Its surface was covered with a white layer of fish. A school of fish swam upstream, densely packed in the stream, their scales gleaming with silver-white light under the sun. The entire stream seemed carpeted with silver, the sheer number of fish overwhelming to the senses. Tan Nana crouched by the stream, reaching out to catch fish with ease. She scooped one up, and it struggled fiercely in her hands, its tail splashing water across her face. She paused for a moment, then grinned, her eyes narrowing into slits. A flood of comments surged in the live stream. Ha 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 ha, with so many fish, who needs an airdrop? The lucky girl meets a swarm of koi. What divine luck is this? Tan Nana airdrop. What airdrop? Why airdrop? I've got fish, so why bother with an airdrop? There are way too many fish, because they're a nest in this stream. Nana, take it slow, don't scare them away. Though at this density, they're not going anywhere. Dragon Kingdom has fish to eat again. Well, how many pounds is that? The game should announce it soon. Dong Qing in the studio couldn't stop laughing. Looks like our female contestants are not to be underestimated. Zhu Weichang, haha, it seems Nana is quite lucky. Yang Dongdong, right, she might be able to keep fishing here later. The atmosphere in Lin Wanqing's live stream was entirely different. Lin Wanqing had run a short distance and couldn't go any further. She stopped, plopped down on a rock, hands on her knees, head bowed, looking utterly exhausted and frail. She had barely eaten since yesterday. Before being selected for the game, Lin Wanqing was a freshman in the acting department of a film academy, also a minor actress of little renown. Calling her a minor actress was generous. Her biggest role was a supporting character with only 3 lines in a web series. Yet, even as a nobody, she held herself to the standards of a star, especially in diet. An apple for breakfast, a small bowl of boiled vegetables for lunch, and almost nothing for dinner. Her figure was indeed slender. At 168 centimeters, she weighed only about 45 kilograms, her waist so thin it seemed a gust of wind could snap it. Such a low body fat percentage looked stunning on a red carpet, but was a disaster in wilderness survival. Sitting on the rock, she felt stomach acid churning, burning her throat. Dizziness set in with bouts of darkness before her eyes. Classic signs of low blood sugar. I'm so hungry, she murmured softly. In the Dragon Kingdom's Supreme Command Center, the elder stared at Lin Wanqing's frail figure on the screen, his brow furrowed with disappointment and concern. The girl was too thin, so thin it made him worry if she could survive the second day. A secretary nearby leaned in, pointing at a cluster of plants beside Lin Wanqing on the screen, his eyes lighting up. Elder, isn't that Jiao Ou next to Lin Wanqing? Academician Wang, who had been summoned urgently and hadn't left yet, rushed to the screen, squinted for a few seconds, then slammed the table. Yes. Absolutely. That's Jiao Ou. Look at the leaves. Broad and ovate heart-shaped base, palmate veins, purplured stems. It's 100% Jiao Ou. Its rhizomes are edible, high in starch, and taste like potatoes when cooked. The elder's spirits lifted. Send her the message immediately. Add the part about Jiao Ou and send it now. Also advise her not to head toward the airdrop anymore. With her stamina, she won't get there in time, and the journey is dangerous. But make sure she remembers Jiang Han's location clearly. Let her solve the food problem, first build up her strength, then start moving toward Jiang Han. Tell her not to rush, safety first, step by step. The secretary quickly noted. Understood, I'll send it right away. In the wilderness, Lin Wanqing sat on the rock, dazed, feeling she might die in this desolate land. Alas, I've never even played a leading role in my life. If I die like this, would I even make a ripple? Just then a message appeared on her game interface. It was from the Dragon Kingdom authorities. She opened it and sprang up from the rock. Holy crap! Lin Wanqing's eyes widened as she read the message 3 times more intently than she'd ever studied for the college entrance exam. Jiang Han might be nearby in her direction. Also, the plants around her were called Jiao Ou, with edible rhizomes high in starch, an excellent food source. Oh my god. Lin Wanqing nearly screamed, God Jiang is not far from me. God Jiang, the one who killed 2 bears. She stood up abruptly but stood too fast, her vision darkening, swaying twice before steadying herself. Ignoring the dizziness, she looked down at the plants beside her, broad leaves, purplured stems, just as described. Huh. Lin Wanqing won't die yet. She knelt, clasped her hands, and bowed to the sky. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, God Jiang. Thank you, Jiao Yu. Cough, cough, cough. Too excited, she choked on the wind and coughed for a while. She grabbed a wooden stick and started digging, soon uncovering the thick rhizome of the Jiao Yu. Quickly, she pulled out a rhizome as thick as an arm, its cross-section oozing white sap with a faint sweet. Lin Wanqing hugged that Jiao Yu root, grinning like a fool. In the wilderness near the airdrop. Finally, almost there. Jiang Han slowed down, shifting from a full sprint to a brisk walk. His eyes no longer fixed on the distant airdrop. Instead, he scanned his surroundings, leaving no corner unchecked that might hide a person. The closer he got to the airdrop, the more cautious he became. Coincidentally, Yi Wudi also slowed down, even more cautious than Jiang Han. He didn't head straight for the airdrop, but about 200 meters away, plunged into the roadside bushes, crouching behind. In the commentary studio, Dong Qing noticed their movements and couldn't help asking teachers, why have Jiang Han and Yi Wudi slowed down so much? And why is Yi Wudi tying grass on himself? What's he doing? Zhu Weiqiang leaned back. Precaution, of course. If you sprint all the way and arrive out of breath, and someone's already waiting by the airdrop, they'll shoot you the moment you appear, and you won't even have the energy to dodge. No matter how strong you are in combat, exhausted strength is useless. Slowing down, regulating your breath, and recovering stamina is basic. Yang Dongdong added, also it's to avoid ambushes. With airdrops, whoever arrives first isn't necessarily the one who dares to pick it up first, because you don't know if others are still coming or if someone in the woods has already set up about waiting for you. Rushing in blindly might make you a target. Remember, many contestants chose bows. Though their range isn't long in open areas like this, they're deadly within 30 to 50 meters. So caution is never a bad thing. Jiang Han had already reached the edge of the forest near the airdrop. He hid his body behind a large tree, revealing only half his face as he gazed toward the direction of the airdrop. The airdrop landed on a broad, gentle slope. The slope was roughly the size of several football fields, gradually sloping from north to south at a very gentle angle of about a dozen degrees. The grass on the slope was short, as if something had gnawed at it, and stepping on it would likely not produce much noise. The slope was surrounded by trees, forming a natural bowl shape, the trees acting as walls and the slope as the ground. In such a terrain, visibility was excellent. Standing in the center of the slope, one could see any movement around the edges of the trees. Conversely, those hiding in the trees could clearly see everything on the slope. The airdrop had landed slightly south of the center of the slope, and it was clear that it had not yet been opened by anyone. Jiang Han licked his cracked lips, a slow grin spreading across his face. Since he had made it here, there was no way the airdrop had fallen into someone else's hands. His gaze shifted from the airdrop to scan the trees surrounding the slope. The left side was quiet, the right side was quiet, and directly ahead was also quiet. Wait, the area slightly to the left ahead had a few birds suddenly take flight from the treetops, circling twice in the air before landing. Someone was there, or perhaps a beast. But the trajectory of the birds taking flight did not suggest the approach of a large beast. Large beasts move on the ground, and birds are not so sensitive. Humans are different. A person's gait, scent, and voice can easily startle a flock of birds. Jiang Han tightened his grip on the axe. The same situation was occurring with Yi Wudi. Yi Wudi was crouched behind a thicket, his body almost pressed against the ground, revealing only his 2 eyes. His observations were more meticulous than Jiang Han's. He was counting the birds. How many had taken flight, what species they were, whether they flew in panic or casually, and where they landed. This information quickly combined in his mind, forming a 3-dimensional enemy situation map. There were people over there, and not just one. Yi Wudi's hand touched the shaft of his spear, yet he remained still. But Jiang Han was different. After observing the edge of the forest for about 2 minutes, he stood up directly. He did not stand up stealthily, but boldly, as if taking a stroll in his own backyard. He stepped out from behind. With a spear in his left hand and the axe in his right, he walked towards the airdrop at a steady pace. Damn, I have the peak battle strength of Lu Bu, and I still have an axe and a spear in hand. What am I afraid of? Whoever comes to steal the airdrop, I will chop, 1 if they come, and 2 if they come in pairs. The barrage in the live stream exploded, and everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. Jiangshan, why don't you hide a bit? Are you just walking over like this? It's over, it's over. Look at the shadow on the left side of the forest. Is there someone there? Not seems like there really is someone. I switched to Sato Ken's livestream for a second. It's over, it's really Sato Ken, that player from Zairihua. He has a bow. What? Sato Ken. That Japanese player who uses a bow. Oh my god, Jiangshan is in danger. Sato Ken is hiding in the trees about 50 meters to the left of the airdrop. His position is just right to see Jiangshan. Quickly go watch Sato Kin's livestream. He has already knocked an arrow. Don't go. Jiang Han. The Japanese are ambushing you. The barrage turned into a chaotic mess. The viewers frantically switched between Jiang Han's and Sato Kin's livestreams. On Jiang Han's side, he was striding boldly toward the airdrop, completely unguarded. On Sato Kin's side, he crouched behind a large tree, his bow fully drawn, aiming at the figure walking toward the airdrop. Everyone knew that Jiang Han could not see this information. At the highest command center, the elder's eyes were fixed on the screen, his right hand holding a cigarette that had burned down to a long ash, but he was completely oblivious. The secretary beside him was in a state of anxiety, pacing back and forth next to the elder, finally unable to hold back, and reminded, "Elder, should we send Jiang Han a warning message? You need to make a decision. Sato Kin's arrow is already fully drawn. It might be too late in a few seconds. Send it. Right now." The elder slammed his palm on the table, causing the teacup to jump. Damn, Jiang Han and Yi Wudi are the strongest seed players. If the Japanese ambushed them, it would be a disaster. The secretary's fingers flew across the interface, editing a message and pressing the send button. The message transformed into an invisible light, passing through layers of spatial barriers, accurately landing in Jiang Han's game interface. Jiang Han was striding toward the airdrop when a line of text suddenly appeared at the edge of his vision. His pace did not falter, and he glanced at it with peripheral vision. Jiang Han, I am from the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom. There is a Japanese player, Sato Kin, in the forest to your left front, currently aiming at you with a bow and arrow. Additionally, the Dragon Kingdom player Lin Wanqing should not be too far from you. I will have her come find you later. Also, we have learned that other countries are aware of your plans to grow stronger, and they will try to sabotage you. Left front. He already knew that. From the moment he stepped out of the trees, his eyes had been fixed on that direction. The birds in that part of the forest had taken flight and then landed in a different spot, indicating that someone was moving. Combined with the wind direction, lighting angles, and terrain undulations, he narrowed down the possible hiding spots to behind 3 trees. So he was not walking over unguarded from the start. If Sato Kin truly shot an arrow, he was confident he could dodge to the side the instant the arrow was released. But now it was even better. The highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom had confirmed the exact location for him, saving him the trouble of checking one by one. It was just a bit of a waste of national luck value. As for the matchmaking, how could they sabotage it? Sending someone to learn from yesterday's internet-addicted girl and waste their own matchmaking opportunity. In the live stream, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were almost dying of anxiety. But unexpectedly, in the next second, Jiang Han's steps suddenly changed. It wasn't a slowdown or a turn, but rather became erratic, sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, like a drunken person dancing. His body swayed left and right in the horizontal direction, the amplitude absurdly large, sometimes nearly tilting to a 45-degree angle with the ground, yet somehow miraculously stabilizing his center of gravity and continuing to charge forward. Is this the legendary snake-like movement? Ha ha, I bet Jiang Shan must have noticed the little Japanese. The little Japanese dared to ambush Jiang Shan. They are asking for death. Ha ha, Japan is waiting to have their national luck deducted. I'm just waiting to see Japan faint in the bathroom. 10086. Sato Kin crouched behind the big oak tree, had his fingers taut on the bowstring, his arms slightly trembling, and fine beads of sweat were appearing on his forehead. Sato Kin felt a bit frustrated. He aimed carefully. The target shifted slightly to the left. He reamed. The target then veered to the right. He aimed 3 times and gave up 3 times. Each time the arrow was about to lock on, the target slipped away like a slippery eel from his sights. Baka. Sato Kin muttered under his breath, the bowstring trembling slightly under his grip, uncertain whether to release or not. Dongqing watched Jiang Han's fluid movements, momentarily forgetting to speak. Zhu Weiqiang spoke up first. Jiang Han's movements are very low-centered. Each step he takes is random, with no discernible rhythm or pattern to his sways. This style of movement makes it impossible for an archer to predict. If you shoot early, you'll most likely miss. If you wait until he gets closer, he'll already be right in front of you. And have you noticed? His eyes are always focused ahead to the left, while his body moves towards the direction of the airdrop. This indicates he knows there's someone there already, using the airdrop as bait to lure the opponent into revealing themselves. If the opponent can't resist and shoots, their position will be completely exposed, and at that moment Jiang Han won't even need to search. He can just charge straight towards the arrow's trajectory. While I would call Jiang Shan's movement the ghost steps of the wilderness. This isn't movement, it's dancing. Jiang Shan, what are you dancing in the wilderness? Sato Kin, I've aimed 8 times. Which way is he running? Can anyone tell me? Sato Kin, I'm done. This is impossible to aim. This is hilarious. A little archer from Japan encountering Jiang Shan is like artillery trying to shoot a mosquito. No matter how precise the aim, it won't hit. Look at Sato Kin's expression. He's already questioning his life choices. In the Japanese livestream, the atmosphere was completely different. Sadakin, what are you doing? Shoot the arrow already. After aiming for so long, what are you waiting for? It's not that he doesn't want to shoot, it's that the Dragon Country person's movements are too bizarre to lock onto. Those despicable Dragon Country people only resort to such underhanded tactics. Underhanded. You call this underhanded? He relies on skill. Your inability to aim is just your own lack of ability, Sadakin. Baka, which side are you on? Are you defending the Dragon Country person? I'm stating facts. From the moment Sadakin chose the bow, it was a mistake. His archery skills simply aren't up to par. It's over. The Dragon Country person is already closing in. There's no time left. Jiang Han was less than 10 meters away from the oak tree where Sadakin was hiding. He didn't slow down, instead he accelerated. At this distance, the bow and arrow had no advantage. The archer could at most shoot one arrow, and he was absolutely confident he could dodge it. Sadakin finally made a decision. He suddenly stood up, drawing the bow, fully aiming at Jiang Han's figure. Baka, I can't wait any longer. I will shoot. The arrow was released with a sharp sound as it flew towards Jiang Han. At the moment the arrow was loosed, Jiang Han's knees bent sharply, almost collapsing into a crouch. The arrow flew over his head, grazing his hair tips, and embedded itself in the grass, not far behind the arrow's tail, still vibrating. Sadakin's pupils constricted sharply. He instinctively reached for his quiver at his waist, wanting to draw a second arrow. But it was already too late. Jiang Han sprang up from his crouched position faster than a leopard leaping towards its prey. As Sadakin's hand barely brushed against the second arrow's fletching, a large foot already landed on the tree trunk in front of him. Jiang Han soared through the air, flipping over from the side of the trunk, landing right in front of him, less than a meter away. Sadakin instinctively stepped back, dropping his bow, and bent down to pick up a wooden stick. Since the ambush had failed, he would resort to close combat. He gripped the stick with both hands like a baseball bat and swung it at Jiang Han. The stick descended with a whooshing sound. Close combat with me, eh? Jiang Han didn't even flinch. He raised his left hand and firmly caught the descending stick. Sadakin tried to pull it back, but couldn't. He tried to push forward, but it wouldn't budge. The stick seemed welded to Jiang Han's hand, not moving an inch. Then Jiang Han, holding the axe in his right hand, struck Sadakin's shoulder with the axe's back. With a dull thud, the axe's back hit his collarbone. Sadakin let out a cry of pain, tilting to the side as the stick slipped from his grasp. His body lost balance, staggering 2 steps before tripping and falling flat on his back, the back of his head hitting the ground with a muffled thud. Jiang Han stepped forward, placing a foot on Sadakin's face. Bastard, daring to ambush me. Half of Sadakin's face was pressed into the dirt, his mouth and nose caked with mud, making only muffled sounds as his limbs flailed helplessly on the ground. Slap. Jiang Han delivered several slaps to Sadakin's head, and he immediately became obedient. Seeing that Sadakin had calmed down, Jiang Han stepped on him and began searching through his belongings. The game provided sleeping bag, salt backpack, a simple medical kit, a pod, and a dagger, all intact. For the 2 additional items, he chose a bow and arrows and paracord. The bow had been left on the ground. It was a composite bow, and his quiver still held 9 arrows. The paracord was tangled in his backpack straps, about 30 meters long. In the live stream, the barrage of comments had already started flooding in. Kill him. Kill him. Jiangshan, kill him. Japanese players, for every one you kill, one less remains. If you kill him, it will impact Japan's luck. Yes. Yesterday, a player from Pharaoh country died, and it reduced their luck by 10. If Jiangshan kills Sadakin today, Japan will also drop by 10. Don't just step on his face, do something. Isn't the axe in your hand? Calm down. Whether to kill or not is Jiangshan's decision. Don't give random commands. Exactly. What if killing has negative repercussions? You don't even know the game rules. What negative repercussions could there be? A death in Pharaoh country means a direct 10 reduction in luck, and nothing else was deducted. Jiangshan must have his own considerations. Stop babbling. A large number of Japanese netizens flooded into Jiang Han's live stream, and the comments were filled with Japanese and broken Chinese. Stop. You barbarian. Let go of Sadakin. You Dragon Country people are too cruel. This is murder. This is a crime. We will report this to the game officials. Do you Dragon Country people have any humanity left? He's already down, and you still step on his face. The Dragon Country netizens retorted without backing down. Cruel? What you did in Dragon Country back then wasn't cruel. Now you're crying out. When your players ambushed others with bows and arrows, why didn't you say anything? Report. Go ahead, see if the game officials care about you. What's wrong with stepping on his face? Not killing him is already merciful. You should be grateful. Both sides exchanged barbs in the comments, the density of the barrage so high that the screen was almost on the residence of the Prime Minister of the Wokaku. An emergency meeting was convened the moment Sadakin was. Officials gathered around the long table with the screen displaying the scene of Jiang Han stepping on Sadakin's face. Each second felt like a dagger piercing the hearts of the Wokaku people. Contact the Dragon Kingdom's highest command immediately. The Prime Minister of Wokoku nearly shouted. Request them to send a message to Jiang Han asking him to spare Sato-kin. Any condition is negotiable. Hi. The foreign minister answered and was already dialing a phone number. The moment the call connected, he took a deep breath and spoke Wokoku's request in the most calm tone possible. The response from the Dragon Kingdom was brief, official, and infuriating. We will consider it. What is consider? How long will the consideration take? What will the result of the consideration be? The foreign minister gripped the receiver, his facial muscles twitching twice. Meanwhile, that Jiang Han had already committed murder. The highest command of the Dragon Kingdom. The elder leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest, a smile on his face. Wokoku requests us to send a message to Jiang Han asking him to spare Sato-kin. At this moment, the secretary came over to report. The elder raised his eyelids. How can we act without benefits? The secretary nodded in understanding and turned to respond. The elder added, tell them we will consider it. Consider it. These 4 words in the diplomatic context of the Dragon Kingdom could translate to just wait, show sincerity, or depends on the mood. As for which meaning it actually conveyed, it depended on the other party's performance. An elderly man with 3 stars on his shoulder watched the scene of Jiang Han stepping on Sato-kin's face on the screen and laughed heartily. This kid has guts. After laughing, he frowned again. But this Jiang Han kid is good at everything except he's a bit too indecisive. He should just kill him directly, or why keep him alive? A waste of resources. The elder waved his hand, smiling meaningfully. Haha, I bet Jiang Han will definitely use this captive as labor. In the live broadcast, Jiang Han had already tied Sato-kin's legs. He wrapped a paracord around Sato-kin's calves and tied it tight, not leaving 30 centimeters of length in between. With this binding, Sato-kin could still walk, but it felt like wearing invisible shackles, making it difficult to take large steps. Even if Sato-kin wanted to run, Jiang Han could easily catch up with just a few strides. As for the possibility of Sato-kin untangling himself or injuring himself, Jiang Han dismissed that as impossible. If he wanted to untie himself, he wouldn't take a minute. Even if he did manage to untie himself, Jiang Han wouldn't be afraid for the next 2 days. Jiang Han pointed at Sato-kin with an axe, then pointed at the airdrop box on the ground. Come over and push. Sato-kin looked at him in confusion, clearly not understanding. Jiang Han didn't waste words, walking over directly, grabbing Sato-kin by the collar and yanked him up from. He forcefully shoved Sato-kin next to the airdrop box, pressing his hands onto the box's handle, making a. This time Sato-kin understood. Is this treating me as a laborer? He widened his eyes, opening his mouth to say something. Jiang Han didn't give him the opportunity to speak. He raised his axe and struck the box with the back of it. With a loud clang, the metallic echo resonated across the wilderness. Then he pointed at Sato-kin, then at the box, and then in the direction of the camp. Translated, it meant, you push this box and follow me. Sato-kin's face turned grim. He looked down at his tied legs, then at the box. The box looked heavy. Pushing it across the grass would be much more exhausting than walking empty-handed. And with his legs tied, he could only take 30-centimeter steps. Pushing such a heavy box across this terrain was sheer torture. He stood still, not moving. Damn it, do I dare refuse? Without a word, Jiang Han raised his hand and slapped Sato-kin's face. Push it for me. Sato-kin's head tilted from the blow, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Another slap landed on the other side of his face, making it symmetrical. Slap, slap, slap. 3 consecutive slaps, like disciplining a disobedient child. Slap, 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 slap. A series of at least 10 slaps left Sato-kin's head spinning, his face swollen like a pig's head, blood dripping down his chin. Finally, Sato-kin obeyed. He bent down, gripping the handle of the airdrop box with both hands, gritting his teeth, and started to push. The box slid across the grass, producing a dull scraping sound, leaving behind a wide track in the grass. This is more like it. Jiang Han nodded in satisfaction. He slung Sato-kin's backpack over his shoulder, the quiver diagonally across his back, one hand holding the axe, and the other gripping the spear tip aimed directly at Sato-kin's back. Sato-kin pushed the box in front, swaying as he walked, taking only 30-centimeter steps like a wind-up. Jiang Han followed leisurely behind, as if taking a stroll. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Jiang God, are you a devil? Making someone push a box. Sato-kin, as a proud Wokoku contestant, being forced to push a box with my legs tied is worse than being killed. Jiang God, this is not just defeating him. This is humiliating him, a comprehensive humiliation. Look at Sato-kin's walking posture. Doesn't it look like an old lady pushing a shopping cart in the supermarket, limping? It does way too much, just missing 2 bags of rice in the box. Jiang God, this isn't an airdrop, it's a supermarket shopping cart. Sato-kin, could you please help me push it to the checkout? Sato-kin, I chose the wrong profession. I shouldn't have picked the archer. I should have chosen a porter. The residence of the Prime Minister of Wokoku. Baka. The Prime Minister slammed his hand on the table upon seeing Sato Ken pushing the airdrop box with a face swollen like a pig's head toppling over the cup of water in front of him. But it was just a moment of anger. He was helpless against the Dragon Kingdom and even more so against Jiang Han. Sending troops for rescue. That was another world. Sending a message to Sato Ken. What would that change? Asking him to fight Jiang Han. He's currently unarmed with his legs tied. Ooh, what could he use to fight? The foreign minister returned from the Dragon Kingdom covered in dirt, bringing back the response. We are considering it. What a load of nonsense. By the time they finished considering, Sato Ken could be tortured to death, and the results of the consideration wouldn't even be available. The Prime Minister took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Prepare the Attorney General to file a lawsuit against the Dragon Kingdom in the International Court. Forget it, a lawsuit is useless. A dead silence filled the conference room. How about we directly threaten Jiang Han? How do we threaten him? If he doesn't let Sato Ken go, we'll send 50 million women to his live broadcast to ruin his blind date. That makes sense, it's worth a try. At that very moment, the game announcement blared repeatedly, like a rapid barrage of cannon fire. Camel Abdul of Pharaonic Nation has been killed by a pack of hyenas. Pharaonic Nation's national fortune decreased by 10. Another contestant from Pharaonic Nation. Within a single day, 2 of their representatives had already perished. Jiang Han's heart jolted at the news. May the Longwa contestants remain unharmed. Moreover, the in-game announcements intensified, growing ever more frequent. Fernando of Pampa's Eagle Nation severely wounded. Pampa's Eagle Nation's national fortune decreased by 5. Juan Lopez of Cactus Kingdom killed by a mountain lion. Cactus Kingdom's national fortune decreased by 10. Nguyen Van Ton of Viet Monkey Nation severely wounded. Viet Monkey Nation's national fortune decreased by 5. Aish Yildiz of Turkey Nation trampled to death by a wild boar. Turkey Nation's national fortune decreased by 10. Park Minju of Stick Nation fell from a cliff and sustained severe injuries. Stick Nation's national fortune decreased by 5. Ken Sato of Wugwa Nation beaten severely, sustaining minor injuries. Wugwa Nation's national fortune decreased by 2. A cascade of grim tidings tumbled forth like dominoes. One nation's fortune after another plummeting, its representative injured or slain. The brutal essence of wilderness survival was laid bare in that instant. After all contestants were drawn at random, not everyone possessed Jiang Han's martial prowess nor Yi Wudi's seasoned experience. Most merely wagered their flesh and blood against this unforgiving wild. So Ken Sato's injuries were deemed minor. Jiang Han glanced at Sato, who strained earnestly to push the crate. Impressive physical resilience indeed. Then welcome news arrived. Lin Wanxing of Longwa Nation acquired 100 gene of scorched lotus roots. Longwa Nation awarded 16,810,000 gene of scorched lotus roots. Tan Nana of Longwa Nation acquired 76 gene of freshwater fish. Longwa Nation awarded 12,770,000 gene of freshwater fish. Jiang Han of Longwa Nation became the first to seize an airdrop chest. A Longwa Nation's national fortune increased by 10. Chu Zhaoran of Longwa Nation gathered 13 gene of mushrooms. A Longwa Nation awarded 2,180,000 gene of mushrooms. The live stream instantly shifted from sorrow to jubilation. 16,810,000 gene of scorched lotus roots. 12,770,000 gene of fish. 2,180,000 gene of mushrooms. Longwa has struck gold this round. Jiang Shun seized the airdrop and boosted national fortune by another 10. What's Longwa's current national fortune now? Over 130, surely. Ha. Longwa's national fortune soars far ahead. Jiang Shen, won't you open the airdrop box? We're all on the edge of our seats. In Jiang Han's livestream, Ken Sato pushed the airdrop crate, lurching forward with each unsteady step. After roughly 200 meters, Sato's pace visibly slowed. He bent low, gasping heavily. The crate grew heavier in his hands, each shove demanding every ounce of his strength. Suddenly, he halted, releasing the handles and collapsing onto the grass. Pointing first to his leg, then to the parachute cord bound tightly around it, he muttered rapidly in Japanese, his expression a volatile mix of grievance and fury. What was he saying? Jiang Han surmised the gist. My leg is bound. I can't move quickly. This crate is too heavy. I can't push it. Will you please untie my leg first? Untie it. Jiang Han's face remained impassive as he raised his spear and brought the shaft sharply down upon Sato's thigh. A sharp crack rang out. Sato yelped in agony, springing upright, hands flying back to the handles as he resumed pushing. Jiang Han sneered inwardly. Humph. Untie it. You overestimate yourself. Even if you spoke Longwa's tongue, explanation would be futile. Today this crate will be pushed, whether you wish it or not. Can't push it with your legs bound. Then push it slowly. I'm in no rush. My stamina must be conserved for opening the crate and other tasks. As a captive, your sole duty is to serve me faithfully, like beast of burden. Longwa livestream. Ha, he's been beaten again. Kinsato, truly you never learn. Why did you stop? Kinsato, I said I couldn't push it anymore. Jiang Shin, no matter. I'll help refresh your spirit. Kinsato, how? Jiang Shun, a stab in the thigh. Kinsato, my leg is bound. Jiang Shun, does binding your leg hinder pushing? You push with your hands, not your legs. Kinsato, I truly cannot push it anymore. Jiang Shun, then let me loosen your muscles. Crack. Look at Kinsato's expression. Wounded, terrified, furious, helpless. So complex, I ache for him myself. What crime have I committed? I chose a bow, lay in ambush, fired one arrow, and missed. Is this It is. Because you chose the wrong opponent. A flood of Wugwa netizens surged into the livestream. You Longwa people are utterly excessive. Kinsato is already injured, yet you force him to labor. This is prisoner abuse, violating the Geneva Conventions. Longwa people are barbaric, devoid of civilization, devoid of moral boundaries. Longwa netizens replied instantly. You may ambush others, but protest when others capture you. Your double standards are masterfully polished. Cease your clamor, or Jiang Shun will slap you next. Longwa High Command. The elder's mood was exceptionally buoyant, his smile unwavering since the moment Kinsato's face met the ground. Reclining in his chair, legs crossed, he held a freshly brewed Longjing tea, blowing gently across its surface to disperse the foam. Longwa's national fortune stands at 131 points, reported the secretary. Had we not spent 2 points to send messages to Jiang Han and Lin, watching it would be 133. Worth every point, the elder murmured, sipping his tea. 1 point for an airdrop chest, 2 points for capturing Kinsato, 2 points deducted from Wugwa's national fortune. An unparalleled bargain. The elder beside him, 3 stars gleaming on his epaulets, spoke again. I'd wager their national fortune loss exceeds 2 points. But this young Jiang Han dawdles endlessly. How long must we wait? Setting down his cup, the elder chuckled and shook his head. Old Zhao, you misunderstand. He keeps Sato alive for 2 reasons. First, to assist in hauling the crate, saving his own energy. Second, because a living captive serves greater purpose than a dead one. Consider how frantic must Wugwa be right now. Their contestant lies in our hands. They must plead with us. To plead demands humility, and humility must be purchased with concessions. The elder snorted. Concessions? They're penniless beggars. The elder smiled faintly, offering no reply. His gaze drifted to the screen, settling upon the airdrop chest, eyes alight with quiet curiosity. Yet why does he delay opening it? The elder mused aloud. I too long to know what lies within. On-screen, Jiang Han had yet to open the airdrop chest, instead walking steadily behind Sato, spear in hand. Each time Sato faltered, exhausted, desperate for respite, Jiang Han would deliver a precise, stinging jab to revive his spirit. Its efficacy was remarkable. Each strike sent Sato leaping skyward, renewed, energized, and trembling. Yi Wudi lay concealed in the bushes for nearly 40 minutes. He remained motionless, turning his patience into a weapon. The airdrop was just 60 meters ahead on an open patch of ground. The red smoke had faded, but was still wafting upwards. The crate was intact, its metallic surface glinting coldly under the sun. There was no one. At least it appeared that way. But Yi Wudi knew someone was present. In the bushes to the northwest of the airdrop, a burly white man could no longer remain hidden. His name was Larson, a Norwegian and a professional hunter. He had hunted moose in the forests of Norway and reindeer in the mountains, and he was quite confident in his outdoor skills. He was among the first to reach the vicinity of the airdrop, but instead of rushing out immediately, he chose to wait. Yet this wait had stretched to nearly an hour. The sun had shifted from the east to the southeast, scorching his back. Mosquitoes buzzed around his ears, biting his neck and leaving several itchy, painful welts. He could wait no longer. Larson slowly stood up from the bushes, bending low to keep his body concealed as he approached the airdrop. Finally, someone was moving towards the airdrop. From the treetops, an arrow was knocked on the bowstring, aimed at Larson. As Larson reached for the crate's handle, a whoosh echoed through the air. Instinctively, he tried to dodge. An arrow shot down from the treetops, piercing Larson's right shoulder. Another arrow emerged from the bushes to the southeast, embedding itself in his left rib. Larson's body stiffened suddenly, letting out a scream like a chicken with its neck grasped. He struggled to crawl away, pushing himself up with his right hand, but the pain from the shoulder wound nearly made him faint. Whoosh! Another arrow shot down from the treetops. This time it struck his back, piercing through between his shoulder blades and into his chest cavity. Larson's body twitched twice, and then lay completely still. Norwegian contestant Larson Henriksen has been shot, Norway's national fortune 10. Yi Wudi's eyes brightened at the moment the announcement rang out. It was not surprise but confirmation. 2 arrows, 2 directions. One from the treetops and one from the southeastern bushes. The one from the treetops had fired 2 arrows, the first aimed at the shoulder, the second at the back. The marksmanship was good but had exposed his position. The one from the southeastern bushes had only fired 1 arrow and then withdrew cautious. Was there a third? Yi Wudi could not be sure. At the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, an elder stared at the screen, showing Yi Wudi's image. How many people are ambushed near Yi Wudi? Scientist Wang raised his head from a pile of screens and adjusted his glasses. Elder, there are still 4 people near the airdrop with Yi Wudi. One is a female contestant from A3 country named Priya Singh. Another is a female contestant from Germania named Hannah Weber. Additionally, Fahd Abdullah from a wealthy family and Huang Bingren from Pekauni are also present. What equipment do they have? Wang flipped through the records. Aside from basic gear, Priya Singh chose a bow and fishing gear. Hannah Weber opted for fishing gear and flint. Fahd Abdullah selected a bow and axe, while Huang Bingren went for flint and fishing gear. So the ones who shot earlier were Priya Singh and Fahd Abdullah. Yes, Fahd Abdullah shot 2 arrows. The elder took a deep puff of smoke. The mist rising slowly in the light. Immediately send all the information we have, including their positions, to Yi Wudi. The secretary was already operating, fingers flying across the keyboard. The elder with 3 stars chuckled, haha, our national fortune is abundant, spending a little is no concern. On the other side, the Pekauni government sent Huang Bingren a message, as there were 8 women among the 10 contestants from Pekauni, and Huang Bingren was one of the only 2 male contestants, making him crucial. The female contestant from A3 country was of a low caste, so their higher-ups unanimously decided not to send her a message. The ruling prince from the wealthy family was conflicted about whether to send a message to the contestant, as there were too many contestants near the airdrop, and even if he sent the message, survival was not guaranteed. Meanwhile, Germania sent out a message, but they underestimated Yi Wudi's strength. Just after sending the message, Yi Wudi was already close to her. Upon receiving the message from the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, he felt a mixture of gratitude and a slight sense that the message was somewhat excessive. What a waste of national fortune. Yi Wudi was confident enough that even without any prompts he could sneak up behind the enemy and eliminate them. Now with the reminder, it was even easier. German contestant Hannah Weber has been killed. Germany's national fortune 10. What? Why was Hannah still killed even after we warned her? Yi Wudi from the Dragon Kingdom is simply too despicable. It's because he is too strong. In Hannah Weber's live stream, German viewers discussed in discontent. German Chancellor Scholz was furious, slamming down the documents on the table. Just after spending some national fortune on the warning, now the person was still killed. In the desert, the ruling prince from the wealthy family said, send a message to Fahd immediately. If it comes to it, just retreat. The airdrop can be abandoned. He believed that Germania must have provided their contestant with a warning, yet she was still directly slain by Yi Wudi. Yi Wudi's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. The Pekauni chancellor said, send another message to Huang Bingren telling him to leave directly. If he doesn't leave now, it will be too late. Pekauni contestant Huang Bingren has been killed. Pekauni's national fortune 10. As soon as the chancellor finished speaking, the game notification sound rang out. In Huang Bingren's live stream, Yi Wudi crouched beside the corpse, wiped the blood from his dagger on the dead man's clothes, and then sheathed the dagger back at his waist. His breathing showed almost no change, and his heart rate remained nearly the same. For him, this was not slaughter, it was merely the completion of a task. Meanwhile, at the Pekauni government building, the atmosphere in the chancellor's office had dropped to freezing point. On the big screen, Huang Bingren's corpse lay among the wild bushes, blood pooling and soaking into the soil. The secretaries lowered their heads, none daring to speak. The chancellor's face was ashen, his lips pressed into a thin line. He had just ordered to send another message to Huang Bingren, instructing him to leave and avoid that airdrop. But by the time the message was sent, Huang Bingren was already dead. Damn! Like the German chancellor, the Pekauni chancellor suddenly erupted, smashing the teacup in his hand to the ground. Damn it, sending a message and still getting killed, or losing the woman and the soldiers. Most critically, among the 10 contestants from Pekauni 8 are women, and Huang Bingren is one of the only 2 male contestants, as well as the strongest. Now he is dead, leaving 9 others, 8 women and 1 frail man. Whether they can survive to the next day is uncertain. Yi Wudi of the Dragon Country, the Prime Minister of Pekauni, said, his gaze darkening as he put down his hands. From now on, our contestants should avoid Dragon Country people at all costs. Fahad, leave the airdrop area immediately, run as far as you can. The Dragon Country contestant Yi Wudi is near you. He has already killed at least 2 or 3 people. Do not approach him, do not let him discover you. I repeat, leave immediately. The wealthy family quickly sent a second message to their contestant. Damn, the opponent is too insane. Oh, it's better for our contestant to run first. Dragon Country's highest command center. An elder stared at the screen showing Yi Wudi dealing with the corpses, fell silent for 2 seconds, then slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. This kid is more ruthless than Jiang Han. The old man next to him, adorned with 3 stars on his shoulders, nodded slightly. Jiang Han is just a bit petty. It would be more efficient to simply slaughter the invaders. In the wilderness near the airdrop. After Yi Wudi finished dealing with Huang Bingren's corpse, he did not rush to the airdrop. nor to find the remaining contestants. He merely glanced at the treetops. In the treetops, Fahad, upon receiving the message, suddenly jumped down and began to sprint away. Yiwudi did not pursue. It wasn't that he couldn't catch up, but simply wasn't worth it. What if he exposed his position while chasing and got spotted by contestants from other directions? More importantly, the airdrop was still lying on the ground. According to the highest command center's instructions, there is still one contestant from the ASEAN country. Yiwudi licked his lips and began to make his way towards the ASEAN country contestant. Seeing that Yiwudi did not pursue Fahad, the wealthy family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had sent 2 messages costing 2 points of national fortune, it was still better than losing a contestant and losing 10 points. The contestant from the ugly country, Smith, was the second to claim an airdrop treasure box, granting the ugly country 5 national fortune. Yiwudi frowned upon hearing this announcement. The second one, a contestant from the ugly country, obtained the second airdrop. This Smith is the second contestant from the ugly country. Fortunately, the first airdrop was from the dragon country. Yiwudi silently praised Jiang Han in his heart. Good brother, well done. In another part of the wilderness, Jiang Han was leisurely leading Sato Ken, as if he were driving an Sato Ken was struggling to push the airdrop box, making slow progress across the grass. The resistance of the box sliding on the grass was much greater than that on flat ground. Plus his legs were bound, and he could only take steps of 30 centimeters, swaying like a penguin pushing a shopping cart. Sato Ken's face was swollen, and the blood at the corner of his mouth had dried, forming a layer of dark red scab, making him look quite miserable. Jiang Han followed behind, walking leisurely, as if strolling in a park. He held an axe in one hand and a spear in the other, occasionally poking the spear tip towards Sato Ken's back, sometimes just to intimidate him. Every time Sato Ken sensed something approaching from behind, he would jolt and quicken his pace, as if, "Stop!" Jiang Han suddenly shouted. Sato Ken was startled and froze in place like he was hit by a spell, clutching the handle of the box, too frightened to move. His face turned towards Jiang Han, eyes filled with terror. What did he do wrong again? He hadn't done anything. He was just pushing the box slowly, but his legs were tied and the box was heavy. How fast could he push? Jiang Han did not look at him. His gaze fell upon the rock wall by the roadside. This rock wall was formed by a landslide or water erosion, with the soil layer on the surface washed away, exposing the grayish-blue rock layers underneath. In the middle of the rock layer, there was a dark red, almost iron-black strip extending from the rock, gleaming with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Jiang Han squatted down and tapped the rock with his axe. The sound was crisp, unlike the dull thud of ordinary stones. He then scraped the black strip with the blade of the axe, revealing deep gray powder. Jiang Han pinched it between his fingers. It felt heavy. Iron ore, and of high quality. Jiang Han wasn't a geologist, but he had grown up in the countryside and knew what iron ore looked like. Jiang Han stood up, pointed his spear at Sato Ken, and then at the black or vein on the rock wall. Come here, dig. Sato Ken looked at him blankly, then at the rock wall, unsure of what Jiang Han wanted to do. Jiang Han, impatient, grabbed Sato Ken by the collar, dragged him to the rock wall, shoved the axe into his hand, and gestured to the black or vein, making a smash sign. Sato Ken finally understood. His face turned even uglier. He was an archer, and now he was being forced to be a miner. His shoulder had just been struck by the axe's back, and was still swollen. Lifting his arm hurt. Now he was being asked to smash the stone with an axe. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Han's spear was already raised, the tip aimed at his thigh. "Ah!" Sato Ken cried out in pain, and then saw Jiang Han aiming his bow at him. "Damn, this is dangerous." Without a second thought, Sato Ken raised the axe and smashed it against the rock wall. Clang! Sparks flew as a white mark was made on the rock wall, and a small piece of black ore crumbled off and fell to the ground. Sato Ken bent down to pick it up, but Jiang Han kicked the ore away, pointed at the rock wall, and signaled for him to continue. Sato Ken had no choice but to keep smashing. One after another, each strike sent sparks flying. Pieces of iron ore crumbled off the rock wall, rolling all over the ground. Sato Ken's arms grew increasingly sore, his shoulder ached more and more, and with each strike, he gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. Jiang Han squatted on the ground, picking up one piece after another. He collected the highest quality and darkest colored ores and stuffed them into Sato Ken's backpack. After loading about a dozen pieces, the backpack bulged, weighing roughly 40 to 50 pounds. "Stop! Throw the axe over here." The iron ore was nearly packed, and Jiang Han decisively called a halt to Sato Ken. Sato Ken felt a bit of relief. Oh, finally, he wouldn't be exploited by this tyrant anymore. Sato Ken looked at Jiang Han, his eyes clearly asking, "Are you a demon?" Jiang Han stared back expressionlessly, his eyes equally clear. "I am." Then he pointed the spear at the airdrop crate. Sato Ken took a deep breath, bent down, pushed the crate with one hand, while steadying his backpack strap with the other, and took a step of exactly 30 centimeters. Each step felt like trudging through a swamp, each one requiring every ounce of strength he had. "Huh!" God Jiang, did you hire a miner or a porter? Digging and pushing a true all-rounder. Sato Kin, my main job is archer, my side job is miner, my part-time job is porter, and my hidden job is slave. God Jiang is working that Japanese player like a beast of burden. No, even beasts don't work this hard. Look at Sato Kin's face, utterly hopeless, wanting to die, but not daring, wanting to run, but unable. Too tragic, haha. Sato Kin, what sin did I commit to join this game? Why did I choose archery? Why did I ambush Jiang Han? Why did I miss? Why couldn't I escape? Why? Jiang Han, stop asking, push the crate. Demon. The Dragon Kingdom people are demons. Poor Sato, forced to mine, forced to push crates, and threatened with a spear. Is this any way to treat a human? We must complain to the international community. This is forced labor, modern slavery. Complain. Complain to the game officials. They'll say this is normal player interaction, we don't intervene. Forced labor. Ask Sato Kin if he's voluntary or coerced. Oh, he's coerced. So what? He ambushed Jiang Han first. This is prisoner for treatment, understand? Modern slavery. Your Japan during World War II was the epitome of modern slavery. We're just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Dragon Kingdom player Jiang Han has obtained 50 gene of high-grade iron ore. Reward 91800 gene of high-grade iron ore for the Dragon Kingdom. The game announcement echoed. Jiang Han grinned at the air. This or is a drop in the bucket for the nation, but it's hugely useful for me. Congratulations, God Jiang, on entering the Iron Age. Congratulations, one. But this amount of iron ore is a bit scarce. Right, God Jiang, claim this area, and the Dragon Kingdom will have hundreds of thousands of mines. Dream on. You want God Jiang to be a miner during his wilderness survival. No, be a mine owner. Capture a few more Japanese slaves. Good idea, waiting for the mine slaves to come knocking. The mine slaves can also build a smelting furnace. Player Priya Singh of the Indian Kingdom has been killed. Indian Kingdom, National Fortune 10. On the other side, Yi Wudi finally eliminated the last potential rival. He approached the airdrop and examined the crate's latch. No signs of tampering, the crate was intact. He placed his hand on the handle about to open it when he heard the game announcement about Jiang Han obtaining iron ore. That young Jiang Han is truly impressive. In front of Jiang Han, Sato Kin pushed the crate, carrying the ore, moving inch by inch. His pace was more than half as slow as before. Every few steps he had to stop and gasp for air. Sweat dripped from his chin onto the ground, soaking the grass blades. His face, already swollen, now bore the marks of exhaustion and despair, making him look like a routed soldier fresh from the battlefield. Jiang Han followed behind his gait, still leisurely. He even had time to look up at the clouds, gaze at the distant ridgeline, and check if any animals were drinking by the stream. In short, his mood was splendid. Japanese netizens dubbed Jiang Han's actions the demon squeeze. On Japanese social media, the hashtag shot to #1. The accompanying image was a screenshot of Sato Kin pushing the crate, carrying or legs bound, face swollen like a pig's head, with the caption, "The tragic plight of a Japanese player in the National Fortune survival game." Dragon Kingdom netizens burst out laughing upon seeing the hashtag and flooded the comments, "The demon squeeze. Great name. I suggest applying for intangible cultural heritage status." God Jiang, am not a demon, just a diligent capitalist. Sato Kin, someone save me. God Jiang, no one's coming to save you. Push the crate. In the wilderness, Sato Kin stopped again, bent over with hands on his knees, panting heavily. He glanced back at Jiang Han, his lips moving as if to speak. Without a word, Jiang Han raised his spear and thrust it toward him. Sato Kin's adrenaline surged, and he immediately turned back to push the crate. By afternoon, the sun had tilted westward, turning the golden light into a warm orange. Jiang Han finally escorted Sato Kin, pushing the crate, to his own camp. From a distance, Jiang Han spotted the smoked meat hanging on the rack, the nuts piled on the stone platform, and the extinguished fire pit. The fire pit had turned into a gray-white patch with no embers left, only cold ash. The camp showed no signs of disturbance. Perhaps due to the constant smoking, the entire camp was filled with the scent of pine smoke, masking the smell of blood and thus attracting no beasts. But there was one problem: the fire was out. Jiang Han had left in a hurry that morning to grab the airdrop and hadn't added wood for most of the day. The logs in the pit had long since burned away. Should he force Sato Kin to make fire by friction? Jiang Han thought it over and decided against it. The immediate priority was to open the airdrop crate and see what was inside. To open the crate, he needed absolute safety. Jiang Han glanced at Sato Kin, thrust his spear into the ground, pulled paracord from his backpack, and tied Sato Kin securely to a pine tree. Sato Kin's hands were tied behind his back, wrists crossed, and bound tightly. The rope wound around the trunk, 3 times secured with 2 double knots. His ankles were also bound, fixing him completely to the tree, immobile. He couldn't even move, let alone run. Sato Kin leaned against the tree trunk, face swollen, body drenched in sweat, clothes covered in mud and grass, stains looking like someone dragged out of a swamp. His eyes were hollow and weary, the blood scab on his lip, dry, his lips cracked, and peeling, radiating an air of utter despair. I don't care anymore. Jiang Han ignored him. He walked to the airdrop crate and flipped the lid open completely. Inside, the military green metal crate supplies were neatly arranged, each item wrapped in foam and shockproof film secured in the crate's internal grooves. Jiang Han took out each item one by one, his eyes brightening with every piece he retrieved. Opening the airdrop box, the first item is a folded silicone water storage bag with a capacity of 2 liters featuring a small purification device. Jiang Han picked it up and examined it closely. The pre-filter can remove mud and impurities from the water, while the UV disinfection lamp is battery-powered, capable of killing viruses and bacteria. It also comes with 20 spare filters, enough to last a long time. In the wilderness, this is a lifesaver. With it, he no longer needs to boil water every time before cooling it down. He can just scoop water from the river and filter it. However, people from Longhua prefer boiled water, so Jiang Han decided to stick to boiling it before drinking. The second item is a fire starter. Made of magnesium alloy, the stick is about 10 centimeters long and finger-thick with a piece of flint embedded on the side. By quickly scraping the stick with a blade, it can produce sparks up to 3,000 degrees Celsius, igniting fire in any weather condition. Jiang Han held the fire starter in his hand, a grin spreading across his face. No more tiring work of starting a fire by drilling wood. The third item is a professional-grade outdoor first aid. Jiang Han unzipped it and began to examine the contents one by one. Items for stopping bleeding, wound care, immobilization, and protection, emergency medications, and other first aid supplies. Almost every conceivable first aid item is included. This is not a first aid kit. This is practically a battlefield hospital. The fourth item is a palm-sized flashlight. The top of the flashlight features a monocrystalline silicon solar panel with a built-in high-capacity lithium battery that supports USB output, allowing it to charge a phone or radio. The bottom has a powerful magnet that instantly attracted the dagger in Jiang Han's hand. What is this feature for finding iron ore? In terms of battery life, the strong light can last for 8 hours, and the amount of charge gathered from a day's sun exposure can last for 3 days. Jiang Han pressed a button, and a bright white light shot out, illuminating the rock wall, blinding even in daylight. Good stuff. The fifth item is a box of compressed biscuits. Inside the cardboard box is neatly stacked 100 packs of compressed biscuits, each pack weighing 100 grams, vacuum-packed in aluminum foil, square-shaped like gray bricks. Each piece contains approximately 480 to 500 calories, so 100 pieces provide nearly 50,000 calories. Based on his daily caloric expenditure, this box of biscuits would last him 10 days to half a month. The sixth item consists of salt and sugar, each in 1-pound packages, 2 bags in total. Coupled with the 1 pound of salt he originally had and the 1 pound he snatched from Sato Kin, he now has 4 pounds of salt and 2 pounds of sugar. Finally, the box itself can be utilized. The metal box is very sturdy with a lock on the lid, reinforced corners, and wheels at the bottom. The reason Jiang Han pressured Sato Kin to push the box back from so far away is to make use of the box. Important supplies will be stored inside the iron box, locked up so that wild beasts cannot open it. It is also protected from wind and rain, 1,000 times safer than leaving it outside. He placed the items back into the box, locked it up, and then pushed the box to the rock wall, blocking it with stones. This way, even if he leaves the camp to hunt or chop, he doesn't have to worry about the items being spoiled by wild beasts. After doing all this, Jiang Han used the flint to reignite the fire pit and took out the bear meat to start roasting. Now that he has excess salt, Jiang Han plans to cure a portion of the bear meat. The bear meat hanging on the rack has already developed a hard shell after a night of smoking. During the smoking process, the fat on the surface of the meat was subjected to heat and smoke, undergoing a degree of oxidation and polymerization, forming a dense membrane. While this membrane can prevent bacteria from entering the meat and extend its storage life, it actually hinders the salt from penetrating when curing. Therefore, the hard shell on the surface must be cut away to expose the fresh meat inside for the salt to be absorbed. Thinking of this, Jiang Han turned his attention back to Sato Kin. He untied Sato Kin from the tree, and Sato Kin's heart soared with joy. Was this preparing to let him go? Or was he being invited to join in the barbecue? Sato Kin secretly vowed that once he becomes strong in the future, he would torment Jiang Han for 3 days and nights. You come here. Sato Kin hesitated for a second, then began to struggle towards Jiang Han's direction. His legs were still bound, so he could only squirm on the ground like a worm. Jiang Han couldn't bear to watch any longer, walked over, grabbed him by the collar, lifted him off the ground, and pushed him to the empty space in the middle of the camp. Then Jiang Han pulled out a small knife from his pocket. Sato Kin's eyes widened instantly. A small knife. For him. Jiang Han was going to give him a knife. Was he really being let go, or was he being asked to help with something? Regardless of what it was, having a knife in hand meant he had a chance. Jiang Han pressed the knife into his hand, then pointed at the smoked meat on the rack, gestured to cut it, and then made a motion for sprinkling salt. Sato Ken's fantasies were dashed. He wasn't being let go, he was being asked to work. Cut the meat. Holding the knife, Sato Ken's expression shifted from joy to disappointment, then to anger and humiliation, like a palette of colors spilling over. Jiang Han waited for 3 seconds and noticed Sato Ken standing still holding the knife, staring blankly at the meat on the rack motionless. Then he raised his hand and slapped Sato Ken across the face, striking his left cheek, causing his head to tilt and blood to ooze from the corner of his mouth. Family, this isn't a slap, this is a lesson. Not working leads to being hit, a very simple and direct cause-and-effect relationship, Jiang Han muttered to himself while hitting him again. Sato Ken was furious. He tightened his grip on the knife, veins bulging, leaning forward. Now that he has a knife in hand and is less than 2 meters away from Jiang Han, if he charges in full force and stabs him in the belly, this devil will die and he will be free. Everything in this camp, bear meat, nuts, airdrop supplies, would all belong to him. But his peripheral vision caught sight of 2 bear skins on the ground, and Sato Ken's body instantly froze. Damn, this devil can single-handedly take down 2 black bears without injury. Can he possibly defeat him now with his legs still bound? Humiliated, he retracted his forward-leaning body, loosened his grip on the knife, took a deep breath, and said in broken English, "What do you need me to do?" Jiang Han looked at him expressionlessly, gestured with his hand, pointing at the meat on the rack, making a take-it-down motion, then mimicking the action of cutting off the surface, and finally pointing at the salt. Sato Ken understood this meant he needed to cut the meat and then cure it. Many places in Wa country also have a tradition of curing meat, so he understood. Seeing the axe in Jiang Han's hand, Sato Ken could only comply and slowly move towards the rack holding the bear meat. Sato Ken has begun to cut the meat, while Jiang Han squats beside the fire, turning the meat skewers and supervising Sato Ken's progress. The meat sizzles and oozes oil, its surface golden and crispy, with slightly curled edges as a thin layer of grease forms a gleam on the meat. Jiang Han swallowed, took the meat skewer off the fire, blew on it, and took a big bite. Jiang Han squinted his eyes and chewed a couple of times. Although it only had salt in his hungry state, it tasted like heaven. Jiang Xin, your eating style resembles that of a wolf starved for 3 days. Who wouldn't be hungry? He ran so far today, snatching airdrops and escorting captives. The consumption was immense. Sato Ken is cutting meat over there, and Jiang Shun is eating meat here. They are less than 10 meters apart, one working and one eating. The contrast is striking. Sato Ken, I've been starving all day, and you're eating barbecue in front of me. Are you even human? Jiang Xin, you're a captive, not a guest. If you want to eat meat, go kill a bear yourself. I've already started calling Sato Ken a serf. This treatment is downright serf-like. At least serfs get to eat, but Sato Ken hasn't even had food, just watching. That's worse than a serf. After eating 3 skewers of barbecue and burping twice, Jiang Han finally stopped. He used a twig to clean his teeth and walked over to Sato Ken, looking down at the meat he had cut. He had cut about 20 pounds, the outer hard crust mostly removed, revealing the fresh red meat inside. Jiang Han could only use a maximum of 1 pound of salt for curing the meat. The reason is simple: he needs to cure 2 bear skins, which requires at least 2 pounds, and he has to save 1 pound for himself. When curing meat, the ratio of meat to salt is about 5%, meaning 1 pound of salt can cure 20 pounds of meat. Cure it. Jiang Han tossed the salt to Sato Ken, pointed at the salt, then at the cut meat, and gestured for him to knead it. Sato Ken caught the salt bag, squatted down, and sprinkled the salt on the meat, starting to knead it. While kneading, he cursed in his heart. This devil made him cut meat and cure it while he sat there eating barbecue, not even giving him a bite. After curing the meat, Jiang Han pointed at a pile of branches on the ground and gestured for him to put it on. The cured meat also needs to be smoked. The smoked meat can last for more than 6 months. Welcome everyone to the Wild Gourmet livestream. Jiang Shun, it seems we've done most of what we needed. Should we just butcher the captive? I guess Jiang Shun still wants Sato Ken to be a slave for a while longer. The meat has started to smoke, with wisps of smoke rising, enveloping the entire camp in a scent of pine resin. Sato Ken has been working for several hours, pushing boxes, mining stones, cutting meat, curing meat, and adding wood to smoke the meat, without eating or drinking anything in between. He thought he could finally stop and rest for a while. Who knew Jiang Han, holding 2 bear skins in his left hand and pulling him directly to the stream with his right, said, "Clean the fat off those." Sato Ken glanced at the small knife in his hand, then at the bear skins. The meaning was clear, he understood. But starving and freezing, he was reluctant and moved as slowly as a snail. Jiang Han leaned back, casually holding a walnut in his hand, crushing the shell with 2 fingers and popping the walnut kernel into his mouth, chewing it loudly. "Hey, you dare to slack off?" Jiang Han kicked Sato Ken in the chest. Sato Ken fell back, his head hitting the ground, and his vision turned dark. He nearly fainted. "Hurry up for me," Jiang Han cursed. "Can't you understand human language? I'll spit." In the Japanese Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister sat behind his desk, watching the footage of Jiang Han kicking Sato Ken on the screen in front of him. This Dragon Kingdom person. The Prime Minister's voice was deep, like it was coming from the depths of the earth, simply too much. The foreign minister beside him wore a pained expression. He had contacted the Dragon Kingdom 3 times already, and every time the response was under review. Reviewing what? Reviewing how to make Sato Ken work harder. Reviewing how to make Jiang Han hit him less. Your Excellency, the Minister of Defense suddenly spoke up. The Dragon Kingdom contestants' mistreatment of captives violates basic humanitarian principles. The Prime Minister glanced at him, his eyes as if looking at a fool. Who will you complain to? The Minister of Defense fell silent. The Chief Cabinet Secretary adjusted his glasses, his tone calm and pragmatic. Your Excellency, the most important issue now is not the complaint, but how to ensure Sato Ken's safety. Although that Dragon Kingdom person hits him and makes him work, at least he hasn't killed him. This indicates that the Dragon Kingdom person does not want to kill him, or rather keeping him is more useful than killing him. As long as Sato Ken is alive, we have a chance. A chance for what? A chance to negotiate and get, or wait for our other contestants to approach that area and find a way to rescue him. The Prime Minister was silent for a long time. Tell our people on the Dragon Kingdom social platform to increase the intensity and flood Jiang Han's livestream with comments until the Dragon Kingdom's people stand with us and the Dragon Kingdom officials feel the pressure. Understood. The Japanese internet has exploded. The hashtag Sato Ken being abused surged to the top of Japanese Twitter trends with views exceeding 100 million. The contents below the topic were varied, but the emotions were generally consistent. Anger, humiliation, helplessness. The Dragon Kingdom people are too cruel. Poor Satoken, tied up and pushing boxes, carrying stones up the mountain, working without food, and even getting beaten. Is this still human? This is the true face of the Dragon Kingdom people. Barbaric, brutal, and completely inhumane. When have our Japanese contestants ever suffered such humiliation? The government should step in and protest strongly. What good is protesting? Will the Dragon Kingdom pay attention to you? They aren't afraid of the United Nations. Why would they fear your protests? I suggest organizing netizens to collectively storm Jiang Han's livestream, flooding the screen until he shuts it down. It's useless. He can't even see the comments. Then what to do? Just watch Satoken get abused. Wait until Satoken has a chance to escape, or until our other contestants go to rescue him. Despair, really despair. In the wilderness, Sato Ken was still curing the bear skins. His movements became slower. He had to pause to catch his breath with every need. After all, he hadn't eaten much since yesterday, and his physical strength was nearing its limit. But he dared not stop. He knew that if he stopped, that foot would kick over. Finally, Jiang Han nodded in satisfaction, signaling him to bring the bear skins back to the camp. Finally back to the camp. Do you think the Dragon Kingdom people will feed Satoken? I bet Jiang Shen will definitely give him something to eat. Oh, you're from the Dragon Kingdom. Why are you so certain? Jiang Shen will definitely treat him to a few big buns. Ha ha ha, big brother, you're too bad. Night had fully descended. The wilderness was swallowed by darkness save for the flickering firelight from Jiang Han's camp, casting undulating shadows upon the rocky cliff face. The shelter was nearly complete. Under Jiang Han's relentless urging, or rather under the sharp persuasion of slaps and kicks, Sato Ken had somehow managed to erect all 6 main support posts. Each wooden post was buried half a chi deep into the earth, firmly compacted with stones. Stepping on one yielded not the slightest tremor. The primary beam spanned between the rock wall and the front row of posts. Once the crossbeams were secured, Sato Ken layered branches atop them, then covered the whole with large broad leaves, forming a sloped roof capable of shielding against both rain and sun. TSK. So they say the Waslays possess a craftsman's spirit. Not bad, truly the shelter they built is remarkably sound. Jiang Han stood before it, inspecting every detail, then gave a slow, approving nod. Sato Ken leaned heavily against a pine tree, his legs trembling violently, knees buckling uncontrollably like 2 brittle sticks unable to bear weight. He hovered on the edge of semi-consciousness, not dying but collapsed into an involuntary energy conservation mode born of utter exhaustion. Jiang Han paid no heed. He withdrew paracord from his backpack and strode towards Sato Ken. Wahaha, brother Jiang is truly wicked. Are you going to tie me to the tree again? What if it rains tonight? Rain? Better yet, let a black bear come charging. A black bear? No, absolutely not. Why not? Do you pity this Waslave? No. I'm afraid the bear will gnaw through brother Jiang's rope. You Longwa people are all demons. Waslave, get out. In the live stream, Jiang Han seized Sato Ken's left wrist, wrapped the cord twice around it, then pulled him across to the far side of the trunk and secured his left hand firmly to one side. Then he lifted the right wrist, wound the cord twice more and fastened it tightly to the opposite side of the trunk. Sato Ken's arms were now stretched wide, pinned to either side of the pine trunk, his body locked rigidly in the shape of the Chinese character de Great. He tried to draw his hands inward. Impossible. He attempted to crouch. His suspended arms prevented it. He tried to sit. His shoulders screamed in protest from the unbearable tension across his arms. So he remained upright, or rather suspended, his weight distributed between his feet and wrists. Jiang Han inspected the knots, solid, unyielding, impossible to untie without 10 hours or more. He added another loop around Sato Ken's ankles, ensuring he could neither kick nor cause disruption. Having finished, Jiang Han brushed dust from his palms and walked back toward his own camp without a backward glance. Back at camp, Jiang Han retrieved a collapsible silicone water bladder from the airdrop crate, unscrewed the intake cap of his portable water purifier, and carried the empty bag down to the stream. Kneeling, he submerged the bladder into the clear current. The water gurgled and steadily swelling the flexible valve. He hoisted the heavy water-filled bag back to camp, mounted the purifier atop a flat stone, aligned its outlet spout over a small iron pot, and began pumping steadily. Water flowed in through the coarse filter cotton, passed beneath the ultraviolet sterilization lamp, and emerged from the outlet, crystal clear, pristine as mountain spring water. After 5 minutes of steady compression, only 1 liter had been purified. Such was the modest flow rate of a field-grade portable unit, not a municipal waterworks. A shallow pool gathered at the bottom of the iron pot, shimmering faintly in the firelight. Jiang Han set the pot atop the flames and fed more dry wood into the blaze. Soon the water boiled vigorously, bubbling and steaming. He lifted the pot, blew gently across its surface to cool the steam, and sipped cautiously. Ah, bliss! Nothing suited the Longwa constitution quite like warm, purified water. The soothing warmth slid down his throat, glided along his esophagus, and settled softly into his stomach, spreading outward like gentle moisture seeping into parched, cracked earth after the first spring rain. Longwa contestant Jiang Han has acquired 1 liter of purified water. Reward 183700 liters of Longwa purified water. Jiang Han froze midair, the pot suspended in his hands. He glanced down at the water in the pot, then toward the stream, and suddenly clarity struck. Items retrieved from airdrops were non-refundable. The purifier itself came from the airdrop, but the water it produced was classified as processed output. The system recognized it and granted the reward. But what if he simply scooped raw river water? That water wasn't from the airdrop. It was native to the game world and natural resource. Would that count? And just now, when he'd taken that sip, the system registered it as acquiring purified water. So what if he merely scooped without drinking? Would that still constitute acquisition? Jiang Han's eyes gleamed brighter. Holy hell, he might have just discovered a loophole. Without hesitation, he snatched up the iron pot and strode purposefully toward the riverbank. Bound to the pine, Sato Ken watched Jiang Han's silhouette vanish into the night, wondering with dread what new torment the devil had in mind. Jiang Han knelt at the water's edge and dipped the pot deep, filling it to the brim with river water. He lifted it. No sip, no pause, simply held it aloft motionless for 2 seconds. Instantly, the system announcement echoed anew. Longwa contestant Jiang Han has acquired 3 liters of river water. Reward 551000 liters of Longwa river water. Ha ha ha. Jiang Han broke into a wide grin. Exactly as he'd suspected. Then he flung the water onto the bank, plunged the pot back into the current, refilled it, and lifted it again. Longwa contestant Jiang Han has acquired 2 liters of river water. Reward 587800 liters of Longwa river water. He dumped it. Refilled. Longwa contestant Jiang Han has acquired 9 liters of river water. Reward 532700 liters of Longwa river water. Dumped. Refilled. Jiang Han moved like a clockwork automaton, kneeling, scooping, lifting, waiting for the chime, dumping. Mechanical, precise, unceasing. The river rushed ceaselessly. The iron pot clanged hollowly with each dip. System announcements rang out one after another. The live stream exploded. Ha ha ha. Jiang Han is brilliantly devious. This exploit deserves full marks. Exactly. The moment he lifts the pot, the system registers acquisition, and Longwa receives its reward. What he does afterward, drink it or dump it, is entirely his choice. It changes nothing. Makes perfect sense. Slaughtering bears doesn't obligate you to consume every ounce of meat. Flawless logic. Brother Jiang isn't just surviving. He's single-handedly building Longwa's national waterworks. 3 liters per scoop, 500,000 liters per cycle. More efficient than any municipal plant. Though his arms must ache terribly, he's lifted that pot dozens of times, barely able to raise his elbows anymore. Jiang Shun, I wield Lu Bu's martial prowess. Yet here I am scooping water. Lu Bu, I shot that halberd to save Liu Bei, not to fill buckets. Where then shall we store 20,000 tons of water? We can put it anywhere, but the point is this water is appearing out of thin air. The game officials just dropped it into the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. No transport, no storage needed. It's free. That's true, but 200,000 tons sounds like a lot. Divide that among 1. 4 billion people, and each person gets less than 0.1 liters, barely enough to wet their lips. A drop in the bucket is still water. Better than nothing. In the arid regions of the Northwest, even 100 tons is a lifesaver, let alone 10,000. Jiang Han crouched by the riverbank for half an hour scooping out over 300 potfuls of water. His arms ached and swelled and his wrists throbbed as if they were about to snap. He shook his hands, stood up feeling his back stiff and his legs numb. His entire body felt like a gym newbie's, aching in every single spot. He checked the game log. Over 300 attempts totaling roughly 200,000 tons of river water. 200,000 tons. The West Lake holds 14.29 million tons. 200,000 tons is less than a fraction of that, roughly 1/70th of the lake's capacity. It sounded like a lot, but before the 1 billion people of the Dragon Kingdom, it was indeed just a drop in the bucket. But what was the state of Blue Star's natural environment now? The soil was crusted, crops withered, rivers dried up, and fresh water was scarce. Not just the water-starved Northwest. Even the southeastern coast, which never worried about water, was now facing restrictions. A while ago, a reservoir in a southern city dropped to its lowest level in history, forcing residents to ration water by time slots. 200,000 tons might not be much for the entire Dragon Kingdom, but even if it allowed a few hundred or thousand people to drink a sip of clean water, it was still worthwhile. And this was just the first day? After scooping the water, Jiang Han carried his iron pot back to the camp, crawled into his sleeping bag. As for Sato Ken, he seemed to be asleep already. The Japanese guy really had good sleep quality. In fact, Sato Ken wasn't asleep. He lifted his head, peering through the slits of his swollen eyelids toward Jiang Han. Sato Ken clenched his teeth so hard his gums ached, his jaw muscles taut as stones. One day I'll make you taste this too. The night wind blew and he shivered again. The next morning, Jiang Han was woken by sunlight. Light slanted from above the rock wall, falling right on his face, turning his eyelids red. Jiang Han sat up, yawned, stretched, and his spine crackled. He rubbed his eyes and glanced at Sato Ken, who was tied to a tree. Still in the same position from last night, his head hung lower, chin almost touching his chest. He looked like a piece of clothing hanging on a line, swaying in the night breeze. 2 deep purple marks were etched into his wrists by the ropes, swollen worse than the night before. Jiang Han glanced at him to confirm he was still alive. The fire needed to be rekindled, the meat re-roasted, the water reboiled. Morning rituals, none could be skipped. He scraped a few sparks from the fire rod onto the tinder left from last night, and it caught quickly. He added some thin twigs, and flames leaped up, bringing warmth back to the camp. Jiang Han took 2 strips of smoked meat from the rack, skewered them on branches, and set them by the fire to roast. Then he walked to the stream, used the water purifier to press a pot of water, and set it on the fire. After that, he returned to the fire and began turning the roasting meat. Fat sizzled, and the aroma spread through the morning air. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Today's blind date mission has been released. Host, please select your match as soon as possible. Good morning, everyone. Jiang Han greeted the air, his tone as casual as chatting with an old friend. The live stream comments exploded instantly. God, Jiang, good morning. You've got to succeed in the match today. Oh my God, how are there so many people? It's only 6 in the morning and the online count is almost breaking records. Look at those IDs. So many aren't from the Dragon Kingdom. Japanese, Korean, American, Vietnamese. All nationalities. They're here to cause trouble. Remember what happened with that internet-addicted girl yesterday? They're here to sabotage God Jiang's match. What do we do if he picks one of them? They post comments, get chosen, then say nothing or spout nonsense, and God Jiang misses out on the reward. God Jiang, pick me. They'll tell you everything. Name, height, weight, measurements. Pick me, pick me. I've already put my address in my profile, go check it out. Jiang Han flipped the skewer of meat, eyeing the golden fat on the surface, and spoke unhurriedly. How I got an official notice yesterday that some foreigners were planning to cause trouble. So, he paused deliberately, letting the suspense hang. The live room fell silent for a fraction of a second. Comments dipped briefly, then exploded with even greater intensity. So what? God Jiang, tell us quick, I'm dying. So God Jiang has a plan. Spill it. God Jiang's the best. God Jiang's the smartest. Tell us what to do. Jiang Han bit into the freshly roasted meat, chewed and swallowed. So any Dragon Kingdom citizen willing to date me, type in the comments. Jiang Han is a handsome hottie. 10 seconds later, it'll only pick from those who sent Jiang Han is a handsome hottie for the match. The live room went silent for a second. Then comments flooded in at a near frantic pace. Ha ha ha, God Jiang, you're too clever. Jiang Han is a handsome hottie. Jiang Han is a handsome hottie. Jiang Han is a handsome hottie. Say it 3 times for emphasis. Those foreigners don't understand Chinese, they're totally lost now. Ha, God Jiang is the best. Wait, I messed up. Jiang Han is a handsome hottie. That's right. You didn't mess up. You're a guy not dating. Why are you sending Jiang Han is a handsome hottie? Can't I send it for fun? I support God Jiang, he'll send it. In an instant, the screen was packed with the 7 characters Jiang Han is a handsome hottie. There were also plenty of Troublemakers characters floating across the screen. Damn, why weren't these Dragon Kingdom folks sending the character they had copied? Most of those foreign netizens were dumbfounded. They didn't understand Chinese, they had no idea what Jiang Han said. They only knew that yesterday Jiang Han had said send the character half, so today, they had prepared half, 2 fingers hovering over keyboards waiting for Jiang Han to say go. But what did Jiang Han say instead? Some people react quickly, copying and pasting whatever others are doing. However, many others have no idea what is happening, staring blankly at the screen as lines of Chinese characters scroll by, rapidly unsure of what to do. 10 seconds pass quickly. Time's up. Jiang Han silently thought, system, help me draw a match from the users who sent Jiang Han is a big handsome guy. Ding, random selection is in progress. Selection complete. In the next second, the screen of Jiang Han's live broadcast shook violently, splitting the image in 2. On the left was Jiang Han, and on the right appeared a new face. She looked like a girl in her early 20s with long hair cascading down her shoulders, exquisite features, fair skin, and 2 shallow dimples when she smiled. She wore a simple white t-shirt, sitting on a cream-colored sofa with a wall in the background adorned with several abstract paintings, clearly a well-decorated home. This girl's aura was completely different from Su Waning. Su Waning had a cold, heroic demeanor, while today's girl was warm and sweet like a small flower in spring, understated, yet pleasant to look at. Jiang Han had already been on 2 blind dates, and now the whole world knew that he could become stronger through matchmaking. This matter had become almost transparent. So he felt no embarrassment at all, casually turning the barbecue skewer in his hand while grinning at the girl on the screen. Hello, miss. The girl on the screen was momentarily taken aback, then covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Haha, hello, Jiang God. Thank you for the bear paw you sent. I want it. Yay. She made a sign, her smile radiant as if she had just won. The live chat instantly erupted with exclamations. Wow, goddess. This girl is stunning. Is she so graceful? Jiang Han was also momentarily startled by the words bear paw, then laughed. Haha, congratulations. You encountered a probability of less than 1 in 1,000. That means you are lucky. He paused, taking a bite of the barbecue. By the way, miss, what is your name? The opposite side showed a very surprised expression. Jiang Han actually didn't know her. Though not a top-tier celebrity, she was somewhat well-known in the modeling circle, having appeared on a few magazine covers and walked in several fashion weeks. Yet she smiled slightly and introduced herself gracefully. My name is Su Anren. Then before Jiang Han could ask, Su Anren proactively shared her information. Jiang God, I am 169 meters tall, weigh 49 kilograms, 23 years old, with a bachelor's degree, and my measurements are 84, 58, 88. I work as a model. Hiss, Jiang Han gasped inwardly. This girl is so proactive. The web-addicted girl from yesterday hesitated even to tell her name, and this one, without even being asked, revealed everything. Moreover, 84, 58, 88. This measurement ratio truly reflects a model's physique. This miss is too accommodating. This is the correct way to approach blind dates. Yesterday's web-addicted girl should take a lesson. This is called sincerity. 84, 58, 88. My goodness, does this body shape really exist? She is a model, so those measurements are quite normal, alright. Normal my foot, try getting an ordinary person's measurements. 80, 80, 80 would be more like it. After Su Anren finished sharing her information, she took the initiative to ask, Jiang God, what were you doing before entering the survival game? Jiang Han felt somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head and clearing his throat. Ahem. I've accomplished nothing new. I graduated from university, but haven't found a job yet. He was telling the truth. He had just graduated this year with a major in marketing, sent out over 30 resumes, interviewed with 7 or 8 companies, but either they didn't want him or he felt they weren't suitable. He originally planned to keep looking. If it didn't work out, he would deliver takeout, but before he could decide, he was chosen by the game and thrown into this wilderness. Su Anren's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? How could that be? You're so impressive. Already provided several million kilograms of bear meat to the Dragon Nation. Jiang Han somewhat pridefully waved his hand, tilting his chin slightly. What's several million kilograms? Let's set a small goal first. 1 pound of meat for each person in the Dragon Nation. The live chat went wild with laughter. 1 pound of meat per person. There are 1 billion people in the Dragon Nation, so that's 1 billion pounds, 7,000 tons. Jiang God, are you serious? Jiang God, let's set a small goal. Kill 7,000 bears. Black bear, are you polite? Don't laugh. Oh, at Jiang God speed, killing 2 bears means over 3 bears. Oh, another 10 times, and it would be over 3 million. 14 billion pounds is not a dream. 10 times. You expect him to kill 3,000 bears. Do you think bears are like leeks, cut down again and again? Bear, I thank you. What have I done to deserve this? Su Anren was also amused, and after laughing, she straightened her expression, her tone becoming serious. Jiang God, some netizens say that although they haven't eaten bear meat, you've improved the national fortune, and now many places' natural environments have improved, even the soil compaction in potted plants has been alleviated. Jiang Han was taken aback. The national fortune of the Dragon Nation is already the best in the world. Just think about it. Aside from the national football team, which aspect of the country hasn't seen tremendous development in the past few decades? Isn't that how it is? The live chat instantly flooded with comments. Ha 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 ha, the national football team is caught in the crossfire. Though I am a fan of the national football team, I cannot refute that. Jiang God is right. Aside from the national football team, which aspect of the Dragon Nation isn't thriving? National football team, am lying here in the wilderness and still getting shot. Stop making jokes about the national football team. Jiang God is correct. The development of the Dragon Nation in recent years is evident, and the improvement of the national fortune is just a natural outcome. Su Anren laughed uncontrollably. After finishing her laughter, she glanced off screen. Outside the camera in Su Anren's living room, the city's chief official was standing behind her, holding a thick document, sweat pouring down his forehead. He rushed over immediately upon receiving the news, finally arriving at Su Anren's home 7 minutes after the connection was established. Su Anren took the document, flipped it open, and quickly scanned it. The document was crammed with information organized by experts from the highest command, covering all known intelligence regarding the national fortune survival game up to this point. She looked up at Jiang Han on the screen, her speech accelerating slightly. Jiang God, the state has asked me to convey some information to you. Please listen carefully. Jiang Han put down the barbecue skewer in his hand and sat up straight. Su Anren looked down at the document. First, there are a total of 1950 contestants participating in this game, and over a dozen have already died. It has only been 2 days since the game started, and the death rate is already close to 1%. The upcoming days will only be more dangerous, so you must be careful. Secondly, the area where the contestants are located is vast. Based on the footage transmitted from various countries, the entire wilderness may exceed 10 million square kilometers, larger than the land area of the Dragon Nation. Generally, contestants are unlikely to run into each other unless they intentionally seek out others. So you need not worry about being attacked from all sides, but do not let your guard down. Thirdly, regarding the situation of contestants nearby, Lin watching from the Dragon Nation should be to your southeast, approximately several dozen kilometers away in a straight line, with her exact location still under further analysis. The contestant from the Wan Nation you have tied up, Sato Kin, you are already aware of. Additionally, there are 2 other individuals who may be in your vicinity. One is Mariana from the Samba Nation, a female, who has chosen fishing gear and an axe. The other is Tatiana from the Mao Nation, a female, who has selected a bow and flint. The specific locations of these 2 individuals are still unclear, but based on their movement trajectories, they might enter your activity range. The country advises that if you encounter them, you might consider cooperation, but also be prepared for defense. Fourthly, regarding climate and terrain considerations, the area you are in belongs to a temperate monsoon climate zone, with a large temperature difference between day and night. The daytime temperature may be around 20 degrees, while at night it can drop below 10 degrees. There may be rainfall in the coming days, so you should prepare for rain in advance. Furthermore, the terrain in that area is quite complex, featuring mountains, forests, meadows, and rivers, each with different risks and resources. There may be large predators in the mountains and forests, mosquitoes by the rivers, and venomous snakes in the meadows. The document contains a detailed list which I cannot read entirely. In summary, keep your wits about you. Su Anren finished reading, closed the document, and looked up at Jiang Han on the screen, letting out a sigh of relief. The task assigned by the Elder Council has been completed. As for whether Jiang Han will remember or follow through, that is up to him, but at least they have done what they were supposed to. Su Anren placed the document on the coffee table, turned around, and smiled at the screen. Jiang Shun, is there anything else you need me to do? Jiang Han opened his mouth and his face suddenly turned red. The live stream's bullet comments quickly captured this detail. Wait, did Jiang Shun just blush? Jiang Shun actually blushed. He didn't even blush when killing bears. Ha ha, Jiang Shun, why are you shy? Just say it. Jiang Shun, I have a small immature request, but I'm a bit embarrassed to say. Su Anren, go ahead. Jiang Shun, never mind, I won't say it. Su Anren, come on, just say it. Jiang Shun, really am not saying it. Don't rush him, let him ponder for a moment. Jiang Han took a deep breath, turned back to the screen blushing, and said, can you give me a kiss? The live stream instantly exploded. Ha 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 ha, Jiang Shun, what did you just say? Say it again. A kiss? Jiang Shun, have you been single for too long wanting to kiss a pretty girl? Su Anren, I just praised you for being awesome, and you throw this at me. But think about it, he didn't have any intimate interactions in his last 2 blind dates, and the rewards were very few. He's completing a task, it's not for personal gain. Yes, the system must have that requirement. If there are intimate interactions during blind dates, the rewards will increase exponentially. Jiang Shun is fighting for more rewards for the Dragon Nation. Stop making excuses for Jiang Shun, he just wants a kiss, so what? Is it illegal? Su Anren was momentarily stunned, then smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. She leaned closer to the camera, pouted her lips slightly, and said to the screen, "Mua, good luck." "Oh, I'm so jealous. I'm feeling all the sourness. Jiang Han, you are so lucky." "How much is Su Anren's Mua worth?" "At least 10,000 bears, right?" "Jiang Han, I killed 2 bears and got 310,000 rewards. How much can I get for a kiss?" "You manage the game." Su Anren, "Go for it, Jiang Han." "Jiang Han, I've added it. I'll go at it immediately. I'm going to kill bears right now." Jiang Han took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and waved at the screen, "Thank you." "So, should we hang up?" Su Anren nodded with a smile. "Yes, take care." The screen went black. Jiang Han sat beside the fire, still holding the now cold skewered meat. "Ding, this blind date has ended. The system is conducting a comprehensive assessment. Assessment of blind date partner: age 23, excellent height 169 centimeters, excellent weight 49 kilograms, excellent measurements 8458888, outstanding education bachelor's degree, good occupation model, excellent personality cheerful and proactive, excellent family background, good income, good. Assessment of blind date process: intimate interaction 1, kiss, good conversation, atmosphere light and pleasant, excellent complete information exchange, excellent no deep emotional connection, established ordinary. Overall assessment: a relatively successful blind date. The partner was highly cooperative, complete information obtained, there was intimate interaction, but it did not meet the deep intimacy standard. Final rating B. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 strength card. After using the strength card, the host can permanently gain 10 points in strength attributes. Note the basic attribute distribution for an ordinary adult male is as follows: strength 6 points, agility 5 points, physique 6 points, endurance 5 points, perception 5 points. The above values represent the average of untrained ordinary adult males. Athletes, soldiers, and others with professional training can achieve single attribute values of 79 points. Host current attribute panel: strength 6 points, base value 10 points, strength card bonus 16 points, agility 5 points, base value 0 points 5 points, physique 6 points, base value 0.6 points, endurance 5 points, base value 0.5 points, perception 5 points, base value 0.5 points, special state Lu Bu Peak combat experience card, remaining time 1 day, remaining number of strength cards 1 used. Overall assessment: the host's current strength attributes far exceed the limits of ordinary humans, 6 points, reaching 16 points, nearly 3 times that of an ordinary adult male. 16 points of strength, almost 3 times that of an ordinary adult male. He looked at his right hand, clenched his fist, and then relaxed. There was none of the searing heat that accompanied the experience card of Lu Bu's martial prowess he had obtained yesterday, no sensation of bones cracking, nor the agonizing pain of muscle fibers being rewoven. He placed the now cold grilled meat back over the fire to warm it up, took a bite, and as he chewed, the corners of his mouth slowly curled upwards. Today is a good day. He successfully completed the matchmaking, received his rewards, permanently enhanced his strength, and Su Anren even gave him a kiss. Albeit through a screen, but the system acknowledged it, so it counts. Sato Ken was tied to a tree, half opening his eyes, his gaze unfocused as he stared at the campfire, his lips cracked and bleeding, looking as wilted as a frost-bitten blade of grass. Jiang Han pondered for a moment, then untied one of Sato Ken's arms, took a piece of smoked meat from the rack, and tossed it at Sato Ken's feet. "Eat." Sato Ken lowered his head, staring at the piece of smoked meat by his feet, stunned for 2 seconds before bending down and ravenously devouring it. He chewed too quickly, choked a little, coughed for a long time, his face turning bright red, but he still finished the meat completely. Jiang Han is truly kind, actually giving meat to a captive. Such a waste. Exactly, waste is shameful. He should just give the Japanese dog some grass. Bastard, you Dragon Kingdom people are truly vile. In the Prime Minister's office of the Japanese country, the secretary replaced a broken iron cup with another. In the past 2 days, the Prime Minister had already broken 7 cups. Jiang Han pointed at Sato Ken, then at the 2 unfinished walls of the shelter. "Finish this today. Once it's done, there will be meat to eat tonight." Sato Ken raised his head, looking at Jiang Han without speaking, but his eyes brightened for a moment. Jiang Han's instruction for him to build the shelter made Sato Ken understand Jiang Han's intentions. He guessed that by completing it, Jiang Han would reward him with meat. Sato Ken, driven by hunger and humiliation, filled with resentment, had to admit that he needed the other's charity to survive. His feelings were particularly complicated at that moment. Jiang Han then took out some white sugar, opened it, and dipped a finger in to taste it. So sweet. He squinted his eyes and grabbed a bit more to put in the iron pot to boil water. "Family, there's no tea or drinks in this wilderness, so we can only satisfy our cravings with some boiled sugar water." In the background, Sato Ken was still building the walls of the shelter. In the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, Dong Qing was wearing a light blue suit today, her hair neatly tied up. Her expression was much more relaxed than the previous days. Good news kept coming from the Dragon Kingdom contestants, giving her more confidence as the host. In In the live room, the screen simultaneously displayed two images. On the left was Yi Wudi bare-chested and chopping wood. On the right was Jiang Han squatting in front of the shelter, drinking sugar water while directing Sato Ken to work. Two teachers, Dong Qing, turned to the two guests beside her. We see that both Yi Wudi and Jiang Han chose to reinforce the shelter today. Is there any special reason for this? For instance, changes in the weather or potential threats? Zhu Weiqiang leaned back in his chair, spinning a pen in his hand. No special reason. They were busy with food matters in the past few days. Food is the first priority for survival. Nothing can be accomplished on an empty stomach. Now that the food issue is basically resolved, it's natural to shift focus to the shelter. Survival in the wilderness is like this: solve one problem at a time, there's no rush. Yang Dongdong nodded beside him, taking over the conversation. Yes, and although the importance of the shelter ranks below food and water, it doesn't mean it's not important. Imagine during the day it's manageable, but at night when the temperature drops suddenly, if there's no place to shield against the wind and rain, hypothermia is very dangerous. In the past few days, Jiang Han and Yi Wudi managed to get by. Jiang Han slept under the rock wall with wind coming from three sides. Yi Wudi was even tougher, lying directly on the ground wrapped in a sleeping bag with no cover at all. Now that there's enough food, they certainly need to fortify the shelter. I estimate that in the next few days both of them will spend considerable time on the shelter. Dong Qing nodded slightly and then asked, what about the performance of the other contestants? Do you have any suggestions, teachers? Zhu Weiqiang answered quickly and directly without hesitation. The other contestants should prioritize solving their food issues first. The shelter is the second step. They haven't even completed the first step, so what's there to discuss about the second? Yang Dongdong's wording was slightly more tactful, but the meaning remained. Although Tan Nana has caught quite a few fish, the fish schools follow the current and temperature. With changes in the weather, the fish may become scarcer. She can't solely rely on that river. It's best to store more while the fish are plentiful and make some dried fish, otherwise she'll have to start looking for food all over again. As for Lin Wanqing, although she found scorched lotus roots and has a stable source of carbohydrates, the nutritional value is too singular. Simply eating scorched lotus roots won't last too long. It's best to find some other food, especially for protein. Even catching some bugs or tadpoles would be better than just consuming starch. The live chat room instantly buzzed with activity. Teacher Zhu is right. Filling the stomach first before discussing anything else is the correct order for wilderness survival. Teacher Yang is even more correct. That fish school Tan Nana found is indeed abundant, but who knows if there will still be some tomorrow. Best to store more while they are still plentiful. That girl Lin Wanqing is too thin. Just eating scorched lotus roots isn't enough. She needs to eat meat and get protein. She wants to eat meat, but who can she fight? She can't even catch a rabbit. Tadpoles, bugs, are you serious, Teacher Yang? You want Lin Wanqing to eat that? It's not about whether she wants to eat it, it's whether she can find it. So she needs to find Jiang Shun. Jiang Shun has more than enough meat to spare. Sharing a bit with her should be fine. Do you think Lin Wanqing can find Jiang Shun? In the vast wilderness without a compass or a map, how can she find him? Have faith in her. She's lucky enough to stumble upon scorched lotus roots. Who knows, she might just encounter Jiang Shun while wandering. In the wilderness at Jiang Han's camp, sunlight streamed down from the ridgeline to the east, illuminating the entire camp. Jiang Han stood in front of the shelter, hands on his hips, watching Sato Ken work hard beside him. Sato Ken was untied today, but his feet were still bound. Jiang Han restricted his stride and drew a circle around the camp, gesturing. If he stepped out of this circle, he would break his legs. Sato Ken understood because he saw Jiang Han's hand resting on the axe and his expression didn't seem to be joking. At that moment, Sato Ken was squatting in front of the unfinished wall of the shelter, holding a vine, wrapping it around the fence made of branches. His movements were a bit faster than yesterday, not because he had become more skilled, but because he dared not be slow. His fingers were wrapped with yesterday's wounds, old injuries layered with new ones. As he wrapped each vine, he had to grit his teeth, yet the speed of his hands did not dare to slow down. Jiang Han watched the back of Sato Ken, slightly frowning. Although he had plenty of food, supporting another person was completely feasible. Moreover, he didn't have to build the shelter himself. With Sato Ken as free labor, the progress had sped up considerably. Yet Jiang Han still felt uneasy. The issue was not with the work itself, but with supervision. Once he let Sato Ken off the leash, he had to stay behind and keep an eye on him. He had to watch him while cooking, while using the restroom, while drinking water, even while turning over. Want to go hunting? That's impossible. Jiang Han could guarantee that as soon as he was out of Sato Ken's sight, that bastard would definitely sneak away with his food and weapons. Before running away, he would even set fire to burn down the shelter. With someone like him, no amount of kindness would make a difference. Yesterday, after giving him a piece of smoked meat, the hatred in his eyes, when he licked his fingers, was clear, not gratitude. It must be done before noon. Jiang Han walked over and kicked Sato Ken's thigh. Sato Ken stumbled sideways, his hand bracing against the ground, getting covered in dirt. He looked up, his face filled with resentment, his eyes showing anger, humiliation, exhaustion, and helplessness, like a beast locked in a cage for too long, having forgotten what freedom felt like. He then lowered his head and quickened his movements. As for the quality of the shelter, Jiang Han didn't care for now. As long as it wouldn't collapse, it wasn't like he was going to live there forever. At that moment, the game announcements sounded continuously, one after another, exploding in the wilderness like fire. Player Jean-Claude from Maple Leaf Nation was killed by a grizzly bear, reducing Maple Leaf Nation's luck by. Player Carlos Martinez from Bull Nation suffered organ failure due to eating poisonous mushrooms, reducing Bull Nation's luck by 10. Player Brendan O'Connor from Down Under was dragged underwater by a saltwater crocodile and went missing, reducing Down Under Nation's luck by 10. Player Margaret de Vries from Windmill Nation fell from a cliff and was seriously injured, reducing Windmill Nation's luck by 10. Player Badu from Mongolian Nation fell into a coma after being bitten by a venomous snake, reducing Mongolian Nation's luck by 5. A series of bad news fell like dominoes, causing the fortunes of 5 nations to plummet within just a few seconds. Jiang Han listened to the announcements, pausing his movements for a moment, shaking his head. Nearly 20 people had already died in just 2 days. With 1,950 participants, if this pace continued, half of them would be dead within a month. This game was no joke. People really could die. Moreover, as the game progressed, the number of deaths would only increase. After all, many people had been pushing through with their bodies these past few days. After a few more days lacking nutrition, even the wind could knock them down, and being killed by beasts would become a common occurrence. He glanced at Sato Ken. That man was still focused on weaving vines, completely ignoring the announcements, or rather pretending not to hear. Half of the morning had passed, and the shelter was finally taking shape. The walls were all around. Though some places had loose vines and gaps between branches, it could at least block most of the wind. The roof was layered with 3 levels. The bottom layer was coarse branches, the middle layer was large leaves, and the top layer was fine vines and hay, tightly packed so that rainwater should not seep in. The ground was raised about 20 centimeters with coarse branches covered with a layer of fine branches, then topped with a layer of hay, making it soft to step on, much better than sleeping directly on the ground. The entrance faced south, directly opposite the fire pit, allowing for easy entry and exit while also letting in light. Jiang Han stood inside the shelter and tested it. He could reach the roof with his hand, turn around without hitting the walls, and there was enough space to lie down. Though it couldn't be called spacious, it was more than enough for one person. He nodded with satisfaction, stepped outside, pulled out some paracord from his backpack, and walked up to Sato Ken. Seeing the rope, Sato Ken instinctively shrank back, but didn't dare to dodge. He obediently extended his hands, allowing Jiang Han to bind them behind his back, then leaned against the tree trunk, waiting for Jiang Han to tie his ankles. After finishing the bindings, Jiang Han walked over to the fire pit, took 2 pieces of smoked meat from the rack, skewered them on a branch, and began to roast them. Once they were done, he ate a piece himself, took a couple of bites of the other piece, and walked over to Sato Ken, stuffing the remaining half skewer into his mouth. Just eating meat won't do, you need to supplement with some carbohydrates for a balanced diet. Jiang Han took a piece of compressed biscuit from the box, ripped open the package, and began to eat it, savoring the aroma. After finishing, he slung his bow and arrows over his shoulder, fastened the axe at his waist, adjusted his backpack, and stood in the center of the camp, surveying his surroundings. The firewood in the pit was sufficient to burn for a while. The meat on the rack was still smoking, and the iron box was locked and placed deep inside the rock wall. Everything was in place. Jiang Han then turned and walked into the woods. He hadn't gone far when he stopped, drew the axe from his waist, and struck a pine tree. The bark left a deep, white notch visible from a distance. He walked another 50 steps and struck another tree with the axe. Another 50 steps, another axe strike. This was the most primitive method of marking a trail. As he ventured deeper into the woods surrounded by trees, distinguishing north from south became impossible. The path he came from looked exactly like the path he was heading to. If he didn't mark it, it was easy to get lost. Every 50 steps or so, he carved a notch in the trunk, all facing the camp, so that on his return, he could just follow the notched trees and wouldn't lose his way. Viewers in the livestream chat nodded at his actions. Jean God is quite professional with this operation, making trail markers to prevent getting lost. Right, the most feared thing in wilderness survival isn't running out of food, but getting lost. If you get lost, no matter how much food you have, it's useless. 50 steps per notch is just right. Too dense waste time, too sparse, risks missing. Look at how he cuts all the notches facing the camp, so, on the way back, he just has to find the notched trees without needing to remember directions. Although Jiang God claims he hasn't found work, his wilderness survival skills are more professional than those. You all seem quite professional. Why not be more proactive the next time you're contestants? Jiang Han had walked for about an hour in the woods, already deep into a place where he couldn't see the camp. This is sweet lettuce, an edible wild vegetable with tender leaves that can be eaten raw and roots that can be boiled into soup, rich in vitamins and minerals. In the wilderness, it is not enough to eat just meat. One needs to supplement with plant-based nutrition, or else one might suffer from scurvy. Jiang Han pulled up the sweet lettuce by the roots, shook off the soil, and placed it in his backpack. After walking for an unknown length of time, he had gathered 9 plants, each not very large, totaling perhaps less than a pound, but better than nothing. Family members, Jiang Han said to himself, while making new marks on a tree with his axe, a hint of complaint in his tone. Today I only collected this little bit of sweet lettuce in the forest, though I don't recognize anything else. I can't just eat anything. If it's poisonous, it would be disastrous. How about digging some vegetables to let Sato-kin test for poison? He walked a bit further, stopped, looked around, and frowned. I wonder where all the animals have gone. Not a single one. Before he could finish his thought, a deep resonant sound echoed from not far ahead in the woods. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Han froze, the axe suspended in midair, unmoving. On the other side, the live stream chat exploded. What the hell? Is that the sound of a cow? It must be a cow. Not an ordinary cow. That sound is much rougher than a domestic cow. It has a roar like a wild cow, or some large ungulate. Damn it, Jiang Shen, go kill it. Meat delivered right to your door shouldn't be wasted. Calm down, Jiang Shen doesn't lack meat right now. He can't even finish the bare meat he has, and you want him to kill a cow. Even if he doesn't lack meat, he still needs to kill. There's a return on killing. Over 300,000 cows, brothers. How much meat can Long Country get? Exactly, Jiang Shen. Think about the citizens of Long Country. Think about those who haven't eaten meat yet. Jiang Shen, don't just stand there. Hurry up, the cow won't come running to you. Jiang Han stood still, slowly lowering the axe in his hand. It's not that he was afraid to kill. With his current strength, 16 points in power plus a native valid experience card of loot bus peak martial prowess, let alone 1 cow, he wouldn't even fear 10. The problem is he doesn't lack meat. There are still hundreds of pounds of bear meat left in the camp. The smoke rack is full, and there are another 20 pounds pickling in the iron box. The issue he faces now is not food scarcity, but food excess. Killing 2 more cows would only be a burden. It would take extra time to process smoke and store, wasting physical strength and energy. Family members, do you think I should go kill 2 cows? Jiang Han was a bit torn, talking to the air. If I kill them, there won't be any animals left nearby. How will I hunt then? This place is only so big. If I kill them all, there will be none left. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head, a grin spreading across his face. But if I don't kill, the game won't reward meat to Long Country. So, he tucked the axe back at his waist, took down his compound bow from his shoulder, pulled an arrow from his quiver, and knocked it on the string. Then he crouched down, lowered his body, and stealthily approached the direction of the sound, like a cat stalking its prey. With each step on the fallen leaves, he tried to distribute his weight on the outer sides of his feet, minimizing the contact area to avoid stepping on twigs that would make noise. He moved slowly and steadily, his center of gravity remaining at the same height, without any fluctuation. Passing through a patch of low shrubs, he pushed aside the last few branches blocking his path, and Jiang Han's vision suddenly opened up. Ahead was a wide clearing in the woods with knee-high wild grass growing on the ground, sunlight streaming down through the gaps in the treetops, illuminating the clearing brightly. 2 massive animals were standing in the center of the clearing, bending down to graze on the grass, occasionally swishing their tails to drive away the mosquitoes. They were 2 spiral-horned antelopes. The spiral-horned antelope, also known as the antlered cow, can be found in the Qinling region of Long Country. They were both large. The bigger one was estimated to be over 1.3 meters tall at the shoulder, and over 2 meters long, covered in long gray-brown fur, with darker fur on its neck and shoulders, almost black. Its head had a peculiar shape. The bridge of the nose was high, the mouth wide, with 2 horns extending outward from either side of the forehead, twisting upward and backward to form 2 twisted spirals, the tips sharp as curved blades. The smaller one was slightly less imposing, but equally muscular, with limbs as sturdy as 4 columns standing on the grass like a small mountain. The live stream chat exploded again. Wow, what huge prey! Is that an antlered cow? They used to exist in the Qinling area, but they might be gone now. Yes, that's it, the antlered cow, a national first-class protected animal. Wait, what is this country fortune survival game? Who cares about protection now? I know about the antlered cow. It's quite dangerous, fiercer than a black bear. There were reports in the past about people being gored to death by antlered cows in the Qinling area. Hearing that sound earlier, I thought it was a cow. Turns out it's an antlered cow, much fiercer than a cow. Protected animal. Protect my ass. This is a country fortune survival game. Who cares about that? If it can be killed, it's a good animal. Jiang Shen, be careful. The antlered cow's horns are not for show. A hit could rupture your intestines. Jiang Han crouched behind the bushes, hiding his body behind a dense thicket, with only his 2 eyes visible. The effective range of the compound bow is within 50 meters. Now he was about 20 meters away from them, just within the optimal range, not too close to expose himself, and not too far to affect accuracy. He slowly drew the bowstring with the arrow, knocked his fingers, gently gripping the bowstring, the bow held steadily in his left hand. The wind blew from the clearing towards him, carrying the scent of the antlered cows. It was a strong, wild smell mixed with the scent of grass and earth. The wind direction was advantageous for him. The antlered cows were upwind of the clearing, and he was downwind, so they couldn't smell him. Jiang Han took a deep breath, held it, and aimed at the side of the larger antlered cow. Such large prey cannot be aimed at the abdomen. The abdomen is protected by ribs, and the arrow may not penetrate. The side towards the back is where the lungs and heart are located, the most lethal shooting point for large prey. He released his finger. The arrow flew from the string with a sharp whoosh, tracing an invisible trajectory in the air. Thud! The arrowhead embedded itself into the side of the larger antlered cow, burying itself to the fletching. The arrow pierced through the fur muscle and the gap between the ribs, nailing into the chest cavity. The larger antlered cow stiffened suddenly, letting out a short and mournful cry, its whole body trembling violently, as if electrocuted. It staggered a few steps, swaying back and forth in place, its forelegs seemingly disobedient, the left leg tripping the right leg tripping the left leg. Blood foam began to drip from its mouth. Foaming blood is a sign of a punctured lung with blood backflowing into the trachea. Yet it did not fall. The resilience of the antelope was even stronger than that of a black bear, and a single arrow was not enough to bring it down. The smaller antelope reacted completely differently. It did not flee, nor did it hesitate like the black bear. It turned its head, its bulging eyes instantly locking onto the direction from which the arrow came. Then it lowered its head with its toes pointing forward, and with a powerful push from its hind legs it charged straight towards Jiang Han's hiding place. Its speed was astonishing. Over 200 kilograms combined with the force of its sprint could easily break a tree trunk the size of a bowl. Jiang Han's pupils constricted. He had no time to knock a second arrow. Instead, he performed a sideways roll, pushing off the ground with both hands, his body flipping 90 degrees in midair, just narrowly avoiding the instant the antelope's horn almost touched him. The antelope's horn grazed his clothing as it crashed into the bushes behind him, snapping several thick branches, sending wood chips and leaves flying everywhere. Jiang Han rolled on the ground, pushed himself up with one hand, and drew an axe from his waist with his right hand. The antelope turned around from the bushes, its horns tangled with broken branches, and leaves its mouth frothing with white foam, and its eyes red like two glowing coals. As the antelope charged in front of him, Jiang Han suddenly sidestepped, avoiding the sharp tip of the horn, grabbing the thick mane on the antelope's neck. As the antelope charged in front of him, Jiang Han suddenly sidestepped, avoiding the sharp tip of the horn, grabbing the thick mane on the antelope's neck with his left hand, using its momentum to leap up his entire weight, hanging on the side of the antelope. The antelope shook its head violently, but could not throw him off. Jiang Han raised the axe in his right hand, exerting all his strength as he swung down hard at the side of the antelope's neck. With a force of 16 points, enhanced by the peak combat prowess of Lu Bu, the strength of this axe blow exceeded 1 ton. The axe blade embedded deeply into the antelope's neck, cutting through muscle, severing blood vessels, and splitting the cervical vertebrae, while the antelope's blood sprayed out from the wound, like a high-pressure water gun, splattering all over Jiang Han. The antelope let out an earth-shattering scream, violently twisting its body to break free from Jiang Han. It stumbled a few steps, the axe still lodged in its neck, the axe handle swinging up and down with its run, each swing causing more blood to gush from the wound, tracing a winding line of blood on the ground. Jiang Han did not give it a chance to catch its breath. He chased after the antelope, seizing the opportunity to pull out the axe embedded in its neck. The moment he pulled it out, blood gushed forth like a Turnitin faucet. Then he aimed at the joint of the antelope's front leg, delivering another axe strike. The sound of bones shattering echoed through the forest. The antelope's front leg broke, and its entire body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It continued to struggle, using its one remaining front leg and 2 hind legs to claw at the ground, digging a pit in the soil, but it could not stand up. Jiang Han moved to its side and delivered 2 more axe strikes to its neck, each one landing in the same spot, until the antelope lay completely still. Jiang Han stood up, wiped the blood from his face, and gasped for breath. Then he turned around to look in another. The antelope that had been shot with an arrow was still spinning in place, but its speed had clearly decreased, its steps becoming increasingly unsteady. Blood was oozing from its mouth and nostrils. It saw Jiang Han approaching and tried to run away, but after taking 2 steps, its legs gave way, collapsing to the ground. It struggled to get up, but having lost too much blood, its muscles had no strength left. Jiang Han walked over and swung an axe at its neck. It was over. Both antelopes were slain. Jiang Han leaned on the axe, standing between the 2 corpses. He was now covered in blood, his clothes soaked, and clinging to his body, making it impossible to tell whether it was sweat or blood. Dragon Country contestant Jiang Han has obtained 9 sweet lettuce plants, rewarded with 165,300 sweet lettuce plants. Dragon Country contestant Jiang Han has obtained 2 antelopes rewarded with 367,360 antelopes. The 2 announcements came within 2 seconds, striking the global audience's temples like a left hook, followed by the Dragon Country livestream room instantly erupted. 367,000 antelopes. Plus the 311,000 black bears from yesterday, that's nearly 700,000 large animals. Jiang Han, are you even human? You are a god. You are the god of the wilderness. First killing bears, then killing cows. What will you kill tomorrow? What will you kill the day after tomorrow? Jiang Han, are you going to kill every animal in this game? Jiang Han, I'll first clear out the animals in this area so they don't disturb my sleep. Isn't the meat problem in Dragon Country about to be solved? 700,000 large animals, assuming 200 pounds of meat per head. That's 1,400,000,000 pounds of meat, enough for 10 million people to eat for a day. Wait, that still seems insufficient. But this was accomplished in 2 days. 14 billion pounds of meat in 2 days means 21 billion pounds in a month, enough for 150 million people to eat for a day. Who did you learn your math from? 21 billion pounds divided by 14 billion people, that's 1.5 pounds per person. Not for a day, but a one-time allocation of 1.5 pounds. No matter how you calculate it, Jiang Han is just impressive. No rebuttals are accepted. Dragon Country contestant Jiang Han has consecutively slaughtered 2 black bears and 2 antelopes, becoming the first contestant to kill more than 3 large animals, earning an additional reward of 10 for Dragon Country's national fortune. As soon as this announcement came out, the Dragon Country livestream room exploded. The national fortune has increased by 10%. What is Dragon Country's national fortune now? 140. 140 points of national fortune. How much does the second place Ugly Country have? It seems to be only 105, leading by 35 points. No, leading by 35 points. Foreign netizens are going crazy. Go check Twitter, it's all complaints. I just came back from Twitter, it was hilarious. They said Jiang Han is cheating and that the game officials are biased towards Dragon Country. Cheating? What cheating? He has true skills. Go try killing 2 antelopes yourself, and if you don't get gored to death, you'll lose. They're complaining, oh, we're celebrating. Jiang Han is amazing. At the Prime Minister's residence in Wa Country, the Prime Minister sat behind his desk, the screen in front of him still displaying the 2 announcements from earlier. His face was ashen, his lips pressed into a straight line, and the pen in his hand had already snapped in 2. No one in the office dared to speak, even their breathing was hushed. 367,000 antelopes. Adding the 311,000 black bears from the day before, Dragon Country had obtained nearly 680,000 large animals from Jiang Han alone. 680,000. And how many resources has Wa Country obtained so far converted into meat? Are the contestants from Wa Country all useless? This gap, the Prime Minister of Wa Country's voice was hoarse, cannot be allowed to widen any further. The Minister of Foreign Affairs cautiously spoke. Your Excellency, we are already organizing personnel to sabotage his blind date. However, today he used a Chinese command for screening, and most of our people do not understand it, so they couldn't infiltrate. The Prime Minister lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. Then find someone to learn Chinese. The more people who understand Chinese, the better. At any cost, we must stop him from becoming stronger. In the Oval Office of the Ugly Country's presidential palace, the atmosphere was equally tense. The president leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed over his chest, as the screen in front of him looped the footage of Jiang Han slaying antelopes. In the footage, with each axe Jiang Han swung, someone in the office involuntarily shrank their neck. This person, the president finally spoke, has become our greatest threat. His personal abilities and his contribution to the fate of Long Country have surpassed the total of all our competitors. The CIA director beside him flipped through documents. We have analyzed all the data we could. After successfully completing his blind date today, we noticed a significant increase in his strength. Based on the force and speed of his axe against the antelope, his strength has improved by at least 30% compared to yesterday. 30%. The golden-haired president frowned. At least. Moreover, his rate of strength increase is accelerating. If no intervention is made in a month, he might become a human weapon. The president remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Intervention. Increase the intensity of the intervention. Also contact Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, Australia. All willing allies to organize a joint operation. Our competitors cannot fight alone anymore, they need to work together. The CIA director nodded and turned to leave. In the wilderness, Lin Wangxing's temporary camp. Lin Wangxing squatted behind a large rock with a pile of scorched lotus roots she had dug up over the past 2 days in front of her. The scorched lotus roots filled the ground, enough food for her for a week. For an 18-line actress who had been worried about starving in the wilderness just 2 days ago, this was already a tremendous achievement. But at this moment she was stunned. She had just heard the game announcement. Jiang Han killed 2 antelopes, rewarding Long Country with over 3,600 antelopes. and adding 10 points to its national fortune. She still held half a scorched lotus root in her hand, her mouth agape, forgetting to close it. The freedom to eat meat. How luxurious, that is in a national fortune survival game. She looked down at the bland, scorched lotus root in her hand, then raised her head to look in Jiang Han's direction. Although she couldn't see him, she knew he was somewhere in this wilderness not too far from her. He had hundreds of pounds of bear meat, dozens of pounds of nuts, an airdrop box, and now 2 more antelopes. And she had only scorched lotus roots. No way. Lin Wanqing abruptly stood up, stuffing the half-scorched lotus root into her mouth, chewing twice before swallowing. I must go find Jiang Han. She squatted down, starting to pack her things. She picked some good-looking scorched lotus roots to pack into her backpack, rolled up her sleeping bag, and tied it on top of the backpack, stuffed the salt pack into a side pocket, and hung the pot outside the backpack. Her equipment was minimal, and she packed quickly, finishing everything in less than 10 minutes. But after packing, she stood beside the rock, looking at the vast wilderness, feeling a bit anxious. She didn't know where Jiang Han was. The message sent to her by the Long Country Command Center yesterday said that Jiang Han was in her northwest direction, about several dozen kilometers away. Several dozen kilometers can be covered in half an hour by car on a flat road, but in the wilderness, crossing mountains, rivers, forests, and avoiding wild beasts might take several days. And there were dangers along the way. Alone with no strength to fight, what would she do if she encountered wild beasts? What if she came across poisonous snakes? What if she met competitors from other countries with ill intentions? In Lin Wanqing's live stream room, the comments were more anxious than she was. Stars, go find Jiang Han quickly. The sooner you go, the safer you'll be. Yes. Help Jiang Han digest some food, otherwise all that meat will go to waste. If you go, you'll help him share the burden. But the road there is dangerous. What if I encounter wild beasts? Dangerous. No matter how dangerous it is, I must go. Staying in one place isn't safe. There is no safety in the wilderness. At least Jiang Han has food, shelter, and weapons, which is 1,000 times better than being alone. Exactly. Although Jiang Han is fierce, he will surely be good to his own people. Look how harsh he is to Sato Ken, yet he didn't kill him, and even gave him food, showing he is not a bad person. Stars, listen to me. You should set off now, walk slowly, find a safe place to camp before dark, and continue tomorrow. In 2 or 3 days you'll arrive. What if I go in the wrong direction? What if I end up near other competitors? Then just take it slow, observe more, confirm the direction. The Long Country Command Center will send her messages, so there's nothing to fear. Although Lin Wanqing couldn't see the comments in the live stream, she had already made up her mind. She took a deep breath, adjusted her backpack, grabbed her makeshift crude weapon, a wooden stick, and took her first step toward the northwest. She would set off tomorrow. No, she needed to prepare today and set off first thing in the morning. At the Long Country's highest command center. The elder leaned back in his chair, watching the screen, showing Jiang Han covered in blood standing between the 2 antelope carcasses. He remained silent for a few seconds before slamming the table and bursting into laughter. This kid. Ha ha, this kid. The elder laughed until tears nearly came out, wiping the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand, pointing at the screen to the secretary beside him. Look at him, covered in blood like a butcher. Killing 2 bears wasn't enough. Now he's killed 2 bulls. Is he trying to wipe out all the animals in that? The secretary also looked pleased, a smile extending from the corners of his mouth to his eyes. Holding a folder, he opened it and handed it to the elder. Elder, this time the amount of meat is even more than last time. Including the national fortune bonus, the return number of antelopes is nearly 60,000 more than the black bears. Is it the same distribution method as before? The elder took the folder, glanced at the numbers on it, and nodded, of course. As usual, send one to Jiang Han's family first. The rest, along with black bear meat and porcupine meat, will be drawn by head count. This time there is more meat, so the probability of winning will be higher, making the common people happy. The secretary closed the folder and turned to make arrangements. In the official live broadcast room of Long Country, Dongqing stared wide-eyed at the screen, showing Jiang Han inspecting the spoils between the 2 antelope carcasses, speechless for a long time. She held the microphone, her lips slightly parted, her gaze somewhat dazed, as if she were stunned by something and needed a moment to process the information before her. After several seconds, she murmured softly, her voice so quiet it seemed afraid to disturb Jiang Han on the screen this time. There seems to be even more than last time's bear meat. Yang Dongdong quickly interjected with excitement in his tone, of course. The weight of the antelope is greater than that of the black bear, and the meat yield is also higher. The meat yield of a black bear is about 50%, while that of the antelope can exceed 60%. For the same live weight of over 200 kilograms, the antelope can provide an additional 20 to 30 gene of meat compared to the black bear. Zhu Weiqiang picked up the tablet on the table and flipped through it. From the size, the larger one stands at least 1 meter 30 at the shoulder, over 2 meters in length, and its estimated weight is around 350 kilograms, about 700 g. The smaller one is somewhat less, but it won't be below 250 kilograms, over 500 g. Together their total live weight is at least 1,200 gene. Based on a 60% meat yield, the pure meat would be at least 720 gene. Dongqing turned to look at Zhu Weiqiang, her eyes sparkling, her voice slightly trembling. 720 gene. How much meat can the Dragon Kingdom reward? Zhu Weiqiang quickly calculated in his mind. The current national luck value of the Dragon Kingdom is 130 points with a basic return multiplier of 14. 130,000 times. At least around 130 million gene. The live broadcast chat exploded instantly. 133 million gene. Almost every 10 people can get a gene of meat. Although it's not much, it's free. And it doesn't cost money. Isn't that not much? Do you want to exhaust Jiang Han? Jiang Han is amazing. Jiang Han is mighty. This time I must win a draw. I didn't win last time, this time it should be my turn. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. It's not that I can't afford it, but there's no meat available in the supermarket. Now that resources on Blue Star are depleted, meat is rationed, and I can only buy 1 gene a month. 1 gene. Here we can only buy half a gene a month, and it often goes out of stock. It's hard to buy any meat at all. Jiang Han's operation this time can at least allow the Dragon Kingdom to last another month, no 2 months. Yang Dongdong added from the side, not just meat. The internal organs of the antelope are also good stuff. The heart, liver, stomach, and intestines can all be processed in a high protein. The hide can be tanned to make clothes, blankets, and tents which are thicker than bear skins. The bones can be boiled for soup, ground into bone meal, or made into tools. The fat can be rendered into oil which can be eaten, used as fuel, and made into soap or lubricants. An antelope is a treasure, and 2 are double the treasure. Dongqing's nose suddenly felt a bit sour, her eyes slightly reddened, and her voice choked. Jiang Han is really... She didn't finish, but everyone knew what she wanted to say. Zhu Weiqiang smiled and took over the conversation. There will be even more next time. This kid has only been in the game for 2 days and has already killed 4 large animals. Once he completely builds the shelter and solves the food storage issue, he will have more time to go hunting. By then, don't be surprised if he brings back 4 or 8 animals. Yang Dongdong nodded in agreement. That's right. After all, Jiang Han has also obtained 10 points of national luck value. The higher the national luck value, the higher the return multiplier. For the same prey, the more resources returned to the Dragon Kingdom. It's a positive cycle. The stronger Jiang Han is, the stronger the Dragon Kingdom becomes. The stronger the Dragon Kingdom is, the stronger Jiang Han becomes. In the wilderness, Jiang Han stood between the 2 antelope carcasses, lost in thought. He has slaughtered them. The problem is taking them back is also a burden. Without salt, he can't finish the bear meat. Now with an additional 700 to 800 gene of beef, combined with a few hundred gene of bear meat from before, he has over 1,000 gene of meat. Over 1,000 gene, even if he eats 10 gene a day, it would take him more than 3 months. But meat spoils, and he doesn't have a refrigerator. He can only rely on smoking and curing for preservation. With insufficient salt and limited smoking capacity, he simply cannot store over 1,000 gene of meat. The chat in the live broadcast went wild upon seeing his expression. Ha ha ha, Jiang Han's expression. I really want to help him share this trouble. A happy trouble. This is the real. Ordinary people worry about not having meat to eat, while Jiang Han worries about having too much meat to finish. Whoa, I really want to go help Jiang Han eat meat. I don't need a salary, just feed me. Jiang Han, come over. If you come, I'll kill one for you to roast a whole cow. Netizen, I'll buy a plane ticket immediately. Jiang Han, even if you buy a plane ticket, you can't reach here. This is not the same world. Jiang Han, why don't you give the meat to Lin Wanqing? She's nearby. Send her a message and let her come get it. Yes. Lin Wanqing only has burnt lotus root and is lacking meat. If you 2 work together, one provides carbohydrates and the other provides protein, it will be perfect. Jiang Han, I don't know her. Netizen, you'll get to know her soon. Jiang Han sighed, squatting down, and took out his axe, striking at the antelope's horn. Forget it, let's take whatever we can carry first, we'll deal with the rest later. The axe struck the base of the horn, producing a dull cracking sound. The antelope's horn is hard, much harder than wood, but it was still no match for the axe. After 4 or 5 strikes, the horn broke off from the base. Jiang Han picked it up and tested its weight in his hand. The horn was heavy, smooth on the surface with a sharp tip. After some polishing, it could be made into a spearhead, much sharper and more durable than a wooden spearhead. After finishing with the horn, Jiang Han used a dagger to slit open the antelope's belly. The internal organs spilled out, and he reached in to pull out 2 slabs of fat. This fat is attached to the inner wall of the abdominal cavity, pure white. This is a good thing. Once rendered into oil, it can be eaten, used for illumination as fuel, and applied to the skin to prevent cracking. It has a long shelf life and won't spoil even after a year if stored in a cool place. He wrapped the 2 slabs of fat in leaves and stuffed them into his backpack. Then he chopped off 1 antelope leg. The hind leg has the most developed muscles, yielding more meat and less sinew, making it suitable for roasting. He had never eaten antelope meat before and wanted to try it. The remaining meat he couldn't take away and didn't plan to. Leaving it behind, other animals would naturally come to eat it, which could be seen as a return to nature. The chat in the live broadcast exploded again. Woo is Jiang Han leaving the rest behind. 7 to 800 gene of meat, it's too wasteful. It's really too wasteful. If this were on Blue Star, how much could it sell for? Beef tendons. They can be used to make bows and arrows. Beef tendons are the best material for bowstrings. Nonsense, Jiang Han already got a compound bow, why bother with that? The bowstring of a compound bow is made of chemical fiber 1,000 times stronger than beef tendons. Exactly, processing beef tendons is very troublesome. They need to be repeatedly pounded, stretched, and dried. It takes at least half a month to use them, and Jiang Han doesn't have that time. Jiang Han shouldered the antelope leg, tucked the horn under his arm, and had his backpack filled with fat and sweet lettuce with the axe strapped to his waist and the bow and arrow on his back. He looked like a Christmas tree adorned with gifts, swaying as he walked toward the campsite. He had only been gone for a little over 2 hours and had already completed the entire process of hunting, gathering, and butchering with an absurdly high efficiency. Fat to be rendered into oil. Jiang Han walked back to the campsite, his pace much slower than on the way there, carrying 70 to 80 gene of items, swaying as he walked. When he returned to the camp, the sun had already begun to set. Jiang Han placed the antelope legs and horns at the entrance of the shelter and took out the lard and sweet lettuce from his backpack, stacking them on the lid of an iron box. He cut a small piece of antelope meat into thin slices with his dagger, skewered it on a branch, and roasted it by the fire. The slices were thin, and after being flipped a few times, they changed color with fat sizzling out. Antelope meat is more tender than bear meat, with finer fibers and more even fat distribution. Chewing it brings a unique wild flavor, not gamey or tough, better than bear meat. After eating his fill, Jiang Han walked to the stream, stripped off his blood-stained clothes, squatted by the bank, and washed his body with the cold stream water. He then scrubbed his clothes in the water a few times, wrung them out, and hung them on a stone by the fire to dry. In the evening, with nothing to do, Jiang Han crawled into his sleeping bag and closed his eyes. The next morning, he opened his eyes to see his breath condensing into a cloud of white mist in the air. The white mist lingered before dissipating in less than 2 seconds, but the cold was palpable. Today was much colder than yesterday, at least 7 to 8 degrees lower. He wrapped himself tightly in bare skin and sat up, glancing at the fireplace, now reduced to ashes, leaving only a pile of cold white ash. Just as he was about to open the system to begin today's matchmaking task, a golden light suddenly erupted in the line of sight of all contestants, accompanied by a solemn game announcement echoing through every corner of Blue Star and the wilderness. The 3-day novice protection period has ended, and the National Fortune survival game has officially begun. Jiang Han's hand froze in midair. After the official start, every day a contestant survives, their country's national fortune will increase by 1. At the same time, contestants can plunder the national fortune of other countries by killing their contestants. After the official start, the difficulty of survival for contestants will greatly increase. Every day of survival adds 1 to the national fortune. Doesn't that mean the longer you live, the stronger you become? Survive for 100 days, and you gain 100 points. Killing contestants from other countries to plunder their national fortune. Isn't this encouraging contestants to kill each other? Once the novice protection period is over, the wilderness will turn into a battlefield. What does greatly increased difficulty mean? Will the animals become stronger? Will the environment worsen? Or will new threats emerge? The phrase refreshing flora and fauna to enhance contestant strength. Wait, does that mean new species will appear in the wilderness? Stronger, more valuable species. At the Supreme Command Center of the Dragon Kingdom, the elder leaned forward as soon as he heard the announcement, his eyes glued to the screen. The secretaries beside him also stopped their work, and the office fell silent for a moment before bursting into chaos. Killing contestants from other countries to plunder their national fortune. This means that contestants from other countries will actively attack our contestants. The novice protection period is over, and the wilderness is about to become a hunting ground. Academician Wang adjusted his glasses, his fingers swiftly tapping on the keyboard, pulling up a pile of data. Elder, the most crucial part is the 3rd rule. The wilderness will refresh flora and fauna to enhance contestant strength. This means that the game officials are actively introducing resources and threats. The newly refreshed flora and fauna may be stronger, more valuable, or even more dangerous than the current ones. If contestants want to become stronger, they must hunt these newly refreshed creatures, but the process of hunting itself is a tremendous risk. The elder took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Things are about to get even more intense. At the Prime Minister's official residence in the Wokaku, the Prime Minister was awakened from his sleep. When the secretary burst into the bedroom, he wasn't fully awake yet, but upon hearing the novice protection period has ended and killing contestants from other countries to plunder their national fortune, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, instantly waking him up. Sato Ken. The Prime Minister's first reaction was this name. Sato Ken was still in Jiang Han's hands. With the novice protection period over, Jiang Han could legally and openly kill Sato Ken to plunder Wokuki's national fortune. Moreover, according to the rules, killing contestants from other countries would add 10 to the killer's national fortune, while deducting 10 from the killed contestant's national fortune, a net difference of 20 points. Contact the Dragon Kingdom immediately. The Prime Minister's voice almost burst out. Tell Jiang Han not to kill Sato Ken. Any conditions can be negotiated. The foreign minister was already on the phone, but the response from the Dragon Kingdom officials was still that infuriating phrase, "We will consider it. Consider your grandfather." The foreign minister hung up the phone, his face pale. "Your Excellency, the Dragon Kingdom has not given a definitive answer. They are clearly waiting for us to offer better conditions." The Prime Minister gritted his teeth, his gums aching. "Then contact Jiang Han directly, using game messages. Spend some national fortune points and send him a message." "But what conditions can we offer?" The foreign minister hesitated. "Jiang Han is in the wilderness. What resources? He can't even finish eating bear meat. Weapons. His weapons are better than those of our contestants." The Prime Minister fell silent for 3 seconds before proposing a condition that he felt would humiliate Jiang Han. "Tell him that Wokuku will no longer disrupt his matchmaking in his live broadcast. This is the most valuable condition we can offer him at the moment." In fact, the Prime Minister gritted his teeth, secretly vowing that once Sato Ken was safe, he would order all Wokuka citizens to disrupt Jiang Han's live broadcasts every morning. Not just Wokuka citizens, but also spend money to hire netizens from other countries to join in the disruption. Take a step back today, advance 3 steps tomorrow. They must turn Jiang Han's matchmaking into a nightmare. The foreign minister nodded, quickly editing a message, spending a bit of national fortune points to send it to Jiang Han. In the wilderness, Jiang Han was looking at the detailed game announcement when suddenly a line of text appeared at the edge of his vision. He looked down and saw. It wasn't from the Dragon Kingdom's Supreme Command Center, but from the Wokuku officials. "Jiang Han, please do not kill Sato Ken. In exchange, Wokuku promises not to disrupt your matchmaking in your live broadcast in the future. Please consider carefully." After reading this message, Jiang Han was first taken aback, then a dangerous smile slowly spread across his face. "Damn, is this an exchange or a threat? Not to disrupt your live broadcast in the future." The implication of this statement is that if he does not agree, Wokuku will escalate their disruptions. The word future is cleverly used, implying that they have already been disrupting him before, and whether they continue to do so depends on his choice now. This is not a bargaining chip. This is a threat. "What qualification does your country have to threaten me?" Jiang Han turned his head and glanced at Sato Ken. Sato Ken leaned against the trunk, half opened his eyes, his face pale, lips cracked, looking as wilted as a nearly dying blade of grass. He had heard the announcement and the new rule that Jiang Han could seize national fortune by killing foreign competitors. At this moment, a complex light flickered in his eyes. Fear, anticipation, pleading despair, all mixed together, making him look like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Jiang Han stood up and walked in front of Sato Ken, looking down at him. Sato Ken raised his head, his lips trembling, and said in broken English, "Please." "No." Jiang Han remained silent. He turned away, picked up the axe from the entrance of the shelter, weighing it in his hand. The blade gleamed coldly in the morning light, still stained with the dried blood from yesterday's butchering of the antelope. Sato Ken's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. He began to struggle, his tied hands twisting desperately behind him, the rope digging into the wounds on his wrists, blood seeping out, but he felt no pain. Jiang Han approached him, raising the axe. Sato Ken closed his eyes. The axe fell, clean and swift. One blow ended Sato Ken's suffering. The threatening tone in the official announcement from the Japanese country left him quite displeased. If he was displeased, he would make the other party even more so. Soon the voice of the game announcement echoed through Blue Star and the wilderness. Jiang Han, a competitor from the Dragon Country, killed Sato Ken from the Japanese country, increasing the Dragon Country's national fortune by 10 and decreasing the Japanese country's national fortune by 10. When the Prime Minister heard this announcement, the steel thermos in his hand crashed to the ground. His face turned the color of liver, veins bulging on his temples, lips trembling, fingers shaking, his entire body quivering. No one in the room dared to speak, even their breathing was hushed. The secretaries bowed their heads, staring at their toes, wishing they could turn invisible. The foreign minister stood to the side, looking worse than if he had eaten a fly. He had just spent a bit of national fortune to send a message to Jiang Han proposing a trade. As a result, less than 3 minutes after sending the message, Sato Ken was killed. Not only had they lost 10 points of national fortune to the Dragon Country, but they also spent an additional point of national fortune to send the message. This message was essentially self-humiliation, spending money to buy a slap to the face, while actively putting their face forward. "Baka." The Prime Minister's voice emerged from the depths of his throat, hoarse, deep, filled with murderous intent. In another part of the wilderness, Yiwudi was squatting by the fire, holding a stick with several pieces of sizzling, greasy meat skewered on it. He was about to put the roasted wild boar meat into his mouth when he suddenly heard the game announcement. Yi Woody's hand froze the roasted meat hovering near his mouth, his eyes wide, his mouth slightly open, his whole body frozen as if struck by paralysis. How is that possible? His voice was filled with disbelief. They just announced the new rules, and Jiang Han has already seized national fortune. How long has it been? 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Yi Woody fell silent for a few seconds, then stuffed the roasted meat into his mouth, his expression shifting from shock to resignation and then to a stubborn defiance. Fine, you're impressive, Yi Woody spoke to the air, but I can't fall behind. He stood up, skewered the remaining wild boar meat on the rack, picked up his spear, and walked deeper into the woods. In Jiang Han's live stream, the barrage was flooding the screen at a speed of tens of thousands of messages per second. Jiang God is incredible. Well done. Keeping such a person alive is a disaster. 10 points of national fortune. Directly seized 10 points. Added to the original 140 of the Dragon Country, now it's 150. Let me calculate. The national fortune of the Dragon Country has become 150, that's correct. Moreover, the novice protection period has ended, gaining 1 point for each day survived, and it hasn't been added today. Out tomorrow, it will be 160. When is Jiang God going to go on a blind date? He hasn't gone on a date today. Don't forget about important matters just because you killed someone. Blind date, blind date, blind date. Jiang God, hurry up and go on a blind date. The rewards for today haven't been claimed yet. Wait till you see Jiang God's expression. Is he thinking about something? In Lin Wangxing's live stream, Lin Wanqing was carrying all her belongings, a backpack, sleeping bag, pot salt, and a pile of burnt lotus root, walking clumsily in the wilderness. She had set out early this morning, heading northwest towards Jiang Han's direction. Suddenly the game announcement, when Lin Wanqing heard Jiang Han, a competitor from the Dragon Country, killed Sato Kin from the Japanese country, she froze in place, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Jiang God killed someone, she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Then she took another 2 steps and suddenly realized. No, it wasn't just killing you, it was taking down a foreign competitor and seizing national fortune. This was allowed by the game rules and might even be encouraged by them. She took another 2 steps, her pace suddenly, not out of fear, but because she felt that staying close to Jiang Han was 1,000 times safer than wandering alone in this wilderness. That person dares to kill, what beast could possibly threaten him? No, I need to hurry, Lin Wanqing muttered to herself, quickening her pace. What if Jiang God runs far away again? It will be even harder to find him. In her live stream, the barrage was even more urgent than she was. Star, hurry up. Jiang God just killed someone. His mood must not be good. You can go comfort him. Yes, help Jiang God digest some meat, otherwise it would be a waste with so much meat. Be careful not to trip. The road is still long, no need to rush, safety first. Star, you can do it. You're the best. Once you find Jiang God, you'll be safe. In the wilderness, Jiang Han's camp. Jiang Han grabbed Sato Kin's collar and dragged him up from beside the tree roots, pulling him to the creek. Then with a strong push, the corpse rolled into the creek, splashing water, and drifted downstream. The water was cold and the current swift. The corpse spun a few times on the surface, got caught on a stone, then floated up again, continuing downstream, growing smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared behind a patch of reeds. Jiang Han stood by the creek, watching the direction in which the corpse vanished, silent for a few seconds. Then he turned around, walked back to the camp, and sat on a stone beside the fire, starting to build a fire. After the fire was rekindled, he reheated the remaining antelope meat from last night over the fire, breaking off half a piece of compressed biscuit, and began to eat slowly. At the Dragon Country's highest command center, an elder leaned back in his chair, holding a cup of hot tea, the steam rising in the morning light. Ha ha ha. The elder laughed, his laughter echoing in the office. Now our national fortune has reached 100. The secretary stood beside him, holding a folder, her smile just as radiant. Elder, the country's fortunes are indeed far ahead, but Jiang Han's matchmaking might face even more targeting in the future. This morning he killed Sato Kin. The people of the Wokaku surely hate him to the bone. Tomorrow morning the number of people causing trouble in his live stream will only increase, not decrease. The elder's smile faded slightly, his brow furrowing as he picked up his teacup and took a sip, choosing not to. Dongqing sat behind the broadcasting desk, the screen before her displaying Jiang Han's real-time livestream data. 2 billion. Dongqing's voice sounded a bit dazed. What kind of livestream can attract 2 billion people? Yang Dongdong leaned back in her chair, her arms crossed over her chest. I fear that more than half of them aren't here to watch the livestream. They're here to cause trouble for Jiang Han. With 2 billion people online, the total population of Longhua is 14 billion. Even if the entire nation is watching, it can't exceed 14 billion. The extra 6 billion must be foreigners. Indeed, Longhua has 14 billion people, with women making up about half, around 7 billion. Of those, the eligible, willing to participate in matchmaking and able to cooperate with Jiang Han likely number less than 1 billion. There may be some onlookers this morning, but not too many. The remaining, at least over 10 billion, are likely here to cause trouble. Dong Qing's brow furrowed, even tighter her voice, tinged with obvious worry. If that's the case, Jiang Han's chances of matching with someone from Longhua aren't high at all. With 2 billion people, the probability of selecting someone from Longhua is only 1 in 20. In other words, out of every 20 matchmaking attempts, he might only succeed once. This probability is too low. She paused and added, moreover, even if he does match with someone from Longhua, they might not cooperate like Su Anren did. What if he ends up with someone unreasonable like that internet-addicted girl from yesterday? That would be a waste. Zhu Weiqiang sighed, remaining silent. Yang Dongdong beside him also fell silent. In the wilderness, Jiang Han finished his breakfast, washed the pot and bowl, and sat beside the campfire staring blankly at the flames. He silently thought, Tongzi Gu, can I set withdrawal conditions? He had already guessed that many more people would come in to cause trouble. Not to mention he had just taken down a Wokaku contestant. The people of Wokaku must hate him to the core, and by this morning a large number of them might already have flooded into his livestream. They wouldn't speak Chinese, nor could they copy his commands, but they could copy others. As long as someone issued the correct command, they could simply copy and paste. Ding! Withdrawals are random. This system does not provide filtering functions and cannot filter based on user geographical location or language. Jiang Han curled his lips and cursed inwardly before grinning at the air. Good morning, everyone, he said to the air, his tone as easygoing as greeting an old friend. Today's matchmaking officially begins. Hiss, seems a bit cold today. He huffed, the white mist dispersing before him. The livestream's comments instantly exploded. Jiangshin, did you notice it's cold too? It's much colder today than yesterday. Oh, I was shocked by the white breath, right? Yesterday it was 20 degrees, today it feels like only 10. This temperature drop is too fast. If it's this cold during the day, won't it be below zero at night? Jiangshin, be sure to wear more tonight. Wait, you don't have clothes to wear. Where's your bare skin, Jiangshin? Wrap it around yourself. Don't freeze. Enough about being cold, let's focus on matchmaking. Today's tasks haven't been done yet. Jiang Han rubbed his hands together, holding them near the fire to warm them, then cleared his throat. Today we'll draw a lady for matchmaking. Those willing to participate in matchmaking, send Wokaku Sato Ken is a bastard to the comments section after 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, send. On the screen, the flood of Wokaku Sato Ken is a bastard poured out like a tide. Chinese characters, Japanese, Kana, Korean letters, English letters, and characters of various languages mixed together, but most were the same sentence, or rather the same sentence copied and pasted. Time's up. Jiang Han silently thought, system, quickly draw the matchmaking target of those who sent Wokaku Sato Ken is a bastard. Ding. Random selection in progress. Selection completed. The next moment, the screen in Jiang Han's livestream shook violently, splitting the image in two. On the left was Jiang Han, and on the right appeared a new face. It was a girl who looked to be in her early 20s with long hair, big eyes, and fair skin, quite sweet looking. A standard East Asian face that must look lovely when she smiles. But at that moment she wasn't smiling. She sat in a warmly decorated room with pink walls and a pile of plush toys behind her, looking like the bedroom of an ordinary female university student. However, Jiang Han noticed a detail. Before her sat a laptop, the screen displaying his livestream. Beside the laptop was a small Japanese rising sun flag. A Wokaku person. Jiang Han's heart sank, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled at the girl in the screen, his tone still relaxed. Hello, miss. Before he could finish, she spoke up. The girl's lips moved, and she spoke a string of fluent Japanese. The system's automatic translation function immediately activated, and a line of Chinese subtitles appeared at the edge of Jiang Han's field of vision. Jiang Han, you are a big demon. What the hell? What happened? How did I draw a Wokaku person? Longwo's highest command center. The elder's face instantly turned ashen, and the teacup in his hand slammed heavily onto the table, making a dull thud. The secretary beside him was anxiously wringing her hands. There's nothing we can do. Although Jiang Han has said something relatively complex, Wokaku Sato Ken is a bastard. The number of foreigners flooding in is simply too many. Once that sentence was sent out, they didn't need to understand its meaning. They could just copy and paste and follow along. Out of 2 billion people, there might only be 1 or 200 million from Longhua, and the rest are all foreigners. The probability of selecting a foreigner is too high. The elder slammed the table, causing the documents on it to jump. We must find a way to solve this. Academician Wang adjusted his glasses. Elder, the game's civilization level is too high. We currently have no technological means to restrict foreigners from entering Jiang Han's livestream. It's like you're live streaming on an international platform. Anyone can come in to watch and interact. We can't add a nationality lock to the livestream. At most, we can only give Jiang Han some suggestions to work around the comments. The secretary turned to Academician Wang and asked, do you have any suggestions? Academician Wang pondered for a moment and replied, let Jiang Han publish more entries every morning. When the bullet comments come out, everyone can copy them, and then in the last 2 seconds switch the entries to catch them off guard. For example, he first states one entry for everyone to copy, and all the bullet comments will send that entry. Then in the last 2 seconds, he suddenly changes to a new entry, which only those who have been watching the live stream and can react quickly will be able to follow. Those who copy and paste or use scripts to send automatically will be unable to keep up. The elder frowned and said, "This is merely a temporary fix, not a fundamental solution. Foreigners will learn too. If you change the entry today, they will learn how to quickly copy the new entry by tomorrow. This is a cat-and-mouse game with no end in sight." Academician Wang sighed and spread his hands, saying, "There's no way around it. Jiang Han's matchmaking is fully open and anyone in the world can participate. As long as this mechanism remains unchanged, the troublemakers will always exist. All we can do is continuously raise the bar, making it increasingly costly for them to cause disruptions, but we can never eliminate them entirely." In the wilderness, Jiang Han sat beside the fire, his smile having vanished from his face. The system was somewhat advanced, automatically translating the opponent's language into dragon tongue, and he understood clearly. "Jiang Han, you are a great villain." After the girl from the Yamato nation said this, a provocative smile appeared on her face, as if to say, "You killed the competitors from my country, and now I scold you, you deserve it." Her mouth kept moving, seemingly wanting to say more unpleasant words. Jiang Han did not give her the opportunity. He reached out directly and tapped the air. "Disconnect." The screen went blank. The girl's smile froze for a fraction of a second before disappearing. Today's reward was lost again. Jiang Han sat on the stone, staring at the fire, remaining silent for quite a while. "Very well." Jiang Han finally spoke, his voice not loud, but every word was enunciated clearly. "Very well. The Yamato nation is causing trouble. Well, I will remember that. As for the competitors from the Yamato nation, once I encounter them, I will definitely eliminate them all." His voice remained low, but the cold, emotionless tone sent a chill down the spines of the 2 billion viewers in the live stream. Additionally, he paused, "Any competitors from other countries who dare to appear in my live stream between 6 and 7 in the morning to cause disruptions. If I encounter one, I will eliminate one. I do not discriminate, nor do I ask questions. If your country's netizens come to disrupt my live stream in the morning, I will kill your country's competitors. One life for one life, very fair." The bullet comments in the live stream exploded instantly. "Holy crap, is Jiang Han declaring war? Is this a declaration of war against all countries? Not all countries, just those that come to disrupt his live stream. If you do not cause trouble, he will not kill your country's competitors. It's very fair, no issues. Jiang Han is right. Disruptions should come with a price. If you move your fingers online, your competitors in the wilderness will have to pay with their lives. This statement will likely reduce the number of troublemakers by half tomorrow morning. Who would dare to joke with the lives of their country's competitors? Not necessarily. Some people in certain countries are just obnoxious. The more you threaten them, the more they will escalate. Tomorrow morning, there may even be more people. Then Jiang Han can just kill them. One less for each one killed, 2 less for 2 killed. After all, Jiang Han's power level is off the charts. He can kill 1 for every 1 that comes. After Jiang Han finished this statement, he fell silent for a few seconds, and then took a deep breath, his tone softening slightly. "Everyone, please start helping to keep track tomorrow. See which country's IP appears in my live stream tomorrow morning. Especially the Samba Nation and the Great Bear Nation, their competitors are nearby. Once the statistics are done, post them on social media, so I know who to eliminate." He paused and added, "Of course, if people from a certain country do not come to disrupt, then their competitors are safe. I, Jiang Han, keep my word and do not kill innocents." The bullet comments in the live stream scrolled again. "Jiang Han, rest assured. I will get up at 5 tomorrow morning to help you keep track. Not a single IP will be missed. Competitors from the Samba Nation and the Great Bear Nation are nearby, Jiang Han. Then they better pray that their countrymen do not come to disrupt tomorrow. Netizens from the Great Bear Nation passing by, we will not disrupt. We are here to see Jiang Han eliminate bears, not to cause trouble. Netizens from the Samba Nation, too. Most of us support Jiang Han. Oh, only a few brainless ones will cause trouble. Don't lump everyone together." Jiang Han made it very clear, whoever's nationals come to disrupt, he will kill those competitors. It's not based on individuals, but on nationality. So each country's netizens should think carefully. If you want to harm your country's competitors, then come. This tactic is too ruthless. If you ruin Jiang Han's matchmaking, he will kill your country's competitors. Disrupt once, and he kills 1. Disrupt 10 times, and he kills 10. He will continue until there are no competitors left from your country. Jiang Han is not threatening. This is a rule. You destroy my chance of survival, and I will destroy your country's chances of survival. An equivalent exchange, no deceit. The reactions from foreign netizens were polarized. Some were frightened and began to call on their social media platforms in their countries. Don't disrupt Jiang Han's live stream tomorrow morning. Do not harm your country's competitors. Others were enraged, cursing Jiang Han as a tyrant, a butcher, and anti-human, vowing to organize more people to flood into his live stream tomorrow to see how many he could kill. But But despite the cursing many knew deep down, Jiang Han was serious. He wasn't just trying to scare people. He had just killed Sato Ken without even blinking. In the wilderness, Jiang Han stood up, adding more firewood to the fire to continue smoking the meat. Then he walked to the entrance of the shelter and checked the 4 walls and roof he had built yesterday. He glanced in the direction of the stream. The body of Sato Ken had already drifted far away. The stream had returned to clarity, glimmering silver-white in the morning light. It was as if that person had never existed. The weather is getting colder. This means the bear skin will come in handy, Jiang Han muttered to himself in the air. However, the preparation of the bear skin is somewhat troublesome. After curing the bear skin, the next step is to soak it in alum water. Without alum, Jiang Han planned to use salt and wood ash as substitutes. But the current problem is that there is no container for soaking. Jiang Han went to the stream and looked around. The ground was all ordinary yellow soil, and he wondered if digging a pit in the ground for soaking would cause the water to seep out. However, the most pressing issue right now is not the soaking of the bear skin, but how to prevent people from other countries from disrupting his matchmaking. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the treetops, casting flickering patches of light on the forest floor. Jiang Han, with a bow on his back and an axe in hand, ventured once again into the woods behind the camp. His footsteps were much slower than yesterday, and his eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, missing not a single. Though Jiang Han's strength had increased by 10 points, reaching 16 points, far beyond that of an ordinary person, he still belonged to the realm of carbon-based life forms. Moreover, the peak martial power experience card for Lu Bu had expired, and the sensation of shattering the air with a single punch had vanished. Now he relied solely on his own tangible strength and skills, without any external boosts. If he encountered a beast beyond his comprehension, it could very well mean his demise. Additionally, the game had just announced that the upcoming survival challenges would be even more perilous, compelling Jiang Han to be extra cautious, always prepared to turn and flee at a moment's notice. Why is Jiang Shun so cowardly today, walking like a thief? What do you know? The new player protection period has ended and the game difficulty has greatly increased. Who knows what might lurk in the woods? It's better to be careful. Exactly. Who knows what dangers are out there? Being cautious is a must. Chives? Look on the ground. Isn't there a patch of wild chives in front of Jiang Shun? Yes. Wild chives. A whole lot. Jiang Shun quickly looked down. Jiang Han was marking a tree trunk with his axe, the blade striking the bark with a dull thud. Though he couldn't see the barrage of comments, he wasn't blind. His gaze quickly fell upon a patch of green on the ground. The green plants had broad, flat leaves sprouting from the soil to a height of 20 to 30 centimeters, covering a large area of open ground. Jiang Han squatted down, brushing aside the leaves to take a closer sniff. An intense spicy aroma surged into his nostrils. Wild chives, no doubt. Jiang Han recognized wild chives. As a child at his grandmother's house in the countryside, she would take him to the mountains in spring to dig up wild chives, which they would then stir-fry with eggs or use in dumplings. What a good find. Jiang Han grinned, squatting down to start cutting them with his axe. He wondered if the cooler weather would affect their growth. If they couldn't grow anymore, it might be more cost-effective to pull them all out. Yet Jiang Han hesitated to uproot them. What if they could continue to thrive? After a while of chopping, Jiang Han had amassed 2 high piles of wild chives on the ground, glistening under. Jiang Han took a look and decided to stop. Although there were still plenty of wild chives left, he couldn't possibly eat them all. This amount would last him several days. He had forgotten to bring a backpack when he left in the morning, so he had no rope on him. Standing up, he looked around, but found no vines either. Make a rope out of grass. Jiang Shin, there seems to be a mulberry tree up ahead. Could you check it out? We can just carry them back as is. The viewers in the live stream were offering Jiang Han all sorts of ridiculous suggestions. Jiang Han stood still for a moment, then shifted his gaze to 2 small trees nearby. He walked over and made a vertical cut into the trunk with his dagger, the blade slicing into the bark and reaching the inner layer of the phloem. Then he used the tip of the knife to lift the edge of the bark, pulling it forcefully along the direction of the trunk. See? A long strip of bark was completely peeled off, revealing the pale yellow wood beneath. The stripped bark had 2 layers. The outer layer was rough and brown, while the inner layer was soft and light yellow phloem fibers. Jiang Han rubbed off the outer layer of the bark with his hands, leaving only the inner phloem fibers, then gathered a few strands together, placing them in the palm of his hand, and rubbed them vigorously with both hands. Soon a thin rope appeared in his hands. In the commentary live stream, Dong Qing was wearing a light purple suit today. Teacher Zhu, Teacher Yang, is the rope Jiang Han is making sturdy? Yes, very sturdy. Jiang Han has a wealth of experience. He is using the inner phloem fibers of the bark to make the rope. Plus, he chose young trees, so the bark is fresh with well-developed phloem fibers, good elasticity, and strong tensile strength. Moreover, his technique for making rope is quite professional. While rubbing, the fibers must remain moist. If too dry, they will fall apart, and if too wet, they will slip. The bark he stripped was fresh and contained some moisture, making the humidity just right. The rope made this way could easily lift dozens of pounds. But the rope needs to be rubbed a bit more to make it thicker. Just then on the live stream, Jiang Han continued his work, skillfully rubbing the thin rope, then combining several thin strands together. Jiang Shan's skills are wasted if he doesn't become a primitive man. Are you praising him or insulting him? Is being a primitive man a compliment? Of course it's a compliment. Most modern people wouldn't know a single one of those survival skills. As Jiang Shan can hunt bear's mine and make rope, he would be a tribal leader in primitive society. Can you all stop blowing smoke? It's just making a rope. I can do it too. You can. Show me how to make one from bark. If you can't do it, treat me to a meal. Is there a story upstairs? It's just a bet for a meal. Why do I feel like you're fishing for compliments? After making 2 ropes, Jiang Han tested them in his hands. They were very sturdy and couldn't be broken. He then tied each pile of wild chives with the rope. In the footage, he bent down to lift 2 bundles of wild chives, weighing them in his hands. Each bundle was about the thickness of his thigh, blocking a large part of his chest when held close. He estimated that the 2 bundles together weighed at least 10 pounds. The live stream comments went wild. Haha, with so many wild chives, I want to help Jiang Shan carry some. Oh, just give me 1 bundle. I heard chives are good for boosting vitality. Is that true? Boosting what? Chives are just ordinary vegetables. They contain sulfides and zinc, which are good for health, but boosting vitality is pure rumor. How do you know so much upstairs? Got a story. Have you tried and found it useless, so you're so sure? It doesn't matter if I have a story, what I said is a fact. Good thing they don't boost vitality. If they did, Jiang Shan would be in big trouble alone in the wilderness. Agreed 1. Agreed 10086. Dragon Country contestant Jiang Han has obtained 2 bundles of wild chives, rewarding Dragon Country with 423,800 bundles of wild chives. Jiang Han was momentarily stunned, his hand holding the chives suspended in midair. They actually calculated it by bundle. Jiang Han scoffed, complaining to the air, "Isn't this survival game a bit rough around the edges? Can it automatically detect how heavy the chives in my hands are? Why not be accurate to the gram? Why does it have to count by bundles? 2 bundles are 2 bundles. What if I tied them a bit larger? What if I tied them smaller? This method of calculation is too imprecise." The live stream's comments were bursting with laughter. Jiang Shan, what does it matter how it's calculated? Anyway, Longhua has already obtained over 400,000 bundles of leeks, and that's enough. Game official, I was just casually estimating. Did you take it seriously? When you killed the bear, I didn't calculate it to the gram either. It's all counted by heads, isn't it? Exactly, don't nitpick over words. Jiang Han finished his complaint, resting 2 bundles of leeks on his shoulder, holding onto the leeks with one hand and gripping an axe with the other, continuing to walk forward. In the live stream of Italy, Giovanni had walked far today. He had set out from the camp and walked for nearly 2 hours along a dry riverbed, arriving at a vast area he had never seen before. The terrain here was peculiar. The ground was a mix of gravel and sandy soil with sparse vegetation, only scattered bushes and cacti, completely different from the forest he had been in before. He was crouched behind a large stone drinking water when he suddenly heard a loud and coarse call. Bah! Giovanni raised his head, looking in the direction of the sound, then froze in place. About 100 meters away, a gigantic creature was standing beside a bush, lowering its head to munch on the leaves. It was a goat. At least it looked like a goat. It had goat's horns, curved with horizontal ridges twisting backward and upward exactly like the horns of an ordinary goat. It also had goat's beard, a long tuft of hair hanging down from its chin. It even had goat's pupils, horizontal rectangular pupils. But its body type was nothing like a goat. It was too large. So large it felt unreal. That goat was estimated to stand about 2 meters tall at the shoulder, possibly even taller than an elk. Its body was long and robust, with limbs as thick as 4 concrete pillars standing on the ground like a small mountain. Giovanni's mouth was agape, shocked to the point of being unable to close it. Is this a goat? I would believe it if you said it was an elk. No elk aren't even this big. But it's clearly a goat. Look at those horns, that beard, those pupils. Those are all characteristics of a goat, just magnified 10 times. How can we kill this thing? With a knife? With an axe? You strike it once, and it knocks you back, and you're done. Giovanni, you better run. Don't just stand there. Run quickly while it hasn't noticed you. What do you mean run? Just take it down. Italians eat a pound of lamb. A goat this big must weigh over 1,000 pounds, enough for all of Italy to eat for a day. You're looking for death. Who can kill such a big goat? Do you want him to go die? Jiang Han from Longhua might be able to kill it, but Giovanni definitely cannot. Giovanni, you can do it. If you kill it, you'll be my idol. By the way, Bellucci, don't run away, you idiot. Haha, the Japanese come to watch the Italians who lack samurai spirit. Italians always surrender before the battle even begins. Japanese, you're looking for death. Fortunately, the gigantic goat, despite its astonishing size, seemed not to have turned aggressive. It lowered its head, leisurely munching on the leaves of the bush, occasionally lifting its head to glance around, its gaze calm and lazy, showing no interest in the fleeing Giovanni. 10 minutes later, Giovanni was panting heavily, his heart nearly jumping out of his throat as he leaned against a tree trunk, bending down to take deep breaths. The giant goat did not chase after him. Giovanni leaned against the trunk and slid down to the ground, his hands still trembling. Italy's government building. An emergency meeting was convened the moment Giovanni discovered the giant goat. Officials gathered around a long table, the big screen in front of them looping the footage of the giant goat. Its enormous size, those sturdy limbs, those curved, sharp horns, every detail sending chills down their spines. Is this what the game announcement referred to as the wilderness will refresh flora and fauna to enhance players' strength? An official swallowed hard. Is this called enhancing strength? This is more like sending to death. The term refresh was cleverly used. Not appear, not increase, but refresh. Just like refreshing monsters in a computer game appearing out of nowhere without any warning. Today it refreshed a giant goat. What will it refresh tomorrow? A giant wolf, a giant tiger, a giant bear. The key is, what is the value of this giant goat? The technical advisor adjusted his glasses. Is it a huntable prey or an unkillable threat? If we kill it, will the rewards be higher than those for ordinary animals? Definitely higher. Another official chimed in. The game announcement clearly stated refresh flora and fauna to enhance players' strength. Since it's meant to enhance strength, players should receive some substantial benefits after killing it. Either an increase in physical attributes or the acquisition of special abilities. Should we send a message to notify Giovanni? There was silence in the meeting room for a few seconds. Not for now, the Italian Prime Minister shook his head. He is safe now, he won't take that route again. It's not worth sending a message to spend a bit of national luck to tell him something he already knows. If he encounters it a second time or comes across another refreshed creature, we'll notify him then. Similar dialogues were taking place simultaneously in the command rooms of various countries on Blue Star. The ugly country, Japan, John Bull country, Gaul, big hair country, Samba country. Officials from all nations were watching their players' live streams, searching for traces of refreshed flora and fauna. In the wilderness, Jiang Han wandered for a whole morning, encountering nothing useful apart from wild leeks. He saw no strange animals, no treasures, and hardly any ordinary beasts. He had no choice but to follow the marks he had made and return the same way, walking back to the camp without any unexpected incidents. Back at the camp, Jiang Han first placed the 2 bundles of wild leeks by the creek, crouching down to wash them clean handful by handful. Then he picked out a large handful of the freshest ones, cutting them into inch-long pieces with a dagger and setting them aside for later. Next, he took a slice of smoked bear meat from an iron box and cut it into thin pieces. The fat layer of the bear meat was thick, revealing a marbled pattern of red and white when cut, with oil shining on the blade. For lunch today, I am going to create an original dish, wild leeks stir-fried with black bear meat. As Jiang Han stirred the pot, he muttered to himself, this dish is 100% all natural, with no artificial ingredients. Away apart from salt, there are no artificial items in it. Wild chives soften when heated, their vibrant green gradually turning deep green as the unique spicy aroma mingles with the rich scent of bear meat, almost palpable even through the screen. Jiang Han placed the stir-fried dish directly on a clean large leaf, the lush green wild chives paired with brownish red bear meat, a feast for the eyes, the fragrance wafting up to his nostrils. He also broke off half a piece of compressed biscuit, sitting by the fire devouring it eagerly. The first episode of Culinary Wilderness features stir-fried wild chives with black bear meat, and it tastes quite good. The chives, when tasted, offered a spicy kick followed by a sweet aftertaste, while the bear meat was tender and flavorful with the fat enveloping the fibers of the chives, both fragrant and succulent, 1,000 times better than the bland boiled meat of the past 2 days. Jiang Han couldn't stop eating, taking bite after bite until the entire plate was clean, even licking his fingers to savor the oil that had dripped onto the leaf. Wow, I want to join the game too. Jiangshan is making me hungry. Protest. Protest. From now on, Jiangshan shouldn't stream while eating. You silly, why not just leave the stream? Let's be honest, Jiangshan is quite skilled at cooking too. He even said he didn't work after graduating from university, so why doesn't he open a restaurant? Same question 1. Same question 10086. After eating, Jiang Han leaned against the rock wall, just about to take a sip of water, when he suddenly felt a warm current rising from his stomach, as if a small fire had been lit inside him. In an instant, the warmth spread from his abdomen outward, reaching his limbs, flowing into his fingertips, toes, and the top of his head, every pore opening up, making him feel as though he were soaking in warm water. Jiang Han sat up straight, his eyes wide open. What the hell? So there really is something that can enhance a contestant. The game announcement stated, refreshing flora and fauna enhances contestant strength, and he thought only those bizarre, oversized creatures that spawned could enhance power, but unexpectedly, even ordinary wild chives could strengthen his physical condition. Although the change wasn't drastic, the warm current was undeniably real, and the comfortable feeling throughout his body wasn't just psychological, it was a tangible physical reaction. Now that even wild chives made him feel a noticeable enhancement in strength, what about the others? Would truly rare treasures or peculiar creatures greatly enhance his power? There was just one problem. After the wild chives boosted his strength, he had no idea how much he had actually improved. Was his strength increased by a fraction of a point? Was his physique increased by a fraction of a point? Or was some other attribute enhanced? The game didn't provide a comprehensive analysis of his body like a system. He could only rely on his feelings, unable to quantify it. Jiang Han stood up, moved his body a bit, and his joints didn't make any cracking noises, and there were no obvious changes in his muscles. The warm current lingered in his body for about a minute before dissipating, and his body returned to its normal sensation. Immediately after, Jiang Han, without warning, picked up his axe and walked outside the camp to start chopping wood. Although the shelter had been built, 4 walls, a roof, and a bed base were in place, it was still missing a door. The current shelter was an open shed facing south without any hindrance allowing anything to come and go freely. At night, while trying to sleep, he always felt uneasy, worried that something might crawl in through the entrance. Moreover, he also felt uneasy every time he left the shelter. He needed a door. Jiang Han walked around the camp and selected a few relatively thin pine trees. With each swing of the axe, the small trees fell one by one, and he trimmed off the branches from the trunks, cutting them to a length that matched the width of the doorway. Then he chopped down a few thinner trees to prepare for the door frame and door panel. First, he dug 2 shallow pits in the ground, placing 2 thick trunks vertically on either side of the door as the frame supports. Next, he laid a horizontal beam across the tops of the 2 supports and secured it tightly with vines. Once the door frame was complete, he began crafting the door panel. The door panel was also made simply. He placed several trimmed trunks side by side on the ground, used a dagger to carve grooves at both ends and the center of each trunk, and then threaded ropes made from tree bark through the grooves, binding the trunks together to form a movable door panel. The entire process took him nearly 2 hours. Once the door was installed, Jiang Han clapped his hands. Looking at the sturdy wooden door, he felt that all the effort he put in this afternoon was worth it. Haha, job well done. Jiang Han turned the door a few times, finding no issues, then stood at the entrance of the shelter with his hands on his hips, admiring his creation, thoroughly satisfied. Just then he pushed the door hard, and despite being closed, the door did not budge at all. When the door was closed, the entire shelter resembled a sealed little box surrounded by walls topped with a roof elevated off the ground with a door at the front keeping beasts out. Next up was to guard against the wind and cold. However, the weather wasn't that cold yet, and he still had a sleeping bag, so there was no rush. Even if I leave in the future, the essential things can be locked inside the shelter, so I don't have to worry about wild animals messing with them. Just as Jiang Han finished speaking, the announcement from the game echoed through Blue Star and the wilderness. The contestant Jiang Han from Dragon Country becomes the first to complete the construction of a level 1 shelter, rewarding Dragon Country with a 10 increase in national fortune. Clang! Jiang Han's axe fell to the ground, the blade facing down, embedding itself into the soil less than 2 centimeters from his toes. If he had shifted his position even slightly, the axe would have struck his foot, but he was completely unaware as he was already in a daze. What the hell? This works. He completely hit the jackpot. He just wanted to make a door to protect against beasts, and unexpectedly, while doing so, the game awarded him the achievement of first to complete level 1 shelter construction, along with a 10 boost in national fortune. This unexpected joy came too suddenly, so much so that he couldn't react for a while. And also, what on earth is a level 1 shelter? What qualifies as a level 1 shelter? Does it just need walls, a roof, and a door? If that's the case, then his shelter indeed meets the criteria. 4 walls built, 3 layers of roof, a door installed, and the ground raised 20 centimeters. Once the latch was inserted, it became a sealed space. But if that's the standard, isn't it too low? At the Dragon Country Command Center, an elder sprang up from his chair upon hearing the announcement, almost dropping his teacup and splattering tea everywhere. His smile widened, finally erupting into a hearty laugh. This kid, the elder chuckled, shaking his head, he's just lucky. He can get first place just for making a door. The secretary beside him could hardly contain his laughter, wiping the table while saying, Elder, this is not luck. Who would have thought to build a door? Not a single one. Jiang Han thought and acted, proving that this was not luck, but intellect. The elder nodded, suppressing his smile, but the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes betrayed his mood. The reward for the level 1 sanctuary is a 10% increase in national fortune. What is the current national fortune of Dragon Country? The secretary quickly calculated in his mind. It was 150 points before, now increased by 10%, so it is 165 points. The elder took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. They were truly leading the way. They had really done it. In another part of the wilderness, Yi Wudi crouched beside a small stream. In front of him lay a half-dead roe deer. The roe deer was not large, weighing about 50 to 60 kilograms with light brown fur and big eyes looking somewhat foolish. In fact, the roe deer was indeed a bit foolish. When chased, it would not run continuously, but would stop after a while to look back, and hunters exploited this characteristic to catch them. Yi Wuti had been chasing this roe deer for almost 40 minutes. The roe deer ran fast, and he could not keep up, but it would stop after running a few hundred meters, looking back at him, as if to say, "Are you still chasing me?" Then it would continue running. Yi Wuti followed closely behind, seizing the opportunity to shoot an arrow into the deer's thigh. Now the deer was losing blood rapidly, struggling on the ground. At that moment, the game announcement sounded. Dragon Country contestant Jiang Han has become the first to complete the construction of a Level 1 sanctuary rewarding Dragon Country with a 10% increase in national fortune. Yi Wuti's hand froze, his mouth slightly open, and his eyes widened more than the roe deer's. "It's him." Yi Wuti's voice carried a complex emotion: admiration, helplessness, a bit of resentment, and a hint of... He remained silent for 2 seconds, then lowered his head to look at the roe deer on the ground. The deer had half-closed eyes drooling at the corners of its mouth, looking both foolish and pitiful. "Forget it," Yi Wuti muttered to himself. "Thanks to Jiang Han, I can also get a bit more meat from this roe deer." He finished speaking and struck the foolish deer with 2 punches, killing it. Immediately after the game announcement sounded again, Dragon Country contestant Yi Wuti has hunted 1 roe deer, rewarding Dragon Country with an equivalent of 233,000 roe deer. In the commentary live room, Dong Qing was drinking water when she heard the announcement. Upon hearing the news, she sprayed water out completely, losing her usual elegance. In any case, she had already lost her elegance, and after being stunned for a moment, she simply started laughing, doubling over in glee. "Ha ha ha." Dong Qing's laughter echoed in the studio, a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. "The timing is just perfect. Jiang Han just increased the national fortune by 10% to 165 points. Yi Wuti just killed the foolish roe deer. The timing is impeccable." Yang Dongdong, smiling beside her, spread his hands, saying, "Exactly. If Yi Wuti had killed it a few seconds earlier, the national fortune of Dragon Country would still have been 150 points, and the return multiplier would have been 21,000 times. But after Jiang Han increased it by 10%, the national fortune became 165 points, and the return multiplier changed to 233,000 times. Yi Wuti's foolish roe deer thus earned several thousand more." Zhu Weiqiang calculated silently. A roe deer weighing 60 kilograms with a meat yield rate of 60% would yield about 36 kilograms of pure meat. The additional 20,000 heads correspond to over 700,000 kilograms of meat. Yi Wuti did well, but Jiang Han did even better. The live chat flooded instantly. 233,000 roe deer. National fortune increased, doubling the quantity, skyrocketing. This is a 10% increase, not just 10 points. 10%. 150 points plus 15 points. That's half more than just adding 10 points. Jiang Han is invincible. Even building a door can increase national fortune. Is there anyone else like that? Look at Jiang Han's reaction. Haha, he almost dropped his axe on his foot. He looks so confused. "Jiang Han, who am I? What am I doing? Where am I? Why did I increase the national fortune again? I was just building a door." "Yi Wuti, I chased a roe deer for 40 minutes. Just as I was about to kill it, you hit me with an announcement saying Jiang Han increased the national fortune." "All right, thanks Jiang Han, I got several thousand more from this roe deer." The expression Yi Wuti had just now made me laugh so hard his eyes were wider than the roe deer's. "Is there a screenshot? Share it." "Roe deer, I died worthily. Although I am a foolish roe deer, I died at the time of the highest national fortune of Dragon Country. Ooh, I am proud of it." In the wilderness, Lin Wangxing's live stream was ongoing. Lin Wanxing had been walking all day. She set off at dawn carrying all her belongings: burnt lotus root, sleeping bag, pot, and salt pack, walking step by step toward Jiang Han's direction. She climbed over small hills and waded through small streams. Her feet blistered and her calves ached as if filled with lead, yet she did not stop. She heard the announcement about Jiang Han completing the Level 1 sanctuary and the reward of a 10% increase in national fortune, as well as the announcement about Yi Wuti hunting a roe deer. Her steps did not falter, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved upward. The higher the national fortune of Dragon Country, the higher her chances of surviving in this game. After all, with the increase in the national fortune, the highest command would be more willing to spend national fortune points to send her messages. She was confident that as she walked toward Jiang Han, the highest command had gathered countless experts to model based on the live stream footage, analyzing her forward direction. If she were to head in the wrong direction or face significant danger, Lin Wanxing believed that the highest command would definitely not hesitate to spend national fortune points to inform her. Thanks to Jiang Han, the national fortune had risen to such heights. It was precisely because Jiang Han raised the national fortune so high that she felt more at ease receiving messages from the highest command. Otherwise, it would be pitiful to waste a few points of national fortune on her. She would feel anxious, and that it was not. Lin Wanqing looked up at the position of the sun, estimating the time. It should be just over an hour before it got dark. She needed to find a place to camp. She could not continue walking. Traveling at night was too dangerous. She glanced around. Ahead was a gentle slope with a large oak tree, its crown dense, and the ground was dry soil with no standing water or mosquitoes. It was suitable for camping. Lin Wanqing set down her backpack, took out a burnt lotus root, peeled it, took a bite, and chose to eat it raw. She was not capable of this before. But after 2 days, she had learned many things. How to find a safe campsite, how to use branches to build a frame, and how to use leaves to make a bed. The wilderness forced a person to grow, either grow or die. She chose to grow. Eating raw burnt lotus root tasted terrible, but she accepted it. She chewed the burnt lotus root, gazing in the direction of Jiang Han. Tomorrow she would continue walking. The day after tomorrow she would keep going. One day she would reach that person, and then she could eat meat. Lin Wanqing was lost in thought, laughing out loud, still chewing on the burnt lotus root, looking like a fool. Xingxing, what are you laughing at? Isn't it bitter to eat burnt lotus root raw? Is it that delicious? She is not laughing at the burnt lotus root. She is laughing because she will soon be able to eat meat. Look at her eyes filled with longing for meat. Go, Xingxing. Keep walking tomorrow. The day after tomorrow you'll reach Jiang Han. Don't put too much pressure on her. She has already come a long way, making great progress compared to yesterday. The highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom. On the gigantic screen wall, Jiang Han's camp is meticulously annotated with infrared imaging and three-dimensional modeling. Rock walls, streams, campfires, shelters, every element is dissected, labeled, and then reorganized on the screen. Academician Wang stands in front of the screen holding a laser pointer. A red dot dances across the image, landing on Jiang Han's simple yet sturdy wooden door. Pausing. The criteria for determining a level 1 shelter have essentially been established. 4 walls, a roof, an elevated sleeping area, and most critically a door that can be locked from the inside. An independent space that can be completely sealed off, isolating the external environment. This is the smallest unit of the term shelter. Elder No. 2 sits at one end of the long table, hands crossed atop it, thumbs unconsciously tracing circles. What about level 2? Elder No. 2 inquires. Academician Wang presses a button on the remote, and the screen changes to a new image. This is a possibility analysis chart for level 2 shelters hastily produced by the expert group overnight, with 8 directions and 8 hypotheses resembling a blooming flower. As for the definition of a level 2 shelter, there is currently no information available. However, through reverse deduction of the game rules and data modeling of Jiang Han's trajectory of actions, we have proposed several possibilities. The laser dot halts on Hypothesis 1. Hypothesis 1, a new building materials. Level 1 shelters are entirely constructed from wood and leaves, making them temporary structures. Based on the underlying logic of the game, increasing difficulty, increasing rewards, a level 2 shelter will likely require the use of new building materials that surpass primitive ones, stones, bricks, clay, or even metal components. Jiang Han possesses high-quality iron, or, if he can successfully smelt the iron and use it to reinforce the shelter, the possibility of upgrading is extremely high. The red dot jumps to Hypothesis 2. Hypothesis 2, OI area and functional zoning. Level 1 shelters can only meet the most basic sleeping needs with an internal space of about 2 to 3 square meters. Level 2 shelters may need to expand in area and establish functional zones, sleeping area, storage area, working area, and even a separate kitchen. Upgrading from a nest to a home, from a single function to multifunctionality. Hypothesis 3.0 walls and courtyards. Simply having a closed small room is insufficient. There may also be a need for a closed courtyard, enclosing an area with wooden stakes, fences, or stones, encasing the shelter, campfire, and working area within. Upgrading from a room to a yard, transitioning from passive defense to active territorial control. Hypothesis 4, a defensive capabilities. Level 1 shelters can only protect against wind, rain, and small animals. Level 2 shelters may need to possess a higher defense level. Hypothesis 5, comfort enhancements. Level 1 shelters only need to provide a place to sleep. Level 2 shelters may require good sleep, beds, chairs, tables, storage racks, and lighting. These non-essential but comfort-enhancing facilities may be crucial indicators for assessing levels. Hypothesis 6, A, chimneys and heating systems. Hypothesis 7, A, access to water sources. Hypothesis 8, sustainability. Other countries are also conducting overnight research on the directions in which level 2 shelters may develop, subsequently providing information to their national competitors to help them gain additional rewards for national fortune. Japanese Prime Minister's official residence, early morning. The same meeting, but with a completely different atmosphere. Currently, the criteria for determining level 2 shelters are only speculative. The intelligence officer stands in front of the screen, speaking in a hurried tone. Then we must act. The Prime Minister's voice is somewhat hoarse. Sato Ken is dead. We still have 9 competitors. Send messages to everyone, instruct them to build shelters, build doors, and lay bricks. The Foreign Minister cautiously interjects. Prime Minister, our competitor's biggest problem right now is not knowing what to do, which may lead to wasted efforts. Moreover, it appears that our competitors currently lack the capability to do so. They have yet to fully resolve their food situation. The Prime Minister remains silent for a few seconds, then let them resolve their food situation first. Sato Ken is already dead, we cannot afford to lose another. The third image shows the most promising of Japan's remaining 9 competitors, a former self-defense force member who is currently fast asleep. In the war room of the ugly nation's president evening. In the situational room adjacent to the Oval Office, screens surround the room, data scrolling continuously. The criteria for determining level 2 shelters currently involve several speculative directions. The CIA analyst stands in front of the screen speaking rapidly, and then provides a detailed explanation of the conditions for achieving level 2 shelters as deduced by the ugly nation. President Golden Fur furrows his brow. No one understands level 2 shelters better than I do. The intelligence personnel think to themselves, but verbally they respond. Your Excellency, the President is magnificent. The President waves his hand. Each direction, let our competitors each try one direction. Similar situations unfold across nations worldwide. Jiang Han is awakened by his biological clock. There is no sunlight, no bird calls, and no sounds at all. Outside the shelter, it is still pitch black with only the remaining embers of the campfire glowing faintly under the ashes. He crawls out of his sleeping bag, yawns, rubs his eyes, and feels a bit of dryness in his throat. He reaches for the water bottle beside him, takes a sip. The water is cool, but refreshing. He has no idea what time it is now. No watch, no phone, no timing tools of any kind. But by experience, he estimates it is at most a little past 4 in the morning. After all, it is still completely dark, and there are no signs of dawn on the eastern horizon. At this time, there shouldn't be many people in the live stream. Suddenly, Jiang Han's mind brightens in the 3rd second after waking up. Oh no. He could stage a surprise attack today. For the past 2 days, he had only begun matchmaking after dawn, and at that time the troublemakers had also arrived. But what if he started at 4 in the morning? At this time, the female viewers from the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't be many. Who among normal people stays awake at 4 in the morning? But there would definitely be some night owls. Jiang Han prepares to catch them off guard. He grins, fully emerging from the sleeping bag, and the cold wind rushes in, making him shiver. He walks over to the campfire, clears the ashes to reveal the embers beneath, adds a few small twigs, and blows gently. The flames spring back to life. Good morning, everyone, he says to the air after finishing everything. Today's matchmaking will officially start in 20 seconds. Interested parties, please post "today is a good day" in the comments. 20 seconds. The timer starts. There are indeed still viewers in the live stream, though not many. Only a few tens of thousands. These people are true, die-hard fans, staying awake in the middle of the night waiting in Jiang Han's live stream just to not miss a single second of the action. What the hell? Jiangshin, you started at 4 o'clock already. I haven't even slept yet. I was just about to end the live stream and sleep when you bring me a blind date. Alright, I can stay up. Jiangshin is so smart. At this hour, the troublemakers abroad haven't gotten up yet. Let's catch them off guard. Haha, the foreign troublemakers must be dumbfounded. You guys stay up all night, right? Stop talking and quickly send "today is a good day." 20 seconds will pass quickly. I'm a guy, why should I send a message? I can't go on a blind date, but guys can send messages too. Jiangshin won't draw you. Sending a message will increase the denominator for the ladies and help block the foreign bullet screen. Right. All people from Longwa, regardless of gender, send messages. Fill the bullet screen. Push the foreigners out. Soon the bullet screen was flooded with "today is a good day." Over 100,000 people were online, most of whom were from Longwa, but there were also quite a few foreigners, especially those troublemakers who were monitoring Jiang Han's live stream for 24 hours. However, there wouldn't be too many people causing trouble in Jiang Han's live stream for 24 hours, so even though they copied the messages, they didn't create much of a stir. Time's up. Jiang Han silently thought system randomly select one user who sent "today is a good ding. Random selection in progress. Selection completed. In the next second, the screen of Jiang Han's live stream split into 2. On the left was Jiang Han sitting beside a fire with messy hair. On the right was a girl in her early 20s with long hair down, wearing a pink coral fleece pajama, leaning against a giant plush bear pillow. The background featured a single bed with floral sheets, a nightstand with a steaming cup of water, and an open bag of chips. She had big eyes, looking like a girl next door straight out of an idol drama, delicate and gentle. But her expression was anything but gentle. Upon seeing who was contacting her, she sprang up from the bed, sending the plush bear pillow flying with her elbow. After several seconds, she let out a piercing scream. "Ah, Jiangshin, it's really you. You drew. Oh my god. I need to take a screenshot. I need to post on Moments." I need to tweet. I have to tell my mom. Jiang Han hadn't even spoken and the other side had already started talking rapidly. Jiang Han was stunned by her enthusiasm, opening his mouth to say something, but she didn't give him a chance to interject. Jiang Shin, don't worry. I will definitely perform well. I'm doing this for the chicken leg. The girl clenched her fists and made a cheer-up gesture to the camera, her eyes fixed with determination as if heading into battle. Jiang Han paused for a moment, then smiled. Haha, chicken leg girl, please introduce yourself first. I'm 20 years old, a sophomore student. Her speech was extremely fast, like a tongue twister. I'm 163 meters tall, weigh 47 kilograms. My measurements. Wait, I measured them, but forgot. Roughly 82, 59, 85. I'm majoring in broadcasting and television directing. I enjoy watching movies, following dramas, snacking, petting cats, sleeping, and watching your live streams. I've been watching you since day one. I cried when you killed the bear. I applauded when you killed Sato Ken. I smiled like an ant when you went on a blind date with Sister Sue Anrin. Just as Jiang Han was about to praise her for being so cooperative, she took a deep breath and continued speaking completely, not giving him a chance to talk. My home is in Jiangnan City. You know Jiangnan City, right? The one with little bridges and flowing water. My parents run a small business. Our family is average, but not poor. I studied at Jiangnan No. 1 high school and scored 580 in the college entrance exam. My current school is in Jiangbei, and it takes 2 hours to get home by high-speed train. I just passed the English Level 4 exam last month with 600 points. I'm preparing for the Level 6 exam. I haven't dated anyone yet, but many people are pursuing me. Last month, 3 boys confessed to me, and I rejected them all. Because I don't want to date right now. Oh, I want to study well. No, I want to watch your live stream well. She spoke incessantly like a river that had burst its dam, with an astonishing amount of information pouring out from her height, weight, and measurements to where she lived, from her college entrance exam score to how many boys confessed to her last month. Everything was laid out in detail. Jiang Han opened his mouth several times wanting to say something, but her voice was like a high-speed train that he could only smile and nod, repeatedly nodding again and again, occasionally saying "uh-hoo" to indicate he was listening. Jiang Han's heart was in turmoil. This girl seemed like a somewhat shy, delicate flower, but turned out to be a social warrior. Being a social bull is an insult to her. Ha 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 ha, social warrior. Jiang Shin, you have your day today. Shin Yutong, slow down. Jiang Shin can't keep up with your speed. His mind is still in wilderness mode, and you suddenly switched him to urban romance channel. He can't react in time. Jiang Shin's expression is killing me. He looks like he's smiling on the outside, but inside he's thinking, did I say anything? Did I have the chance to speak? Do I just need to nod? This is the correct way to go on a blind date. Proactive, enthusiastic, informative, and not giving the other party a chance to feel awkward. That previous internet addiction girl should take a look and learn from her. Shin Yutong, if you keep talking, Jiang Shun will remember all your ancestors. I've already started to envy Shin Yutong. If she got selected, she gets to have a chicken leg while I'm still gnawing on a steamed bun. Longwo's highest command center. The duty elder had just closed his eyes for less than an hour when he was shaken awake by his secretary. Elder Jiang Han has started his blind date. What? The duty elder sat up suddenly, the military bed creaking. What time is it? Didn't it start at 6? 4:30, the secretary's expression was subtle, like he was both amused and exasperated. He started 2 hours early. It was a surprise attack. The duty elder was stunned for a second, then slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. This kid's so clever. Quickly call the family of the girl he is on a blind date with and pass our speculations about the secondary shelter to Jiang Han so he can try it out when he has the time. The secretary flipped through the folder in his hand, looking troubled. There's quite a bit of information. I'll go contact them and try to have them read it to Jiang Han. The duty elder waved his hand. Go ahead, trust our people, they can handle this. Jiang Han arrived for the blind date several hours early, catching not only the foreign disruptor off guard, but also the Dragon Kingdom. The highest command of the Dragon Kingdom had not yet had the time to distribute the information to each city's officials, and now they were ordering the city officials to rush to Shin Yutong's home, possibly too late. Therefore, they had to directly contact Shin Yutong's parents. Shin Yutong's parents were awakened from their sleep by the ringing phone. Shin's father groggily answered the phone, and when he heard the other party say Dragon Kingdom's highest command, it was as if he had been doused with cold water, instantly waking him up. He nudged Shin's mother beside him, and she also woke up, the two exchanging bewildered glances in the dark. You speak, Shin's father stammered. On the other end of the line, the situation was explained clearly and concisely. Your daughter Shin Yutong is currently on a blind date with Jiang Han. We need her to convey several important messages to Jiang Han. Please go to her room immediately and give her the phone. Shin's father and mother tumbled out of bed, not even putting on slippers, and dashed out of the bedroom barefoot. Shin Yutong was leaning against a plush bear pillow, grinning at the screen. She was startled when the door was suddenly pushed open, and even more surprised to see her father. Dad, what are you doing? Yutong. Shin's father handed her the phone, panting slightly. It's a call from the highest command. You need to convey this to Jiang Han. Shin Yutong's jaw nearly dropped. She took the phone, turned around to face the screen, speaking even faster than before, but her tone was noticeably more serious. Jiang Shun, I am now conveying several messages from the highest command. Listen carefully. First, Shin Yutong read from the key points on her phone screen, each word carefully pronounced regarding the speculations about the secondary shelter. Currently, various countries are researching the criteria for determining primary shelters, generally believing they must have walls, a roof, a door, and be capable of being secured from the inside to form a closed space. However, for the secondary shelters, the expert group of the highest command has proposed several possible speculations. After that, Shin Yutong quickly read off 8 speculations in one breath. Jiang Shun, did you remember all of them? Jiang Han nodded. Oh, what a joke. With so many directions, which one should he focus on? He could try later when he had. Shin Yutong picked up the phone again. Dragon Kingdom contestant Lin Wanqing is already on her way to you. She walked all day yesterday and should continue today, but her condition is not good. The highest command asks if there is any way you can help her. Jiang Han thought for a moment and did not hesitate too long. He'll try not to go out these days. Jiang Han proposed a feasible idea. I will keep a thick smoke going, letting the fire continue to produce smoke. Let her head towards the direction of the smoke. In the wilderness, there is no smog. Theoretically, smoke columns can be seen from dozens of kilometers away. As long as the direction is right, she will be able to find me. Let the highest command clearly describe the terrain around my shelter and what the shelter looks like in writing, and send it to her. Remind her that even if she sees the smoke, she must not approach carelessly. What if people from other countries also intentionally lit smoke to mislead her? She should carefully observe as she approaches, confirming that the terrain and the appearance of the shelter match the description before getting closer. If they do not match, she should take a detour. Jiang Shun is so clever. He immediately thought of a countermeasure. Light the wolf smoke. The wolf smoke can be seen from dozens of kilometers away. As long as the stars have the right direction, they will definitely find him. Yes, the ancient Great Wall used beacon towers to transmit messages, and a column of smoke can be seen from dozens of miles away. The visibility in the wilderness might even be higher than in ancient times. Perhaps it can be seen from 100 kilometers away. Jiang Shun is so considerate, knowing that there might be other bad guys lighting smoke to mislead the stars, and he specifically reminded her to confirm the terrain. He even thought of such details. I could cry. This is the demeanor of a great general, not only capable in battle, but also clever and thoughtful. After conveying Lin Wanqing's news, Shin Yutong told Jiang Han about the contestant from Italy encountering a mutated goat the size of a moose. Oh no, it seems that the danger and difficulty have indeed increased. Not to mention a moose's size. Even if it were doubled, it would still be hard for an ordinary person to hunt. A moose that big, how many times larger is that? What if the size of carnivorous animals also increases? Wouldn't that be the end for him? Jiang Han glanced at his shelter. A giant beast could knock it down with one slap. It was dangerous. After Shin Yutong conveyed all the information, she let out a sigh of relief, leaning back against the plush bear pillow, her expression shifting from temporary announcer mode back to fangirl mode. Jiang Shun, is the blind date almost over? Her voice returned to a sweet tone, though her speed remained. Jiang Han nodded, stretching his back, his bones cracking a few times. Thank you, Shin Yutong. Today's performance deserves a chicken leg. If I catch a prey, please have the highest command send a leg to her. If it's a wild chicken, send a wild chicken leg. If it's a grizzly bear, send a grizzly bear leg. Shin Yutong's eyes sparkled like 2 stars, and she wriggled with the plush bear like a happy caterpillar. Then I hope Jiang Shin catches a mutated elephant. The kind that's 10 meters tall. 1 leg would be enough for my family to eat well for several years. Jiang Han was amused by her imagination and laughed. Haha, let's hope so. A mutated elephant. 10 meters tall. If that thing really appeared in front of him, he wouldn't even have time to run, let alone fight. But Shin Yutong took it seriously. She had already started calculating in her mind how much meat there would be in a mutated elephant's leg, how long it would last for her family, whether she could share some with the neighbors, and if she should post a picture on her social media. As the call time was about to end, Shin Yutong suddenly leaned close to the screen, puckered her lips at the camera, and quickly made a muah sound, her voice bright and clear. Jiang Shin, good luck. Okay, you two. Jiang Han sat by the fire, still wearing the smile from earlier. Ding. This blind date has concluded. System comprehensive evaluation in progress. Blind date object evaluation, age 20, excellent height 163 centimeters, excellent weight 47 kilograms, excellent measurements 825,985, excellent undergraduate degree in progress, good occupation, student, good personality, cheerful and outgoing, excellent family background, good income, good. Blind date process evaluation, intimate interaction, 1 kiss, good conversational atmosphere, relaxed and pleasant, excellent information exchange, complete, excellent, no deep emotional connection, established, average. The comprehensive evaluation, a relatively successful blind date. The date partner was highly cooperative, providing complete and rich information with intimate interactions and a cheerful personality adding to the score. Final rating B. Congratulations, host, you have received a speed card. After using the speed card, the host will permanently gain 10 to speed attributes. Note: speed attributes impact the host's movement speed, reaction speed, attack speed, and nerve conduction speed. With 10 speed, the host's reaction time is reduced by approximately 50. The host's current strength and speed attributes far exceed the limits of ordinary humans, but their physique, endurance, and perception remain at an average level. The host is advised to be cautious. High-speed movements and intense bursts can impose significant strain on the body. Overuse of speed attributes may lead to muscle strains, joint injuries, or even heart overload. It is recommended that the host prioritize improving physique and endurance attributes in the future to enhance physical resilience. A cool sensation rose from the soles of the feet. This means that even with great strength and speed, one cannot use them recklessly or risk exploding from within. However, after the speed boost, Jiang Han felt his legs lighten, ready to spring into action at any moment. He stood up and tried jogging a few steps. Light. Too fast. He exerted only 30% of his strength, yet his speed was already 70 to 80% of his full sprint from yesterday. The frequency of his footsteps remained unchanged, but each stride covered more distance. The impact upon landing felt lighter, as if he were running on cotton, making almost no sound. Today is another day of hard work. For breakfast, he had wild chives stir-fried with black bear meat. After finishing, he cleaned the pot and tidied up everything as a faint light of dawn appeared on the mountain ridge. Jiang Han stood up, picked up his axe, and walked to the stream's edge, then raised his axe and began to dig into the ground. Commentary live stream. Today's host switched to Li Hong. Sitting to the left of Li Hong was Ma Yuanjing, 62 years old, a retired professor from the Dragon Country Geological University who had spent his life dealing with rocks and soil. To the right was He Weidong, 48 years old, the former chief engineer of a construction company well-versed in building materials, structural design, and construction techniques with tan skin. Li Hong smiled slightly at the camera. Dear viewers, welcome to the special program of the National Survival Game. Today we have invited geologist Professor Ma Yuanjing and construction engineer teacher He Weidong to interpret the contestants' performances for us. She turned to the screen. Teachers, what do you think Jiang Han is doing? Ma Yuanjing spoke, first leaning slightly forward. From the current footage, he appears to be digging the soil by the stream. The soil by the stream is usually alluvial, fine-grained, containing a certain proportion of clay and silt, which is highly plastic and has a certain strength when dry. I personally speculate that he may be making brick blanks. He Weidong nodded beside him, very likely. After all, we suspect the secondary shelter is related to bricks and tiles. The first-level shelter uses wood and leaves, making it a temporary structure. The second-level shelter requires something sturdier, more durable, and closer to the concept of a house. Bricks are the most basic man-made building materials. If he can make bricks in the wilderness, the level of the shelter should see a significant increase. In the footage, Jiang Han piled up the dug-up soil, and a form was already recognizable. It looked less like a brick blank and more like an inverted jar, hollow in the middle with mud walls surrounding it reaching his knee in height. As he continued to pile up the mud, the shape became clearer. It was a chimney, narrow at the top, wider at the bottom, hollow in the middle with an opening at both the top and bottom aligned with the position of the fire pit. He smoothed the inner wall of the chimney with his hand and patted the outside a few times to make it sturdier. This way, the smoke produced by the burning fire would be funneled through the chimney, concentrated upwards, forming a thicker, straighter, and taller smoke column. The live stream's bullet comments instantly flooded in much faster than the words of the two experts. Haha, both experts are guessing again. Jiang Han is clearly making a chimney. It's for guiding Lin Wanqing. Brick blank. What a ridiculous notion. Does that shape look like a brick blank? Which brick blank is hollow? Professor Ma is engaged in geology, so it's normal not to recognize a chimney. But does Chief Engineer he not recognize a chimney either? A chimney is part of a building. Chief Engineer I thought he was working on building materials, but it turns out he was working on a smoke exhaust system. I admit I was wrong. Jiang Han, I'm just digging some dirt to make a chimney, yet you insist in making brick blanks. Alright, the day I really make brick blanks, you all will say, am making a chimney again. Ma Yuanjing and He Weidong fell silent simultaneously for 2 seconds. The two exchanged glances. Ma Yuanjing's face slightly reddened, while He Weidong swallowed to conceal his embarrassment. Ma Yuanjing cleared his throat, his voice a half-tone lower than before. From the shape, it indeed looks more like a smoke exhaust device. He Weidong nodded repeatedly beside him, trying to save face. Indeed. Moreover, judging by the construction quality of this chimney, Jiang Han's choice of soil control, of moisture, and uniformity of wall thickness are all well handled. This indicates that he has a certain understanding of building materials. I didn't expect Jiang Han to care so much about Lin Wanqing starting to make a chimney already. Once this chimney is completed, combined with the high temperatures produced by the burning fire, the smoke column could rise to several dozen or even 100 meters high, visible from tens of kilometers away. However, in the footage, Jiang Han did not stop after finishing the chimney. He picked up his axe and returned to the place where he had dug the soil, continuing to dig deeper. With each strike, the axe sank into the soil, and then Jiang Han scooped the dirt out with both hands, piling it around the pit. The pit became increasingly deeper, from ankle deep to calf deep, from calf deep to knee deep. Li Hong watched Jiang Han continue digging in the pit, her brow slightly furrowed. Teachers, what is Jiang Han? Ma Yuanzheng did not hesitate this time, his tone more certain than before. This time, he is definitely making brick blanks. Just now, he was digging the surface soil, which has a high organic content, many roots and impurities, making it unsuitable for brick blanks. Bricks made from surface soil tend to crack and lack strength. But now he is digging deeper soil. You can see the color. The surface soil is brown, while the deeper soil is yellowish-brown, with a higher clay content and fewer impurities. This type of soil, when mixed with water, pounded, kneaded, formed into blanks, dried, and then fired in a kiln, results in bricks with high hardness and durability. He Weidong vigorously supported this, even adding, "That's right. It seems Jiang Han is not only very capable in wilderness survival, but also has a certain understanding of brickmaking. Being able to determine the clay content from the color and texture of the soil is not something just anyone can do. I even suspect he might have worked on a construction site before." In the frame, Jiang Han had already dug a pit half a meter deep. The pit was about 70 to 80 centimeters in diameter, just enough for him to move around inside. He piled all the yellowish-brown soil dug out from the pit around its edges, forming a wall of earth. Then he jumped into the pit and used a stone to vigorously tamp down the walls, not digging but tamping. Li Hong watched the scene, then glanced at the two experts, a subtle expression on her face. "Teachers, what is Jiang Han? He seems to be tamping the pit walls, not making adobe." Ma Yuanzheng was also a bit confused at this point. He opened his mouth, looked at He Weidong, who looked back at him, both their eyes conveying the same thought. What is he doing? But after all, they were reputed experts requiring strong mental fortitude, thick skin, and ample knowledge. Ma Yuanzheng was silent for 3 seconds. He might be making a trap. Dig the pit well, tamp the walls to prevent collapse, then place sharpened wooden stakes at the bottom covered with branches and leaves as camouflage. When a beast or person walks here and steps into the pit, they would be impaled by the stakes. This is a very ancient trapping method. A trap this shallow. Even as he said it, he found it somewhat unconvincing, but the words were out and couldn't be. He Weidong, hearing Ma Yuanzheng's guess, also felt it was off, so he added another speculation. It could also be for raising fish. Dig a pit, divert stream water, keep caught fish inside, ready to be caught whenever desired for freshness. Tamping the walls prevents water from seeping too quickly. Of course, this guess assumes Jiang Han intends to catch fish, but currently he seems uninterested in fish. The live stream comments exploded. A trap? Raising fish? Are you two experts serious? Professor Ma, look at the depth of Jiang Han's pit. Half a meter. What beast could it trap? It can barely trap a rabbit. A rabbit would just jump out. Chief engineer, he raising fish. Have you ever seen a fish raising pit only half a meter deep and 80 centimeters in diameter? That's a fish tank, not a pond. Adobe trap raising fish. 3 guesses, none correct. The teacher's hit rate is 0%. I beg you, stop guessing. Let Jiang Shun do his thing. Your guesses get more absurd by the minute. In the frame, it was already broad daylight. Jiang Han tamped the pit walls repeatedly, every inch smooth and compacted by his stone. He crouched in the pit, felt the surface with his hand, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he climbed out, took his small iron pot to the stream, fetched pot after pot of water, and poured it into the pit. After more than a dozen trips, the pit was about half filled with water, the surface reflecting the clouds and Jiang Han's bent silhouette. Next, Jiang Han did something no one expected. He walked to the shelter entrance, carried the 2 bear hides to the pit, and with a forceful toss threw them in. Then he retrieved the salt pack, opened it, and poured it into the pit. He also wanted to add some limestone to accelerate softening the hide, remove fat, and make the leather more supple. But he had no limestone. So Jiang Han went to the fire pit, scooped out some ashes from the previous days, and threw them into the pit. The grayish-white powder fell into the water, floated on the surface for a moment, then slowly sank. The live stream comments flooded the screen. Whoa, got it. Jiang Shun is tanning the bear hide. Exactly. Soaking raw hide in salt water and wood ash removes hair and fat, softening it. This is the most primitive tanning process. Others rub hides by the river. He digs a pit to soak them. Much more efficient. After a few days, scrape it, and you'll have fine leather. Where are the 2 experts? Adobe, trap, raising fish. Where are they? Professor Ma, I take back what I said. Chief engineer, he, me too. Li Hong, me too, even though I didn't say anything. Commentary studio. Ma Yuanzheng watched the screen as Jiang Han poured salt and wood ash into the pit to soak the bear hide. His face flushed crimson from forehead to nape like a boiled shrimp. He opened his mouth, but said nothing, then closed his eyes and remained silent for a full 5 seconds. He weighed on wasn't much better. He glanced at the screen, then the desk, then the ceiling. Anywhere but Li Hong's direction. The comments kept, 5 seconds have passed, and the experts haven't spoken. Are they figuring out how to save face? 10 seconds. Professor Ma still has his eyes closed. Is he recalling if there was a more embarrassing moment in his 60-year academic career? Chief engineer, here are their answers on the ceiling. I begged the director to give the teachers an out. Switched to another contestant's feed. They can't sit still much longer. Ma Yuanzhang's mental fortitude was indeed strong. In over 60 years of academic life, he had plagiarized countless times and weathered exposure. What was this small scene? He cleared his throat, his voice slightly lower but still steady. It seems contestant Jiang Han is also knowledgeable in animal hide processing. Salt dehydrates, preventing hair loss and decay. The alkaline components in wood ash break down fats and proteins, aiding softening and hair root removal. Soaking bear hide in saline alkaline water is a crucial step in the tanning process. Although Jiang Han lacks limestone, using wood ash as a substitute shows a good understanding of the process principles. He Wei Dong nodded repeatedly beside him. Exactly. Our earlier guesses of adobe traps and fish ponds were wrong, but that precisely shows Jiang Han's actions go beyond conventional wilderness survival. He is a versatile talent with knowledge in multiple fields. Brickmaking, traps, fish ponds, hide tanning. He might do all of them later. We just guessed too early, a step ahead. The live stream comments burst into laughter. Haha, guessed too early, a step ahead. I give this face-saving move full marks. Chen Kaiga, my films won't be understood for a decade. He Wei Dong, I predicted Jiang Han's action 3 steps from now. So chief engineer, he means it's not that we guessed wrong. Jiang Shen acted too early. He should have made adobe first, then the chimney. He messed up the order, so it's his fault, right? Professor Ma, we're not wrong. Jiang Han's pace is too fast. Our thinking can't keep up with his rhythm. I admire the teacher's mental resilience. They can spin this back, truly seasoned by storms. In the scene Jiang Han finished, everything stood up, brushed the mud off his hands, and turned to the pile of firewood behind the shelter, picking up a large bundle of branches. The branches were ignited by the fire stick, and the flames quickly surged upwards. He then went to the creek to collect some wet branches, grabbed a handful of grass and moss, and tossed them into the chimney. The astringent scent of the grass mixed with the dampness of the moss, thickening the smoke. The smoke billowed from the top of the chimney, rising into the sky like a white pillar. The thick smoke was particularly conspicuous in the misty morning light. At the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, an elder stood before a massive screen wall, hands clasped behind his back. Can we see the thick smoke from Lin Wangxing's perspective now? The secretary beside him operated another screen, bringing up Lin Wangxing's live broadcast. Not yet. She is still quite far from Jiang Han's camp. Although the smoke column was high, it was obstructed by ridges and treetops. It might take another day before she could see it after crossing a small hill or entering a more open area. Is she heading in the right direction? Yes, her direction is correct. She has been moving northwest without deviation. Furthermore, her speed today is faster than yesterday, indicating that her body is adapting to the rhythm of the wilderness. That's good, the elder said. Once she sees the smoke, send her a message to confirm. For now, do not disturb her. Let her focus on her journey. At noon, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the treetops, casting shifting patches of light in the camp. Jiang Han squatted by the fire, holding a skewer of meat that was sizzling with oil. He had eaten wild chives stir-fried with bear meat in the morning, and for lunch, he wanted a change. A pure grilled bear meat without any side dishes. Of course, he couldn't find anything else to eat. Eating meat for several days is a bit unbearable. I need carbs, I want carbs. Jiang Han muttered softly while grilling the meat. Jiang God, do you really want to irritate us like this? Exactly, all we can eat now is meal replacement mush. The last time I smelled meat was when you slaughtered the black bear, and it was given to my neighbor. It was given to your neighbor, but not to you. How pitiful. Haha, the one who got black bear meat is passing by. I really want to hit him. 1. The fat splattered on the flames, making crackling sounds. He took a bite. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the fat bursting in his mouth, burning him, but he still couldn't bear to spit it out. Today he did not plan to wander in the wilderness. After being busy all morning, the sun was already tilting westward, and if he went out, he wouldn't have enough time. The furthest distance he could walk in the woods was only about an hour. If he went any farther, he would have to turn back before even reaching. A round trip would take 2 hours, and adding exploration time in between made it impossible to accomplish anything meaningful. Rather than hastily running around, it would be better to get some real work done at the camp. After finishing the grilled meat, he washed the pots and pans, his gaze falling on the trees he had chopped down. Several pine and oak trees about the thickness of an arm to a calf stood straight with solid wood which he had cut and stored around the camp. Originally intended to reinforce the shelter or used as firewood, he now had a better idea. That's right, Jiang Han dragged the logs to an open area, chopping them into sections about an arm's length with an axe. After cutting, he used a dagger to strip off all the bark. Although he had never actually made charcoal, he had watched many short videos on how to make charcoal and repair donkey hooves, so he had a rough idea of the process. It seemed that the bark would produce a lot of smoke and impurities when burned, resulting in poor quality charcoal, so it had to be stripped clean. Next, he dug a shallow pit in the ground about a foot deep, larger than the chimney pit. He laid a layer of easily combustible branches at the bottom of the pit. Then he stood the stripped wood vertically in the pit, stacking them close together like upright stakes, leaving gaps in between for the fire to rise. Once the wood was stacked, he laid a layer of fine twigs on top, followed by a thick layer of leaves and dry grass. Next, he covered it all with mud. The soil by the creek was thick and the soil was quite sticky, so making the mud wasn't difficult. After finishing all this, Jiang Han took the fire stick to ignite the top layer of dry grass. The flames licked the leaves, making a gentle crackling sound, quickly spreading to the twigs and then up to the upper. The burning logs would not completely turn to ashes in an oxygen-deprived environment, but would slowly carbonize, eventually becoming charcoal. This process would take at least 2 days. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw his actions and nodded in agreement. Jiang God is making charcoal. This is the rhythm of preparing to smelt iron. Charcoal is the fuel for smelting iron with a temperature higher than wood. Yes, the flames produced by burning would reach a maximum of 700 to 800 degrees, while charcoal can exceed 1500 degrees and iron ore requires over 1000 degrees to melt. Is Jiang God becoming a blacksmith? Slaughtering bears, slaughtering cattle, executing prisoners, making doors, constructing chimneys, making charcoal, smelting iron. What can't he do? We should ask what he can't do. Isn't he a college graduate who hasn't found a job yet? How come he knows everything? Survival in the Wilderness University, major with a major in bear slaughter, a minor in metallurgy, and an elective in matchmaking. I think the major should be matchmaking once a day without fail. After the charcoal fire was lit, it didn't need constant supervision. Once the fire was lit, he dragged out the iron ore. Huff. These things needed to be crushed completely before they could be put into the furnace. He poured the ore onto a large stone, then picked up another stone about the size of a fist, squatted down, and began to smash. Once, twice, 3 times. The ore cracked under his powerful strikes, breaking into several uneven chunks. He gathered the fragments together and continued smashing. He smashed them into smaller particles, and then continued to crush until they turned into fine powder. A shallow pit was formed on the stone, and the powder piled up in the pit like a mound of black sand. After the iron ore was turned into powder, the next step was smelting. But smelting required a furnace. Jiang Han had already drawn a blueprint in his mind, build a 0.5% high cylindrical furnace with clay and crushed stones, leaving an air vent at the bottom for bellows. The bellows could be made from wood and leaves, although crude, they should work. The charcoal would need to burn for 2 more days. During these 2 days, he needed to complete the furnace and the bellows. As for the level 2 shelter, Jiang Han thought for a moment and decided he did not plan to do that for now. It wasn't that he didn't want to upgrade, it was just foolish to spend time on something without even knowing the criteria for evaluation. What if he spent many days building a courtyard only to find out that the game required a brick structure for a level 2 shelter? That would be a waste of effort. Rather than making such uncertain investments, it would be better to focus on what he could do at the moment, smelting iron, stockpiling supplies, and waiting for Lin watching. A day slowly passed at the campsite. As the sun set, Jiang Han had a simple meal, 2 pieces of compressed biscuits and half a pot of hot water, before walking to the stream to wash his face, feeling much lighter. After such a busy day, he was utterly exhausted. He crawled into his sleeping bag and soon fell asleep. On the other side, Lin Wangxing's temporary campsite. Lin Wangxing also crawled into her sleeping bag early. Her campsite was 100 times more rudimentary than Jiang Han's. A few branches formed a triangular frame covered with large leaves open to the wind, with only a layer of dry grass on the ground. The sleeping bag was provided by the game, decent enough to keep warm, but the night wind rushed in from all directions, chilling her back, and despite tossing and turning, she couldn't fall asleep. She sat up, using the moonlight to look at her ankle. The rough terrain during the day had caused her to step into several holes, twisting her ankle multiple times. At the time, she didn't feel any pain, but now that she had taken off her shoes, her ankle was swollen. Lin Wangxing gently touched it with her fingertip, causing her to gasp in pain, tears welling up in her eyes, but she held them back. She took a deep breath, pulled her foot back into the sleeping bag, leaned against the tree trunk behind her, and closed her eyes. Tomorrow she would have to keep walking. There was no time to stop. In the office of the Prime Minister of Wa Kingdom late at night. The Prime Minister sat behind his desk, a schedule marked with red circles laid out before him, indicating the times for Long Kingdom, Wa Kingdom, Cho Kingdom, and the best time slots for invading Jiang Han's livestream. Rally the citizens, the Prime Minister began, tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, which is 4 o'clock in Long Kingdom. Flood into Jiang Han's livestream. We must not allow him to succeed in his blind date tomorrow. The Minister of Internal Affairs stood at attention, legs together, voice booming. Yes. I guarantee the task will be oomph. The Prime Minister scoffed, picking up a thermos from the table, opening the lid to let out a puff of steam. You wake up early, we are already prepared. If you catch us off guard, we will hit back unexpectedly. This time we will not let you win again. In the wilderness, deep into the night, Jiang Han was startled awake by a series of sounds. It was a dull, dense sound, rhythmic like a drumbeat. Hoofbeats. No, that wasn't right. The sound was heavy and solid, thud, 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 like a pile of heavy sandbags being dropped to the ground. He quickly emerged from his sleeping bag, without hesitation grabbing the axe, leaning against the door with his right hand and pushing himself up with his left. He tilted his head to listen for 2 seconds, confirming that the sound came from the direction of the stream. Some Night Owl viewers in the live stream had also noticed Jiang Han's reaction, and the barrage of comments exploded. What the hell is that sound? I heard thud, thud, thud in my headphones, like some large animal is running. It's a group? Not just one. It's a group. That dense sound of hooves, at least dozens of them. Jiang Han is awake. Look at his reaction speed from sleeping bag to holding the axe in less than 2 seconds. Could it be a herd of horses? I saw in a documentary that horse herds go to find water sources at night, and their hoofbeats sound like this heavy thud, thud, thud. Whatever it is, Jiang Han, don't go out. Wait until dawn. In the frame, Jiang Han tiptoed towards the entrance of the shelter, axe in hand. The moonlight was bright, casting a frost-like layer over the clearing by the stream. A group of massive shadows was moving by the stream, not just 1 or 2, but dozens. The large ones were estimated to be over 1.5 meters tall, more than 2 meters long, their black fur glimmering with a dark blue sheen under the moonlight, and the short, stiff manes on their backs resembled rows of steel needles. They lowered their heads, some drinking water, some munching on the grass by the stream, and others scraping the ground with their hooves. As they moved, their heavy bodies hit the ground with a dull thud. Jiang Han recognized them, water buffalo. They were a whole size larger than domesticated water buffalo, with broad chests, thick limbs, and crescent-shaped horns spreading to the sides, the tips sharp as curved blades. Their eyes glowed a dark red under the moonlight, resembling burning coals. Many water buffalo prefer to be active at night, only coming out to feed after sunset. This group of dozens of water buffalo likely migrated from distant meadows following the stream in search of water sources and fresh grass. Water buffalo. A whole herd of water buffalo. Jiang Han, didn't you say all the animals had disappeared? They've come to find you at night. Charge in and chop them up, Jiang Han. Didn't you say your speed and strength are extraordinary? Give it a try. 2 water buffalo would be enough for you to eat for a year. Are you crazy? A whole herd of water buffalo, dozens of them. Even if you're great, you can't take on a group. Once the herd gets agitated and charges, even a deity can't stop them. Exactly. Water buffalo have a bad temper, especially at night. They may have poor eyesight, but are very sensitive to sound and smell. If you move, they will all notice you. Jiang Han, stay calm, observe first, don't be impulsive, safety first. Jiang Han crouched behind the wall, axe in his right hand, his gaze quickly scanning the herd. He took a deep breath, preparing to make a move. His strength and speed had far exceeded that of an ordinary person, but he was unsure where his limits lay. The data provided by the system was just that, data. In a real fight, how many times could he swing the axe continuously? How long could he maintain explosive power while running at high speed? How long could he stay calm while being besieged? None of this could be answered by mere numbers. It was the perfect opportunity to test his skills against a couple of wild buffalo. As for danger, Jiang Han wasn't too afraid. With his increased speed, if he couldn't win, he could just run, dash to the edge of the forest, climb a tree. Water buffalo can't climb trees. He had already mapped out an escape route in his mind. The distance from the shelter to the forest was about 30 meters, and at his speed, he would be very quick. In that brief moment, the herd wouldn't have time to react before he was already in the trees. With this thought, Jiang Han made his move. He darted out from behind the wall, bending low, his footsteps as light as a cat, making almost no sound. His gaze locked onto the last water buffalo in the herd, which was lowering its head to graze, straying from the main body of the group about 10 meters away. The lone one was the easiest target. Jiang Han stealthily approached, getting closer to the water buffalo's body. He tightened his grip on the axe, took a deep breath, and then suddenly accelerated. In a mere few meters, his explosive power was unleashed to its fullest within a fraction of a second, and his body shot out like an arrow released from a bow. The axe drew an arc in the air. Using all his strength, it landed heavily on the water buffalo's neck, slicing in from the side. At an angle, the blade cutting into the muscle of the neck, severing the major artery. Hiss! Blood gushed forth like a torrential stream. The crimson liquid sprayed from the wound, drenching Jiang Han from head to toe. In that fleeting moment, the water buffalo let out a blood-curdling scream. Its body trembled violently, all 4 legs kicked against the ground simultaneously, and then it bolted forward. With every step, blood poured from its wounds, drawing a dark red line on the ground. The herd of buffalo erupted into chaos. Dozens of water buffalo raised their heads simultaneously, ears perked, nostrils flaring, their eyes shimmering with a fearful red glow under the moonlight. Several bulls let out low growls, and the entire herd resembled a disturbed surface of water ripples spreading in all directions. Fortunately, several bulls let out low growls, and the entire herd resembled a disturbed surface of water ripples spreading in all directions. Fortunately, they were not surrounding him. Every buffalo was fleeing, running towards the direction away from danger. Water buffalo lacked the instinct for cooperative attacks like wolves. When faced with danger, their first reaction was to run, not to fight. Jiang Han grinned. As long as they ran, he could chase them down one by one. He raised his axe and charged towards another water buffalo that hadn't managed to escape far. That buffalo was even larger than the previous one, but it was timid. Seeing its companion's blood spray out, it panicked, its legs trembling as it tried to run, unable to pick up speed. Jiang Han caught up from the side, running parallel to it for 2 seconds. At his current speed, overtaking a terrified water buffalo was more than sufficient. He turned sideways, raised his axe once more, aiming for the same spot, and struck down. With the same angle and force, the blade sliced through skin and muscle, like cutting tofu, embedding itself into the cervical vertebra. The second water buffalo let out a spine-chilling scream. Blood erupted forth, splattering onto Jiang Han's arm. The comments in the live stream had gone wild. That's two in just a few seconds. Jiangshan, are you even human? You call this testing? This is slaughter. Water buffalo, we were just passing by for a drink. What did we do wrong? Look at Jiangshan's speed, it's terrifying. From the first to the second, he caught up in the blink of an eye. The herd of water buffalo didn't even attack him, they all ran away. How cowardly are water buffalo? Water buffalo are inherently timid, they aren't African wild bulls. Asian water buffalo are skittish and will flee at a scare. Injured and uninjured water buffalo alike were galloping forward. The sound of their hooves was dense like drums, the ground trembled, and under the moonlight dozens of massive black figures surged across the meadow, resembling a flowing black river. Jiang Han, wielding his axe, followed closely behind the last buffalo he had struck. A man and a buffalo ran side by side. The axe struck down repeatedly on its back, rear, and side. Some strikes sunk and blood gushed forth. Others merely sliced open a gash, exposing the white fat and dark red muscle beneath. After a dozen strikes, that buffalo was covered in wounds, its fur soaked in blood. Jiang Han was not much better. He was drenched in blood, with it splattered across his face, neck, arms, and clothes. Finally, the will of this buffalo shattered. It stopped, turned its head, eyes fixed on Jiang Han, nostrils exhaling white-hot breath. Then it lowered its head, horns aimed forward, pushing off its hind legs, charging at Jiang Han. Jiang Han sidestepped in a graceful maneuver, effortlessly avoiding the buffalo's charge. In that moment of evasion, he swung his axe, targeting the buffalo's front leg joint. The blade sliced into the gap of the knee joint, severing ligaments and splitting the bone. The buffalo's front leg buckled, its entire body tilted to the side, crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It struggled to get up, but its broken leg couldn't support it, and it fell back down halfway. Jiang Han did not continue striking. He turned and chased after the first buffalo he had struck in the neck. That buffalo was running slowly, bleeding profusely, unable to sustain itself for long. It stood beside a patch of low bushes, head lowered, the wound on its neck still oozing blood. Its mouth opened and closed, bubbles emerging with every breath. By the time Jiang Han approached, it had lost even the strength to run. It merely lifted its head to glance at him, devoid of anger or fear, only a serene acceptance and exhaustion. Jiang Han did not linger any longer. He circled to the side of the buffalo, aimed at its front leg joint, and struck down with his axe. The sound of shattering bone rang out sharply in the quiet night. The buffalo's body jolted violently, then completely slumped down like a house that had lost its pillars, collapsing with a resounding crash. Its heart still beat, its eyes blinked, its mouth still opened and closed slightly. But its leg was broken, unable to stand, and the blood loss from its neck brought it closer to death with each passing second. Jiang Han did not allow it to suffer longer. He walked to the side of the buffalo's neck, raised his axe, targeting the junction of the cervical vertebra and skull. With all his strength, he struck down. The buffalo's body stiffened abruptly, its limbs locking for a fraction of a second, then it completely went limp. This bloody act finally terrified the herd, which had been watching from a distance, into fleeing. The sound of hooves grew fainter and fainter until it completely vanished. Jiang Han ran a few steps towards the direction the buffalo herd had fled, wanting to see if he could catch another, but after barely 10 steps, he came to a halt. The entire process was short, perhaps just 2 minutes from when he struck the first blow to now. But during those 2 minutes, every swing of his axe was with all his might, every dodge was at his limit, and every nerve in his body was taut. Now that the herd had run far away and the adrenaline had worn off, he suddenly felt as though his legs were filled with lead. His arms felt as if they had been disassembled and reassembled incorrectly. Even the axe felt twice as heavy as before. Forget it, 2 buffalo are enough. Jiang Han leaned on his axe, standing in place, gasping for breath. His strength and speed had increased, but his physique still lacked a bit. At the same time, the game announcement echoed through Blue Star and the wilderness. Dragon Kingdom contestant Jiang Han killed 2 wild buffalo, rewarding the Dragon Kingdom with an equivalent weight of 52700 wild buffalo. The comments in the live stream exploded at a rate of hundreds of thousands per second. 527000, 527000 wild buffalo. Along with the previous 3100 black bears, 3600 antelopes, 2300 roe deer, and all those fish and leeks, Dragon Kingdom is about to become a zoo. What does 520,000 mean? A wild bull weighs about 500 kilograms, so 520,000 bulls amount to 260 million kilograms, or 26,000 tons of pure meat. How many people can that feed? Can you be more precise with your calculations? 26,000 tons of meat divided among 1.4 billion people means about 180 grams per person, which is less than the size of a fist. But if you add the bear meat, antelope meat, and roe deer meat, you can round it up to 1 kilogram. 1 kilogram. No matter how much it is, the key point is that Jiang Han has made headlines again. Look at the photo of him covered in blood standing next to the carcass of the bull. The visual impact is immense. Covered in blood with an axe dripping behind him are the corpses of 2 massive wild bulls. This scene could be in a textbook. Jiang Han listened to the announcement and mentally calculated. 4 bulls of equal weight, the reward is 520,000 heads. The current return multiplier for the Dragon Country is the population divided by 10,000 multiplied by national fortune. Jiang Han calculated silently in his mind. He killed 2 wild bulls, so the basic return multiplier is 14130 times, which means theoretically he should receive back 2800 heads for the 2 bulls. 520,000 heads means the national fortune multiplier becomes 185 times, which indicates it has surpassed 12 o'clock and the national fortune value increased by 10 points. The national fortune is now 185. Returning to the creek at the campsite, he threw the pot onto the bank, then stripped completely and stood naked by the creek. Oh damn. Mosaic. The system has put a mosaic over it. Good job, good job. Even though Jiang Han has a good physique, I didn't come here to watch him bathe. Jiang Han, why didn't you say something in advance? I wasn't prepared. What were you preparing for? To take a screenshot, right? Shoo. Don't say anything, the picture is blurry, but the sound is still there, just listen to the water. Jiang Han scooped a pot of water from the creek with an iron pot, raised it above his head, and poured it over himself with a splash. The temperature was low, and the water was chilly, causing him to shiver and curl up like a cooked shrimp. But that was just a momentary shock. By the time the second pot was poured, he had gotten used to it. By the third pot, he even found it somewhat comfortable. After all, he was covered in the blood of the wild bulls, and it was too inconvenient being all sticky. He poured pot after pot, rinsing from head to toe. The creek water turned a light red beneath his feet, flowing downstream until it quickly faded from sight. After rinsing off, he took his clothes to the creek to wash them. Finally, he wrung them out and walked back to the campsite barefoot. At the campsite, he propped 2 wooden sticks beside the fire and hung his clothes and pants over them to dry near the firelight illuminated his damp body, creating a layer of white steam. Jiang Han, you should wear more. His clothes are drying. Once they are dry, he can put them on. No need to rush. Look at the muscles on his body. They weren't this defined before, now they're clearly visible. Did he grow those from eating wild chives? Do you think wild chives are like protein powder? Eating a few meals will make you muscular. He's developed that from chopping trees and killing bulls every day. Jiang Han tended the fire for a while, and once the steam had mostly dissipated, he felt much warmer. He took 2 blocks of compressed biscuits and a bottle of freshly filtered water from the purifier, sat by the fire, broke off a small piece of biscuit, chewed it a couple of times, and swallowed it with warm water. After he had eaten and drunk enough, Jiang Han looked at the sky. The moon was already to the west, but there were still several hours until dawn. Since he was awake now, he might as well complete today's matchmaking task. Finishing it early would bring peace of mind, so he wouldn't have a crowd causing trouble after dawn. Clearing his throat, he spoke into the air. Since I'm awake, now let's start today's matchmaking. Please enter. I killed 2 wild bulls in the bullet screen, and after 30 seconds a matchmaking target will be drawn based on the bullet screen. The bullet screen instantly surged with frenzied speed. I killed 2 wild bulls. I killed 2 wild bulls. I killed 2 wild bulls. Jiang Han, you just killed bulls and are going to do matchmaking. You really don't take a break. 30 seconds is too long. 10 seconds is enough. Hurry up and draw. At around 2 or 3 in the morning in the Dragon Country, there weren't many people in the live stream. With so many bullet screens, it was obvious that others from other countries were causing trouble. It's over, it's over. The troublemakers are back. They've learned to copy Chinese. Jiang Han, hurry up and draw. Don't let them fill the bullet screen. In the bedroom of the Prime Minister of Japan late at night. When the Prime Minister was urgently awakened, he was wearing a wrinkled nightgown and was startled when his secretary rushed in, nearly falling off the bed. Prime Minister Jiang Han from the Dragon Country has started matchmaking again. The secretary's voice was urgent and sharp. The Prime Minister sprang up from the bed, his brain entering combat mode within half a second. What time is it? What time is it in the Dragon Country? It's 3 in the morning. 2 full hours earlier than we expected at 5. Damn. The Prime Minister gritted his teeth, the veins on his temples bulging. Another surprise attack. But Prime Minister, don't worry. The secretary wiped the sweat from his forehead, speaking rapidly. It's daytime in America right now, and many people are in Jiang Han's live stream. On the other side, it's afternoon in the ugly country, and there are many people. Although it's currently early morning in Japan, netizens in America have already helped us flood the bullet screen. Oh, that's really great. The Prime Minister paused for a moment and then smiled. He opened Jiang Han's live stream. The bullet screen was densely packed, and the phrase "I killed 2 wild bulls" filled the entire screen like snowflakes. He casually glanced around and saw many IDs that were not from the Dragon Country. Ugly country maybe. The Prime Minister sneered. You woke up 2 hours early in America, is still awake. In the wilderness in Jiang Han's live stream, the bullet screen was still scrolling wildly. Viewers from the Dragon Country were on the verge of tears. It's over, it's over. A look at those IDs, they're all foreigners. How can we draw? Resend Jiang Han's battle against the wild bull. Time 10 seconds. The draw begins in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The barrage of comments erupted into sheer madness. Netizens from the Dragon Kingdom, like sprinters hearing the starting gun, typed with such fury that their fingers blurred into motion. The 6 characters, Jiang Han's battle against the wild bull, flooded the screen at the speed of light. Foreign netizens, however, were a beat slower, not because of their typing speed, but because they needed time to process the situation. Some had already copied the previous round's phrase, "slaughtered 2 big wild bulls," and sent it out only to be abruptly told the password had changed, leaving them stunned. Others, quick to react, immediately copied the new password. But those who caught on were few. System randomly select 1 netizen from those who sent Jiang Han's battle against the wild bull. Ding. Random selection in progress. Selection complete. The screen flickered, then split in 2. On the left was Jiang Han, on the right a girl. The girl had long wavy hair cascading down her shoulders, wore a short silver sequin dress, and a glittering necklace around her neck. Large hoop earrings dangled from her ears, and her makeup was heavy. She was yawning when she saw herself on the screen, and for a moment she was taken aback. Haha, God, Jiang. I can't believe I was picked. The girl jumped up, sending one of her disposable slippers flying. Jiang Han smiled too. This blind date had... Wow, miss. Are you still living the nightlife? Jiang Han looked her up and down, taking in her outfit. The girl glanced down at herself, then back at the neon sign behind her, and stuck out her tongue. I just came out of a bar and was about to hail a taxi home. Rest assured, God, Jiang, I haven't had a drop. It was my friend's birthday, and I went to take photos. I'm the photographer, completely sober. Imperfectly clear-headed right now. Jiang Han gave a thumbs up. Just cooperate, that's all that matters. The girl set her high heels on the ground and sat cross-legged on the curb. A silver dress paired with disposable slippers and a cross-legged sit on the curb. The image was jarringly incongruous. Yet her expression was deadly serious, as if she were attending a job interview. God, Jiang, my name is Zhao Qingyin. Qing as in clear, Yin as in music. I'm 24'1", 65 meters tall, and weigh 48 kilograms. My measurements. I've taken them but can't recall exactly. Roughly 836,086. I hold a bachelor's degree and work as a graphic designer retouching images for e-commerce. I enjoy gaming hot-pot horror movies and taking solitary walks at night. I've been single my entire life, 24 years. No one has ever pursued me. Well, someone did, but I turned them down. My family, my father works at a state-owned enterprise, my mother is a primary school teacher, and I have a younger brother in high school. We live in an old neighborhood in Zhongbei City. The house isn't big, but it's cozy. She blurted out all the information in one breath, faster and with more detail than Shen Yutong. Also, God, Jiang, you must be careful. Wild bulls are too dangerous. I saw a screenshot of you covered in blood. It looked cool, but I'm really worried. If you go hunting again, could you let me know in advance? I can cheer you on from afar. And she took a deep breath, ready to continue. The live stream comments exploded with laughter. Another social beast. God, Jiang, do you only draw social beasts? Last time Shen Yutong was a chatterbox. This time Zhao Qingyin is... The live stream comments exploded with laughter. Another social beast. God, Jiang, do you only draw social beasts? Last time Shen Yutong was a chatterbox. This time Zhao Qingyin is the evolved version. God, Jiang's only function now is nodding. Zhao Qingyin turned the blind date into a stand-up comedy and God, Jiang into the audience. Zhao Qingyin went on for a while longer before finally stopping. God, Jiang, if you go on blind dates, but never come back to take things further, what's the point? She asked. What's the point? He couldn't exactly tell her it was to complete a system task, could he? Jiang Han opened his mouth, then closed it again. No, not developing things now doesn't mean never developing them, Jiang Han thought for a moment. Once I'm out of the game, I might just show up right in front of you. Really? You promise? Zhao Qingyin laughed, her eyes crinkling at the corners. She made a heart sign at the camera. Go God Jiang. Tomorrow kill 2 more. No 4. Make it a round number. Ding. This blind date has ended. System comprehensive evaluation in progress. Blind date subject assessment, age 24, excellent height 165 centimeters, excellent weight 48 kilograms, excellent measurements 8360886, excellent education, bachelor's, good occupation, graphic designer, good personality, outgoing and cheerful, excellent family background, good income, good. Blind date process evaluation, intimate interaction, none 0 points, conversation atmosphere relaxed and pleasant, excellent information exchange complete and thorough, outstanding, deep emotional connection, not established, average. Comprehensive evaluation, a relatively successful blind date. The subject's cooperation was extremely high and information acquisition was complete and rich. However, the lack of intimate interaction affected the final rating. Final rating B, great. Congratulations, host. You have received a physique card. After using the physique card, the host will permanently gain 7 to the physique attribute. Note the physique attribute affects the host's health, resistance, recovery, speed, endurance, etc. With Physique 7A, the host's physical tolerance will be significantly enhanced, better supporting the current strength and speed attributes. Comprehensive evaluation, the host's current strength, speed, and physique attributes have all exceeded the limits of an ordinary human. It is recommended that the host prioritize improving endurance and perception to achieve a comprehensive balance of bodily functions. Physique had caught up. 13 points of physique, still slightly lower than strength and speed, but the gap had narrowed significantly. The engine's power, chassis, brakes, and tires were finally matched. He could sprint at full speed, swing his axe continuously, and take on a herd of bulls, no fear. Jiang Han stood by the campfire, feeling the warm, abundant, unprecedented vitality surging within him. He looked at the axe in his hand. The blade gleamed coldly in the firelight, still stained with the wild bull's blood, not entirely washed clean. Next time I run into a herd, Jiang Han said to the air, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth, I'll chop down 4. He turned his clothes over to ensure even drying. System, any special items? Give me an AK. When Lin Wanqing arrives, give her a shotgun. Well, rise to power and glory together. The system remained silent. Not a word. An aloof system. Jiang Han shrank his neck. It was a bit cold outside, better to go back and catch some more sleep. Yi Wudi was awakened by the sound of a game announcement. He was sleeping beneath a makeshift grass shelter, curled up in his sleeping bag with his axe within reach. This was a habit formed during his time in the army, where weapons should never be more than an arm's length away from the body. The Dragon Kingdom player Jiang Han killed 2 wild bulls, earning the Dragon Kingdom an equivalent weight of 52,700 wild bulls. As the announcement echoed across the wilderness, he instinctively sprang out of his sleeping bag, his right hand already gripping the axe handle. Yi Wudi was momentarily stunned, then slowly released the axe handle and leaned back against the tree trunk. He looked up at the sky. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting silvery patches of light on the ground. From the position of the moon, it was roughly 3 o'clock in the morning. At this time, most people were asleep, while Jiang Han was busy hunting. Damn, brother, do you have to be this intense? Yi Wudi felt somewhat frustrated. He lay back down, but could not fall asleep again. He stared at the leaves above his mind, repeating a single thought. He was the king of soldiers, the champion of the military competition, an expert in wilderness survival, and the country had high hopes for him before entering the game. And what was the result? Jiang Han had killed black bears, killed antelopes, killed wild bulls, killed Sato. Ken completed the first-level shelter and contributed over 100 points of national fortune to the Dragon Kingdom. For Yi Wudi, the feeling of being surpassed in a professional field was more unbearable than any physical pain. Jiang Han, you don't understand the world of the elite. As dawn broke, Yi Wudi crawled out of his sleeping bag. He tucked the flint into his pocket, slung his bow and arrows over his shoulders, secured the axe at his waist, grabbed his backpack, and strode into the woods. He made up his mind to hunt more prey than Jiang Han. Similarly, Lin Wanqing had woken up before dawn in the early morning. She stood up, rubbed her calves, adjusted her backpack, and limped towards the northwest, embarking on her journey to find. Xingxing, slow down. Your ankle is so swollen and you're still walking. Do you want to live? But what if I don't walk? Wait here and die. Walking still offers hope. If I don't walk, I can only eat burnt lotus root until I die. Right, walk faster to eat beef with Jiang Shen. Jiang Shen has so much beef that you can eat until you vomit. Jiang Shen killed 2 wild bulls yesterday, each weighing several hundred pounds and over 1,000 pounds combined. He can't eat it all by himself. Xingxing, you're just helping him with the burden. Not a burden, but a strategic cooperation. Xingxing provides carbohydrates, burnt lotus root, while Jiang Shen provides protein and fat. beef and bear meat a perfect match. Don't just urge her on and cheer for her. Xingxing, go for it. You're the best. You can definitely make it. At this moment, the main character Jiang Han was still in his sleeping bag. The blocking time in the live stream had long passed, and his image naturally appeared on all the viewers' screens. Get up. The Dragon Kingdom viewers flooded the bullet screen. The sun is already shining. No, the sun hasn't come out yet, but you should be awake. Quickly get up and drag the beef back. The 2 bulls you killed yesterday are still lying on the grass. If you don't go soon, the meat will spoil. But he worked so hard last night, still hunting at 3 in the morning. Ooh, what's wrong with sleeping a bit longer? Can you have a little humanity? Not to mention Jiang Han's sleeping posture is quite handsome. It's just the drool at the corner of his mouth. Exactly. It would be better if he didn't drool. Can you stop focusing on his drool? Isn't that creepy? By 10 o'clock in the morning, the sun was already bright, filtering through the crack of the shelter door and casting a long beam of light on Jiang Han's face. Guys, this is so annoying. Jiang Han's first words after waking up were quite startling. What should I do with these 2 bulls? The live stream burst into laughter in an instant. Haha, Jiang Han is so ostentatious. Others worry about not having meat to eat, and you worry about having too much meat to finish. Xingxing is already on her way. Just hold on for 2 more days. No, 1 day. She'll be there soon. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Meat at the supermarket is limited. I can only buy 1 pound a month. I only have half a pound of frozen meat left in my fridge, and it's from last month. Jiang Han is genuinely troubled, not pretending. Just think about it, over 1,000 pounds of beef with no fridge, no cold storage, and no preservatives, relying solely on smoking and salting. Where is he going to find that much salt? Where is he going to find that much time? But he can't just throw it away. That would be such a waste. Who said he was going to throw it away? He's just saying that. When has he ever really thrown something away? Jiang Han was genuinely frustrated. He wasn't someone who liked wasting food, but the current situation forced him to throw it away. Preserving it was not an option, especially since there was a lack of salt. Just leaving it there wasn't realistic either. If not dealt with promptly, the smell of blood would spread. Once the smell of blood spread, predators would be drawn over. Although his physical condition had improved with strength and speed far surpassing ordinary people, the beasts in the game were also evolving and mutating. Yesterday, the Italian player Giovanni encountered a goat as large as a moose, which was a clear signal. He wasn't afraid of ordinary black bears or wild bulls, but what if a saber-toothed tiger showed up, or a giant bear, or some mutated creature he had never seen before? How could he possibly fight back? Jiang Han sighed, crawled out of his sleeping bag, put on his clothes, picked up his axe, and walked towards the place where he had slaughtered the wild bulls last night. The 2 wild bulls were still lying there in the same position as when he left last night. Where are the nearby predators? Jiang Han pinched his chin, feeling a bit incredulous. The blood from the 2 bulls had flowed so much, how could they not have been devoured? Who would believe such a thing? At the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, we have conducted a survey since the official release of the game, and no players have encountered predatory animals, which means there may be none at this stage. We speculate that the difficulty of the game increases from low to high. In the early stages, the difficulty is increased only through changes in weather and the size of herbivorous animals, while giving players room to grow. In the later stages, the difficulty will increase with the appearance of large predators, even those unseen on Earth. Therefore, at this stage, we should remind players from the Dragon Kingdom to collect items that can enhance their strength. However, currently there has been no case of any item that can enhance the player's strength. The staff was reporting non-stop, while the elder frowned tightly. In the footage, Jiang Han squatted down using his axe to chop off one of the wild bull's hind legs and placed it on the ground, pushing the entire body of the bull along with the other bull's remaining parts into the small creek. With a splash, the huge carcass crashed into the water, sending up a spray over a person's height. The sediment churned upward, mingling with the blood, turning the entire stream into a dark crimson. The beef tumbled twice in the current before being caught by a large rock, half submerged and bobbing in the water. Soon the scent of blood spread through the stream like a flare. In less than 5 minutes, the fish arrived. Their silvery bodies surged beneath the surface, scales glinting blindingly in the sunlight. They lunged at the wild buffalo carcass, tearing, fighting, and thrashing the water's surface, boiling like a cauldron. The flesh was ripped away piece by piece by their mouths, tumbling in the murky stream before being snatched up by more fish. Edge. Jiang Han crouched by the bank, watching the fish frenzy, a sudden idea striking him. If that's the case, couldn't I make a fishing net? Just put the beef inside the net, and when the fish come to eat, they'll be trapped, waiting for fish to fall into the net. Jiang Han pondered and deemed the plan feasible. The fish were incredibly sensitive to the scent of blood. As long as blood was in the stream, they would converge from all directions. If he placed the beef inside the net and sank it into the water, the fish would rush in to feed, getting caught. When he pulled the net up, they wouldn't escape. However, making a net required a large amount of rope. The few strands he had twisted from tree bark were far to craft a net capable of holding dozens of pounds of fish. He needed at least several hundred meters of rope, which meant stripping bark from many trees and twisting countless ropes. Just as he was dragging the second wild buffalo carcass to push it into the water, he noticed a cluster of mushrooms growing where the carcass had been lying. The mushrooms were vividly colored, their caps like half-opened umbrellas with white fringed edges and deep purple gills that shimmered with an odd luster in the sunlight. The stems were thick, as wide as an adult's thumb, about 10 centimeters tall, with an overall shape that seemed plucked from a fairy tale book. Having grown up in the countryside, Jiang Han had seen pine mushrooms under pine trees, poplar mushrooms under poplars, and meadow mushrooms after rain, but none were so brightly colored or oddly shaped. This mushroom was unlike any he had ever seen on Earth. Was it poisonous or not? Jiang Han didn't know. The livestream chat instantly split into two factions. Don't eat it. With colors that bright, it's definitely poisonous. God, Jiang, don't touch it. If you do, and then touch your mouth, you'll be poisoned. Eat it. Why not? Maybe it's a celestial treasure spawned by the game. Celestial treasure. What if it's toxic? God, Jiang doesn't have a poison-immune body. But Benjamin ate that fruit no one had tried before, didn't he? Fortune favors the bold. How else can you grow stronger? You're not God, Jiang, so you don't care. What if he gets poisoned? What happens to Dragon Country if he falls? Stop arguing. Let God, Jiang, decide. It's his life, he values it more than you do. Jiang Han had no idea about the fruit eaten by the U.S. contestant Benjamin. Half an hour earlier in Benjamin's live stream, Benjamin crouched beside a shrub holding a fruit in his hand. The fruit was the size of an adult's fist, shaped like an enlarged strawberry, but deep purple in color, covered in a fine layer of fuzz. At its top was a vibrant green leaf like a tiny hat, glistening with dewdrops in the sunlight. The fruit grew on a low, unfamiliar shrub with no other plants around it. To eat or not to eat? Benjamin had been agonizing for over 10 minutes. He wasn't a biologist. He couldn't tell if the fruit was poisonous. Finally starving, he took a deep breath, brought the fruit to his lips, and bit into it. The flesh was soft, melting in his mouth, sweet as honey, yet carrying a fresh fragrance like the scent of flower petals steeped in water. He chewed twice and swallowed, then waited for God's judgment. After 2 minutes, a burning sensation first flared in his stomach, like a gulp of strong liquor spreading from the stomach lining. Then his heart raced, pounding in his chest, as if he had just sprinted 400 meters. Then dizziness set in his vision, blurring the scenery before him like a spilled watercolor, colors blending indistinctly. In the live stream, he crouched, hands on the ground, his stomach churning violently. He dry-heaved a few times, but brought up nothing. Monitoring personnel from major Blue Star nations simultaneously noticed Benjamin's distress. Dragon Country's monitor immediately took screenshots, recorded video, marked the timeline, and packaged the data for the Supreme Command. But after just over 10 minutes, Benjamin's condition began to improve. The burning subsided, his heartbeat normalized, the dizziness vanished, and his vision cleared. He stood up and stretched his limbs. No discomfort, only a feeling of lightness and agility, as if new energy had been infused into his muscles. He glanced at his arms. The muscle definition was more pronounced, veins bulging, something seeming to surge within his blood vessels. He walked to a large rock, bent down, hooked his hands under its base, took a deep breath, and with a sudden burst of strength, lifted the rock. Then, to the astonishment of all viewers, he hurled it forward with force. The rock flew through the air, smashing a crater into the ground. Benjamin stared at his hands, frozen for 2 seconds, then threw his head back and laughed, the sound echoing across the wilderness, startling a flock of birds from a tree. Personnel from various nations monitoring Benjamin's stream reported his situation almost simultaneously. Dragon Country's monitor's report reached the Supreme Command first, its title marked with 3 stars, red priority. At Dragon Country's Supreme Command, the elder stood before the screen holding the report marked urgent. That fruit Benjamin ate. The elder's voice was low and urgent. What were its characteristics? Summarize it. Academician Wang stood before the screen, a laser pointer in hand, its red moving slowly over the report's text. First, it appeared in isolation. The previous lotus roots, wild chives, and mushrooms all grew in clusters. Lin Wanqing dug up 100 caddies of lotus roots, and still wasn't done. Jiang Han's wild chives carpeted the entire clearing, and the mushrooms grew in patches. But Benjamin's fruit was solitary, with no other plants within a square meter around it, as if it had been spawned there specifically. Second, it had an obvious guardian mechanism. Or rather, no guardian, but the fruit itself had defensive features. It grew on a low shrub, and the ground around that shrub was barren. This is likely a territory marker telling potential predators this tree is poisonous, or the fruit's effect is so powerful that it requires the cost of killing surrounding plants to sustain its growth. Thirdly, its appearance is highly recognizable. Deep purple, covered in fur, adorned with golden patterns and topped with small green leaves. This appearance belongs to what is known as warning colors in nature, signaling predators that I am special. Ordinary edible plants with average effects tend to grow discreetly. Only those with powerful effects or potent toxicity will grow in such a conspicuous manner. Fourthly, there is a noticeable discomfort period after consumption. Benjamin experienced a series of symptoms such as stomach burning, rapid heartbeat, dizziness, cold sweats, and dry heaving for about 10 minutes after eating. This suggests that the heavenly materials and earthly treasures may require an adaptation period or trial period before enhancing the contestant's strength. If one can endure it, they will become stronger if not. Fifthly, the effects are significant and focused. After eating, Benjamin experienced a clear and quantifiable increase in strength. He lifted a stone that he could not lift before. This indicates that the effect of the genius treasures is not all-encompassing, but rather enhances a specific attribute. It is similar to the rewards received after the blind date with Jiang Han, but the methods of acquisition differ. Academician Wang set down the laser pointer, turned around, and scanned everyone at the long table. Based on the above 5 characteristics, we can preliminarily speculate that the heavenly materials and earthly treasures used to enhance the contestant's strength may possess the following features: solitary growth, unique appearance, abnormal ecological surroundings, adaptation period after consumption, and targeted enhancement of a single attribute. Jiang Han's camp. When Jiang Han returned to the camp with his weary body, it was already close to noon. He first hung the wild bull leg in a shaded and ventilated spot at the entrance of the shelter, covering it with leaves to prevent flies from biting. He then walked to the fire pit, added a few thick logs, and stuffed some grass and moss into the chimney. The thick smoke began to rise again. Elder, the secretary of the highest command of the Dragon Kingdom, rushed out from the adjacent room, his expression overflowing with excitement. He held up a tablet, the screen displaying a photo captured from Lin Wangxing's live stream. In the photo, Lin Wangxing was standing on a relatively open meadow, and a gray-white smoke column was clearly visible in the sky before her, contrasting against the blue sky and distant mountains. It's Jiang Han's chimney. The secretary's voice trembled as he pointed at the smoke column in the photo. In Lin Wangxing's live stream, we can see the thick smoke rising from Jiang Han. The elder abruptly stood up from his chair, which slid back and hit the wall. Are you sure this smoke is from Jiang Han and not a misleading signal from another contestant? We have retrieved and compared the live stream footage of all nearby contestants. No one has ignited thick smoke, the secretary assured. This smoke column must undoubtedly belong to Jiang Han. The elder took a deep breath and slowly uttered a few words. Good, very good. He moved his hands away from the table, clasped them behind his back, and stood upright. By the way, did she encounter any dangers on her way? So far, so good. She hasn't run into any large ferocious beasts, but she did twist her ankle, which is quite swollen, and she's limping. However, Jiang Han has an emergency supply kit from the airdrop, which contains medicine, so treating her should not. In the footage, Jiang Han was squatting in a clearing outside the camp, his hands covered in mud, with not a single clean spot on his body. In front of him stood a cylindrical furnace nearly as tall as a person, with an air vent the size of a fist at the bottom, and the inner walls of the furnace were smoothed and solid from being pounded with stones. He was continuing to coat the walls of the furnace with mud layer by layer, pounding each layer with stones to ensure there were no air bubbles or cracks. The elder stared at the screen for a few seconds, a smile slowly spreading across his face. I have a feeling that the first to refine iron tools will potentially raise the nation's fortune by another 10%. Elder number 3 leaned in to take a look at the screen and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Then I can't wait for this kid to speed things up. At this moment, the number of viewers in Lin Wangxing's live stream surged like a rocket. 10 million, 20 million, 50 million, 100 million, 200 million. The numbers continued to climb. They were here to witness a historic moment. The 2 contestants from the Dragon Kingdom were about to meet victoriously in this vast wilderness. Lin Wangxing stood on a hillside, her dirty face flushed from the sun, and the strands of hair on her forehead clung to her skin, damp with sweat. In the sky before her, the gray-white smoke column was clearly visible, shooting straight up into the sky like a pillar connecting the earth and the clouds. Damn it, this trip was worth it. Lin Wangxing raised her hand to wipe away her tears. This scene spread like wildfire across major social media platforms in the Dragon Kingdom. The top trending topic on all platforms was the same phrase: Lin Wangxing sees Jiang Han's thick smoke. The phrase "stars don't cry" followed closely behind, ranking second in trending topics. Stars don't cry. You will see Jiang Han soon. Just hold on a little longer. Just a bit more. Even I, a big man, get choked up seeing this scene. A girl in her 20s with her ankle swollen like that has walked over 100 kilometers alone in the wilderness just to find something to eat. Not just something to eat, but a hope. A hope to survive. Jiang Han, you must treat the stars well. Feed her meat. Give her medicine. Let her rest well in your shelter. Star, you are the bravest girl in the dragon. No, you are not just a girl, you are a warrior. Don't just shout encouragement. Take a look at her ankle. It's so swollen, and she's still walking. Just imagine how much pain she must be in with every step. That's why she is a warrior. Anyone else would have been lying on the ground crying by now. Jiang Han remained oblivious to all of this. He squatted in the clearing outside the camp, his hands covered in mud, having just completed the final step of constructing the blast furnace. The inner walls of the assassin's furnace were polished to a mirror-like finish with stones the vent positioned just right about 1.2 meters in height and approximately 40 centimeters in diameter, with a thick layer of stones at the bottom, serving as insulation. He stood up straight, stretched his back, and heard his bones cracking, satisfactorily gazing at his masterpiece with contentment. Then he squatted down again, continuing to dig mud and build another blast furnace. In the commentary live stream, Dongqing had changed into a dark blue suit today, appearing much more composed than in the previous days. Teacher Zhu Jiang Han has already completed a blast furnace. Why is he now building a second one? One furnace is certainly not enough. This type of earthen blast furnace can only smelt a small amount of iron or powder at one time, and what is produced is not the molten iron we imagine, but sponge iron. Sponge iron is a loose, porous iron block mixed with slag and charcoal debris. To turn sponge iron into usable tools, it requires repeated heating, hammering, reheating, and hammering again, gradually knocking out the impurities from the iron block. The first furnace is for smelting iron, while the second can be used to heat the iron blocks, or in other words, to serve as a forging furnace. Zhu Weiqiang supplemented, that's right. Unlike industrial iron smelting, outdoor iron smelting lacks coke, limestone, and high-strength refractory materials, relying solely on charcoal and clay. The maximum temperature of charcoal is limited, the amount of iron produced in each smelting is minimal, so it must be refined repeatedly in many batches to gather enough iron to forge a knife or an axe. Using two furnaces alternately allows continuous burning for 24 hours, doubling the efficiency. Dongqing suddenly realized and nodded, so that's how it is. As for Jiang Han's understanding of the iron smelting process, Zhu Weiqiang laughed. It's clear that Jiang Han fully understands iron smelting. This is not something an outsider could manage. Choosing the clay. You see, the clay he digs is not surface soil, but deep clay. Before shaping the furnace, the clay must be soaked, awakened, and kneaded to expel air bubbles, or it will crack. When fired, the position, size, and angle of the air inlet directly affect the airflow and furnace temperature. The height and diameter ratio of the furnace determines the reducing atmosphere inside. These are all details. Yang Dongdong took over the conversation, so when Jiang Han said he graduated from university but hasn't found a job, it was likely just modesty. His knowledge and Hansen abilities are top-notch in any field. The comments in the live stream instantly filled with admiration. Jiang Han is a versatile talent. Hunting bears, slaughtering cattle, mining charcoal, burning iron, refining, matchmaking, he's skilled in everything. So Jiang Han's difficulty in finding a job after graduating from university is due to having too many skills. Oh, which company would dare to hire him? It's not that he can, it's that he's not suited for it. If you make Jiang Han sit in an office and type on a keyboard, he wouldn't last a day. If I told you all I learned from watching short videos, would you still admire me? Versatile talent. I just watched some short videos and followed along. If Jiang Han heard this, he would surely scoff. After finishing applying the clay, Jiang Han stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. In the Dragon Country commentary live stream, Dongqing looked at the screen in disbelief. The image before her displayed a contestant she had almost forgotten, Tan Nana. Since the first day, when she caught so many fish, Tan Nana had rarely appeared in the mainstream commentary perspective. Unlike Jiang Han, who hunted bears and slaughtered cattle, or Yi Wudi, who chased prey through the forest, she quietly stayed in her place every day, repeating a few tasks: catching fish, eating fish, building a shelter, and sleeping. But at this moment, Dongqing's eyes widened. On the screen, Tan Nana stood before a gentle slope, facing a dense expanse of dark green vegetation that stretched from the foot of the slope to the top, covering the entire hillside, at least dozens of acres. The stems of these plants were thick and the leaves broad, layered like a green carpet spread across the earth under the teacher. Yang Dongqing turned to Yang Dongdong. What is this? Dongqing had already recognized it, but was a bit uncertain. Yang Dongdong leaned closer to the screen, squinting for 2 seconds before suddenly turning to lock eyes with Zhu Weiqiang. Their gazes collided in the air for a moment before they both sprang up. Cassava. Yang Dongdong's voice rose an octave. Cassava. The most important source of carbohydrates in the wilderness, without a doubt. Zhu Weiqiang also stood up, pointing at the dark green leaves on the screen, speaking rapidly like a machine gun. Look at the shape of those leaves. They're palmately lobed with lanceolate lobes, clear veins, and long petioles. It's 100% cassava. Why is Zhu Weiqiang saying it's the most important source of carbohydrates? Because of high yield. A single cassava plant can produce several pounds of tubers, and planting an acre can yield thousands of pounds. It's extremely easy to survive. Cassava has a strong adaptability, resisting drought and poor soil, thriving in any bad land, and can grow from just a cutting. Thirdly, its starch content is incredibly high. The tubers of cassava contain over 30% starch, serving as the raw material for cassava starch. and when cooked it becomes the purest source of energy. Fourth, it can be stored for a long time. When harvested, cassava can be kept in a cool, dry place for a month without spoiling. If sliced and dried, it can last a year. The comments in the live stream exploded instantly. The koi girl truly lives up to her name. On the first day she caught fish, and now she's digging cassava. Her luck is incredible. It's not luck, it's that she chose a good spot. By the stream, on a gentle slope, with fertile soil, such places are most likely to yield good things. She stays there every day, so of course she can find them. Haha. Tan Nana, I didn't want this, okay? I'm just too timid to venture far, and as a result good things came looking for me. Dong Qing stared at the screen, preparing to watch how Tan Nana would dig up the cassava. She had already squatted down, holding a dagger ready to dig into the soil. Suddenly the comment section flooded with the same phrase, "Quick, go to Yi Woody's live stream." What's going on with Yi Woody? Over 1 billion viewers in Dragon Country hurriedly opened Yi Woody's live stream. The moment the screen switched, everyone's breath caught. They saw Yi Woody squatting on a branch of a large tree about 4 meters above the ground. He leaned forward, one hand supporting the trunk, the other holding a bough, his eyes fixed intently on the ground below, his pupils constricted and the muscles in his jaw tight like stone. Below the tree was a vast clearing, the ground covered with thick fallen leaves. A group of wild boars was foraging around. There were 8 adults along with several very small ones. The small ones followed the big ones in a single file, like kindergarten children crossing the street. But what was most hair-raising was not the number but the size. The adult wild boars, 6 of them, looked away, just over 200 pounds, similar in size to the black bear Jiang Han killed, frightening, but still within the realm of comprehension. However, the 2 largest looked like 2 cows. Their heads were enormous, with 2 curved tusks protruding from the sides of their mouths, thick and long, glinting with a yellow-white sheen under the sunlight. Their necks were as thick as barrels, and the muscles on their shoulder blades bulged high, making a dull thud on the ground as they walked, shaking the earth. The entire scene of the wild boar herd was extremely discordant. 6 normally sized wild boars accompanied by a dozen normal-sized piglets mixed with 2 giant beasts that far exceeded comprehension. It looked like 2 dinosaurs had mixed in with a group of domestic pigs. Yishan, charge. Shoot it. You're the champion of the grand military competition. What are you afraid of? Can't you see? Those aren't wild boars, they're tanks. A wild boar weighing over 1,000 pounds with skin as thick as armor. Can you slice it with a knife? Can you even penetrate it? Your dagger wouldn't even break through the fat layer. But Yishan has a bow. This is a compound bow with great power. Wild boars won't run from an attack. They'll turn around and attack Yi Woody. The tree isn't tall enough, but wild boars can reach up. Stop arguing. Be quiet and watch. Yishan hasn't moved yet. In the survival game of National Fortune, the compound bows are all 65 pounds with an arrow speed exceeding 300 feet per second, capable of piercing through a normal-sized deer within 40 to 50 meters. Yet even so, Yi Woody had no confidence in killing both pigs. Finally, he aimed at the back of the largest one. As he released his finger, the arrow left the string with a sharp whoosh, tracing an almost invisible trajectory through the air. But instead of the sound of thud piercing flesh, it was a crack, as if the arrow had embedded itself into a wooden board. The arrowhead penetrated about 3 to 4 centimeters, lodged in the boar's spine, the fletching still quivering slightly. The wild boar shook violently, letting out a short grunt, then turned in place. It wobbled, the arrow still stuck. Yi Woody's pupils constricted suddenly. What? He had seen wild boars during military field training, and had a normal adult boar weighing over 100 kilograms would collapse after being shot in the chest with this bow. Yet this giant beast weighing over 1,000 pounds only had the arrow embedded in its skin. The barrage in the live stream fell silent for a brief moment, then exploded with even more fervor. Can't penetrate. Not even the skin. Is this a wild boar or an armored vehicle? It didn't fail to penetrate. It went in a bit. Look at that arrowhead. It went in about 3 to 4 centimeters normally. It should have completely pierced through. This indicates that this wild boar's skin is incredibly thick. 1,000-pound wild boar with thick skin, keratinization, layers of calluses, and a thick layer of subcutaneous fat. Yes, on the back, neck, and spine there are keratinized hard skin 2 to 3 centimeters thick, like dry hard cowhide combined with calluses, plus a calcified layer. The subcutaneous fat layer is also 3 to 5 centimeters thick hard skin combined with a thick layer of fat, a double armor. That said, penetrating 3 to 4 centimeters with the arrowhead is already quite an impressive feat. If it were an ordinary person shooting, it wouldn't even leave a white mark. The struck wild boar spun around twice, then lay down on the ground, rolling over in the fallen leaves, finally managing to dislodge the arrow. After rolling back and forth 3 or 4 times, when it stood up again, the wild boar was already covered in mud, and the previously injured spot was now wrapped up. Hiss! Did this wild boar become sentient? Yi Woody was a bit speechless. The wild boar even learned to stop the bleeding. However, the wild boar group did not run far. They were startled by the initial screams. The other 6 smaller adult wild boars ran a few steps away, but didn't go far before stopping, looking back, as if assessing whether danger was still present. The 2 largest wild boars didn't run at all. The one that was shot shook its head and lowered it to root through the ground, continuing to eat. Forget it, too hard to kill. Give it up. Ye God, don't go down. It's dangerous under the tree now. It's late at night. Those 2 big wild boars don't take you seriously at all. You shoot 1 arrow at it, it shakes and continues eating. If you shoot it again, it might get angry. Do you think it can climb a tree when it gets angry? Ye God, how many arrows did you bring? The number of arrows is limited and you can't shoot carelessly now. Ye Woody was crouched in the tree and the situation below made him even calmer. Now he had to either choose to shoot a smaller wild boar to guarantee a kill or wait for a good opportunity to shoot the large wild boar. But the front skin of the large wild boar was too thick to penetrate. He had to wait for it to expose its belly or the gap between its side ribs. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, opening them again after a few seconds. His expression shifted from the excitement of a hunter spotting prey to the calm calculation of a special forces soldier. The number of arrows was limited and there weren't many left. He felt the quiver. There were 6 arrows inside, and with the one he shot that was now broken and unusable, he had a total of 6 shots. 6 opportunities to take down a beast weighing over 1,000 pounds with skin as thick as an armored vehicle. This was a bit challenging. He didn't lack food. The meat in the camp was still uneaten enough to sustain him for several more days. Thus, killing a smaller wild boar wouldn't help him much. It would only add an extra 100 or 2 to his existing meat supply, which was better than nothing. Damn it, if I'm going to hunt, I'll hunt the big one. Ye Woody made up his mind. But that last arrow had already proven that the back and side of this wild boar were immune to ranged attacks. Its weaknesses were the belly and throat. The belly had no keratinized layer, and the abdominal fat wouldn't be as thick as the spine. The throat was where the major blood vessels concentrated. Once cut, even the largest pig wouldn't last long. Ye Woody's gaze swept across the entire pig group. The 6 smaller adult wild boars had slowly returned, gathering around the large wild boar. A dozen small wild boars had also returned, weaving between the legs of the adult boars. The entire pig group showed no signs of alarm. On the other side, Jiang Han had finished his busy work at the camp. 2 furnaces had been built. The charcoal was still smoldering, and the wild beef was already being smoked. He strapped on his backpack and picked up his axe, walking downstream along the creek. This was also his first time exploring outside along the stream. The vegetation on both sides of the stream was dense. The further downstream he walked, the wider the river became. The flow slowed down, and the land on both sides opened up. After walking for about 20 minutes, the stream turned a bend. The terrain on both sides transformed from steep riverbanks to gentle marshland. Jiang Han stopped, his gaze falling on a large patch of green plants ahead. These plants were about a meter tall, with broad heart-shaped leaves and long slender stems clustered together, covering the entire marsh. From a distance, it looked like a carefully tended vegetable garden. But these plants were wild, not cultivated by humans. Good stuff. Jiang Han squatted down, pushing aside the leaves, noticing that the base of the stems was buried in the soft soil, with the soil slightly raised. He'll dig them up today, and tomorrow he'll hunt 2 wild chickens to go back and stew with the yam chicken. As Jiang Han talked to himself, he picked up the axe and began to dig at the raised spot. Game officials, Jiang Han, can you respect us a little? You came here to survive, not to vacation. Yam chicken plus a box of fragrant rice is my lost youth. Jiang God, hurry up and slaughter some wild boars or wild cattle. Ye God is already hunting wild boars. There's 1,000-pound wild boar over there. No way. Jiang God just slaughtered 2 cows. They now have so much meat they can't finish it just tossing it in the water. What he needs now is carbohydrates, not meat. Taro is carbohydrates. Carbohydrates are energy. Understand this before you shout. He can't finish it, we want to eat. Jiang Shin, think of a way to send the meat back. We're here gnawing on steamed buns while you're tossing beef into the river. Do you know how much it pains my heart? Jiang Shin, don't dig. Never mind, go ahead and dig. If you dig up taro, we can still share some to eat. The beef is gone, but the taro must not disappear. Ha ha, Jiang Shun wants to eat taro chicken. Spread the word, Jiang Shun wants to eat chicken. Jiang Han couldn't see the barrage. He was simply observing his surroundings, on guard for any mutated creatures that might leap out of the woods while digging for taro. The benefits of taro are numerous. It can be stored long-term, kept in a cool, ventilated place for 1 or 2 months, far better than the storage of fresh meat. It has a high carbohydrate content, providing energy for work. It can be boiled, roasted, ground into powder, or made into taro mash, with many ways to eat. Moreover, taro can be cultivated. To grow taro, cut off the eyes and bury them in the soil. In a few months, a new batch of taro can be harvested, making it a sustainable food source. In the wilderness, finding crops that can be grown is more important than finding 100 pounds of meat. I just wonder if I can find wild rice or wheat. Jiang Han dug up the taro and stuffed it into his backpack. However, he thought that even if he found rice or wheat, he had no place to plant them, and even if he found a place to plant, he wouldn't be able to shell them. Taro is better, it can be planted right by the riverbank, dug up, washed, and eaten. Soon Jiang Han filled his backpack with taro. He didn't remove the dirt from the taro, not even wiping it, as the soil serves as the best preservative, slowing down moisture evaporation and preventing the skin from cracking. By storing it directly with the dirt, it can last several times longer than clean taro. Family, with so much taro, I don't want to waste any. Jiang Han straightened up, looking at the large pile of undug taro in front of him, then glancing at his already bulging backpack. But what if the backpack can't hold any more? Then his gaze fell on the wild grass nearby. The wild grass was tall and dense with sturdy stems. He walked over, pulled a large handful, squatted down, and used his dagger to split the stems one by one, tearing them into thin strips, and then braiding them together. He was already familiar with making ropes, so it was easy for him. With the rope ready, when he cuts the taro, he will leave 10 centimeters of the stem, allowing him to bind them together to take back. How clever I am. Jiang Han felt delighted. Meanwhile, Yiwudi was still crouching in the tree. He had been crouching for nearly 40 minutes. The wild boar herd had completely recovered from their initial alertness, with several piglets weaving between the legs of the adult wild boars. The wild boar that had been shot had a thin layer of blood crust over its back wound, but it was no longer bleeding and seemed to have forgotten about the attack. After feeding for a while, the wild boar herd began to change. Several piglets were full and cuddled together, lying on a pile of fallen leaves. 6 smaller adult wild boars also lay down, some ruminating and others dozing off. The 2 largest wild boars were still eating, but their appetite was clearly not as strong as before, their rooting frequency slowing down, occasionally stopping to stand and daze. Then the largest wild boar finally could not eat anymore. It slowly walked to the base of the tree where Yiwudi was, rubbed its body against the roots, and then, with legs giving way, thud, it lay down. Not lying on its belly, but side-laying, with its belly exposed. What a great opportunity! Yiwudi silently thought, skillfully drawing an arrow from his quiver, knocking it on the bowstring, and gradually pulling back. The bow's limbs bent, producing a slight creaking sound. The movement was light, and the noise minimal. The wild boar shook its head, and then froze again. Yiwudi held his breath, aiming the arrowhead at the wild boar's belly. With a whoosh, the arrow was released. The arrow pierced through the wild boar's belly without obstruction, penetrating its abdominal cavity and piercing through its internal organs. The wild boar's body stiffened abruptly, then let out a deafening roar that sent chills down people's spines. Its forelegs kicked violently in the air, its body rolled from side to side, flipping from lying on its side to lying on its belly, then rolling and struggling furiously on the ground, sending leaves and dirt flying everywhere. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the other wild boars were momentarily stunned before scattering in all directions. Not a single wild boar charged towards Yiwudi, nor did any attempt to attack the tree. They didn't even know who the enemy was or where it was. They only heard the screams of their companions and saw them rolling and struggling on the ground, prompting them to instinctively flee this dangerous place. Yiwudi did not pursue the wild boars. He crouched on the tree branch, watching the wild boar, still struggling on the ground, drawing a second arrow from his quiver. He waited for a moment until the wild boar's struggles lessened slightly, then aimed at the other side of the boar's abdomen, released his finger, and the second arrow was released, similarly piercing through the wild boar's belly. The wild boar, suffering another heavy blow, began to struggle even more violently. Its forelegs flailed in the air, its body rolled back and forth on the ground, each roll sending leaves and dirt flying. The 2 wounds on the wild boar's belly widened with the continuous struggle. Blood gushed from the wounds, pooling beneath it in a dark red puddle that soaked the leaves and seeped into the soil. Keep moving. The bigger the movements, the more blood you lose. Yiwudi wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of achievement. As expected, the wild boar's struggles grew weaker, changing from violent rolling to twitching in place, then to intermittent trembling. Its breathing became heavier, with blood frothing from its mouth with every breath. It should be safe now, right? Yiwudi looked up at the fleeing wild boar herd, which had now disappeared from his sight. As for this one on the ground, if I can't kill it now, it would show that I, this soldier king, am somewhat lacking. Yiwudi jumped down from the tree, axe in hand, and slowly approached the wild boar. The wild boar's eyes were still open, its pupils dilated, its mouth opening and closing like a fish thrown ashore, inhaling little and exhaling much. Yiwudi circled to the side of the wild boar, raised his axe, and struck down at its neck. The wild boar let out one last roar before its body trembled one final time, then lay completely still. Jiang Han lifted the tied bundles of taro, each bundle containing about 20 taros, heavy as the cured meat hanging from the eaves during the new year. He made 2 large bundles of taro, each weighing 30 to 40 jin, and with the remaining 30 to 40 jin in his backpack, he estimated the total to exceed 100 jin. Jiang Han slung his backpack over his shoulder, holding 2 large bunches of taro in his left hand and an axe in his right, looking like a comical rural elder just returning from the market. Then the voice of the game announcement exploded in the wilderness. One message after another. Dragon Kingdom player Jiang Han gathered 105 pounds of wild taro, rewarding the Dragon Kingdom with 27,446,000 pounds of wild taro. Dragon Kingdom player Tan Nana obtained 323 pounds of cassava, rewarding the Dragon Kingdom with 84,443,000 pounds of cassava. Dragon Kingdom player Yi Wudi killed a wild boar, rewarding the Dragon Kingdom with 1,187 pounds and 26,000 heads of wild boar. Dragon Kingdom player Yi Wudi became the first player in the game to kill a mutated beast, rewarding the Dragon Kingdom with a 15% increase in national luck. Japanese player Sasaki captured a wild crucian carp, rewarding Japan with 12,600 wild crucian carps. The game announcements continued for a long time, messages popping out one after another, as if someone was constantly refreshing the page. In the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, the elder, who usually showed no emotion, was now forcefully slapping the table, his palm making a loud bang 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 sound on the solid wood surface. Huh. The elder's laughter echoed through the corridors of the command center several times. Quick calculate. Quick calculate. What is our Dragon Kingdom's national luck value now? Wang Yinshi, standing beside him, was equally excited, his fingers dancing over the calculator keys, muttering 213 point. Absolutely far ahead. The second place, the ugly country, is only 125 points. We have 88 points more than them. 88 points. This is a chasm. Equivalent to having an extra national luck value of a whole county. Good. Very good. The elder waved his hand. Give credit to Yi Wudi's team. Yi Wudi, this guy is something. Jiang Han, carrying the taro, walked along the road and felt admiration upon hearing the game's announcement. Without making a sound, he had taken down a mutated wild boar weighing 1,187 pounds. Moreover, wild boars are different from cattle. Their skins are thicker, fiercer, and harder to deal with. Could he handle a wild boar weighing 1,187 pounds if he encountered one? Jiang Han shrugged his shoulders, adjusting the backpack strap. He thought about his current attributes, concluding that he should be fine facing that wild boar. Otherwise, wouldn't the rewards he earned these past few days be for nothing? Isn't it all for nothing? On the other side, Tan Nana stood in front of a hill of cassava, the soil at her feet piled with the cassava she had just dug out. Piled high like small hills. Her clothes were covered in mud, her nails caked with dirt, and there were several streaks of mud on her face. But she couldn't care less, as her ears were filled with the game's announcement. Jiang Han, Yi Wudi, and herself, 3 announcements ringing out in succession. With Jiang Han and Yi Wudi, 2 mighty gods from the Dragon Kingdom, fighting ahead and earning national luck, she felt that as long as she ensured her own safety, there was no need to push too hard or feel too anxious. But then she looked down at the large pile of cassava in front of her and frowned. How could she carry back 323 pounds of cassava all by herself? Sigh, it's all because there was too much cassava here. It grew too well, and it was too easy to dig up. She had squatted down to dig, digging this way and that, and before she knew it, she had collected so much. Moreover, it seemed that cassava could also be planted. Tan Nana held 2 large pieces of cassava in her hands and had a few cassava cuttings. She planned to take the cuttings back and plant them all along the outside of the shelter. The cassava vines have thorns, ensuring her safety while providing enough food supplies. Simply delightful. In Yi Wudi's live streaming room, Yi Wudi squatted beside the massive corpse of the wild boar, the axe still in his hand, its blade smeared with dark red blood. Becoming the first player in the game to kill a mutated beast, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had finally redeemed himself. He had not brought shame to the title of champion of the 3 armies, nor to the title of weapon king. Although he still didn't know how Jiang Han could kill so many, he realized he could do it too. That was enough. But what he didn't expect was that shortly after the game announcement, Yi Wudi felt a warm flow throughout his body, all the fatigue washing away. Yi Wudi waved his fist, feeling as if he had become stronger. Yi God, you're amazing. You're the first to kill a mutated beast. Even Jiang Han hasn't killed a mutated beast. You are the first. First. Jiang Han, I killed 2 wild bulls, 2 antelopes, 2 black bears, and 1 captive. Hey, race a joke. Yi Wudi, I killed a mutated wild boar. Jiang Han, you win, you're the first. I want Don't pull each other down. They are all treasures of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang God kills a lot, Yi God is precise, and Tan Nana has good luck. 3 players, 3 paths, all lead to Rome. Tan Nana, I dug 300 pounds of cassava. Yi Wudi, I killed 1,000 pounds of wild boar. Jiang Han, I threw 1,000 pounds of beef into the river. Summary: Jiang God is the most wasteful. Yi God was so nervous squatting in the tree for so long. Do you know how tense he was? I saw his hands shaking when he pulled the bough. Take a break, Yi God, you've already done well today. In the Dragon Kingdom's commentary live streaming room, Yang Dongdong and Zhu Weiqiang had not yet fully recovered from the shock of Yi Wudi killing the mutated wild boar. Zhu Weiqiang stared at the screen for a long time before saying 1,187 pounds of wild boar, 26,000 heads. Just from this one kill by Yi Wudi, the Dragon Kingdom could receive over 20,000 tons of pork. Adding Tan Nana's cassava, Jiang Han's taro, and the previous meat, the Dragon Kingdom's supply intake today might have already surpassed 100,000 tons. Yang Dongdong added Yi Wudi became the first player to kill a mutated beast, increasing the Dragon Kingdom's national luck by 15%. If the ugly country starts adding 10 points a day from now, it would take them almost 9 days to catch up to us. Yang Dongdong's comment upset the live streaming audience, and they began to curse. What do you mean, Yang Dongdong? Are you saying that in the future ugly country players will add 1 point daily, while Dragon Kingdom players will? You're cursing the Dragon Kingdom and its players. Everyone, don't overreact. Yang Dongdong just wants to highlight that our national luck value is already leading. Bull. He's just not a decent person. That's more like it. Recognizing your mistakes and being willing to change shows a good attitude, much better than those previous attempts. He'll forgive you this time. The audience from Long Country also showed their grace, quickly brushing this matter aside. Lin Weiner sat on a large stone, her ankle more swollen than in the morning, her entire calf, now showing signs of edema, the skin stretched tight and shiny. She placed her injured foot on her backpack to allow the blood to return, slightly alleviating the swelling. Her eyes were fixated on the sky in the northwest, yet there was nothing there. The thick smoke had dissipated several hours ago, but upon hearing the game announcement, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. So Jiang Shun had gone to dig for taro. It was normal for the smoke to have ceased while digging for taro, as there was no way to add fuel to the chimney. Thinking of this eased her mind a little. Soon after, she heard the Long Country announcements, one after another, all good news. Jiang Han, Yi Wudi, Tan Nana, each shining in their respective positions. If others can do it, so can she. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and stood up. At least when it comes to digging taro, Lin Wanqing will not be outdone. Having dug lotus roots a few days ago, Lin Wanqing had already gotten used to being a farmer. Oh. Lin Wanqing suddenly slapped her thigh. Jiang Shen, save some for me to dig. If Jiang Han finishes digging, I won't be able to help, and it would be worthless. Although her calf was already terribly swollen, Lin Wanqing's heart was filled with hope as she was getting closer and closer to Jiang Han. Xingxing, you can do it, she spoke to the air, her voice not loud, but very firm. The old ancestors have traveled 25,000 miles, so what is this distance? Finding Jiang Shen, Lin Wanqing said as she walked, as if reciting a spell, then I can relax. Come on in. Just as her words fell, the sound of the game announcement echoed once more in Blue Star and in the ears of all contestants. Long Country becomes the first nation to have a national fortune value exceeding 200 points, gaining the qualification to send another contestant. The Long Country Supreme Command fell silent for a moment. The elder leaned forward with his hands on the table, his gaze fixed on the golden text on the screen. He slowly turned his head and exchanged a glance with Elder No. 3. Both men saw sheer joy in each other's eyes. Is there really such good news? Another contestant can be sent. What does this mean? It means that Long Country's military investment in this game has increased by 10%. It means one more person to seize airdrops, hunt mutated beasts, gather rare materials, and earn national fortune for Long Country. It signifies that Long Country's advantage can be further expanded. The selection is random. Elder No. 3's voice was somewhat hoarse. Random it is. Elder No. 2 slammed the table. We must trust the people of Long Country. Didn't Jiang Han also get selected randomly? Elder No. 3 pondered for a moment before speaking. Each city must immediately organize personnel to review the previous training materials and train again. Right, and they must understand the terrain and the contestants from other countries. Academician Wang also suggested during tomorrow's selection, let everyone wear more clothes and carry more tools. Academician Wang means we might have a chance to bring more tools into the game. That's a possibility. After all, clothes, shoes, and socks are allowed, who knows, maybe other things will be too. The elders considered this and found it reasonable. All right, this time, we will conduct online training and clarify the precautions. After the training, all the video content should also be pushed on short video platforms. On the other side, at the Prime Minister's residence in Japan, the Prime Minister no longer had the strength to be angry. He leaned against the headboard, eyes closed, listening to his secretary stutter through the game announcement. Are you saying? The Prime Minister's voice sounded as if it came from a grave that Long Country can send in another person. The secretary nodded, then lowered his head, not daring to look at him. Bastard. The Prime Minister threw the pillow on the ground where it bounced twice before rolling to the door. The secretary's lips quivered, wanting to say something, but said nothing, only bowing even lower. Meanwhile, on the largest live streaming platform in Japan, the bullet comment section was filled with angry and helpless voices from Japanese netizens. Why did Long Country get to 200 points first? Why not us? We also have contestants trying hard. What are you working hard for? Your contestants are catching crucian carp, while Long Country's contestants are hunting wild buffalo. Can catching Christian Carp really get to 200 points? Dream on. This game has been unfair from the start. With so many people in long country and such high returns, how could we possibly win? Unfair. The rules are fair to everyone, but it's just that you are not skilled. Sato Kin ambushed others with a bow and arrow and got killed instead. Who can he blame? Blame your own lack of skill. Stop arguing. Ooh, we still have 9 contestants. We still have a chance. A chance? What chance? Is it just waiting to be slaughtered by Long Country's new contestant? In other countries, reactions varied at the presidential office of Ugly Country after hearing the announcement. The blonde-haired man crossed his arms behind his head, leaned back in his chair, and spun around twice. His expression was not as furious as the Prime Minister of Japan, not because he could endure it, but because he reserved his anger for more useful matters. So what if they send another person? Just an ordinary person. Long Country currently has 2 strong players, Jiang Han and Yu Wudi, but the other 8 are all at an ordinary level. Sending in another ordinary person won't make a splash. The vice president chimed in, Mr. President, the problem is that Jiang Han and Yu Wudi are already giving us headaches. What if the new person is also at that level? What if it's another Jiang Han? The blonde man fell silent for a long time. As long as it's not another Jiang Han, I'll be satisfied. At the presidential office of Stick Country, the president sat behind his desk, gripping a pen in his hand. Long Country has added another person. He did not lift his head and asked the aides beside him, can you simulate and see how likely it is we'll gain a spot if our national fortune value exceeds 200 points? Back at the camp, Jiang Han dug out a taro weighing about 7 or 8 taels and cut it open with a dagger on a stone slab. Family, welcome to the culinary wilderness. I am today's chef, Jiang Han. Jiang Han picked up a beef leg and patted it. Braised beef leg with taro is a new dish I've invented. Oh, let's see if it tastes good tonight. Then Jiang Han began speaking to the air. What is the most important thing to make this beef leg taste good? Everyone think about it. The most important thing is the seasoning. Without seasoning, nothing tastes good. The most important thing is the wilderness, a place that refreshes the mind and heart. Jiangshan, are you fishing for compliments here? You ask us, but we can't eat it, so how are we supposed to answer? The most important thing is obviously you cooking it yourself, Jiangshan. Even if it's raw, do you want to eat the dishes you make? No, I mean cooked, but I can't eat them anyway. Jiang Han waited a few seconds, as if expecting the audience's answer, then grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. He pointed at the beef leg on the stone slab. The most important thing, of course, is to have a beef leg like this. Without the beef leg, what are you all thinking? The live stream comments instantly shifted from discussion to condemnation. I knew it. Jiangshan, you're just showing off that you have a beef leg. So what if you have a beef leg? Without a beef leg, what are you thinking? How does that sound so infuriating coming from Jiangshan? You killed 2 cows yourself, so of course you have beef legs. Where are we supposed to get one? Jiangshan, you've changed. You weren't like this before. When you killed that bear, you were so down to earth, but now you're Of course, Jiang Han couldn't see the live stream comments or hear the voices of criticism and condemnation. He was still cheerfully busy by the fire, his face. Of course, Jiang Han couldn't see the live stream comments or hear the voices of criticism and condemnation. He was still cheerfully busy by the fire, his face beaming as brightly as the weather that day. In the live stream footage, he set an iron pot over the fire, took a piece of black bear fat, and fried it in the pot to render the oil. Once the oil heated up, he poured the cut beef leg pieces into the pot. Soon the beef chunks sizzled in the oil, their surfaces quickly changing color from bright red to deep brown, with the edges slightly crispy. After stir-frying the beef, he added water from the water purifier. When the beef was nearly done stewing, he started adding taro. Half an hour later, Jiang Han placed the pot on the stone slab, blew on the rim a few times, and took a small sip. The broth is thick, the umami of the beef bone and the sweetness of the taro are fully integrated, and the saltiness is just right. Jiang Han squinted his eyes. The milky fragrance of the black bear fat melts on the tongue, and after swallowing, a warm, sweet aftertaste lingers in the throat. In short, it's delicious. Jiangshan, if you keep this up, I'm turning off the stream. I watch your stream to see you kill bears and cows, not to watch you eat. My steamed bun suddenly doesn't taste good anymore. Well, it never did, but now it's even worse. Taro stewed with beef. The taro is better than the beef. The taro that soaks up the broth is the soul of this dish. Jiangshan, you know good food. Stop it, I'm hungry. He'll just grab something downstairs. Lucky rich people. I can't buy anything, I can only drink water. Jiangshan, you owe me. Jiangshan is playing the national fortune survival game in a whole new way. I feel like what Jiangshan lacks most right now is chili Sichuan pepper star anise spices cooking wine. Jiangshan, I'll trade my cooking wine for your beef, okay? At the Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command, the night was already deep, but the lights in the command center were still on. Academician Wang stood before the massive screen wall holding a laser pointer, its red, slowly moving over a three-dimensional terrain model. The model was generated in real time from the live streams of Jiang Han and Lin Wanqing. It wasn't entirely complete, but it was enough to show the general layout of the mountains and waterways. Two blue dots glowed on the model, Jiang Han and Lin Wanqing. After today's movement, the distance between the two dots had shortened considerably. Elder, based on our calculations from the footage transmitted back from Lin Wanqing and Jiang Han's live streams, academician Wang pointed at the two dots. Lin Wanqing is already very close to Jiang Han. According to her movement speed today and tomorrow's weather forecast, she can arrive tomorrow. Send messages to both Lin Wanqing and Jiang Han. The elder's voice was low. Tell Lin Wanqing to set out early tomorrow, the earlier the better. Leave at dawn, no delays. Tell Jiang Han not to go out tomorrow, keep a thick smoke signal going without interruption. Wait at the camp for Lin Wanqing's arrival. Beside him, the operator responsible for sending messages had already started typing, fingers flying across the keyboard. Just then the secretary rushed in from the corridor, running all the way. Elder. The first elder has sent a message. The secretary's chest heaved heavily, panting. He said he received a game notification. For the 11th player to be randomly selected tomorrow, we can designate the landing location. The actual drop point will be within a 50-kilometer radius of the designated location. It's not pinpoint accuracy, just a 50-kilometer range. But that's still very good. The duty elder suddenly stood up from his chair, leaning forward, eyes fixed on the secretary. Good. His voice suddenly rose an octave, then he turned abruptly to the operator at the console, who was about to send the message. Add this to the message for Jiang Han. We'll set the new player to be deployed tomorrow near his shelter too. Tell him to be prepared. The new teammate might arrive tomorrow or the day after. Academician Wang adjusted his glasses. Exactly. This way we can establish our first settlement in the wilderness. With Jiang Han's shelter as the core, Lin Wanqing can build a second shelter nearby, and when the new player arrives they can build a third. The three shelters form a triangle, enclosing a communal area in the middle. The three can divide the work, one responsible for hunting, one for gathering, and one for logistics. This will be several times more efficient than going it alone. This is essentially the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom's first settlement in the wilderness. In the wilderness, Jiang Han was crouched by the fire, having polished off the entire pot of beef leg stewed with taro. He was leaning contentedly against a rock, patting his belly and letting out a burp. Then his game interface lit up. It was a message from the Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command. He glanced down and read the message from start to finish. Lin Wanqing could arrive tomorrow. He should not go out and keep a thick smoke signal going. The landing location for the new player could be designated, and they had set it within a 50-kilometer radius near him. Jiang Han couldn't reply to the message, so he just nodded at the air. Message received. I'll do as instructed tomorrow. Information. What information? Obviously it's a message from the Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command to Jiang Shan. I bet it's saying that Xingxing will arrive tomorrow. No, Jiang Shan said he'll do as instructed. There must be other arrangements, or else he would have just said received. The Supreme Command survival training has started. Why are you all still chatting here? Go watch the training videos. A 1 in 1. For billion chance would it really pick me? Exactly. When I was in kindergarten and they elected class monitors, I didn't get picked, even with a 1 in 10 chance. Better not to be picked, so I don't hold the country back. The residence of the Prime Minister of Wa Kingdom. It was late into the night, but the lights in the Prime Minister's office were The Prime Minister sat behind his desk with a schedule spread out in front of him, densely marked with the times for Longwa Waguo and Chogwa, along with the target number of viewers for Jiang Han's live broadcast during each time slot. His eye bags were deeper than yesterday, with dark shadows under his eyes, as if he had taken 2 punches. Is everything arranged? The cabinet minister stood before him, bowing low. It is arranged. Starting from 3 in the morning, we will ensure that 30 million Wa citizens are in Jiang Han's live broadcast room every hour. As long as Jiang Han sends out a matchmaking entry, we can replicate it immediately. If he changes the entry, we will follow suit. If he changes it multiple times, we will change it multiple times. With 30 million people online simultaneously copying and pasting, his barrage pool will be completely overwhelmed by the IDs of Wa citizens. Good. The Prime Minister sneered, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip. Did they think that after catching us off guard twice we would have no way to counter? Humph. He put down the teacup and tapped his fingers on the table twice. The later it gets, the fewer people from Longwo will enter Jiang Han's live broadcast room, as they are all asleep. He thinks that at 4 in the morning only night owls will be in the room. We will turn the live broadcast into his home ground at that hour. Go execute it. We must disrupt his good fortune this time. The Prime Minister of Wa waved his hand, signaling the cabinet minister to leave. At exactly 3 in the morning, the first batch of 20 million Wa netizens surged into Jiang Han's live broadcast room. They had set their alarms and crawled out of their warm beds. To be fair, was organizational mobilization capability is indeed quite strong. Upon entering Jiang Han's live broadcast room, the screen showed the interior of Jiang Han's shelter, dimly lit, with only the faint glow of a fire seeping in through the door crack. Jiang Han was sleeping soundly in his sleeping bag. After an unknown amount of time, the barrage began to fill with Wa characters one after another. Bastard, are we here to watch Jiang Han sleep? I risked high blood pressure, set an alarm for 3 in the morning, crawled out of my warm bed, and you show me this. This Longwa person is sleeping, and our 20 million are watching him sleep. Don't you think this is absurd? What time does he wake up? When will he matchmake? Does anyone know? We can't just watch him sleep until dawn, right? I can't take it anymore. I want to go back to sleep. Shift change next one. At 4 in the morning, a second batch of 20 million won netizens poured into the live broadcast room. They saw the exact same scene as the previous shift. Jiang Han was still sleeping. At 6 in the morning, a fourth batch of 20 million won netizens entered the live broadcast room. They saw the same scene as the previous 3 shifts. Finally, someone in the barrage started to curse, but it was not Jiang Han they were cursing, but the organizers from Wa. Who made us come at 3 in the morning? Who said this time would definitely catch the matchmaking? What is the intelligence to— Is Jiang Han not matchmaking today? Has he forgotten? Does he not want to matchmake? Has he considered our fee? You grandly invited me to watch a Longwa person sleep. Although this guy is handsome, is he really that good looking while sleeping? I'm not waiting anymore, though I'm leaving. You can wait if you want. I want to go back to sleep. Curse those Wa ministers who came up with this rotten idea. Protest, we must protest. The Longwa netizens laughed out loud upon seeing the comments left by the Wa netizens in the comment section. Ha, Jiang Han is too mischievous. Was he doing it on purpose? He just woke up late today, but this late wake-up is more effective than any deliberate tactic. While citizens happily came to ruin Jiang Shen's matchmaking only to find that Jiang Shen was sleeping, they switched shifts and found him still sleeping. They switched again and found him still sleeping. They switched yet again, and he was still sleeping. In the end, they left cursing. Jiang Shen probably doesn't even know such a big event happened this morning. He was sleeping, and in his ignorance, he won a battle. Jiang Shen, the Wa citizens are mostly gone. You can wake up and matchmake now. Now the live broadcast room is filled with Longwa citizens, completely safe. At 8:30 in the morning, Jiang Han finally woke up. He turned over, exposing a bare arm, and the cold air made him shiver. Jiang Han crawled out of his sleeping bag, put on some clothes, walked over to the fire, added a few small twigs, and blew a few puffs of air to reignite the flames. After lighting the fire in front of the shelter, Jiang Han immediately walked over to the chimney by the creek, stuffed in a handful of dry twigs, and then added a handful of grass and moss. On the other side, Lin Wanqing stood on the hillside where she camped last night, facing the northwest direction, eating scorched lotus roots. Soon she froze in place. In the northwest sky, a gray-white column of smoke rose straight up, clearly visible against the blue sky and distant mountains. Lin Wanqing stuffed the scorched lotus roots into her backpack, suddenly bouncing up. It's very close. Then she let out a cry of pain, covering her calf with her teeth bared. She had jumped too high just now, and when she landed, her swollen ankle bore all the impact, causing her to grimace in pain. But her eyes were bright, and the corners of her mouth were still curling up. The pain was real, but the smoke column was also real, and Jiang Shen was indeed not far away. Jiang Shen, wait for me. I'm coming soon. She limped towards the direction of the smoke column, quickening her pace. After finishing the thick smoke, Jiang Han walked over to the earthen pit by the creek. Inside the pit was bare skin that had been soaking for 2 days. The water had turned from clear to murky black-gray, with a layer of fine grease and hair debris floating on the surface. After soaking, the bare skin was quite heavy, and Jiang Han dragged 2 bare skins from the pit to the creek. Last time, the Longwa authorities informed Jiang Han of the detailed steps for processing bare skin through the matchmaking partner, which now needed to be clear. After cleaning, drying, and kneading, the bare skin could be used. By then, even though the temperature in the wilderness would drop, Jiang Han wasn't worried at all. I have bare skin, what do I have to fear? By the stream, Jiang Han pressed one end of the bare skin under his foot and held the other end with both hands, rinsing it repeatedly in the flowing water. The current washed away the residual salt plant, ash, broken fur, and grease particles clinging to the hide. Soaked through, the bearskin's fur turned a deep black, glistening with an oily sheen under the sunlight, and felt much softer to the touch than before. Next, he carried the 2 dripping bearskins to the campsite, found 2 suitably spaced trees, climbed up, and placed a thick branch between their forks as a crossbar. He then draped the skins over the bar and spread them out. Perfect. Jiang Han clapped his hands in satisfaction. Once dried and repeatedly kneaded to loosen, soften, and strengthen the fibers, the 2 bearskins would be ready for use. God, Jiang, why aren't you looking for a wife today? What happened to your daily morning ritual? Yeah, you haven't done your matchmaking. With so many beauties here, don't you want them? Maybe God Jiang is waiting for Lin Wanqing to arrive before starting. The more the merrier. Stop rushing him. He's been busy since he got up. He clearly forgot. Forgot? How could he forget something like that? I don't believe it. Upstairs, is your surname Liu by any chance? Haha, Liu Yu doesn't have the surname Liu, you idiot. God Jiang now has 2 big bearskins, such a tycoon. One for the bed, one as a blanket. He lives better than me. During the day, Jiang Han did not leave the camp. He frequently added firewood, grass, and moss to the chimney, to ensure the smoke column rose continuously. Today was the day the charcoal was ready to be unearthed. Jiang Han walked to the charcoal pit, split open the layer of earth and ash covering it with his axe, and carefully scraped away the topmost soil. Soon black charcoal appeared in view. He reached in to feel it. The temperature had dropped, it was no longer hot. The charcoal's black cross-section had a metallic sheen, it was light, hard, and of even better quality than what he had seen at barbecue stalls. But before he could smelt iron with it, he needed a container. In the commentary studio, Li Hong was paired with Zhu Weiqiang and Yang Dongdong. Li Hong was puzzled. Teacher Yang, why isn't Jiang Han taking out the charcoal? Instead, he's wandering by the river with his axe. Yang Dongdong saw it at once. Jiang Han wants to cut some branches and weave a basket to hold the charcoal. Charcoal left directly on the ground can easily get damp. I see. Li Hong exclaimed in sudden understanding. On screen, Jiang Han left the camp and found a thicket of slender branch shrubs on the tidal flat downstream. The branches reminded him of the willows by the river in his childhood, slender, soft, pliable, and hard to snap. He crouched down and cut a large bundle with his axe. The branches were springy in his hand, bending to great angles without breaking. Jiang Han carried the bundle back to camp, sat by the fire, and began weaving a basket. What's wrong with God Jiang today? Yeah, is he really not going to find a wife? There are billions of people in the stream. Doesn't he feel even a little tempted? Forget matchmaking. Haven't you noticed God Jiang didn't even eat breakfast today? He's been working on smelting since he got up. So he wants to smelt iron as soon as possible. Probably. The first to successfully smelt iron will get a very generous reward. I bet success in smelting iron boosts national fortune by 10. Have some ambition. Iron is so important, and only 10. Halfway through weaving the basket, Jiang Han suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh no, I messed up. He had forgotten to preheat the 2 furnaces and the crucible. Jiang Han dropped his work, grabbed firewood and burning sticks, and tossed them into the furnace to let it burn for an hour and dry out. Meanwhile, in Lin Wangxing's stream, the thick smoke column was exceptionally clear, as if it were nearby. Lin Wangxing even suspected that if she shouted toward the smoke, right now Jiang Han might hear her. Go for it, Xingxing. Once you reach God Jiang, you can kick back. So exciting. 2 Dragon Kingdom contestants are about to meet. Tears are welling up. Don't be afraid, Xingxing. There's meat and soup at God Jiang's place. It's paradise when you get there. The twin heroes of Dragon Kingdom unite. Let the other nations tremble. Haha, not quite twin heroes. It should be God Jiang God Yi. They'd wreak havoc in the wilderness. That won't. God Jiang God Yi. The other countries would definitely join forces to report us for cheating, huh? Exactly. Given God Jiang's efficiency in hunting beasts, he could easily feed an entire platoon. Keep going, Xingxing. Victory is just ahead. The barrage flew by rapidly. Many Dragon Kingdom viewers wished they could reach through the screen and carry her right to Jiang Han. Meanwhile, Jiang Han was bustling about his camp. He had woven 2 baskets from shrub branches, rough in craftsmanship, but sturdy, pure, hardcore wilderness survival skill. The charcoal had fully carbonized, piled black in the kiln. He picked out the pieces one by one and loaded them into the baskets, filling both to the brim. But his stomach let out an untimely growl. Jiang Han looked up at the sky. The sun had climbed to its zenith. All right, time to eat first. He went to the stream to wash his hands, then stuffed a large pile of wet branches and moss into the chimney. Wet wood met fire, billowing thick smoke that was a full circle thicker than before. He hoped Lin Wangxing would see it. Jiang Han stared at the smoke column for a few seconds, a knot of worry in his heart. Hadn't she said she'd arrive today? What if she encountered a wild beast? What if? Forget it. Overthinking wouldn't help. He shook his head and returned to camp to cook. He had taro dug up earlier and beef left from the wild buffalo. He set the big iron pot on the stone stove, brought water to a boil, diced the taro and beef, and tossed them into stew. Soon a bubbling sound filled the air, and the aroma of meat mingled with the sweet scent of taro spread through the camp. Haha, God Jiang made so much taro and beef stew. He must have made it specially for Xingxing's arrival. But God Jiang seems a bit sloppy with lunch today. He's not cooking seriously. Nonsense. Didn't you see how busy he was all morning? I really want some meat. It's getting harder to buy. In the future, we might have to rely on God Jiang and the others for food. Meat prices have skyrocketed. How much would this pot of beef be worth now? Let me calculate. Forget it, it'll hurt my heart. Jiang Han had no idea what the barrage was saying. All he knew was that this pot of taro and beef stew was truly delicious. If only he had some chili star anise and other spices, it would taste even better. After eating, he wiped his mouth and his expression turned serious. Smelting iron. This was crucial. Jiang Han walked to the side of the camp where 2 high furnaces made of mud stood. After the recent smelting, the mud had completely dried. The iron ore had long been crushed into powder as fine as sand, glimmering with a slight metallic sheen. 2 baskets of charcoal, freshly burned and highly carbonized, provided ample heat. The crucible, molded from clay days prior, had been fired and dried, now waiting to be filled with molten iron. Perfect. After checking all the equipment, Jiang Han clapped his hands. Everything was ready. Then let's get started. Jiang Han took a deep breath and began to layer materials into the first furnace. First, he laid a layer of charcoal about 2 fingers thick, leveling it with a stick, then another layer of iron or powder, also 2 fingers thick, evenly sprinkled on top of the charcoal, followed by more charcoal, then more or powder. Layer by layer, like making a millefeuille pastry, he stacked them up. This method is called the layering technique, the most primitive yet effective method of ancient iron smelting. Charcoal burns to produce carbon monoxide, which reduces the iron oxide in the ore at high temperatures, yielding spongy wrought iron. Jiang Han layered them slowly and steadily until the furnace was nearly full. That's enough. He picked up a fire stick, sparked it a few times, and ignited the charcoal from the furnace's ignition hole. Flames leaped up through the cracks of the charcoal, quickly engulfing it in fire. Jiang Han continuously turned the simple bellows, feeding air into the furnace, causing the flames to grow fiercer. The temperature inside the furnace rose higher. The charcoal glowed red, and the iron or powder began to react under the high heat. A wave of heat washed over Jiang Han, tightening his skin. After about an hour of burning, the reaction inside the furnace peaked. Jiang Han leaned closer, and through the flames he could see the mixture at the bottom had sintered into a large mass mottled black and red with a pockmarked surface. This was wrought iron. It worked. Wow, wow, wow. Jiang Shun is smelting iron. Is someone new upstairs? We've been watching for ages. This isn't wilderness survival. This is the Industrial Revolution. Starting from scratch to create the Iron Age. Jiang Shun, you must have crossed over, right? Huh. Nonsense. Jiang Shun crossed from the Dragon Kingdom into the National Fortune survival game. But how much iron can this batch smelt? Jiang Han used 2 long wooden sticks to carefully extract the mass of wrought iron from the furnace. With a plop, the wrought iron was dropped onto the ground, still sizzling with heat. There were still quite a few similar pieces of wrought iron inside the furnace, but Jiang Han did not rush to take them all out as he was pressed for time. Since building a level 1 shelter could reward National Fortune, theoretically smelting iron could too. He didn't need to smelt too much iron this time, he just needed to have some iron blocks to claim the title of the first person to successfully smelt iron. After splashing cold water on the wrought iron several times to cool it down completely, Jiang Han picked up a stone and began to smash the wrought iron. Bang, bang, bang. The stone struck the iron block, sending sparks flying. The structure of the wrought iron was naturally loose and porous, and after a few strikes it cracked apart, shattering into various sizes of iron blocks and slag. Jiang Han crouched down, rummaging through the pile of debris. His target was clear iron blocks that were not wrapped in slag, with relatively high purity. This piece, and this piece. He picked out the iron blocks one by one, like panning for gold, weighing them in his palm. Some were the size of soybeans, others like thumb caps, heavy and gray-black on the surface, glinting with a silvery metallic sheen on the fracture. These were all pure iron. In his palm, he could hold a handful, so this method of smelting iron was indeed inefficient and yielded a low output, but that didn't matter. Making a spearhead is completely sufficient. He tossed all the small iron blocks into the crucible, filling it. Next was the second step, smelting the iron water. The second furnace was ready with charcoal layered inside. Jiang Han placed the crucible filled with iron blocks in the center of the furnace and filled the surrounding area with charcoal before lighting it. This time the goal was not to reduce the iron ore, but to remelt the iron blocks in iron water, requiring a higher temperature of at least 1,500 degrees Celsius. Jiang Han increased the airflow continuously, turning the simple bellows, blowing air into the opening. The charcoal in the furnace burned white, the crucible glowed red, and the iron blocks began to slowly melt. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The iron blocks in the crucible gradually turned red, slowly melting. At the 40-minute mark, the iron blocks in the crucible had finally melted completely. A pool of molten iron accumulated at the bottom of the crucible, bright red, resembling molten sun, with a terrifyingly high temperature. Jiang Han leaned closer to take a look. The dazzling red light reflected in his pupils. All right. He quickly set down the crucible and turned to prepare the mold. Making the mold was quite simple, shaped uniformly from mud with a smooth surface like a brick. Jiang Han carved out a spearhead shape in the mud block. There was a ridge in the center, blades on both sides, and a socket at the base for the handle. Carving the mud was a detailed task, but Jiang Han was skilled. In a few strokes, he completed it, the outline of the spearhead clear and distinct. Done. The mold is ready. He picked up 2 thick sticks and clamped the edges of the crucible carefully, taking it out from the furnace. The bottom of the crucible was round, difficult to grip, and Jiang Han's hands trembled slightly. This was molten iron at over 1,000 degrees. A single drop on his foot could mean losing a toe. He took a deep breath, steadied his wrist, and slowly tilted the crucible. The red molten iron flowed from the edge of the crucible, thin as a red silk thread, precisely pouring into the spearhead cavity of the mud mold. Sizzle, The moment the molten iron made contact with the mud mold, it emitted a piercing sound, steam rising, and white smoke billowed from the surface of the mud mold. But Jiang Han's hands were steady. The molten iron smoothly filled the entire mold, even the socket at the base was filled tightly. Beautiful. After pouring the spearhead, there was still a significant amount of molten iron left in the crucible. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled as he quickly took another piece of mud, carving out another spearhead mold, and pouring all the remaining molten iron into it, filling the mold to the brim. Niu Bo Ye Pan. If only I had 10 of Jiang Shun's craftsmanship, I wouldn't be in such a miserable... The wisdom of the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Shun's craftsmanship invincible. This spearhead is made so precisely it's even better than what our factory machines produce. If Jiang Shun graduates and can't find a job, it's entirely because the employers are blind. Now that there's a spear, who else can rival Jiang Shun? Ha! What you said is true. Even without a spear, he's still invincible. Jiang Han looked at the two molds, nodding in satisfaction. Wow, Jiang Shun, you are amazing, a voice came from behind. Jiang Han was taken aback, turning his head to look. Outside the camp stood a girl around 20 years old. She wore filthy clothes, her hair tangled like a bird's nest, her face smeared with a mixture of mud and sweat. Her lips were chapped and peeling, and her eyes were bloodshot. Yet those eyes were now fixed intently on Jiang Han, brimming with tears. Who else could it be but Lin Wanqing? Ah, comrade Lin Wanqing, you finally arrived. Jiang Han tossed aside his wooden staff and strode over in 3 quick steps, opening his arms to give her a firm embrace. Lin Wanqing's body trembled as thin as a leaf in the wind. Wah! She could no longer hold back, collapsing into a storm of sobs. Her cries were heart-wrenching, as if she were releasing all the fear, exhaustion, and grievance accumulated over these past few days. She was merely a young college girl studying performance whose greatest dream was to play a minor role before Yet she had been inexplicably thrust into the national fortune survival game and abandoned in this cursed wilderness. No food, no water, freezing cold at night, and constantly wary of beasts that might spring out at any moment. She had walked until her soles were covered in blisters, her calves swollen like turnips, sustained solely by the hope sparked by that pillar of smoke. Now she had finally arrived. Boo-hoo, Xingxing, don't cry. It's heartbreaking to watch. A young girl trekking through the wilderness for days. Just thinking about it pains me. Jiang Shun, hold her tight. I'm crying too, a Xingxing has been through so much. A Dragon Kingdom native doesn't deceive another Dragon Kingdom native. I'm now in tears. Xingxing, don't cry. Once you're with Jiang Shun, better days are ahead. Exactly. Jiang Shun will surely fatten you up and keep you healthy. Jiang Han patted Lin Wanqing's back gently. Alright, are you done crying? When you're done, I'll take you to eat something delicious. He took her backpack with one hand and led her by the other toward the camp. Lin Wanqing followed, tears still falling, but the corners of her mouth were already lifting. Finally, her hardships had paid off. In the center of the camp, the pot of taro and beef stew still sat on the stove, with embers glowing in the hearth and steam rising from the broth. Jiang Han lifted the pot and placed it before Lin Wanqing, then grabbed a pair of chopsticks and handed them to her. You must be starving after this journey. Eat up. Lin Wanqing gazed at the pot of tender beef and taro, inhaling the rich aroma of meat, and tears streamed down again. But this time she was crying with a smile. She took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of beef, and shoved it into her mouth. After chewing a couple of times, her eyes lit up instantly. So delicious. She mumbled indistinctly, her chopsticks darting continuously into the pot. Beef taro broth, one mouthful after another, wolfing it down without a care for her appearance. She hadn't had a hot meal in days. Jiang Han watched her eat and chuckled. Slow down, no one's competing with you. Xingxing eats so heartily. After 3 days without a decent meal, I'd wolf it down too. Jiang Shun's beef stew couldn't have come at a better time. Watching Xingxing eat breaks my heart. This girl is truly famished. Jiang Shun is the one true god of the Dragon Kingdom's wilderness. After a few big bites, Lin Wanqing finally caught her breath and looked up at Jiang Han. Jiang Shun, were you smelting iron just now? I thought I saw you pouring something. Smelting iron. Jiang Han nodded and pointed to the 2 clay molds on the ground nearby. Spearheads. They'll be usable once they cool. Molten iron. Lin Wanqing nearly dropped her chopsticks. Jiang Shun, you're smelting iron? Jiang Han was about to answer when a system announcement suddenly rang out. Dragon Kingdom contestant Jiang Han has successfully smelted iron for the first time, unlocking a key milestone in civilization's leap. Reward: Dragon Kingdom, National Fortune 20. Lin Wanqing's eyes widened like copper bells. 20%. Jiang Shun, you added 20%. She leaped up from the ground in excitement, jumping onto Jiang Han and wrapping her arms around his neck, planting a smacking kiss on his cheek. Then, SSS. As Lin Wanqing landed, her feet touched the ground, and she gasped in pain, her joyful expression instantly contorting. Jiang Han quickly steadied her. Are you injured? Lin Wanqing bit her lip and nodded, pointing at her calf. My calf. It's swollen from all the walking. Jiang Han frowned and helped her sit down. Let me take a look. At the Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command headquarters, the elder on duty was sipping tea when he heard the system announcement and paused. How much? 20%. Academician Wang's voice trembled. The elder set his teacup on the table, froze for 2 seconds, then slammed his hand on the desk. Ha ha ha. His laughter shook the office windows. Academician Wang had already grabbed a calculator and was furiously pressing buttons. Yesterday, it was 213 points. Sending messages to Lin Wanxing and Jiang Han cost 2 points, leaving 211. Today, 10 contestants each provide 1 point for survival, totaling 221. Now a 20 increase. He took a deep breath. 265 points. National fortune 265 points. A lead, an absolute lead. The secretary beside him was overjoyed. Right now, aside from the Dragon Kingdom, the highest is the Ugly Kingdom at 135 points. We've widened the gap by multiple times. The elder stroked his beard, his eyes crinkling with laughter. Don't forget, starting tomorrow, our daily national fortune gain will be 11 points, while other countries' highest is only 10. This gap will only grow. In Jiang Han's livestream room, the bullet comments had gone wild. 265. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Jiang Shun is the GOAT. Leading the Ugly Kingdom by more than double. This is Dragon Kingdom speed. Crying brothers, really crying. The Dragon Kingdom is so inspiring. Jiang Han. Jiang Han. Jiang Han. What does a national fortune of 265 mean? The return multiplier rises to 374400 times. Jiang Shun, go kill 2 cows and see if the multiplier matches. From today on, Jiang Han is my god. No one is allowed to speak ill of him. When I heard the news, I grinned. Other countries are still living primitively, while we've already started smelting iron. This is a dimensional strike. Somewhere in the wilderness, Yi Wudi wandered with a bow and axe. His clothes were stained with wild boar blood, remnants from yesterday's hunt of a 1187-pound mutated boar. He could clearly feel himself growing stronger, greater strength, faster reflexes, even sharper eyesight. In this national fortune survival game, contestants must grow stronger to survive longer. To grow stronger, one must slay mutated beasts. So he was still searching for mutated beasts today. Then the system announcement rang out. Yi Wudi's steps came to an abrupt halt. He stood frozen in place, unmoving for a long time. Damn, Yi Wudi finally forced out 2 words. This guy is something else. Good heavens, indeed, good heavens, truly good heavens. Yi Wudi repeated the phrase several times, utterly unable to stop. Yesterday, I fought fiercely to slay a mutated wild boar, earning 15 of national fortune for the country. I thought I could bask in the glory as the top contributor of the Dragon Kingdom for a few days. However, today, Jiang Han turned around and added a 20. But it's all right. Yi Wudi scratched his head, a smile slowly spreading across his face. We are all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Wudi tightened his grip on the bow, his gaze sharpening once more. Then I must not lag behind. He turned and continued deeper into the wilderness. His movements were incredibly graceful. In the office of the Prime Minister of the Wokou Nation, Bagayuru, a stack of documents was swept off the desk. The Prime Minister's face turned the color of pig liver, veins on his forehead bulging. He stared intently at the system announcement on the screen, bloodshot, eyes ready to burst. Dragon Kingdom. 265 points. His voice trembled. How could it be so fast? How is that possible? The advisors beside him lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Did you not arrange for someone to sabotage his matchmaking? The Prime Minister spun around sharply. Why is it still like this? Prime Minister. The intelligence officer's forehead dripped with cold sweat. The sabotage was indeed successful. But Jiang Han has become stronger without the matchmaking. Baga. Another teacup shattered on the ground. The chief advisor cautiously spoke up. Your Excellency, the growth rate of the Dragon Kingdom far exceeds expectations. If we don't find a way to curb it once their national fortune surpasses 300 points, I'm afraid. He wanted to say it cannot be ruled out that the Dragon Kingdom could add more personnel by then. The Prime Minister took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Contact the Ugly Nation. Also John Bull and Gaul. All countries feeling uneasy about the rapid growth of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom can smelt iron, so can we. What else is possible for the first time? Everyone distribute reasonably and complete it as soon as possible. Ugly Nation Black Palace. The big golden-haired president was lounging in his office chair, eating a hamburger with ketchup still on the corner of his mouth. Then he saw the system announcement. The hamburger fell to the ground. Fact. He froze for 3 seconds, then suddenly stood up, the chair crashing backward. Fact. The big golden-haired president paced back and forth in the office, his face dark enough to drip ink. I want to appeal to the game officials. Jiang Han, a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, has used illegal hacks. The chief advisor quietly reminded beside him, Mr. President, the game officials are a high-dimensional civilization and do not accept appeals. The big, golden-haired president. He kicked the overturned chair hard, sending it sliding far across the floor. Notify all allies to convene an emergency video conference. His voice was low like the calm before a storm. The Dragon Kingdom has broken the balance. We must rebalance. In the live stream of the Kimchi Nation, Han Jishuan had been lying in ambush outside a cave for 2 days. He was quite confident that as long as the animals inside the cave came out, he could shoot them in the throat with one arrow. After all, he had practiced archery since childhood. At this moment, the barrage in his live stream was in chaos. What is this fool waiting for over there? What can fit in such a small cave? Is it 1,000-pound wild boar or 2,000-pound bison? Why doesn't our Kimchi Nation have a hero like Jiang Han? Nonsense. Who says Jiang Han isn't from the Kimchi Nation? It's reasonable. The surname Jiang originally comes from the ancestors of the Kimchi Nation 800 years ago, so Jiang Han is a genuine descendant of the Kimchi Nation. Strongly demand Jiang Han to acknowledge his ancestors and fight for the Kimchi Nation. While then, can we eat meat generously in the future? We must support this. Meanwhile, in the wilderness of the Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Han's camp. No matter how much the outside world trembled, time here was calm. He was currently applying medicine to Lin Wanqing. The professional first aid kit he obtained from the last airdrop had not been opened since he received it, and now it was finally put to use. He opened the first aid kit, which was quite complete. Iodine cotton swabs, sterile gauze, elastic bandages, Yunnan Baiyao spray, anti-inflammatory ointment, and even a small bottle of safflower oil. After rolling up Lin Wanqing's pant leg, Jiang Han found that her calf was indeed swollen from the ankle all the way up to the knee. The skin stretched tightly, and pressing it left a pit. How long did we walk? More than 3 days. Lin Wanqing said softly. It started swelling from the second day, but I didn't dare to stop. I was afraid that if I stopped, I wouldn't be able to walk anymore. Jiang Han said nothing, crouching down, first disinfecting her foot and calf with iodine cotton swabs. Then he picked up the Yunnan Baiyao spray and sprayed a layer on the swollen area with a shhh sound. The white medicinal mist covered the red swollen skin, feeling cool. Thank you, Jiang Shun. Lin Wanqing's eyes were watery, on the verge of tears. Don't cry, it won't be so hard from now on. Who knew that Jiang Han's words of comfort made her break down and cry instead? Jiang Han waited for the spray to dry a bit, then squeezed out the anti-inflammatory ointment, rubbing it in his palm before gently applying it from the bottom up on Lin Wanqing's calf. His movements were very gentle, afraid of hurting her. What with this scene is too heartwarming, him crying. Jiang Shun is truly a good teammate of the Dragon Kingdom. Star is finally safe. The mother is shedding tears of gratitude. Fighting side by side, the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune can surge again. Lin Wanqing him lying down. Jiang Shun, you lie down, I'll handle the rest. The person upstairs, you are a bit dirty. Yes, the dirty kid upstairs. The Dragon Kingdom's twin stars, one can fight, and the other can assist. Perfect. When Jiang Han was bandaging Star, my wife said, can this man give me half of him? I'm angry. After settling Lin Wanqing, Jiang Han approached the mold, prying open the clay shell with his fingers, revealing a silver-gray gun barrel, sharp and cold with a straight spine. However, this thing still needed to be polished before it could be used. Jiang Shun, can I go out and take a look? Jiang Han glanced at Lin Wanqing. You still have injuries on your leg, don't run around. Lin Wanqing clung to Jiang Han. They'll just follow you to take a look. All right. Jiang Han nodded. After all, he couldn't go far, just by the creek. Reaching the creek, Jiang Han directly sat on a rock, starting to polish the 2 gun barrels. Lin Wanqing stood quietly beside him, watching Jiang Han grind the gun barrels on the stone. Jiang Han immersed himself in his actions, and after about 20 minutes, he finished polishing the gun barrel. At this time, Lin Wanqing had already washed her face, looking much refreshed. Back at the camp, Jiang Han mounted the gun barrel onto a tree rod, completing this weapon. Jiang Han from the Dragon Kingdom successfully forged an iron weapon, unlocking a milestone in civilization evolution. Reward: Dragon Kingdom, national fortune, 10 Jiang Han. Again, the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom. The duty elder had just calmed down a bit from the ecstasy of a 20 increase when he heard the announcement. Unable to hold back, he sprayed tea all over the table. How much? The elder's voice changed pitch. 10%. Dr. Wang's hand holding the calculator trembled. Adding the previous 20 today, alone Jiang Han contributed 30% to the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. 30%. The elder murmured it again, then suddenly stood up, slamming his palm on the table. Good. Dr. Wang had already buried himself in calculations, adding 10 to a base of 265 points. 292 points. The secretary beside him was so excited he couldn't stop rubbing his hands. 292 points compared to 135 points. The difference is more than double. The elder stroked his beard, his face full of smiles. Good. This Jiang Han is truly a blessing for the... In Jiang Han's live stream, the bullet comments had completely gone crazy. My god, it's increased again. What kind of cheat is Jiang Shun using today? 2 system announcements in one day. Are iron weapons also considered milestones? If Jiang Han forges an entire set of farming tools, wouldn't that be heaven? I'm already a mother of 3, but I'm still willing to have a monkey for Jiang Han. Come on, would Jiang Han even look at you? The line to date him is already stretching to France. I don't care, from today on Jiang Han is my husband, no one can compete with me. What are you girls competing for? As a guy, I'd be willing to. Dragon Kingdom, 292 points of national fortune. Other countries are still in the Stone Age, we've already entered the Iron Age. This is a dimensionality reduction strike, this is technological oppression. Jiang Han single-handedly shouldered the industrial revolution of the Dragon Kingdom. Enough talk, I'm going to bow to Jiang Han a few times. In the camp, Jiang Han was still frozen in place, holding a long spear, his expression dazed, as if he had been petrified. He truly did not expect that forging a weapon could also increase national fortune. Knowing this would happen, he should have started smelting iron a few days ago. Lin Wanxing didn't care about that. She jumped up, wrapped her arms around Jiang Han's neck, and gave him several kisses on the cheek. Jiang Han, you are amazing. Lin Wanxing's eyes sparkled like stars. Another 10, and it's simply insane. Jiang Han was so taken aback by her kisses that he was swaying. After finally regaining his composure, he smiled. Haha, it's luck, just luck. This is not luck, this is strength. Lin Wanxing gave him another kiss before finally releasing him, cradling her face as she looked at Jiang Han, her eyes filled with admiration. Haha, Jiang Han is stunned, right? He's dazed by the system announcement. I envy Xingxing, I also want to kiss Jiang Han. I screenshot Jiang Han's expression, I'll use it as an emoji in the future. If only I could be as powerful as Jiang Han, even a tenth of that would be enough. Xingxing kisses, while they really make a good pair. Jiang Han, I haven't even reacted yet, and you already— Somewhere in the wilderness, Yi Wudi dragged his exhausted body back to his camp. He had been wandering outside all day searching for traces of mutated beasts. His legs felt like they were breaking, yet he found not a single hair. Just as he was wondering if today had been a waste, the system announcement sounded. Jiang Han from the Dragon Kingdom successfully forged an iron weapon, unlocking a milestone in civilization evolution, rewarding Dragon Kingdom with national fortune 10. Yi Wudi's footsteps froze. He slowly turned his head to the direction he thought Jiang Han was in. Although he could see nothing, his expression— Can it be done this way, eh? Yi Wudi's corner of the mouth twitched, feeling that his entire day had been in vain. After searching the wilderness for mutated beasts all day, feeling as tired as a dog, yet Jiang Han was just in the camp hammering away, increasing national fortune by another 10%. Fine then. Yi Wudi chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. This guy is truly fierce. But he quickly felt relieved. After all, it's all for the Dragon Kingdom. The more Jiang Han adds, the happier the Dragon Kingdom becomes. However, he would have to work harder tomorrow. In the office of the Prime Minister of Japan, the room was deathly quiet. The Prime Minister of Japan sat in his chair, his eyes fixed on the screen, his expression beyond anger. It was a desire to cry. Is this never ending? His voice was hoarse, trembling with a hint of despair. Today alone, the Dragon Kingdom increased by 30%. 30. The cabinet minister wanted to say it was 32, because it first increased by 20, then another 10. Prime Minister, was your math taught by a PE teacher? But no one dared to speak. The chief aide cautiously glanced at the Prime Minister's face and found his eyes were— Hagaya, Hagaya. The Prime Minister murmured these two words like a broken record. In the White House of the ugly country, the big golden-haired president didn't break anything this time. He just sat in his chair, his hands clasped under his chin, his face dark like the sky before a storm. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Chinsi. The Vice President Chinsi was right beside him, responding, Mr. President, is there any possibility of having Jiang Han change his nationality? The big golden-haired president turned his head with a hint of madness in his eyes. Let him join our ugly country. Chinsi. He opened his mouth, wanting to say it was impossible, but when he met the serious gaze of the big golden-haired man, he swallowed the words back. This might be a bit difficult. Chinsi carefully chose his words. The Dragon Kingdom definitely won't let him go, and Jiang Han himself. No one understands changing nationality better than I do. The big golden-haired president slammed the armrest, interrupting Chinsi. As long as the conditions are enticing enough, no one would be unmoved. He stood up, pacing back and forth in the office, growing more excited as he spoke. Give him money, give him a house, give him status. What does Jiang Han like? Women. Find him the best. Land. He can pick whatever land he wants in the ugly country. Nationality. One step to the point, ugly country citizen. As long as he is willing to come, he can propose any conditions. Chinsi could no longer hold back. Mr. President Jiang Han is currently still in the national fortune survival game. Even if he is willing to change his nationality, the game rules do not allow. The big golden-haired president's footsteps paused for a moment. Then contact his family. His voice rose by 8 degrees. Have the CI find a way to reach out to Jiang Han's parents, relatives, and friends. Offer a price. Any amount is fine. As long as Jiang Han is willing to cooperate with our ugly country in the game. No, as long as he does not pose a threat to us. Any cost is acceptable. Chincy opened his mouth, ultimately just nodding ill. Do my best. In the live stream of the pickled vegetable country, the atmosphere was quite peculiar. Jiang Han must be a descendant of the pickled vegetable country. That's right, only descendants of the pickled vegetable country would have such good genes. According to historical records, there was a powerful Jiang clan in the ancient Pickle Kingdom, and Jiang Han must surely be a descendant of that clan. We should organize a petition group to have Jiang Han recognize his ancestry. Wake up. He is clearly from the Dragon Kingdom. Shut up, traitor. Drag him out. As night fell, the wilderness was engulfed in darkness. In the camp, the bonfire blazed warmly, casting a cozy orange glow around. Jiang Han prepared a welcome feast. Stir-fried wild chives with bear meat, compressed biscuits, and beef soup. This spread could be considered a sumptuous banquet in the wilderness. Wow, Jiang God, you've really gone all out. Lin Wanqing said, rubbing her belly, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm still not hungry since I had that pot of beef this afternoon. Jiang Han laughed heartily and handed her the chopsticks. This is your welcome feast. There won't be so many good things later. Hurry and eat as much as you can. Wu Jiang God is eating better in the wilderness than I am. I envy Jiang God every day. In the future, it won't just be Jiang God. Now, I envy the stars too. Just an hour ago, we were pitying and feeling sorry for the stars, and now they are already enjoying 2 dishes and a soup. Meanwhile, I'm here, chewing on instant noodles. Adding instant noodles with pickled vegetables, watching Jiang God eat beef. I don't deserve to pity the stars. I'm the one who should be pitied. Although Lin Wanqing said she wasn't hungry, her chopsticks honestly reached for the plate of stir-fried wild chives with bear meat. One bite and her eyes lit up. It's delicious. And then her chopsticks couldn't stop. Having not replenished her fat for too long despite being a performing arts student, she had been controlling her oil intake before the game, but her body was honest, continuously grabbing pieces of fatty meat. Jiang Han watched her eat with a smile, grabbing a piece of compressed biscuit himself and chewing slowly. This thing doesn't taste that good, but it's high in calories and filling. After finishing the meal, the sky was completely dark. The night in the wilderness had no light pollution, and the starry sky above sparkled like a handful of broken diamonds. Lin Wanqing and Jiang Han squeezed together on the bed in the shelter. The shelter was small, with a bed made of branches and hay, barely able to fit 2 people. Jiang Han gave most of the space to Lin Wanqing himself, curling up at the edge of the bed, his back almost touching the wooden wall. Inside the shelter, both of them were silent. Lin Wanqing was silent because she was new. The bed belonged to Jiang Han, and they were sleeping together. Although they had hugged and kissed in the morning, now that it was quiet, it felt a bit shy. Her heart was beating a bit fast, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the hay. Jiang Han was silent because he was thinking about serious matters. What could he refine from the remaining wrought iron? The gun barrel was already made, but since iron weapons could add to the national fortune, what about iron tools? Hammers, shovels, pickaxes. Do these count? If they do, then each one could add to the national fortune, accumulating little by little, which would be a significant income. While Jiang Han was calculating this in his mind, Lin Wanqing suddenly spoke up. Jiang God. Jiang Han turned his head to look at her. The official sent me a message. Jiang Han was taken aback. What did it say? Lin Wanqing read the message aloud. First, they suggested you use the remaining iron to forge either a hoa sickle or an iron basin. Second, the 11th contestant has landed, but it's unclear how far she is from us. She will be coming over soon. A hoa sickle and iron basin. Jiang Han pondered for a moment and nodded. It's along the lines I was thinking. It should be in the direction of making iron tools. The officials want me to try everything that can add to the national fortune. Do you want me to read the information about the 11th contestant? Jiang Han shook his head. Forget it, let's wait until she can get here. Think about it, how did you make it here these past few? That wasn't easy. Lin Wanqing bit her lip, her voice suddenly lowering, and there's a third. What's the third? The elder said you haven't gone on a blind date today. Jiang Han suddenly sat up. What the hell? He almost rolled out of bed. Today he had been busy with iron smelting, mold casting, and forging, and actually forgot such an important matter. A blind date. That was his main way to become stronger. Jiang God finally remembered that he hadn't gone on a blind date today. You can ask me anything, she said softly. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you. Jiang Han took a deep breath, shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and pulled out the blind date checklist required by the system. Name, Lin Wanqing. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Age, 20. Education, currently a university student majoring in acting. Occupation, an 18th tier actress, occasionally taking on some extra roles. Lin Wanqing laughed self-deprecatingly as she continued, I'm the kind of person in the crew who doesn't even have a name, just playing maid A or bystander B. Then when you become famous, don't forget to help me out. Sure, when I'm famous, you'll be the first I cast as the male. Lin Wanqing engaged with him, and the atmosphere became much lighter. Measurements. Jiang Han felt a bit awkward asking this question, but it was a requirement of the system and he had no choice. Lin Wangxing's face turned even redder, but she didn't hesitate. She bit her lip and quietly recited 3 numbers. Jiang Han quickly noted them down in his mind. Then Lin Wangxing began to talk on her own. She spoke about her hobbies, watching movies, studying, acting, loving small animals, especially cats. She talked about her family, an ordinary working-class family with parents who were honest people. It was already hard for them to support her through college. She also had a younger brother in high school who excelled in his studies and was the hope of the family. She shared why she chose to study acting. She had a dream of being an actress since childhood, wanting to leave her mark on the silver screen. She recounted her experiences in the crew, being scolded by the assistant director, receiving cold stares from the main actor, waiting all day on set only for her scenes to be cut, yet none of this made her give up. Actually, Lin Wangxing's voice suddenly became choked. When I was chosen to enter this game, I thought. She turned to look at Jiang Han, her eyes glistening with tears. I walked for 3 days, my blisters bursting and healing and bursting again. Several times I wanted to give up, thinking I might as well sit down and wait to die. But each time I looked up, I could see that column of smoke. I thought there is someone waiting for me there. I must walk over to them. Jiang Shun. Lin Wangxing's voice trembled. Thank you for saving my life. Jiang Han looked at her silent for a moment, then reached out to ruffle her hair. Don't call me Jiang Shun, just call me Jiang Han. Lin Wangxing laughed through her tears. That's not possible. You are the god of Longhua. Then can you not cry in front of a god? I wasn't crying. The two exchanged glances and laughed. The flickering light of the campfire filtered through the gaps in the shelter, casting mottled shadows on the ground. As they chatted, they drew closer together. Lin Wangxing leaned on Jiang Han's shoulder, recounting her childhood, embarrassing stories, her voice gradually lowering. Jiang Han looked down at her, the moonlight streaming through the gaps, illuminating Lin Wangxing's face, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Lin Wangxing seemed to sense something, raising her head, their gazes meeting in the air. Jiang Han, being a young and impetuous man, could hardly hold back. The air became quiet, filled only with the crackling of the campfire and the occasional chirping of insects in the distance. Then it was unclear who moved first. But Jiang Han felt it was definitely him. The two naturally kissed. It was no longer the light peck from earlier, but a deep kiss. Lin Wangxing's arms wrapped around Jiang Han's neck, and Jiang Han's palm rested on her waist. We're about to kiss. Ha, I feel for the Japanese for 3 seconds, and then it's wasted effort again. While this is paid content, we get to see this. Quick, cover your eyes with your fingers. Don't look at my husband. Your husband has already cheated. Even if he cheated, he's still my husband. Damn, I suddenly can't see anything. What about you guys? If my eyes aren't failing me, it should be Jiang Shun who blocked the live stream. To be fair, Jiang Shun isn't generous enough. You sent hundreds of thousands of bears and water buffaloes. Oh, what difference does it make? Exactly, Jiang Shun isn't generous enough. With the live stream blocked, Jiang Han immersed himself completely. The campfire burned quietly outside, starlight fell from the sky, and the shelter was left with only low breaths. Ding! This blind date has ended. System comprehensive evaluation in progress. Blind date evaluation: age 20, excellent height 171 centimeters, excellent weight 49 kilograms, excellent measurements 8659888, outstanding education undergraduate in progress, good occupation actress, ordinary personality resilient and optimistic, excellent family background ordinary, rich in hobbies, good. Evaluation of the blind date process: intimate interaction, multiple kisses, outstanding deep intimate contact, relationship established, outstanding dialogue, atmosphere relaxed and pleasant, excellent information exchange complete, excellent established deep emotional connection, excellent. Both parties were proactive, emotional interaction was genuine and natural with a strong mutual attraction and foundation of trust. Overall evaluation: an extremely successful blind date. The blind date partner was Lin Wangxing, a contestant from Longhua who established deep trust and emotional connection under extreme circumstances. The blind date partner showed high cooperation, complete information acquisition, intimate interaction reached the highest level, and the emotional connection was genuine and effective. This blind date reached the highest standard of deep intimacy. Final rating: A level. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the epic skill card, Eye of Truth. Eye of Truth, passively active, dual mode, passive effect. All plants and animals within the host's field of vision will automatically display basic information tags including, but not limited to, name, toxicity, edibility, medicinal value, danger level. Active effect: the host can actively focus on any biological target to view detailed attribute panels including, but not limited to, combat power assessment, weakness analysis, ingredient quality, alchemical value, etc. Note this skill is a growth type skill, and with an increase in the host's usage, the accuracy and detail of the information will gradually improve. After the exercise, Jiang Han received a reward for the conclusion of the blind date from the system. What the hell? Jiang Han was a bit shocked. Is this the rhythm of starting cultivation? Having obtained the Eye of Truth, Jiang Han was eager to test his abilities, so he quickly put on his clothes and walked outside. Jiangshan, where are you going now? Lin Wanqing, who had already settled in for the night, sat up upon hearing Jiang Han's movement. Oh, I'm just going to wash up by the creek. The reason was strong. After all, he had sweated a lot earlier. Then be careful, don't catch a cold. The campfire outside still burned, casting a warm orange glow that illuminated a small part of the campsite. The night breeze blew in from the wilderness, carrying with it the scent of grass and earth. Jiang Han squatted by the creek, eager to test this new skill. Before him was a thicket of bushes, the kind he had used to weave baskets yesterday. The branches were long and slender with excellent resilience. The leaves were oval-shaped with tiny serrated edges, feeling somewhat rough to the touch. What was this called back on Earth? As Jiang Han was trying to remember, a line of translucent text suddenly appeared before him. Name: iron vine thorn. Classification: bush-rattan plant. Toxicity: none. Use 1. The branches are extremely strong and can be woven into baskets, containers, and fences with a product strength equivalent to 1/5 of iron wire of the same diameter, making it suitable for crafting load-bearing tools. Use 2. After peeling and soaking the bark, natural fibers can be obtained with a rope strength 1.5 times that of ordinary hemp rope, resistant to corrosion and not rotting after 3 months of immersion in water. Use 3. The leaves, when crushed and applied to wounds, have a mild hemostatic and anti-inflammatory effect, approximately 20 as effective as iodine tincture. Use 4. The tender shoots are edible with a slightly bitter taste, rich in vitamin C, containing about 80 milligrams of vitamin C per 100 grams. Danger level: none. Jiang Han stared at this line of text for several seconds, his mouth slightly agape. Holy crap. This plant was unlike anything from Earth. Iron vine thorn. The name sounded like a species that would only exist in a game. Moreover, the use description stated that the strength of the branches was equivalent to 1/5 of iron wire, and the bark could make ropes stronger than hemp. If this were in the real world, it would be considered industrial-grade raw material. Jiang Han reached out and broke off a branch of the iron vine thorn, bending it with force. Indeed, it was extremely resilient. He had found it easy to weave baskets with this material yesterday, but didn't expect it to have such significant properties. What a great find, Jiang Han murmured to himself, tossing the branch into the campfire, planning to gather more later. Then, he suddenly felt a bit drowsy. So sleepy. What's going on? Jiang Han rubbed his eyes, feeling a bit dazed. He had been perfectly fine just moments ago, so how could a glance at this plant make him feel this way? Could it be? Using the Eye of Truth consumes mental energy each time. To verify this guess, Jiang Han squatted down and picked up a taro from the ground. He focused his eyes on the taro, activating the Eye of Truth skill. Name: purple skin taro. Classification: tuberous, edible plant. Toxicity: raw consumption is toxic, containing a small amount of calcium oxalate crystals, which can cause severe burning in the mouth and throat. After being thoroughly cooked, the toxicity is completely broken down, and it can be safely consumed. Nutritional content: 72 starch, 3 protein, 5 dietary fiber, rich in trace elements, potassium, magnesium, iron. Consumption effect: eating it after cooking can quickly restore stamina, and long-term consumption as a staple can slightly enhance endurance. Attributes: 0.1 points of endurance for every 100 kilograms, capped at 1 point. Danger level: none. Not taro. Jiang Han was utterly shocked. He had always thought it was taro, which was why he had dared to dig up so much to eat. If he had known it wasn't taro, he wouldn't have dared to eat so much, fearing it might be toxic since he didn't recognize it. Can it enhance physical attributes? But a mere 0.1 for every 100 kilograms means one would only gain a point after one meal. Better than nothing. Meanwhile, Jiang Han felt the drowsiness intensifying. So it really is. Jiang Han yawned widely. Using it once consumes mental energy. It seemed this skill couldn't be overused. Though the information was powerful, using it each time drained mental energy, and overdoing it might leave him unconscious. That said, the information about the purple skin taro was also quite useful. Cooked, it could enhance endurance. Although it was only 0.1 mini, a little makes a mickle. Jiang Han tossed the taro back to the ground and turned to head back to the shelter. Lying on the bed, his mind felt hazy, but one question kept spinning in his head. He had already gone on a blind date and had even been intimate with Lin Wanqing. How could he continue with the dating? Could the system be trying to turn him into a scumbag? Damn. Lin Wanqing was still asleep, her position unchanged, curled up on the straw bedding, breathing steadily. Jiang Han quietly slipped into his sleeping bag, zipping it up to his neck, and closed his eyes. The next morning at 6 o'clock, just as dawn began to break, Jiang Han woke up. The biological clock was more reliable in the wilderness than anything else. It woke him up right on time, making it hard to linger in bed. Lin Wanqing remained curled up in her sleeping bag, revealing only her small face, sleeping soundly. Jiang Han did not wake her. This girl had traveled 3 days on foot, and her foot injury hadn't healed, so she needed more rest. He quietly crawled out of the sleeping bag, put on his outer clothes, and opened the shelter door. The morning wilderness was shrouded in a layer of mist, the air crisp and refreshing. The campfire was nearly extinguished. The ability to smelt iron would boost the nation's fortune, and others might have already realized this, possibly even working through the night. Jiang Han didn't prepare breakfast and walked straight to the first furnace. The furnace, having been used yesterday, had cracks in its mud walls, but the structure was still relatively stable. Jiang Han squatted down, pushed against one side of the furnace with both hands, and with a forceful shove. With a loud crash, the furnace toppled over. Mud chunks scattered everywhere, revealing the sintered honeycomb iron inside a gray-black clump with a rough surface resembling a massive volcanic rock. Jiang Han picked up a stone and began to smash it while squatting on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The stone struck the honeycomb iron, sending sparks flying and fragments scattering everywhere. What he sought were the small iron pieces and beads within the honeycomb iron. Those were pure iron, things that could be After a few minutes, a small pile of iron pieces had already accumulated beside Jiang Han, the larger ones the size of marbles, the smaller ones like soybeans, totaling around several dozen pounds. Such a loud noise finally stirred Lin Wanxing awake inside the shelter. Jiangshan, good morning, she yawned. Good morning, Jiang Han replied without lifting his head, continuing to smash the honeycomb iron. Lin Wanxing watched for a while, and then squatted down looking curious. Is there anything I can help you with? Jiang Han paused his work and thought for a moment. Can you help me with the fire? He filled the crucible with the iron pieces he had just collected and filled the second furnace with charcoal, lighting it with a fire stick. The simple blower was a circular piece of wood with a hole drilled in the center into which a stick was inserted. When the stick spun, the blades below would blow air into the furnace, raising the temperature. The structure was simple but very practical. You just need to turn this stick, don't stop. Jiang Han handed the blower to Lin Wanxing. Lin Wanxing took it and began to turn it vigorously. Whoosh! Air blew into the furnace and the flames leaped higher, burning more fiercely. Yes, just keep turning like that. Jiang Han briefly explained beside her. This process is a bit long and may take several minutes. Haha, men and women working together make light work. Light work. Wait till Xingxing's exhausted like a dog. Still better than trekking dozens of kilometers daily. My heart ached seeing that. Why isn't Jiangshan dating anymore? That he has Xingxing now, why would he date? Those two are already sleeping together. Don't talk nonsense, that's pure revolutionary camaraderie. Revolutionary camaraderie, sharing a bed. Mind your own business. Lin Wanxing twirled the stick, the firelight dancing on her face as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Jiang Han walked aside and began mixing clay. He kneaded clay with water, repeatedly slapping and shaping it into a block, then carved shapes with his fingers. First he molded a hoe. The hoe blade was wide with a socket in the middle for a wooden handle. Then he carved a mold for a long knife. The blade was slender, single-edged with a thick spine. The reason for making a long knife was that Jiang Han felt the current axe was insufficient. Since animals could mutate, stronger ones might appear in the future. The axe was too small, its attack range too short, making it disadvantageous against large beasts. A long knife, however, could chop and thrust, offering much more flexibility. Jiang Han finished the two molds, set them aside to dry, and returned to the furnace to check the heat. The iron blocks in the crucible were starting to glow red, but melting was still far off. Charcoal needed to burn over 1,000 degrees for iron to liquefy, a process taking at least dozens of minutes. Jiang Han glanced at Lin Wanxing, whose arms were beginning to tremble as she turned the stick. Xingxing, go make breakfast. They'll watch here. Jiang Han took over the bellows and started cranking himself. Lin Wanxing's expression stiffened. Her voice carried a hint of guilt. Maybe. You should cook and it'll keep blowing. Ha 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 ha, Xingxing can't cook. Even exhausted, she grits her teeth and persists. How afraid of cooking is Xingxing? Indeed, not many young people can cook these days. Xingxing, you want me to cook? Are you trying to poison yourself? Jiangshan, wake up. 8 out of 10 young people today can't cook. Xingxing's expression was priceless. Awkward with a hint of guilt, guilty with a touch of helplessness. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, smiling at Lin Wanxing's. I don't want to cook. Look, all right, call me. When the molten He handed the bellows back to Lin Wanxing and turned toward the stove. While the stove was just a fire pit made from 3 stones. Lin Wanxing, while cranking the bellows, secretly glanced toward the stove. Xingxing stopped staring, focus on the fire. As she turns, the aroma draws her eyes uncontrollably. Jiangshan looks so handsome when he cooks. Cooking, hunting, smelting, building. What can't Jiangshan do? Can't give birth. Immature. When Jiang Han scooped the cooked dish from the pot, Lin Wanxing called out, Jiangshan, the molten iron is ready. Jiang Han hurried over. The molten iron in the crucible glowed bright red, its temperature terrifyingly high. He picked up 2 wooden sticks, clamped the crucible's edge like tongs, carefully lifted it, and aligned it with the whole mold's pouring gate. The molten iron flowed from the crucible's edge, fine as a hair, precisely injecting into the mold. After pouring the hoe, less than a third of the molten iron was used. Jiang Han placed the crucible back into the furnace, tossed in all the remaining iron blocks, and clapped his hands. You eat first. We'll pour again later. Lin Wanqing nodded and began eating with chopsticks. Jiang Han took over the stick and cranked vigorously. The furnace temperature was now much higher. Seeing Jiang Han still busy, Lin Wanqing felt uneasy eating alone, so she fed him while eating herself. Jiang Shun, do you think that hoe once finished will earn another national fortune reward? Don't know. Jiang Han bit into the bear meat. Logically it should, but it depends on whether the game officials recognize it. After the meal, the hoe had fully cooled and solidified. Jiang Han had Lin Wanqing fetch water from the stream and pour it directly onto the mold. With a hiss, white smoke rose as the clay shell cracked open from the water, revealing the hoe inside. The silver-gray hoe blade was neatly shaped, the edge sharp, and the socket still packed with mud. However, it was still too hot, so Jiang Han refrained from touching it. On the other side, since most of the iron blocks had already melted into molten iron, the remaining batch liquefied quickly, and soon the crucible was full of molten iron again. Jiang Han clamped the crucible again and poured all the molten iron into the cleaver mold. The cleaver was 90 centimeters long with a 1 centimeter thick spine, weighing about 7 or 8 Jin. With a bit of molten iron left in the crucible, Jiang Han thought for a moment and instructed Lin Wanqing to keep the fire going to prevent it from solidifying. He then used an axe to carve a small arrowhead-shaped wooden block and pressed 3 arrowhead molds into the clay. Once the molds were ready, the molten iron was poured into them. After finishing, Jiang Han picked up the hoe, weighing it in his hand. The balance felt just right. Then he waited. No game announcement. Huh. Jiang Han frowned. Lin Wanqing watched him nervously. Nothing. Jiang Han shook his head. The livestream chat buzzed with discussion. Why no announcement? Didn't they say iron tools also get rewards? That was our guess. The game officials never disclosed how to earn national fortune. Maybe the game officials haven't caught up yet. Or maybe this hoe is unqualified. Wrong shape. No way, the shape Jiangshin carved was pretty standard. Don't rush, might be a delay. In the commentary livestream, the atmosphere grew tense. Dongqing stared at the screen, her tone puzzled. Teacher Zhu, our earlier deduction was that since Jiang Han earned national fortune rewards by forging iron weapons, iron tools, especially iron farm tools, should also qualify. Why no system announcement now that the hoe is finished? Yang Dongdong frowned. This. Is the hoe unqualified? Or perhaps the game official's definition of farm tool differs from ours? Zhu Weiqiang, also frowning deeply, adjusted his glasses. This situation indeed exceeds our expectations. Logically, the first iron tool shouldn't face such strict judgment criteria. After all, this is a crucial milestone in human civilization's evolution. The leap from stone to iron tools should not be ignored for failing to meet some perfect standard. So what's your take? My take is either the game officials have other judgment conditions, or... Zhu Weiqiang paused. It's just not time yet. In the camp, Jiang Han stood still, chin resting on his hand, staring at the hoe in his grasp, without moving. Lin Wanqing stood beside him, looking at him with a hint of concern. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, she remarked, "Offer." Suddenly, Jiang Han spoke up, his tone as casual as commenting on the nice weather. "Anyway, I can use the home." He picked up an axe and walked over to the wood he had previously chopped, selecting a suitably sized stick, made of oak known for its high hardness and durability. Without the national fortune reward, it wouldn't matter. It would be the same if I went somewhere else, Jiang Han muttered to himself, while shaping the stick with the axe, as if comforting himself. Anyway, I have to use this myself, so it's not a loss. He carved one end of the stick to an angle, inserted it into the hole of the hoe, and then hammered a wooden wedge from the side to secure the handle and the hoe together. Once assembled, Jiang Han stood up, gripping the hoe with both hands, and swung it a couple of times in front of him. The feel was quite good, the balance was just right, and the curvature of the blade seemed perfect, making it easy to turn the soil. Jiang Han laughed heartily, hoisting the hoe onto his shoulder. I, Jiang, shall become the king of pioneering in the national fortune survival game. Indeed, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom automatically unlock the hoeing mode at a certain age. The farming genes inscribed in their DNA have awakened. Jiang, what are you going to plant in the cultivated land? Where are the seeds coming from? No worries, the tools themselves hold great value. Jiang Han demonstrated a few times on the ground, the hoe's blade cutting into the soil, flipping a clump of earth that came up loose and even. Quite useful. Jiang Han nodded in satisfaction, turning to set the hoe aside. At that moment, Dragon Kingdom contestant Jiang Han successfully forged iron farming tools, unlocking a civilization evolution milestone reward. Dragon Kingdom National Fortune 10. Jiang Han's hands froze. Lin Wanqing was momentarily stunned then. Ah! She screamed and rushed to Jiang Han, jumping onto him, wrapping her legs around his waist, and hugging his neck, planting several enthusiastic kisses on his face. Jiang, you are incredible. So amazing. Lin Wanqing's voice trembled, her eyes reddening. I knew it. I knew it would happen. Jiang Han was startled by the kisses, but couldn't suppress the smile on his face. It turned out he hadn't added the hoe handle, so it wasn't a complete hoe, which was why the game hadn't confirmed it just now. Last night, it was the spearhead that was completed and placed on the spear before the game announced it. Now it all made sense to Jiang Han. 10%. An additional 10%. Wow, it's happening, it's happening, it's happening. I said the game officials wouldn't block Jiang. That delay was way too long, while I was scared it didn't work. Jiang's expression was hilarious. He had just said if it doesn't happen, and now his smile was nearly reaching his ears. The national fortune has increased by 10. Today is another bountiful day for the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Han, Jiang Han, Jiang Han, the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom. The duty elder was sipping tea when he heard the system announcement, causing him to spill some tea with a startled hand. Academician Wang had already picked up the calculator and started pressing buttons, his fingers moving swiftly. Yesterday, it was 292 points. Sending a message to Lin Wanqing consumed 1 point, leaving 291 points. Today, each contestant provides 1 point, totaling 11 points, making the national fortune value 302 points in the morning. Now, with a 10 increase, he took a deep breath. 332. 2 points. Rounded off, that's 332 points. The secretary beside him was so excited, he started banging on the table. 332 points compared to 145 points. It's already surpassed by a large margin. The elder's smile could not be contained. Good, very good. Then he paused, narrowing his eyes. Wait, 332 points. Has it already broken 300 points? Academician Wang was taken aback, suddenly realizing. It has broken 300 points. Do we qualify to dispatch another contestant? As soon as he finished speaking, the system announcement rang out again. The Dragon Kingdom becomes the first country with national fortune value surpassing 300 points, qualifying to dispatch another contestant. The entire command center erupted in excitement. 12 people. The Dragon Kingdom will soon have the strongest in other countries only have 10 people. We are already 2 ahead. 2 more survival points each day, 2 more supplies returned each day. The gap will only widen. Academician Wang slapped the calculator down on the table, his expression shifting from ecstatic to serious. Elder, we must plan the landing point for the next contestant carefully. My. The elder looked at him. Are you suggesting not to land near Jiang Han? Academician Wang nodded, moving to the map. While Jiang Han's area is certainly a good option, we need to consider several issues. He pointed at several red dots marked on the map. First, the concentration of risk. If we gather all contestants near Jiang Han in case of an accident, like a beast attack, natural disasters, or even a joint attack from contestants of other countries, the Dragon Kingdom could face a total annihilation risk. Right, the secretary chimed in. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Academician Wang continued. Second, resource utilization efficiency. The Dragon Kingdom currently has 2 high-value areas. Jiang Han's side is one, and Yi Wudi's side is the other. Although Yi Wudi started later than Jiang Han, his combat strength is formidable, and his area is rich in resources. The mutated wild boar was discovered in his region. Third, strategic depth. Academician Wang drew a circle on the map with his finger. The wider the distribution of contestants, the greater our exploration range in the wilderness, thus increasing the variety of resources we can obtain. If everyone clusters together, it would be equivalent to voluntarily giving up resources in other areas. The elder neither nodded nor shook his head, simply gazing at the map in silence. After a long while, he spoke up. Can Yi Wudi handle the new contestant by himself? Academician Wang replied. Yi Wudi is the strongest soldier of the Dragon Kingdom. His combat and survival abilities are top-notch. Moreover, once the new contestant lands, we will fully cooperate and provide intelligence support. The elder lightly tapped the table with his fingers, pondering for several seconds. In the commentary live room, Dongqing's voice changed pitch. Here it comes. The system announcement has arrived. The luck of Long Country has surpassed 300 points. We have qualified for sending more contestants. Yang Dongdong slammed the table suddenly. I told you that the hoe would definitely be deemed effective. Agricultural tools signify humanity's shift from hunting to farming. How could it not be recognized? The earlier delay was just a technical issue. It might be that the game officials needed time to confirm whether this hoe meets the agricultural tool standard. After all, this is the first iron agricultural tool in human history, and the criteria for judgment need to be redefined. Dongqing looked at the data panel, her eyes sparkling. Currently, Long Country has 332 points, and the second-ranked Ugly Country has 145 points, leading by 187 points. This gap continues to widen. 332 versus 145, absolutely crushing. A dimensional suppression. Every day we return more resources, and that's how the gap grows. This is the speed of Long Country. How much has Jiang Shun contributed alone? Let me calculate. Black Bear smelting iron weapons, agricultural tools. How much has Jiang Shun alone increased the national luck? If you can't count, then don't. How embarrassing. Exactly are you introducing or inquiring? This is hilarious. One Jiang Han is worth half of Long Country. Stop it, I'm tearing up again. Long Country is amazing. Jiang Shun is amazing. In the camp, Lin Wanxing clung to Jiang Han for nearly 3 minutes before finally letting go. When she finally let go, her face was beaming, her eyes crescent-shaped and her cheeks flushed as if she had just emerged from a honeypot. Jiang Han set the hoe aside, dusted off his hands, and turned towards the shelter. Xingxing, you guard the camp today. I'm going out for a bit. Lin Wanxing's smile instantly froze. Huh? You're taking me with you? Jiang Han shook his head, his tone serious. No. He pointed to the items in the camp. Blast furnace, crucible, iron blocks, charcoal, iron sheets, bear skins, food, water, scattered across half the camp. There are too many things in the camp that can't be left unattended, Jiang Han explained. And I have to go quite far. Bringing you along isn't convenient for you with your leg. Lin Wanxing opened her mouth, wanting to argue, but after glancing at her still bandaged calf, she shut her mouth. Her voice sounded a bit wronged, but she quickly perked up. Then teach me, what can I do in the camp today? Jiang Han thought for a moment and began assigning tasks. First, keep the chimney burning and try to make the smoke thicker. He pointed to the chimney. Isn't there a Long Country contestant who landed nearby? The thicker the smoke, the easier it is for her to find us. Lin Wanxing nodded earnestly. Second, that bear skin has dried already. Jiang Han walked over to the drying rack, took down a black bear skin, felt it, and said, today find some dry grass, roll up the bear skin, and rub it a bit to make the leather softer. We can make clothes or mats later. Third, if there's still time left, you can help me sharpen the knife. Jiang Han set the axe and cutting knife aside, or twist some rope from the bark of the thorny tree. I mean the kind of shrub I used to weave baskets yesterday. When I get back, we can make fishing nets or traps. Lin Wanxing listened to this long list of tasks, her eyes growing wider and wider. Then she smiled, her eyes filled with little stars. Wow, I have things to do in the camp. That's great. She thought she would just be idle today and contribute nothing. Unexpectedly, Jiang Han had arranged so many tasks for her. Then I'm off. Jiang Han slung on his backpack. Inside it was another empty bag meant for carrying things. He had an axe at his waist and a bow and arrow slung over his shoulder, fully equipped. Jiangshen, when will you be back? Lin Wanxing stood at the camp entrance, her hands clasped together, looking like a little wife seeing her husband off. I don't know, before dark, I suppose. Jiang Han waved his hand, turned, and walked into the woods. His figure was soon swallowed by the thicket. Lin Wanxing stood in place for a while, took a deep breath, turned towards the camp. Okay, let's get to work. She rolled up her sleeves and walked towards the chimney. The reason Jiang Han insisted on going out today was twofold. First, there weren't many vegetarian options left in the camp. After eating the purple skin sweet potato a few times, there were hardly any left, and the wild leeks were gone. He needed to gather more food. Second, and more importantly, he now possessed the eye of truth. Previously, when foraging for food in the wilderness, it relied entirely on experience and luck. Can mushrooms be eaten? Are the wild fruits poisonous? Can the roots of that plant be dug up? It was all but now it was different. The eye of truth could identify all plants and animals, whether they were toxic, edible, and what effects they had, all at a glance. This meant he could accurately find items that would help enhance his strength. Jiang Han walked through the woods, his feet on the soft fallen leaves, the dappled shadows of trees overhead. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting golden spots on the ground. He walked slowly. He didn't dare to keep the eye of truth open for long, as it consumed a lot of mental energy. He only stopped to identify strange shapes he didn't recognize. Name: deer, antler, fern. Classification: fern. Toxicity: none. Tender shoots are edible. Edible effect: after blanching, it can be eaten cold or stir-fried, with a smooth texture, rich in dietary fiber, and no special property enhancement effects. Jiang Han pinched off a tender shoot and tossed it into his backpack. Then he continued walking. After about 20 minutes, Jiang Han felt his mental energy had recovered a lot. In his perception, he once again activated the eye of truth without any issue and found another unfamiliar plant. Name: tiger blood ginseng. Classification: herb. Toxicity: none. Rarity: rare. Description: this plant is rare in the wilderness, usually growing in shady, moist, and fertile areas. Edible effect: 1. Cooking the root can permanently enhance physical attributes by 0. 3 points. The effect is best upon first consumption, with diminishing returns thereafter. A single plant can provide a maximum of 1.2 points of physical enhancement. Edible effect: 2. Crushing the leaves for external application can speed up wound healing approximately 1.5 times the normal healing rate. Danger level: none, but small rodents often frequent the area around this plant due to its roots scent being very attractive to some animals. Please be cautious. Carefully digging for about 10 minutes, a whole string of roots was unearthed intact. The roots were deep brown, about the thickness of a thumb, segmented like a mini yam with a fine layer of fuzz on the surface. Jiang Han packed the tiger blood ginseng into his backpack, feeling quite pleased. Just this one plant alone made the trip worthwhile. It's a bit strange that Jiang Han isn't hunting animals today. Yes, Jiang Han should be hunting ferocious beasts. Jiang Han, I want to eat meat. Aren't you curious why Jiang Han is digging up strange plants? Curious one, how does Jiang Han know these things are not poisonous? How do you know Jiang Han knows these plants are DSB? Do you think Jiang Han would waste time digging up poisonous things? He's not as idle as you. Does DSB mean big backpack or big spender? In the camp, Lin Wanxing rolled up her sleeves full of enthusiasm. She first stuffed a large pile of wet firewood and moss into the chimney, and thick smoke billowed up, clearly visible from 10 kilometers away, just as Jiang Han had said. As long as the newly arrived contestant from the Dragon Country isn't blind, they will eventually find their way to the smoke. The thick smoke also had the added benefit of helping Jiang Han find his way home. Done. Lin Wanxing clapped the dust off her hands, satisfied as she looked at the column of smoke. Then she walked over to the drying rack and took down the black bear skin. The bear skin had been drying for 2 days. It felt dry to the touch, but was still a bit stiff. Jiang Han had instructed her before leaving to find some dry grass, roll the bear skin up in it, and massage it to make the leather softer. Lin Wanxing gathered a pile of dry grass, laid it on the ground, placed the bear skin on top, and then rolled it up like sushi, beginning to rub it vigorously. Heave ho! Heave ho! She rubbed hard, beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. The bear skin gradually became softer from the friction with the grass, and the fur became fluffier, feeling much better to the touch. All right. Lin Wanxing unfolded the bear skin, shook off the grass clippings, and nodded in satisfaction. After finishing this, she walked over to the molds. Bang! 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 The clay shell shattered, revealing the cleaver inside. Sharpening a knife is an art. Lin Wanxing had only seen knives being sharpened in her community before. Now having to sharpen an 8-pound cleaver was indeed a bit challenging for her. Chop, chop, chop. The sound was rhythmic, and the rough edges of the blade slowly wore away under the combined action of water and stone, revealing the shiny iron beneath. Just then, Amit Sharma from the A3 country accidentally ingested a poisonous mushroom and died despite rescue efforts, causing a 10 to A3 country's national fortune. Lin Wanxing's hand paused. She looked up, still processing it, when another series of system announcements came crashing down. Emma Taylor from the ugly country was attacked by a mutated venomous snake, suffering severe injuries to her right leg. 5 to ugly country's national fortune. Mohammed Ermaz from Turkey fell from a steep slope, hitting his head and dying on the spot. 10 to Turkey's national fortune. Shui Yilin from the pickled vegetable country accidentally wandered into the territory of mutated wild boars and was killed. 10 to pickled vegetable country's national fortune. Jean Dupont from the Gaulish chicken country drank untreated water, got infected with parasites, and died despite rescue efforts. 10 to Gaulish chicken country's national fortune. Zhong Zhengxiao from the Dragon country encountered a landslide and had his left leg crushed by a rolling stone, causing a fracture. 5 to Dragon country's national fortune. James Wilson from the John country was besieged by wolves, severely injured, but managed to escape. 3 to John country's national fortune. Japanese contestant. A series of system announcements exploded in the sky like cannonballs, causing panic throughout the wilderness. Contestants either died or were injured, and almost no country was spared. Lin Wanxing's face turned pale, and the cleaver in her hand nearly fell into the creek. Somewhere in the wilderness, Jiang Han was walking through the woods when he heard the series of system announcements, his steps suddenly halting. Zhong Jingxiao, it was the first time he heard this Dragon Country contestant's name in the game. In the past few days, the Dragon Country had mostly been receiving good news from himself, and Yi Wudi deaths and severe injuries seemed far removed from them. But now it had arrived. Jiang Han stood in place, silent for a few seconds. He knew such events were hard to avoid. In the wilderness survival game, with 10 people scattered in the vast forest, no one could guarantee everyone would be safe. Beasts, terrain, weather, disease. There were too many things that could kill a person. But hearing it for real still felt a bit disheartening. After all, they were his fellow countrymen. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room fell silent for a moment, then erupted. Zhong Zhengxiao. So we can't say anything negative now. He had no presence before, and now everyone remembers him for losing national fortune points. Damn, a fracture. How can one survive in the wilderness like that? Jiang Shen hurried to check on him. Are you crazy? Jiang Shen doesn't even know where he is. How can he check on it? I hope Zhong Zhengxiao can hold on. Losing one person from the Dragon Country means losing a bit of national fortune, but more importantly, it's a life. Things have been too smooth lately. I almost forgot the cruelty of this game. Today's wave of announcements has woken me up. A person from A3 country died, reducing their fortune by 10 points. A person from pickled vegetable country died, reducing theirs by 10 points. And us losing 5 points is light, but it's still not good news. Jiang Shen and Yi Wudi are both fine. The main force of the Dragon Country is still here, so everyone stay calm. Jiang Han took a deep breath and continued walking. At noon, the sun hung directly overhead. Jiang Han arrived under a large tree, set down his backpack, and sat against the trunk. He opened his backpack and rummaged through its contents. Tiger blood, ginseng, deer antler, fern shoots, several wild fruits, and half a block of compressed biscuits. Jiang Han took out a piece of compressed biscuit and took a bite. After chewing a couple of times, he lost the desire to continue. The reason was simple: it was too dry. After walking for so long, he was already sweating and his mouth was parched. The compressed biscuit was dry as well. When he bit into it, his mouth was filled with powder and it felt tight in his throat as he swallowed. If only there were water. Jiang Han murmured, wrapping up the remaining half of the biscuit and putting it back in his... A squirrel appearing from nowhere jumped around Jiang Han's feet, chattering as if trying to claim territory. "You little creature with hardly any meat on you." Jiang Han glanced down at it, too lazy to engage. After walking about another kilometer, the scenery before him changed. A low-lying area appeared before Jiang Han, with a towering peak on the right, the gray-white rocks exposed, and green vegetation covering the upper half of the mountain, resembling a traditional ink painting from afar. The lowland was densely covered with reeds taller than a person, rustling in the wind. Jiang Han stood at the edge of the lowland, looking down. Beneath the reeds lay stagnant water, the mud damp and soggy, certain to trap one's feet if stepped upon. The water appeared unclean, murky, and yellow, with a layer of green duckweed floating on top, clearly undrinkable. However, not drinking water was not an option. Jiang Han furrowed his brow, scanning the thicket of reeds, and suddenly recalled an old survival trick. He drew his machete and approached the edge of the reeds, hacking down several sturdy stalks. The reeds were hollow, with a white sponge-like core inside, high in water content. Jiang Han cut off the root of the reed, peeled away the outer skin, revealing the tender core inside, and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. A burst of sweet juice exploded in his mouth. Though not much, it was enough to moisten his throat. Jiang Han chewed on several reed roots in succession, finally suppressing the feeling of thirst. He wiped his mouth, turned, and walked towards the slope on his right. The slope wasn't steep, but climbing it wasn't easy either. Jiang Han used both hands and feet, grasping at bushes and rocks to ascend, taking several minutes to reach the halfway point. He found a flat stone to sit on and looked into the distance. At the mountain's waist, the view suddenly opened up. The distant mountains layered like green waves extending toward the horizon. Further away, there was a silvery light band, likely a large river. The sky was a deep blue, with a few white clouds lazily drifting, casting moving shadows on the ground. The wind blew over, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees, cool and refreshing, dissipating much of the heat from Jiang Han's body. "So beautiful. Where is this? It looks like a Nordic fjord, but not quite the same. Is there really such scenery in the wilderness? I thought it was all primitive forests. Honestly, the official game map is too exquisite, like a landscape painting. I need to take a screenshot. This scenery would make a great wallpaper." To be honest, although this game is brutal, the scenery is absolutely stunning. Jiang Han sat on that stone, gazing at the distant mountains, feeling a profound connection. Like a wilderness philosopher. No more like a wilderness heartthrob. Jiang Han sat on the stone for a while. Sigh. Today's exploration has been a bit of a failure. I've encountered nothing worthwhile. After walking for nearly half a morning, he had only dug up a tiger blood, ginseng, and a handful of tender shoots. Though these two items were already quite good, Jiang Han, with his true vision, felt there should be more to find. But going back like this feels unsatisfactory. Jiang Han looked around the slope. It had been a long time since he had hunted a large animal, and he wondered if his compatriots could still eat meat. Haha, Jiang Han is just confident. If it were someone else who found some wild vegetables, they would be ecstatic, yet he feels he hasn't found anything good. Of course, Jiang Han has so much food stored, unlike us munching on buns in front of the screen. I'm worried about Chu Xiaoran. He has no supplies at all, and is struggling to survive every day. Zhong Zhengqiao is in a worse situation. He is injured with a fracture. Just thinking about it hurts. The difficulty of this game has truly ramped up. Today's wave has resulted in either death or injury. Who knows how many more can endure. That's why Jiang Han needs to work hard to earn national luck. The higher the national luck, the greater the return on resources, allowing Longhua to persevere. Jiang Han sat for a while longer before suddenly standing up. Forget it, let's call it a day and head back. He dusted off the dirt from his behind and turned to walk down the mountain. After taking a dozen steps, Jiang Han's footsteps suddenly halted. His gaze fell upon a patch of ground beneath him. The soil there had a different color from the surrounding area, a grayish-white surface covered with a thin layer of dirt and dead leaves, hardly noticeable at first glance. However, the tag from the True Vision had already appeared before his eyes. Name: rock salt. Category: mineral. Seasoning: preservative. Purity: coarse salt, contains about 30 impurities, needs to be refined before consumption. Usage: 1. Seasoning. Provides saltiness, enhances the taste of food, replenishes sodium and chloride ions needed by the human body. Usage: 2. Preservation. Curing meat can significantly extend its shelf life. Salt-cured meat can be preserved at room temperature for over 30 days without spoiling. Usage: 3. Making saline solution can be used for disinfecting wounds. Effectiveness lower than iodine tincture, but better than plain water. Distribution surface shallow salt deposits. Digging deeper can yield larger reserves. Current visible reserves approximately 200,300 kilograms. Jiang Han's pupils constricted suddenly. Salt. He crouched down, reaching to clear away the surface dirt and dead leaves, revealing the hard, grayish-white substance beneath. He struck it with an axe, producing a crisp sound as surface fragments fell away. He pinched a piece with his fingers, brought it to his tongue, and tasted it. Salty. It was salt. Holy crap. Jiang Han couldn't help but curse, then grabbed his axe, and in the commentary live room, Dong Qing was watching Jiang Han's footage, suddenly noticing he had crouched down, unsure of what he was doing. Teacher Yang, what is Jiang Han looking at on the ground? Dong Qing's tone was filled with confusion. Yang Dongdong also noticed, frowning. Zoom in on Jiang Han's footage. Let's see what he is looking at. The footage was magnified. Jiang Han's hands were clearing away the dirt, revealing the grayish-white object beneath. Yang Dongdong stared at the screen for 3 seconds, then suddenly stood up, his chair clattering to the ground. He rushed to the screen, almost pressing his face against it, his eyes wide with astonishment. Salt. His voice was sharp and loud, startling Zhu Weiqiang beside him. Zhu Weiqiang hurried over as well. The two old experts' heads crowded together, fixated on the grayish-white mineral on the screen. That's right, it's salt. Zhu Weiqiang pointed at the screen. This crystalline form, this luster, it's rock salt. Natural rock salt. My God. Dong Qing stood up, as well, her voice trembling. Jiang Han discovered a salt mine in the wilderness. Yang Dongdong turned to face her, his expression beyond excitement. It was pure ecstasy. This is no ordinary salt mine. In survival in the wilderness, salt is more valuable than gold. Without salt, the body suffers from electrolyte imbalance, leading to weakness, muscle cramps, and even death. With salt, not only can seasoning be done, but it can also preserve meat for extended periods. Moreover, have you noticed? The salt mine Jiang Han found is a surface deposit. It can be collected in large quantities without needing to dig deep. This indicates that the salt reserves in this area are quite considerable. Teacher Yang, Teacher Zhu, please calm down. Dong Qing said with a smile, although her own voice trembled. In the live broadcast room, the bullet comments were going wild. Wow, does Jiang Shun have eagle eyes? How can he see that? No, he must have smelled it, so it's like a dog's nose. What flavor can salt have that he can smell it? Salt has no smell. What are you talking about? Did Jiang Shun dig up salt? Is the thing he dug up on the ground salt? That's right. It's salt. The commentators confirmed it. Natural rock salt. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Salt. This is salt. One of the most precious things in wilderness survival. Jiang Shun no longer has to worry about not having salt to cure meat. Haha, now that we have salt, let's go slaughter a couple of cows. In the frame, Jiang Han squatted down, digging with an axe. The top layer of soil and vegetation was turned over, revealing the salt mine layer beneath. The gray-white salt crystals mixed with the soil, but the deeper he dug, the purer the salt became, turning whiter and glistening in the sunlight. This really is a whole salt mine. Jiang Han's eyes lit up. After digging about 20 centimeters deep, he could already see large patches of crystalline salt with big chunks like rock candy and small pieces that were granular and could be grabbed by the handful. Jiang Han grabbed a handful of salt, squeezed it in his palm, and smiled broadly. After he kills the prey, he won't be afraid of not having salt to cure it. The reserves of this salt mine are considerable. Just the exposed part is enough for him to dig for several days. But he doesn't need that much. He just needs enough to fill his backpack. About 20 pounds will suffice for him and Lin Weiner for a year. Jiang Han rummaged through his backpack, packed the tiger blood, ginseng, and tender shoots into the inner layer, then stuffed large handfuls of salt into the backpack. Having packed about 20 pounds, the backpack was heavy and the straps were pulled tight. That's about enough. Jiang Han stood up, brushed the salt dust off his hands, lifted the backpack, weighed it, and nodded in satisfaction. Of course, this salt couldn't be used directly. It was mixed with dirt and impurities and needed to be purified. But that was a matter for after he returned to camp. Jiang Han slung the backpack over his shoulder and turned to walk down the mountain. After just a few steps, his mouth began to dry again. He had sweated from digging the salt, and with the midday sun bearing down, his throat felt parched. Carrying the heavy backpack, he returned to the patch of reeds, cut down a few more reeds, and chewed on the tender cores to replenish a bit of moisture. The sweet juice flowed down his throat, providing some relief. Jiang Han wiped his mouth, hoisted the backpack again, and walked back with high spirits. With 20 pounds of salt plus the tiger blood, ginseng, and tender shoots, today's haul had far exceeded expectations. He took a few steps and suddenly stopped. Oh no, I forgot about the blind date today. Jiang Han grinned, his steps not faltering, but the curve of his lips couldn't be suppressed. Hey, he cleared his throat and said to the air, today's blind date officially begins. Blue Star Long Country. Jiang Han's home. Jiang Nuanyuan was lounging on the sofa, her feet in the air, boredly scrolling through the live broadcast room. Her brother's live stream was displayed on the screen with bullet comments flying by. Hearing Jiang Han mention the blind date, Jiang Nuanyuan frowned immediately. Huh. She sat up straight incredulously. Is my brother really going on a blind date? He's been doing this for a while. Why are you surprised? Jiang Mama, who was peeling beans nearby, didn't even look up. It's different. I'm serious. Last night my brother succeeded in his blind date with Lin Weiner. That kind of success. You know what I mean, right? Jiang Mama paused, looking at Jiang Nuanyuan. Could it be? Jiang Nuanyuan's voice dropped as if afraid of being overheard. Is my brother a scumbag? Pop pop pop. Jiang Mama threw a bean at Jiang Nuanyuan. Don't talk nonsense. Your brother is doing this for the good of Long Country. Jiang Nuanyuan caught the bean, pouting, not daring to but her little schemes were already turning. Her brother's actions did have a bit of a scumbag vibe. In the live broadcast room, many others shared Jiang Nuanyuan's opinion. Jiang Shun is going on another blind date. Doesn't he already have a star? Is Jiang Shun planning to build a harem? He's doing this for Long Country. Don't talk nonsense. Exactly. I guess blind dating is a way to get stronger. Without blind dates, how can he enhance his strength? I get the reasoning, but the star is still waiting for him back at the camp. Star him at the camp, helping you with the fire skinning and sharpening knives, and you're out there going on blind dates with other women. Ha ha ha, you're too much. I'm not saying anymore. I want to see who is coming for the blind date today. In the woods, Jiang Han walked briskly. What are we inputting for today's password? He muttered to himself as he walked, since it's going to be copied and pasted by foreigners anyway. He thought for a moment and casually said, then let's input Jiang Han fights the tiger. 10 seconds countdown begins. Soon the bullet comments in the live broadcast room turned into 4 words. Jiang Han fights the tiger. Jiang Han fights the tiger. Jiang Han fights the tiger. The bullet comments were uniform, like a synchronized army. Countdown ended. Jiang Han looked at the time and silently thought, system, help me draw. The screen split in 2. On the left side of the screen was Jiang Han, and on the right side, a blonde, blue-eyed white girl. Upon seeing the other party, Jiang Han's expression instantly fell. A foreign netizen. Today's reward was probably going to go down the drain again. But the next moment, the white girl spoke. Hello, Jiang Shun, I'm Anna Ivanova, a bear person. Jiang Han was taken aback. Although she spoke in bear language, the system automatically translated it into Long Country language, and every word was clear. A look of surprise crept onto Jiang Han's face. You actually dared to introduce yourself? Damn it, a bear person came to stir trouble. Tomorrow, I'll find the nearest bear meat to offer to the heavens. Anna smiled beautifully, revealing a row of neat white teeth. Of course. I watched your blind date. You want to know all the information about your blind date partner, right? Of course I must provide my name too. Huh. Jiang Han blinked. You're not here to stir trouble. Anna's eyes sparkled. Haha, you are my idol. In the live broadcast room, 99 of the Long Country audience didn't understand bear language, all of them scratching their heads in front of the screen. What are they saying? I can't understand. Is there anyone who understands bear language to come and translate? I study bear language. Anna said Jiang Shun is her idol, and she's not here to stir trouble. Really? A bear girl is a fan of Jiang Shun. Oh my god, what a twist. I thought she was here to cause. This Anna looks pretty good, blonde and blue-eyed as standard bear beauty. What's with the sudden change in Jiang Shun's blind date style? Previously, it was either an internet-addicted girl or a troublemaking netizen. This time, it's a serious one. There's potential. This one truly has potential. Jiang Han also gradually relaxed, a smile appearing on his face. Haha, Anna, hello. How old are you? Anna answered succinctly, then her expression suddenly became serious. Jiang Shun, I see the analysis indicates that you and our bear country's Tatiana are in the same area. Can you avoid harming her? Jiang Han responded quickly, of course, I am not a killing machine. Agreeing verbally is one thing, but actually following through is another. If necessary, Jiang Han would definitely eliminate all threats. After all, he now represents the Dragon Country and must consider its interests. Moreover, Jiang Han has 2 teammates whose combat abilities are not strong. He cannot allow them to be threatened. However, he did not need to share this with Anna. Great. Anna's expression relaxed, instantly smiling like a little girl who just received candy. Don't worry, she definitely won't pose a threat to you. Tatiana and I are alumni from the same school. She is very beautiful and quite popular. Oh, Jiang Han's ears perked up. Very beautiful. What if he went to meet her for a blind date? Just like Lin Wanqing, striving for an A or even higher reward. The key issue is that he doesn't know where this person is. In fact, given Jiang Han's current combat prowess, unless someone ambushed him on purpose, he would hardly encounter contestants from other countries. Even if he were ambushed, it would be nearly impossible. The reason is simple: each country has sent people to guard the live broadcast room 24 hours a day. Based on Jiang Han's combat performance, as long as he approached a contestant, that country would surely be willing to. As for ambushing Jiang Han, that is wishful thinking. Just like with Sato-kin, you can try to ambush. But the Dragon Country also has people watching you at all times. Wherever you set up an ambush, what weapons you have, and how significant the threat is, do you think the Dragon Country would hesitate to spend some national luck to alert Jiang Han? Therefore, ambushing Jiang Han is basically equivalent to courting death, just like with Sato-kin. That's why Jiang Han's promise to Anna is essentially meaningless with no day for fulfilling that promise. Haha, thank you Jiangshan, you are really nice. Anna's voice pulled Jiang Han back to the blind date scene. Jiang Han smiled. Shall we continue our blind date? Sure. Anna responded as quickly as a reflex. Your information online is very comprehensive. I know everything, especially your performance in the National Luck Survival game. It's simply astonishing. You have long been my... Pause. Jiang Han quickly interrupted her. Can we get straight to the point? Straight to the point. Anna tilted her head, her blonde hair cascading down her shoulders. Yes. Unknown if it was an issue with the translation system, but after Jiang Han said yes, Anna stood up, directly reached for her jacket zipper, and smoothly pulled it down, her movements crisp and decisive without a hint of hesitation. Unknown if it was an issue with the translation system, but after Jiang Han said yes, Anna stood up, directly reached for her jacket zipper, and smoothly pulled it down, her movements. I just wanted you to introduce some basic information. Name, height, weight, measurements, and so on. Who asked you to take off your clothes? The Bear Country's girl. Is this too open? Seeing Jiang Han stunned into silence, Anna continued to loosen her clothes. Jiang Han could see everything clearly. It was quite revealing. However, in the live broadcast room, the image on Anna's side was covered by a layer of mosaic, making it impossible to see anything clearly. What happened to the screen? Why can't I see the female side suddenly? Me too. Full screen mosaic. What happened? Why is it blocked? It must be something outrageous Anna did, and the game officials blocked it. What on earth did she do? Jiangshan, say something. I'm dying of anxiety. Over 1 billion people squatting in front of the screen, and you show us a mosaic. The corner of Jiangshan's mouth twitched. His expression was so subtle. I can't understand Jiangshan's expression. It's hilarious. What exactly happened? Can anyone tell me? No, only Jiangshan can see. We are mosaic survived. In fact, due to Anna's outrageous actions, everyone on Blue Star could only see Anna's screen thanks to Jiang Han. After all, Anna's display was too extraordinary as she showcased her graceful figure. The over 1 billion viewers in the live room saw only a thick layer of mosaic. Thank goodness I calmed down last night, otherwise I would have nosebleed today. Jiang Han took a deep breath, trying hard to keep his expression normal. 3 minutes later. It has already shown quite comprehensively. Jiang Han even appreciated a short dance. Anna, no need. His voice was half a pitch higher than usual. Just tell me your information. Anna on the other side pulled her jacket back up. Okay. My name is Anna Ivanova. I'm 19 years old. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Measurements, 926,090. Education, currently attending Moscow University, majoring in biochemistry. A profession, student. A family background, father is a worker, mother is a nurse. An ordinary working class family. Income standard for an average student. Except for an ordinary family background, everything else is top-notch. Especially the measurements. The numbers made his eyelids twitch. After video verification, the data Anna provided was completely accurate. Of course, if verified on-site, it would be even more credible. Anyway, it's boring on the way, and this blind date won't end anytime soon, so Jiang Han casually chatted. Anna, have you been to the Dragon Country? Of course. Anna's eyes lit up instantly. I went to the border city of the Dragon Country and Bear Country last year, and even had breakfast in the Dragon Country. I love eating fried dough sticks with soybean milk. It's cheap and delicious. As she spoke, she even gestured the length of the fried dough sticks. The fried dough sticks are long, crispy when you bite, and when dipped in soybean milk, it's soft and super tasty. I went to eat every morning for a whole week. Haha, I'll treat you to fried dough sticks and soybean milk in the future, Jiang Han said with a sly grin. If only I were in the Dragon Country, I would definitely invite Anna for a field study and treat her to authentic soybean milk, but now that I am in the National Luck Survival game, I can only think about it. Real soybean milk, the kind that's not too much. Have you eaten soup dumplings? Soup dumplings? Anna tilted her head and thought for a moment. I had them once. But they were too hot, and I burnt my tongue. At that time, I felt like everyone was looking at me, probably laughing at how I ate the dumplings. Not laughing at you, but finding you cute. Jiang Han steadied his mind and didn't continue to bring up the topic of the old steamed buns. The two of them chatted about many things, how bitterly cold the winters were in the land of the bears, how Jiang Han had once broken his arm falling from a tree as a child, about Anna's cat, named Pushkin, and about the countless delicious foods in the Dragon Kingdom. Topics bubbled up one after another, leaving hardly any awkward silences. Anna, with her outgoing personality, dared to say anything. From time to time, she'd blurt out, "God, John, you're really handsome," or "I wish I could meet you in the wilderness," and then blow a kiss to the camera. Though Jiang Han found it a bit overwhelming, the atmosphere was indeed relaxed. They talked for nearly half an hour before Jiang Han took the initiative to end the video call. Ding! This blind date has concluded. System comprehensive evaluation in progress. Evaluation of the blind date subject age 19, exceptional height 174 centimeters, exceptional weight 52 kilograms, exceptional measurements 926090, exceptional education Moscow University, outstanding occupation student, average family background working class, average income average. Overall quality score of the blind date subject exceptional. Physical appearance is extraordinarily outstanding with all body data indicators at peak levels. Blind date process evaluation intimate interactions. Subject actively displayed her figure exceptional blue 7 kisses to the camera exceptional verbally expressed liking 11 times outstanding dialogue atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant outstanding information exchange was complete outstanding established a moderate emotional connection good. Subject's attitude highly cooperative and proactive displaying strong willingness for intimacy and positive feelings. Comprehensive assessment of very successful blind date. The subject of this blind date is the Bear Country contestant Anna Ivanova. Although the two have different nationalities, this does not affect the system's evaluation standards. The subject's cooperation was extremely high, information acquisition was complete, intimate interactions were abundant and initiated by the other party, and the emotional connection was genuine and effective. This blind date has reached the deep intimacy standard. Final rating A rank. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an epic talent card, Rapid Self-Healing. Rapid Self-Healing Passive Talent Effect 1. Minor wound healing, superficial abrasions, shallow cuts, first-degree burns, and other minor injuries will automatically heal within 310 minutes, leaving no scars, bleeding, or infection. Effect 2. Moderate wound healing, deep muscle tears, ligament damage, second-degree burns, soft tissue injuries after fractures, etc. Healing speed is approximately 2,030 times that of a normal person. For example, a muscle strain that would normally take 2 weeks to recover can be mostly healed within 812 hours with this talent. Effect 3. Severe wound healing, comminuted fractures, internal organ damage, massive hemorrhage, deep burns, and other fatal injuries. Healing speed is approximately 510 times that of a normal person. For example, a fracture that would normally take 3 months to recover can achieve callus formation and functional restoration within 1,015 days with this talent. Effect 4. Sustained recovery regardless of the severity of the injury. The host's body will maintain a baseline state of self-repair, preventing irreversible damage due to worsening injuries except for fatal moments. Effect 5. Immunity to deterioration. Wounds will not become infected, fester, or develop complications. Even in the harshest environments, sewage, mud, animal bites, this talent ensures wounds heal in a sterile state. Limitations. The talent's activation requires the host to maintain basic vital signs, heartbeat, breathing. Extremely severe injuries, such as severed limbs, heart penetration, cannot regenerate missing tissue, but can stabilize the condition and prevent death. Consumption. Explanation. The self-healing process consumes the host's energy reserves and water. During periods of severe healing, the host must supplement with ample nutrition and water, otherwise the healing speed will significantly decrease or even halt. Jiang Han looked at the system panel floating before him, and a wide grin slowly spread across his face. Rapid self-healing. Isn't this just the wilderness immortal body? Minor wounds heal in minutes, and even severe ones recover quickly. In this wilderness survival game, where injuries can happen at any time, the value of this talent is even higher than those cards that directly add stats. Because no matter how high your stats are, they can't guarantee you won't get hurt. But with rapid self-healing, getting injured is just a process. Jiang Han, carrying a backpack full of salt, strode briskly towards the campsite. His mood was as bright as the weather that day. System, let me ask one more thing. Jiang Han spoke softly to the system as he walked. The system did not respond. If I go back to reality and, with Anna, would I get some extra rewards? The system still did not respond. Brother system, you there? Hello? Anyone? System grandpa. Jiang Han curled his lip. A system that plays dead is not a good system. In the Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command, Academician Wang stood before a massive electronic map, drawing a red circle on the screen with his laser pointer. The map was densely marked with various data, terrain, vegetation, water sources, and several blinking dots representing the approximate locations of the Dragon Kingdom contestants. After an overnight modeling analysis combining the screen data from Xiao Sitong, Tatiana Mariana, and Jiang Han, we have recalculated their respective positions and distances. Academician Wang said rapidly. It is estimated that Xiao Sitong is about 40 kilometers from Jiang Han. Xiao Sitong was the 11th contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, a newly hired flight attendant before the competition. 40 kilometers. The elder on duty frowned deeply. Correct, Academician Wang said, moving his laser pointer from the dot representing Jiang Han to another dot on the map. And most of it is mountainous terrain. According to the terrain analysis, this path has steep slopes, dense vegetation, and several cliffs that require detours. So for Xiao Sidong to get there, it will take at least 3 to 4 days, the elder said, beginning to tap his fingers lightly on the table. That's the ideal scenario, academician Wang added. There's another problem. Her route will likely pass through the activity range of the Bear Country contestant Tatiana. There's a possibility of overlap between these two areas. The elder's fingers stopped. Trouble. Xiao Sidong was a fresh graduate and a novice, while Tatiana had already survived in the wilderness for several days. If they met, the outcome was almost a foregone conclusion. And we haven't sent a warning message to Xiao Sidong yet, the secretary interjected. There's a section of the path that's still uncharted. A brief silence fell over the meeting room. By the way, Xiao Sidong's case shows that contestants can carry equipment other than the limited tools seemingly limited only by their bodies. Academician Wang suggested, so in tonight's training video, we must instruct everyone to carry small tools like lighters and compasses in their pockets. The secretary quickly noted it down. Understood, I'll see to it. The elder nodded in agreement. First, send a message to Xiao Sidong. The blank spots on the map will be filled once she passes through them. In the live broadcast, Xiao Sidong is a young woman in her early 20s with well-defined features and clear eyes, wearing a coat. She sits by the fire, slightly unzipping her outerwear. She is wearing a thick, dark blue women's coat that looks quite ordinary, yet her pockets are stuffed with various items. This is because she prepared beforehand for the selection. The situation is as follows. Before the selection, the official announcement from the Dragon Kingdom stated that after the national fortune surpasses 200 points, an additional contestant would be drawn. Although the probability is low, the data from the contestants already selected shows a significantly higher proportion of young people around the age of 20. Xiao Sidong is 22 this year, fitting perfectly into that age range. When she saw this announcement, she was at home eating instant noodles. The broth almost spewed out of her nose. No way. I need to prepare a bit. She put down her chopsticks and began to think seriously. What if she got selected? As a professionally trained flight attendant, Xiao Sidong knew one principle. In critical situations, the survival rate of those who prepare in advance is more than 10 times higher than those who do not. So before the selection began, she did one thing. She turned the air conditioning in her home to the lowest setting and put on her thickest coat. In the coat pockets, she stuffed various items: a windproof lighter, a mini flashlight, a small roll of thin wire, a band-aid, and a small roll of medical tape, all sealed in a waterproof bag. Additionally, there was a reflective small round mirror that could be used to signal for help and dazzle wild beasts at critical moments. A whistle was attached to the buttonhole inside the coat. She also carried a thermos filled with hot water. Moreover, she wore a watch on her wrist. She was stuffed full, making a clattering sound as she walked like a moving general store. Then, with a swoosh, she was indeed selected. When Xiao Sidong opened her eyes, she found herself under the wilderness sky, gray and dim, with a flock of birds flying overhead. She lay on the ground stunned for about 3 seconds, then suddenly sat up. She checked herself. The coat was still there, and everything in her pockets was intact. Phew. She let out a long breath, her heart rate slowly decreasing from 150 beats per minute. Following the instructions from the training video, she immediately began to survey her surroundings, memorizing the terrain features. To the east was a triangular peak, to the west was a dry riverbed, and to the south stood a uniquely shaped large tree leaning as if it were an old man with a cane. The highest command of the Dragon Kingdom was able to scan these terrain data through her eyes, and they should be able to quickly analyze her location. But the problem was Sai. Why hadn't she received any news after being on the ground for so long? Xiao Sidong added a stick to the fire, and her stomach let out a loud growl. She took out the thermos from her coat pocket, unscrewed the lid, and took a small sip. The water was still warm, but there wasn't much left. As for food, she checked another pocket and found nothing. Where's the news? Where's the command center's message? Xiao Sidong muttered to the air, her tone a bit aggrieved. Although she had made full preparations, she realized she had overlooked the most important item: a compass. The training video stated clearly that new contestants would land within 50 kilometers of Jiang Han, and after landing, the official would send a message to guide them to the Jiang Han shelter, but without a compass, finding it would be quite challenging. The firelight illuminated her face, making her delicate features glow. Wow, why are there so many beauties near Jiangshan? Nonsense that Sato Ken isn't one of them. Why mention Sato Ken? That's bad luck. Exactly. Xiao Sitong, Tatiana, Mariana, and our own Xingxing, aren't they all beautiful? Wow, is Jiangshan participating in the national fortune survival game, or a beauty pageant? Maybe it's a food festival. Wild chives stir-fried with black bear meat, I want to eat that. A flight attendant. This profession must come with a survival halo, right? I remember the training for flight attendants is quite strict. Not really, flight attendant training isn't like special forces training. But the items she brought are genuinely useful: lighter, flashlight, wire, whistle. This preparation is too thorough. She prepared several days in advance. That's called being well prepared. Based on her intelligence, I believe she can survive. Somewhere in the wilderness on the way back to the camp, Jiang Han was walking when he suddenly halted. Damn, wait a minute. Where's today's game reward? Jiang Han stopped, searched his body up and down, and then looked at his backpack. Salt deer, antler fern, and tiger blood ginseng were all there, not a single item missing. After confirming he hadn't lost anything, he re-shouldered his backpack and continued walking with his axe. Yet he still felt a bit uneasy. Where's the system announcement? Where's the notice for return supplies? In the past, even digging up a taro would trigger a broadcast, but today, after finding so many good things, why is it silent? Game officials, are you stuck or something? Jiang Han whispered. The game did not respond to him. TCH. So tsundere. Jiang Han pouted and continued walking towards the camp. In the distance, he could already see the place where he had previously slaughtered the bison. The outline of that clearing was quite familiar. Just ahead was the camp. At that moment, Dragon Kingdom contestant Jiang Han obtained a tiger blood ginseng, rewarding the Dragon Kingdom with 462,000 tiger blood ginseng. Tiger blood ginseng over 3 years of growth has significant physical enhancement effects. Dragon Kingdom contestant Jiang Han obtained 2 pounds of deer antler fern, rewarding the Dragon Kingdom with 924,000 pounds of deer antler fern. Dragon Kingdom contestant Jiang Han obtained 26 pounds of rock salt, rewarding the Dragon Kingdom with 12,201,000 pounds of rock salt. 3 announcements popped up in quick succession, their sounds echoing across the wilderness. Jiang Han stood still, listening to the last announcement. He pouted, his face full of displeasure. Damn, do you have to wait until I'm worried to make the announcement? I thought you embezzled the rewards. Haha, Jiang Shen's reaction is killing me. Jiang Shen, game officials, are you pocketing the rewards? 462,000 tiger blood ginseng. Based on a population of 14 billion each person can get, let me calculate, about 1/3 of a ginseng. That doesn't seem like much. It's not calculated that way. These supplies are drawn after being returned by the national fortune multiplier, not distributed equally. But it can enhance physical fitness. This is even better than the century-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain. Damn, even if only 46,000 are drawn from 14 billion people, if each person's fitness is enhanced by 1 point, that's still a huge national quality improvement. I want to buy tiger blood ginseng. Is there a way to purchase it? I'm willing to pay 100,000. You wish? The country will definitely keep such good stuff for strategic reserves. Forget it. Reserve a ginseng first, price is negotiable. Jiang Shen, bless me to draw a tiger blood ginseng. I will set up an eternal tablet for you. The highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha ha. The elder laughed heartily, slamming his hand on the table, causing the teacup to bounce high and spill tea everywhere. This kid is really too. The elder struggled to find the right word to describe it, but couldn't find anything suitable after racking his brain. Academician Wang chimed in, it's too surprising. As for the tiger blood ginseng, the game officials have not disclosed its effects and no one knows about it. How did Jiang Han know it was useful? He pushed up his glasses, squinting. Unless he has acquired the ability to identify all plants in the elder nodded, his smile dimming slightly. You mean he has something akin to identification art? It's very likely, Academician Wang spoke quickly. Otherwise it wouldn't explain why he headed straight for the tiger blood ginseng. This isn't his first time in that area. He passed by before and didn't harvest it, but suddenly decided to today. This indicates that he has gained some new ability today, allowing him to know the use of a plant the moment he sees it. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. This ability. The secretary swallowed hard. It's too incredible. The elder waved his hand. Let's not discuss that for now. The distribution plan for the tiger blood ginseng follows the old rules. He looked at Academician Wang, speaking deliberately. Give 1 tiger blood ginseng to each of Jiang Han's family members. No need for a draw. The rest will go into storage and be distributed accordingly. Understood, Academician Wang nodded. The secretary beside him smirked, but remained silent. The old rules are the old rules, but it seems difficult to randomly select such a valuable item fairly. Jiang Han's parents and younger sister each received 1, which no one objected to. After all, it was Jiang Han who earned it. But for everyone else, ordinary people probably won't have a chance to get their hands on it. The secretary glanced at the elder, not daring to speak out further. In the wilderness, although Jiang Han had received his reward, he was still somewhat unhappy. Damn it. Game officials, if you're going to reward us, just do it. Why reveal the function of the tiger blood ginseng? Now everyone on Blue Star knows that it can enhance physical strength. This thing is a moving gold mine in the wilderness. Other countries' competitors will definitely go crazy trying to find it. What if some competitor from another country finds several and boosts their physical strength? That's not good news. Indeed, many countries on Blue Star are currently analyzing the footage of Jiang Han digging up the tiger blood. In the presidential office of the ugly country, an aide rushed in, clutching a stack of documents, sweat pouring from his forehead. Mr. President, after our frame-by-frame analysis of Jiang Han's footage combined with the growing habits of the tiger blood ginseng, We have summarized the general growing environment for this plant. He opened the documents. First, it grows in shaded areas with no more than 4 hours of sunlight per day. Second, the soil must be fertile with a humus layer over 10 centimeters thick. Third, it thrives in low-lying or gentle sloping terrains with good drainage, but not too dry. Fourth, it is often found near small water sources such as streams or seasonal water pools. Fifth, it is commonly seen in mixed forests, especially in the transitional zones between deciduous trees and shrubs. The golden-haired president sat in his office chair, chewing gum vigorously, his cheeks bulging. Which of our country's competitors are in such growing conditions? The aide flipped to the second page. Benjamin and Noah Smith are in the most likely area. There is a mixed forest near Benjamin's area with a small stream and a shaded valley. Noah's area is lower in elevation with moist soil and a rich variety of vegetation. The golden-haired president stood up, pacing back and forth in his office with his hands behind his back. The gum popped loudly as he chewed it. Then let's use 2 points of national fortune value to send each of them a message. He paused, gritted his teeth. One. Just one will do. His face twisted slightly. We currently have only 140 points of national fortune value. If we expend 2 points and find nothing, that would be a huge loss. The aide bowed his head. Understood, he'll take care of it right away. A similar scene was playing out simultaneously in the highest command centers of many countries around the world. Every country was torn. Should they share the growing environment and appearance description of the tiger blood ginseng with their competitors? If they don't share, what if there really is some nearby? That would be a treasure capable of enhancing physical strength. What would happen if someone else dug it up? If they do share, what if nothing is found? Accumulating national fortune value isn't easy. Wasting a bit feels painful. Most country leaders opted for a conservative strategy. Observe first, then act. After all, national fortune value isn't just blown in by the wind, it's hard-earned, and using a little means having less. Dragon Kingdom citizen, is it really that hard to accumulate national fortune value? I don't think it's that difficult, though I've already got over 300. Ha. In the camp at around 4 in the afternoon. From a distance, Lin Wanqing spotted Jiang Han's figure appearing on the hillside. Jiang Shun. Lin Wanqing threw her axe aside and stood up, running towards Jiang Han. Her foot injury hadn't fully healed, so she was limping a bit while running, but her speed was still impressive. When she reached Jiang Han, without saying a word, she jumped up and wrapped her arms around his neck, giving him a peck on the cheek. You're back. Her voice was filled with obvious joy. Jiang Han tilted his head slightly from the kiss, smiling him back. Lin Wanqing released her grip, naturally taking the axe from Jiang Han's hands, then tried to grab his backpack. As soon as she lifted it, she exclaimed, "It's so heavy. What did you carry that is so heavy?" Jiang Han patted the backpack. Good stuff. We'll talk about it when we get back. The two of them walked into the camp one after another. The camp hadn't changed much since Jiang Han left. The only difference was that the machete was now polished to a shine, resting against the shelter's entrance, its blade glinting in the sunlight. Jiang Han set down the backpack and pulled out the tiger blood ginseng and the young shoots of the deer antler fern, handing them to Lin Wanqing. Xing, take this ginseng and the shoots to wash them clean. We'll use them for cooking later. Lin Wanqing took them, her eyes widening. Wow, is this the tiger blood ginseng? She had heard the game announcement earlier and knew it could enhance physical strength. She held the tiger blood ginseng and inspected it several times. Yes, go wash it clean. Jiang Han patted her head. We'll just boil it in water tonight. The shoots will be used to stir fry with beef. He walked over to the stove and glanced at the beef hanging there. He had been smoking it for the past few days without salting it. It was still edible now, but it might spoil in a few days. Okay. Lin Wanqing replied, cheerfully bouncing off towards the creek like a happy little rabbit. Jiang Han walked to the entrance of the shelter and picked up the machete, examining it. The blade had been sharpened, its silver surface reflecting a cold, fierce light under the sun. Jiang Han gently scraped the edge with his thumb, testing its sharpness. Quite good. Though it wasn't a treasure blade capable of slicing through iron, its sharpness was more than sufficient for chopping branches and cutting meat. Jiang Han placed the machete back in its original position and turned to the bushes, selecting several sturdy long branches from the iron thorn bush he had cut yesterday, laying them down on the ground. His backpack was already stuffed with over 20 pounds of salt, filled to the brim. However, the items needed at the campsite were increasing: charcoal, iron blocks, or food animal hides. Relying solely on the backpack was insufficient. Furthermore, with limited capacity in the backpack, he planned to switch to a larger one when he went out next. Thus, he needed a carrying basket. Jiang Han first chose 6 of the thickest, similarly sized branches, arranging them in a crisscross pattern on the ground to form the framework of the basket. Then he took a thin branch, beginning to wind it around from the center outward in circles to secure it. Weaving a basket seemed simple to watch, but was quite demanding on the fingers, especially since he was using iron thorn bush whose hardness far exceeded that of bamboo. Every branch had to be bent with force, and each circle had to be pulled tight, otherwise the resulting basket would be loose and unable to carry heavy items. Jiang Han's fingers quickly turned red, yet he did not stop. After securing the framework, he began weaving from the bottom up. One branch pressed over another, alternating up and down with clear vertical and horizontal lines. The branches of the iron thornbush creaked in his hands. The viewers in the live stream watched him work with comments flooding the screen. Jiang Han's skills are wasted not participating in Survivor Wilderness. But he is surviving in the wilderness. It's different. That is a show. This is life or death. This plant is truly amazing. Its branches can be woven into baskets, and its bark can be twisted into ropes. It's simply a universal material for the wilderness. Jiang Han, I may not weave beautiful things, but as long as they are durable, that's enough. Once this basket is finished, it can probably hold 50 pounds. Jiang Han's fingers are all red. Oh, just looking at them hurts. Around 6 o'clock, he had just begun to complete the weaving of the bottom. A square base, approximately 40 centimeters on each side, tightly woven, pressing down on it with his hand, did not yield to movement. Jiang Han paused, shaking his aching fingers as he looked at the sky. The sun had already shifted westward, its orange light dyeing half the sky red, and the campsite was starting to... He stood up and walked to the stove, taking a bit of beef tallow left over from yesterday and placing it in the iron pot to heat it up, then began cutting the beef. The beef was smoked, its surface dark, but once cut open it revealed a red interior, exuding a rich, smoky aroma indicating it was not spoiled. Jiang Han sliced the beef into thin pieces, then used the machete to cut the tender shoots of the deerhorn fern into segments, smashed some garlic, and chopped wild chives. Lin Wanqing, having washed the tiger blood ginseng and deerhorn fern, ran over to stand beside him, her eyes fixed intently on the knife in Jiang Han's hand. "What are you looking at?" Jiang Han asked. "Watching you cook," Lin Wanqing replied confidently. "I have to learn, otherwise when you go out I won't be able to prepare anything at the campsite myself." "Then just watch," Jiang Han smiled. "I'll teach you." He placed the iron pot on the stove, added some firewood to the fire pit, the flames licking the bottom of the pot, and the tallow quickly melted, making a sizzling sound. Before stir-frying, the pot needs to be heated and the oil should be heated until it slightly smokes. That way the meat won't stick when it goes in, Jiang Han explained as he operated. The beef should go in first, stir-fry until it changes color and turns lightly golden, then add the vegetables. Jiang Han worked quickly, stirring a few times before serving the vegetables. As for the tiger blood ginseng, he brought a pot of water to a boil, placed the whole ginseng inside, covered it, and let it simmer on low heat. After a while, the fragrant aroma of the ginseng wafted from the pot, carrying a faint medicinal scent. It wasn't strong, but very pleasant. Jiang Han handed the cooked tiger blood ginseng broth and all to Lin Wanqing. "You eat this." Lin Wanqing glanced at the tiger blood ginseng, then at Jiang Han, quickly shaking her head. No, Jiang Shen, you are the main fighting force. You should eat this." "I'm just a novice. That would be a waste for me to eat it." "It's not a waste," Jiang Han reassured her. "You need to have the strength to protect yourself too." "How could it not be a waste? You go out every day to hunt, explore, chop wood, and carry things. You need this more than I do," Lin Wanqing insisted firmly. But Jiang Han's tone was even more resolute. He had a system and many ways to increase his combat power. Any one of them was faster than a single piece of tiger blood ginseng. But Lin Wanqing was different. She was just a novice without any golden fingers or special abilities. Even staying alone at the campsite could pose dangers. What if a wild beast came by one day? What if competitors from other countries ambushed her? Jiang Han couldn't stay by her side 24 hours a day. Helping her grow stronger, even if just a little, was a responsibility to Long Country. "I've already eaten." "You eat," Jiang Han said calmly. Lin Wanqing looked into Jiang Han's tranquil eyes, suddenly feeling a bit emotional. She knew Jiang Han hadn't eaten. If Jiang Han had eaten, the game report would have indicated 2 pieces instead of 1. Crying Jiang Shun is too good to Xingxing. Xingxing has gone from hell to heaven. She was wandering in the wilderness yesterday, and today someone is making her ginseng soup. I envy Xingxing so much. I want to drink tiger blood ginseng soup too. But I wonder if I can draw the tiger blood ginseng that qualifies for the lottery. Dream on. The odds of getting it are lower than winning the lottery. Lin Wanqing held the bowl, her head bowed, tears dripping into the soup. She was not someone who cried easily. After walking in the wilderness for 3 days, her blisters had burst and reformed. Without tears, her calves were swollen like radishes, and she didn't cry. Curled up alone under a tree at night, listening to the howls of distant beasts, she still didn't cry. But at this moment she cried. "Don't cry." Jiang Han patted her head, deciding to tease her a bit. "If you keep crying, the soup won't be effective." "Huh." Lin Wanqing broke into a smile, wiping her tears with her sleeve, her head lowered as she sipped the ginseng soup slowly. After finishing the soup, she ate the thoroughly cooked ginseng, leaving not a single hair behind. At this point, Jiang Han brought over the stir-fried beef and tender shoots of the deerhorn fern, and the two of them began to eat, alternating bites by the fire. The smoky flavor of the beef was rich, and the tender shoots of the deerhorn fern were crisp and refreshing. Combined with the saltiness, it was a delicacy in the wilderness. Delicious, Lin Wanqing said indistinctly as she chewed on the deer horn fern. Jiang Han smiled. Of course, from now on, please call me Jiang, the wilderness god of war, the wilderness gourmet Han. So vain. Just after finishing the meal, Lin Wanqing suddenly felt her nose itch. She reached up to touch it. Her fingers were smeared with red. Jiang Chun. Her voice trembled slightly. I have a nosebleed. Jiang Han looked up and indeed saw 2 streams of red trickling from Lin Wanqing's nostrils flowing down her upper lip, looking somewhat alarming. What happened? Jiang Han quickly set down his chopsticks and leaned over to take a look. Lin Wanqing tilted her head back, pinching her nose, and said in a muffled voice, It's nothing. It might be because the tiger blood ginseng was too nourishing. It must be too nourishing. Ginsengs are mostly warming herbs. Star, you're too weak to handle the nourishment. Your constitution can't bear a whole tiger blood ginseng. Having a nosebleed is better than being eaten by a wild beast. This nourishment can be managed. When Jiang Shun said not to eat earlier, I guess Star would overdo it. It's nothing. A little nosebleed won't kill anyone. It will be fine in a couple of days. Jiang Han also figured it was due to Lin Wanqing being too weak to handle the nourishment. Her constitution was originally not strong, and suddenly consuming a tiger blood ginseng that enhances attributes was too much for her body to adapt. You sit still, lean your head forward, and don't tilt it back, Jiang Han said while rummaging through the first aid kit, rolling some gauze into a small ball and stuffing it into Lin Wanqing's nostril. Pinch your nostrils and hold it for 5 minutes. Lin Wanqing obediently followed his instructions, pinching her nose and sitting there with a piece of white gauze stuffed in her nostril, looking like a wronged child. Jiang Han wanted to laugh at her, but felt it was somewhat unkind, so he held it in. After Lin Wanqing returned to the bed in the shelter to rest, Jiang Han sat alone in front of the fire, continuing to weave a backpack. The sun set, and the last orange hue in the sky disappeared below the horizon, turning the sky into a deep blue with stars twinkling one by one. In the camp, there was only the light of the campfire and the crunching sound of Jiang Han rubbing the branches together. He wove slowly but with great diligence. Each branch had to be tightened, every intersection aligned. There could be no gaps, or the backpack would deform when carrying heavy items. It was unclear how late it was, but the backpack was finally finished. After completing it, Jiang Han held the backpack up and examined it under the firelight. The shape was irregular and the surface was not smooth, with broken ends of branches and splinters everywhere, resembling a handmade item from a primitive tribe. These details were unimportant. What mattered was that it was large in capacity and durable. This backpack should be able to hold around 70 to 80 pounds without any issues. Jiang Han placed the backpack at the entrance of the shelter, stood up, and stretched with his bones cracking. Lin Wanqing had already fallen asleep, her breathing steady. The gauze stuffed in her nose had been removed at some point, leaving a dried blood streak on her face. Jiang Han quietly slipped into the shelter, laid down beside her, and pulled the bear skin over himself. The bear skin had become much softer after Lin Wanqing had rubbed it in the afternoon, feeling warm against him. The next morning, as dawn broke, there was movement in the camp. Jiang Han was awakened by Lin Wanqing's hair brushing against him. This girl was restless in her sleep, tossing and turning. He didn't know when her head had nestled into his embrace, her long hair spreading across his face, tickling him. He looked down and saw Lin Wanqing still with her eyes closed, breathing evenly, a faint smile on her face, seemingly lost in a good dream. Jiang Han did not move, just lay there staring blankly at the wooden beams above the shelter. After about 10 minutes, Lin Wanqing also woke up. She opened her eyes and realized she was hanging onto Jiang Han in an extremely awkward position. She was momentarily stunned, and then her face flushed bright red. "Good morning," she said softly, her voice muffled. Hey, she was actually a bit shy. "Good morning." Jiang Han smiled. After getting up, Lin Wanqing shared some good news with Jiang Han. "Jiang Shin, I feel like my calf is all better." She bent down to touch the previously injured spot, then jumped twice. "And today I feel especially good, not sleepy at all, full of energy." Jiang Han, who was adding water to the pot, laughed upon hearing this. "Haha, it seems the tiger blood ginseng is working. Though the improvement is not much for someone like Lin Wanqing with a weaker base attribute, the difference is quite noticeable. Yesterday she was limping, and today she could jump." Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up as she hugged Jiang Han from behind, her face pressed against his back. "So today can I go out with you?" Jiang Han shook his head while adding firewood to the stove. "No, Star, you need to stay in the camp to ensure the chimney. We still have teammates who haven't arrived." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing smacked her lips, but said nothing. Having spent 2 nights with Jiang Han, she honestly did not wish for other teammates to come. Just the 2 of them was great, no one to disturb them, no need to share a bed, and no worry about someone stealing her spot. If another person came, how would the 3 of them sleep? But she also understood that such a significant matter as national survival was not something she could decide on a whim. That newly arrived contestant from Longwa was struggling alone in the wilderness. They needed that column of smoke for guidance and Jiang Han's protection. Hearing this, Lin Wanqing released her grip and silently squatted down to help Jiang Han with the fire. Breakfast was simple compressed biscuits broken in half, one piece for each, paired with hot water to make do with a meal. After eating, Lin Wanqing brushed the biscuit crumbs off her hands, looked up at Jiang Han. Jiang Shan assigned me a task. What should I do in the camp today? This girl, doesn't she see there's still so much to handle in the camp? Jiang Han slapped his forehead and began counting on his fingers. Chop would make charcoal, find clay to make pottery, make brick blanks, build a new stove, dig a deep pit for a toilet, level the nearby ground to prevent slipping in the rain, and make ropes. Stop. Lin Wanqing crossed her hands. Are you trying to kill me? The viewers in the live stream were also amused by the two. Ha, Jiang Shan is treating Star like a peasant worker. Star, I said I had nothing to do, and you give me so many tasks. I said I couldn't keep up, and you complain I'm not working. Jiang Shan has a typical capitalist mindset, exploiting people to the bone. Star, you see no work, but now that Jiang Shan assigns you work, you complain it's too much. What do you want? Star, I want to go out with you. The truth comes out upstairs. Jiang Han thought for a moment and rearranged the priorities. Prioritize. First, make pottery. This is currently what we need the most. We lack pots, bowls, and plates, and it will likely enhance our national luck value. Lin Wanqing nodded seriously. Second, chop some trees to bring back. We don't have much firewood left in the camp, and we'll need wood for the furnace to make charcoal. Third, make ropes. This task can be done sitting on the ground, and is the least physically demanding. You can do it whenever you have spare time. Lin Wanqing listened, and her expression at last shifted from him going to be exhausted to death to something closer to this. Does not seem so much. Firing pottery. She blinked. I like this. But how do you do it? I do not know how to fire clay. Jiang Han crouched, scooping a handful of earth from the ground. The first thing about pottery is the clay itself. Not every kind of dirt can be used to make pottery. You need something adhesive, fine-grained, and with little sand or organic matter. Jiang Han rubbed the soil in his hand. You can divide soils into three types: sandy soil, loam, and clay. Sandy soil has coarse particles and falls apart the moment you squeeze it, so it cannot hold shape in a kiln. A loam sits between the two and is barely usable, but pottery fired from it tends to crack. True clay has the finest particles and a smooth, slippery feel, and if you squeeze it hard, it will not crumble. Only that can be fired into pottery. Lin Wanqing listened stunned. What does that kind of soil usually look like? Where can you find it? Clay is generally found in low-lying spots, riverbanks, or the hollows on slopes. The darker the color, the better. Gray-black, deep brown, or dark red are all fine. They contain fewer impurities. If you see soil that is hard when dry, but becomes slick like soap when wet, chances are it is clay. Lin Wanqing's eyes shone with admiration. Wow, Jiang Shan, you are amazing. You know everything. Oh, just modest, Jiang Han said, shouldering his basket, fixing his axe at his waist, and slinging his bow over his shoulder. He'll be off now. Go and come back soon. Lin Wanqing waved to him from the camp entrance. Haha, world third is too humble. Yes, I say Jiang Shan is the world's #1. Jiang Shan, you found salt yesterday. Does that mean today you should hunt a large beast? Jiang Shan can certainly do it. These days it's just bad luck not to encounter one. Once he meets one, it's starting with either a bear or a wild ox. Poor Zhong Jingxiao, his leg is injured, and now he can only poke at bird eggs with a bamboo pole to eat. It's painful to watch Zhong Jingxiao over there. Both are Longwood contestants. Why is the gap so big? Don't say such things. Everyone has their fate. Let's just give him more encouragement. To be fair, Zhong Jingxiao actually has better resources than Jiang Shan and Yi Shun. There are bamboo groves, and it's much easier for him to build shelters. In the wilderness, Jiang Han hummed a tune as he walked upstream along the creek. His exploration route formed the rough shape of the character pin. The day before yesterday, he went east, yesterday west, and today, he planned to follow the creek upward. Once this route was fully explored, only the far bank of the creek would remain unchecked around the camp. The creek's upper reaches were narrower than its lower, and the vegetation on both banks grew denser. Tall canopy trees blotting out the sun let spears of light fall through leaf gaps, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Jiang Han walked slowly, scanning the surrounding plants with his true eye. After about 20 minutes, he noticed a clump of bluish mushrooms under a large tree. Their caps resembled little umbrellas, the edges slightly curled. The mushrooms were called blue umbrella mushrooms lan sangu. They are fungi, non-toxic though difficult to digest raw, and are of common rarity. When dried and boiled in soup, they taste rich and can act as a natural flavor enhancer. Containing abundant amino acids, with long-term consumption, they offer a slight gradual improvement in constitution. Fresh slices applied externally can soothe the itch of insect bites for 2 to 3 hours. Ordinary vegetables. Keep them better than nothing. Jiang Han crouched, harvested all the blue umbrella mushrooms, wrapped them in large leaves, and placed them in his basket. Not far further along the creek, he found an unfamiliar herbaceous plant, an erect stem, heart-shaped leaves with dark red veins that stood out like blood vessels in the sunlight. The plant was named blood pattern herb Shu Wen Chao. It is an herbaceous medicinal plant non-toxic and rare. It usually grows in cracks in rocks through which water flows. Its roots secrete a substance that promotes the regeneration of hemoglobin. When the whole plant is boiled and drunk as a decoction, it can enhance the blood's oxygen-carrying capacity, permanently increasing the endurance attribute by 0.5 points. The effect is strongest on first use and diminishes thereafter with a cumulative cap of 2 points. Note this plant closely resembles a poisonous counterpart called fake blood pattern herb. The genuine Shu Wen Chao has dark red veins and a smooth texture. The fake has bright red veins and a slightly hairy touch. Be absolutely sure before consuming. Jiang Han's eyes lit up. Endurance attribute. His strength, speed, and constitution had improved considerably, but endurance had not budged. This had been a source of worry for him. Now the blood pattern herb had appeared. Half a point of endurance was not much, but small gains add up. Jiang Han carefully uprooted the plants, their roots still clinging to wet soil. After pulling them up, he wrapped each in several layers of large leaves and gently placed them at the very bottom of his basket, afraid of crushing them. One by one, he collected 7 specimens of the blood pattern herb. Just as Jiang Han stowed all the herbs in his basket, the game's broadcast exploded through the sky. Longwa contestant Jiang Han obtained Blue Umbrella Mushroom 1.6 gene, rewarding Longwa with 9140 gene of Blue Umbrella Mushrooms. Longwa contestant Jiang Han obtained 7 blood pattern herbs, rewarding Longwa with 400 plants. Blood pattern herb, a rare medicinal plant. Boiling the whole herb into a decoction increases blood oxygen carrying capacity and permanently raises endurance. The initial ingestion yields the best effect, which then diminishes. Each individual plant can provide at most 2 points of endurance. Be careful to distinguish it from the poisonous fake blood pattern herb. Upon hearing the announcement, Jiang Han's mouth twitched. Here we go again. It revealed all the functions of the good things I found. The game's administrators are doing free science outreach for the whole of launching. Jiang Han muttered to himself with a hint of helplessness. Next time I find something, could they not broadcast it? Let other contestants try things and learn for themselves. Ha ha, Jiang Shen's expression is killing me. Jiang Shen game admins, if you tell everyone what I find again, it'll be furious with you. There's nothing to be done, it's the game's rule. Finding rare resources must be announced across the server. Blood pattern herb. Boosts endurance. Longwa is about to take off. For million blood pattern herbs after being returned according to the national coefficient and distributed across the country will not amount to much for each individual, but if concentrated for use by the army or athletes, the effect will be obvious. Jiang Shen has opened a medicinal repository for Longwa tiger blood ginseng, for fortifying constitution blood pattern herb for endurance. What can he not find? I hereby announce the establishment of Longwa's Wilderness Medicinal Bureau with Jiang Han as director. In truth, when Jiang Han left this morning, he had planned that besides gathering plants, he hoped to encounter 1 or 2 large animals. Now that they had salt, slaughtering and curing a few large beasts would provide enough preserved meat to see them through a winter without worrying about food. However, reality did not align with his wishes. Throughout the journey, he encountered no large animals. The largest living creatures were the wild geese flying overhead. A flock flew over his head in AV formation, honking as they headed south. Jiang Han looked up at the geese's hand, instinctively reaching for his bow and arrow. Shooting one could provide food for several days. However, his archery skills had not yet reached the level where he could shoot down a wild goose flying in the sky. Jiang Han tried to gauge the angle and distance, but ultimately gave up. There was simply no way to reach that distance. Even if he managed to shoot, the arrow would lose its strength by the time it reached the geese. In the end, he could only watch as the geese flew farther and farther away, eventually becoming mere black dots on the horizon. Ha ha, it seems there are things even the god of Jiang cannot handle. God of Jiang, I can fight tigers and kill wild bulls, but I cannot shoot down wild geese. So what? Why don't you shoot them down, people of the Dragon Kingdom? Isn't wild goose meat delicious? Get lost, pickled cabbage people. Have your contestants caught any rabbits yet? Exactly, a contestant from the pickled cabbage country chased a rabbit for 5 kilometers yesterday, but the rabbit escaped into a hole. It was hilarious. The god of Jiang is already quite versatile. Oh, don't ask for too much. The one who can shoot wild geese is Ho-E, not Jiang Han. Since he couldn't encounter large animals, Jiang Han decided to focus on the ground, walking while looking for suitable clay for pottery. He stepped on the mud beneath his feet, prying open the surface with a machete to inspect the color underneath. Some were too sandy and yellow, others too light, and some were cracked too severely. While he was squatting down digging through the mud, a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, Tan Nana, successfully produced paper, unlocking a milestone in civilization evolution, rewarding the Dragon Kingdom with 20 national fortune. Jiang Han's hands froze. Tan Nana, the one who was digging cassava, producing paper. He suddenly stood up and looked toward the direction he thought Tan Nana was in. Though he could see nothing, his expression said it all: shock and admiration. He suddenly stood up and looked toward the direction he thought Tan was in. Though he could see nothing, his expression said it all: shock. In a certain wild area of the Dragon Kingdom at Tan campsite. Though it was called a campsite, it was just a makeshift shelter made of branches and leaves beneath a large tree, barely capable of keeping out the rain. The ground was covered with dry grass and tree bark with cassava peels, and several fruit shells cracked open with stones scattered nearby. Tan squatted on the ground facing a small pit made of stones which contained a grayish-white paste. She had been bored for several days. Ever since she dug up more than 100 pounds of cassava, her food supply was basically resolved. Cassava can be stored for several weeks as long as it isn't peeled. Every day she roasted 2 or 3 cassavas paired with some wild vegetables and creek water. It kept her from starving, but she still did not feel full. The problem was, she was so bored. She felt her combat power was roughly equivalent to that of an angry rabbit, let alone killing wild bulls. She couldn't even catch a wild rabbit. Thus, she could only stay near the campsite, too afraid to wander far. No phone, no books, no one to talk to. In the wilderness, aside from the wind, birds, and creek water, there was nothing. Feeling restless, she started to ponder. What could she do? A few days ago, she had heard Jiang Han's system announcement about constructing a level 1 shelter, smelting iron and forging iron weapons, and an idea struck her. Since Jiang Han could make iron, could she not produce paper? Producing paper is just about mashing plant fibers, adding adhesive, flattening, and drying right. Although Tan was not an academic genius, she had watched documentaries and knew the general process of ancient papermaking. She couldn't remember the details, but she was on the right track. So she began her preparations. The first step was to find raw materials. She first pulled up a large bundle of grass from the bushes around the campsite and stripped a lot of tree bark from trees, especially from the thick bark trees with long fibers. The grass and tree bark mixed together weighed about 10 pounds. The second step was to crush them. Without tools, she used a flat stone as a cutting board and found a round stone as a hammer, placing the grass and tree bark on the stone to smash them down one after another. This process lasted a full 2 days. Her hands developed blisters, yet Tan gritted her teeth and kept smashing. When tired, she would rest for a while and then continue. The third step was to soak it in water. She collected the crushed pulp, placed it in a small pit, and added water to allow the fibers to fully absorb and swell. She spent an entire afternoon digging that pit. Her hands were worn raw. The fourth step was to prepare adhesive. She remembered that papermaking required the addition of some adhesive to help the fibers stick together better. Without natural plant glue, she substituted cassava starch, smashing the cassava and boiling it with water to make a paste, which she poured into the pulp pit and mixed thoroughly. The grayish-white pulp soaked in the pit looked like a thick porridge, glistening with a murky sheen. The fifth step was to form it. Tan crafted a small net using the tree bark cord she had twisted. Though it was called a net, it was actually a rectangular coarse sieve. She layered several layers of tree bark fibers on the net's surface, barely able to hold the pulp. She submerged the small net into the pulp pit, gently shaking it to allow the pulp to spread evenly over the net surface. Then, carefully lifting it, the excess liquid flowed through the netting, leaving a thin layer of pulp on the surface. The final step was to dry it. Tan found a flat stone, washed it clean with creek water, and inverted the net onto the stone. The pulp fell from the net damp and sticking to the stone's surface, resembling a grayish-white thin pancake. She carefully smoothed the pulp with her hands, pressing down the thicker areas and squeezing out any bubbles. Then she stood by and watched, not daring to move. After an unknown period, some moisture evaporated from the pulp's surface, and the color changed from grayish-white to light gray, feeling not wet, but slightly sticky to the touch. Just then, a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, Tan successfully manufactured paper, unlocking a milestone in civilization evolution, rewarding the Dragon Kingdom with 20 national fortune. Tan was stunned. She stared at the still wet pulp, her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Then, while she threw her tools into the air, jumping 3 feet high, nearly stepping into the pulp pit as she landed. It really works. It really works. Producing paper is truly possible. What about the tools? What tools? What are tools for? Those things are useless. Tools were made for producing paper. Now that the paper was already made, she wouldn't use them a second time, so she just tossed them on the ground. Then she flopped down beside the large stone, staring at the half-dry paper with eyes bright as stars. This is the first piece of paper that Tan has ever created in her life, as well as the first piece of paper in the National Fortune survival game. Although this piece of paper is rough and gray, uneven in thickness, and filled with tiny fragments of grass and black specks of impurities, it is soft and brittle, easily crumbling with a gentle fold, having poor water absorption and prone to smudging. The surface is uneven and lacks toughness, easily damaged with a little force, feeling dry and coarse to the touch. The quality is poor indeed, very poor. But so what? Just tell me, is this not paper? Tan Nana was extremely happy holding this inferior piece of paper, and the little person in her heart couldn't help but sing a joyous song. In the supreme command of the Dragon Nation, an elder was holding a teacup looking at the data report just about to sip, when he heard the Dragon Nation participant Tan Nana has successfully produced paper. PFFF, the tea sprayed all over the table. The elder, forgetting to wipe his mouth, suddenly stood up. How much? 20%. The voice of Academician Wang had changed from a normal volume to a shout. 20%. Tan Nana, making paper. How did she think of that? The secretary murmured beside him, completely stunned. Did she really succeed? The Supreme Command had of course been aware of Tan Nana's intentions from the very moment she began to produce paper, but they did not expect that she would succeed so quickly. Don't worry about how she thought of it. Academician Wang had already started frantically pressing the calculator, his fingers moving so fast they could spark. Today our national fortune value should be 338, minus a little for sending a message to Qiao Sitong, then increased by 20, which makes it 404. The elder's hand trembled slightly, a result of excitement. 400 points. Since the start of the National Fortune Survival game, no country has ever reached this. Is it possible? The elder was about to ask if another participant would be added, but had only spoken 3 words. The Dragon Nation becomes the first country to break 400 points in national fortune value, qualifying for the dispatch of another participant. Haha, just as I thought. Academician Wang slammed the calculator down on the table, his laughter echoing throughout the command. The secretary slapped his thigh. 13 people. The Dragon Nation will have 13 participants. Other countries have only a little over 100 points, with a gap of more than double. We are no longer in the same league. Hearing this, the elder's mouth slowly curled into a smile, and then his laughter grew louder and more boisterous, shaking the windows of the office. In the Dragon Nation's live streaming room, the bullet comments could no longer be described as crazy. Tan Nana, Koi girl, I love you. Making paper. This is paper. A milestone of human civilization. Jiang Han, smelting iron. Nana, making paper. The Dragon Nation is about to embark on a cultural renaissance in the wilderness. What about bronze? What about gunpowder? What about printing? The 4 great inventions of the Dragon Nation are about to be gathered in this game. I declare Tan Nana is the strongest brain in the wilderness of the Dragon Nation. Who said before that Tan Nana was lucky to dig more than 100 pounds of cassava and just lay flat? Has she really laid flat? She's making paper. The Koi girl is not just about luck, she has real skills. 20 slaps. Another 20 slaps. The Dragon Nation's national fortune has reached 400. Did you see that? The Ugly Nation, are we still playing in the mud while the Dragon Nation has already started making paper? Hundreds of millions of Dragon Nation netizens flooded into Tan Nana's live stream at the same time. In Tan Nana's live stream, a piece of light, gray, half-dry pulp was spread out on a stone. Tan Nana herself squatted beside it, resting her chin on her hands, staring at the piece of paper with a silly smile, as if admiring a world-famous painting. Nana, you're amazing. Koi girl, I want to give birth to Koi for you. Tan Nana, I was just bored and playing around. How did I end up making paper? Look at her silly smiling face. Ha ha ha, it's too cute. Nana, why don't you flip it over? The pulp needs to be dried on both sides. If you flip it, it will crack. Don't give random orders if you don't understand. No matter what, from today on, Tan Nana is my new goddess. Jiang Han temporarily stepped down. Jiang Han, what did I do wrong? Near the campsite, Lin Wanqing was squatting by the creek, digging mud, her hands covered in black clay, with a few streaks of mud on her face, looking like a little flower cat. Upon hearing the system announcement, she was first taken aback, then, she jumped up, the clump of mud in her hand flying far away, almost hitting her own face. Making paper. 20%. Lin Wanqing twirled around several times on the spot, her smile brighter than the sun. We have a new teammate in the Dragon Nation. After being excited for a few seconds, she suddenly calmed down and quickened her speed in digging mud. If making paper is possible, then firing pottery must also be possible. She bit her lip, digging the soil with more effort. I need to hurry, otherwise someone else will get ahead. She didn't want the honor of being the first to make pottery, which Jiang Han taught her, to be snatched away. In the Prime Minister's office of the Ugly Nation, a gloomy atmosphere pervaded the office. Everyone had their heads down. No one dared to look at the Prime Minister's face. The Prime Minister of the Ugly Nation sat in his chair, his hands crossed over his forehead, motionless like a stone statue. The Chief of Staff cautiously spoke. Your Excellency, the national fortune of the Dragon Nation has surpassed 400 points, and they will have 13 participants, while we have only 9. I know. The Prime Minister's voice was hoarse, like it had been rubbed against sandpaper. Moreover, the Dragon Nation has continuously unlocked multiple milestones of civilization: iron weapons, iron farming tools, and papermaking. We are still stuck at. I know. If this continues, the gap will only grow. I said I know. The Prime Minister suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, sweeping the documents off the table. The papers scattered in the air like a flock of startled white birds. The office was silent, only the sound of papers rustling as they landed could be heard. After a long silence, the Prime Minister finally spoke again. Now what I want is a solution. A solution. A group of people exchanged glances. The ugly nation's participants had not yet completely resolved the food issue. How could anyone go smelt iron or make paper? In the White House of the ugly nation, the golden-haired president sat in his office chair, his expression no longer one of anger, but rather an exhaustion that seemed to emanate from his bones. Dragon Nation. 400 points. His voice was low, as if speaking to himself. Vice President Qianxi stood beside him, his face equally grave, and our national fortune is 147 points. That's a difference of about 260 points. The golden-haired president closed his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose. They add 12 points to their national fortune every day, and next will be 13. We add 10 points each day. Even if we do nothing, this gap will only widen. What the hell? The advisor cautiously spoke. Mr. President, the success of Tan Nana in papermaking signifies one thing. The rewards for milestones in civilization are immensely generous, and they do not require participants to possess great martial strength. Any contestant, as long as they can find the correct method, has the potential to contribute significantly to the nation's fortune. The golden-haired president opened his eyes and looked at the advisor. Are you suggesting we let our contestants try these as well? Yes, Mr. President. The advisor took a deep breath. Pottery, bronze, glass wells. Any of these could be milestones in civilization. As long as our contestants can complete any one of them, they will receive substantial rewards for the nation's fortune. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired president fell silent. He stood up and paced back and forth in his office, the carpet making muffled sounds with each step. But Qianxi hesitated. Our contestants are currently still addressing basic survival issues: food, water, shelter. They lack the resources to engage in these complex crafts. Another advisor agreed. Indeed, although Benjamin is very strong, he spends most of his time hunting. Noah is the same. After Emma was injured, she became even less mobile. We have no contestants who can match Jiang Han, who possesses both martial prowess and skills along with the time to spare. The golden-haired president's footsteps halted. What the hell? There have been so many survival shows at home. Why can't we do it in the nation's survival program? The contestant from Ugly Country, Benjamin, shot a blue sheep, earning Ugly Country 5160 blue sheep of the same weight. Just as the group fell into anxiety, the game announcement sounded. Upon hearing the announcement, the golden-haired president's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha. Changing from his earlier fatigue and frustration, he slammed the table. Isn't this it? He pointed at Benjamin's image on the screen, speaking rapidly. Benjamin. He has meat now. Food is free. Next step, let him make pottery, smelt bronze, dig wells, and produce glass. Let him try. Let him try all of them. Qianxi and the advisors exchanged glances, their eyes meeting in the air, both recognizing the dilemma on each other's faces. Can such things be easily attempted? Making pottery requires clay, a kiln, and temperature control. Smelting bronze requires copper or tin or precise ratios and high-temperature melting. Digging a well requires tools, knowledge of water levels, and digging several meters deep. Producing glass requires sand, alkali, and temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Each project requires a massive amount of energy and time, and the likelihood of failure is extremely high. What if it doesn't succeed? Wouldn't it all be in vain? However, the golden-haired president currently had very high prestige, and no one dared to voice dissent. Qianxi was the first to speak, his tone very cautious. Rashly sending Benjamin to craft things does carry some risk, but if your excellency decides to proceed, I will fully support it. The advisors quickly followed suit. Me too. The others present nodded in agreement. Me too. Me too. Me too. The golden-haired president nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Han is already preparing for pottery, and Benjamin clearly won't have enough time. Let's start with the others. Bronze, glass wells, let's try all three. If he can't manage alone, we can call on other contestants to assist. I refuse to believe that with so many people in Ugly Country, we can't handle a survival challenge for the nation. A moment later, in a wild area, Benjamin was crouched on the ground, just having eviscerated the blue sheep, literally digging its heart out. He had chased this blue sheep for a whole morning, panting heavily, but now that he had meat, everything was worth it. Moments later, he received a message from the White House. What the hell? Benjamin stared at the message, dumbfounded. He crouched beside the blue sheep, his hands covered in blood, dirt, and sweat on his face, and the question marks in his mind were more numerous than the stars in the sky. Bronze. What will I use to smelt it? Where is the copper ore? Even if I find copper ore, how do I refine it? What container will hold the molten copper? Glass. I have sand, but do you know how high the temperature needs to be to make glass? 1,500 or 600 degrees. Higher than smelting iron. What will I use to heat it? A well. Have you considered how many tools are needed to dig a well? All I have is an axe and a bow. Am I supposed to dig with an axe? By the time I dig out water, the yellow flower vegetables will be cold. Benjamin opened his mouth wanting to say something, but in the end he said nothing. He looked down at the message again. The last line read, The president's handwritten note, "No one understands how to make glass better than I do." Benjamin remained silent for a long time before he lowered his head again, continuing to extract the blue sheep. "First, let's eat the meat." Although he had eaten the strength fruit and gained a lot of strength, couldn't the golden-haired president stop playing tricks? Jiang Han was unaware that ugly country was undergoing a golden-haired president's technological revolution guidance storm. He returned to the camp around noon, carrying a backpack. Inside the backpack were large leaves, and wrapped within them was the clay he had found. Dark brown, fine in texture, smooth to the touch, and would not crumble when squeezed. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to try making a few small pots. Lin Wanqing was busy at the camp. She had dug several piles of clay and stacked them in the open space beside the shelter, each pile resembling small burial mounds. "Jiangshan, you're back so early today." Lin Wanqing stood up, the dirt on her face already dried, and as she spoke the dust began to fall. Jiang Han nodded, putting down the backpack, kneeling beside the piles of clay and pinching a handful. "Let's use this clay to try making some pots and bowls first. However, this clay is a bit too moist and needs to dry up." Jiang Han found a burning piece of firewood from the pile and added some small twigs to make the fire burn even brighter. He moved the burning firewood back and forth near several piles of clay, the heat baking the surface of the mud, causing water vapor to evaporate, filling the air with a damp, earthy scent. This drying method was quite unprofessional, but it was better than waiting for natural air drying. As for whether it would work later, Jiang Han was not entirely sure. The moisture in the clay needed to evaporate evenly. Quick drying with high heat could easily cause uneven humidity, resulting in cracks in the pottery. However, trying it out wouldn't cost anything. If at worst, they could start over. In the commentary live stream, Dong Qing watched Jiang Han baking the mud and asked uncertainly, "Teacher Yang, can the clay Jiang Han chose really be used for pottery?" Yang Dongdong leaned closer to the screen and examined it. "There's one pile that seems more reliable. The darkest pile, which appears to have almost no graininess, should be of higher purity clay. The other piles, which are too light in color or obviously grainy, may produce coarser pottery that is prone to..." Zhu Weiqiang adjusted his glasses and added, "As for the method of firing to remove moisture, strictly speaking, pottery should be slowly air-dried in a cool, ventilated place. Rapid drying can easily lead to cracking." But Jiang Han was not making pottery. He was merely removing moisture from the materials, which had little impact. Moreover, given the limited conditions in the wilderness, his solution was already quite commendable. So does this mean that these piles of clay could possibly produce qualified pottery? Dongqing blinked and asked. "There is hope." Yang Dongdong nodded, "Especially that pile of dark clay. Oh, I have high hopes for it." After about half an hour of baking, the outer layer of the clay had noticeably dried, changing from dark brown to light brown, feeling warm and dry to the touch. He peeled off the outer layer, revealing that the clay inside was still wet. He pushed the dry parts aside and turned the wet parts outward to continue baking. The cycle continued. Lin Wanqing also began her work. She washed the deer horn fern buds left over from yesterday and cut them into segments. The beef was smoked. She imitated Jiang Han's method of cutting it into thin slices, but her knife skills were clearly several levels below. Some slices were as thin as a cicada's wing, while others were as thick as a finger, varying in size and shape. The pan heated up, and she added beef to the rendered fat. Sizzle! The oil splashed, causing Lin Wanqing to jump back a step, almost dropping the spatula. But she quickly steadied herself, gritting her teeth as she flipped the beef several times, watching as the slices changed from red to brown. She added the fern buds and stir-fried. She added salt and took the pan off the heat. The entire process was chaotic, but she ultimately managed to stir-fry a dish that looked decent. The beef was slightly tough and the fern buds were a bit wilted, but overall, it was edible. She boiled 2 taros in plain water, and when they were soft, she peeled them to eat. "The meal is ready, Jiangshan. You can wash your hands and eat." Lin Wanqing stood by the stove, wiping her hands on her apron, her tone carrying a hint of pride. Jiang Han walked over to take a look at the plate of beef and fern buds, then glanced at Lin Wanqing's eager face for praise. "Not bad. Keep it up, and you'll be the chef of the wilderness." "Really?" Lin Wanqing's eyes sparkled. "Really?" After washing their hands, they each took a taro, peeled it, and simply enjoyed it with the beef and fern buds. The taro was sweet and soft, the beef savory and flavorful, and the fern buds crunchy and fresh. It was a satisfying lunch in the wilderness. After finishing the meal, Jiang Han wiped his mouth and stood up, walking over to the clay pile. Lin Wanqing followed him, asking Jiangshan, "What shall we do next?" Jiang Han picked up 2 thick sticks from the ground and handed one to Lin Wanqing. "What are we doing?" Lin Wanqing asked in confusion as she took the stick. "Hit it." "Huh? Did the clay do something wrong? Why do we need to hit it?" "This step is called kneading the clay," Jiang Han explained while demonstrating. "You need to pound, stomp, and knead it to expel the bubbles inside the clay, making it fine, even, and without cracks. If there are bubbles in the clay, it will explode when fired." Lin Wanqing looked down at the pile of clay by her feet, then at the stick in her hand. "Oh, this is so much fun." She laughed, raised the stick, and smashed it down onto the clay. Bang! The clay flattened, splattering mud with a few drops hitting Jiang Han's face. Jiang Han wiped his face expressionlessly and also raised the stick to start smashing. Bang! 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 The two of them took turns hitting their respective piles of clay resembling two country folk making rice cakes. After a while the clay became softer. Jiang Han tossed the stick aside and jumped into the mud pile to stomp with his feet. Lin Wanqing followed suit, jumping into her own mud pile. Barefoot on the cool clay, the slippery sensation traveled up from her soles, making Lin Wanqing unable to suppress her laughter. This is so much fun. She stamped and bounced with mud squishing out between her toes, making a gurgling sound. Ha ha ha, Xingxing is so cute as she thinks this is fun. Actually, making pottery involves many more steps and Jiang Shun hasn't done them. That's right, drying the soil, crushing it, screening for impurities, soaking to clarify the mud. None of these standard processes have been done. Look at you showing off here. Do people have the conditions for that? It's already impressive to make pottery in the wilderness. Why demand screening? Exactly, if he can produce a usable bowl, that would mean Jiang Shun has won. Lin Wanqing's appearance while stepping in the mud was reminiscent of a child playing in mud, which was quite healing. Jiang Shun is also stomping, but he's doing it more elegantly. Elegant? Is that what you call it? He's just venting. Having previous experience, Jiang Han understood how important the first reward for the civilization milestone was. Today, Tin Nana received 20% for papermaking, and he also received 20% for smelting iron with iron weapons and tools, each gaining 10%. Pottery would undoubtedly be a far greater milestone. The emergence of pottery marked one of the signs of humanity's transition from the Neolithic age to the civilized era. With pottery, food could be stored, grains could be cooked, wine could be brewed, and seeds could be stored. This was the foundation of agricultural civilization. The game officials could not possibly deny pottery a milestone. The question was, who could be the first person to fire pottery? Jiang Han did not know if other contestants were already working on it, but no matter what, he needed to speed up. Xingxing, you keep kneading. Ooh, I'll go find some stones. Okay, you go ahead. Lin Wanqing didn't even look up, fully immersed in the joy of stomping in the mud, her feet making squelching sounds in the pile. Stones. Lin Wanqing did not care what Jiang Han needed them for, whatever. Jiang Han ran to the small hill behind the camp and began to strike the ground with the back of his axe. Some stones emitted a dull sound, indicating they were loose, while others rang, clearly signifying they were solid. He selected several flat, uniformly thick stone slabs, pried them out with his axe, and carried them back to the camp one by one. A smooth working surface was essential for pottery making. These stone slabs were just right to serve as a workbench. Half an hour later, Jiang Han returned to the camp with a dozen slabs. The slabs varied in size and thickness. Some were as flat as a tabletop, while others had sharp edges that could cut. He stacked the slabs neatly beside the shelter. Wow, so many. Lin Wanqing was happily stomping in the mud, not even lifting her head. Her feet made squelching sounds in the clay pile, splattering mud all over her pants. Jiang Han nodded and pulled out the largest slab from the top, placing it on the ground to test its stability. We'll need all of these. Next, we have to dig a kiln and gather some charcoal. Huh, is it that complicated? Lin Wanqing paused, raised her head, her face smeared with mud, her expression reflecting, I thought we were done after stomping in the mud. Actually, we could just burn wood directly. Jiang Han squatted down and tapped the slab with his finger, checking for cracks. But burning wood produces a lot of smoke and fluctuates in temperature, making the pottery prone to cracking. Charcoal is better. Smokeless, stable temperature with consistent and enduring heat, resulting in sturdier pottery that doesn't warp and has better color. Understanding this, Lin Wanqing lowered her head again to continue stomping the mud. All right, you go chop some trees while I keep at it. There were still several clumps of mud to stomp, so her work wouldn't pause anytime soon. Jiang Han took his axe and walked into the woods at the edge of the camp, selecting a few trees of moderate thickness before swinging his axe to chop. Chop, chop. The sound of the axe blade striking the trunk was crisp and rhythmic, with wood chips flying. Jiang Han was efficient at chopping. Within a few minutes, he had felled several trees and dragged them back to the camp, tossing them beside the charcoal pit. After several trips back and forth, the wood in the camp was piled high, like a small mountain, sufficient for a long time. Next came the charcoal making. Jiang Han used a shovel to dig a shallow pit, cutting the wood he had brought back into half-meter-long sections, stacking them upright in the pit, while leaving gaps for heat circulation. Once stacked, he sealed the pit's opening with wet mud, leaving only a few small holes for ventilation, and then ignited the fire from the bottom. After sealing with wet mud, the wood in the pit would decompose under low oxygen conditions, evaporating moisture and volatile substances, leaving behind pure carbon, charcoal. This process would take several hours. It didn't require constant supervision, but the ventilation holes needed to be checked from time to time. The charcoal was already being processed, and all that was left to do was wait. Jiang Han walked to the creek to wash off the charcoal dust on his hands, returning to the camp, where he and Lin Wanqing sat cross-legged on the stone slabs. Jiang Han held the clean slab on his lap as a tray. While kneading the clay with her hands, Lin Wanqing said, I watched a video, and it seems like when making pottery you need a tray that spins and a thin wire for cutting and such. Here well. Jiang Han cleared his throat. These conditions are quite rudimentary. There's no way around it. The thin wire can just be the hemp rope you're making. As for the tray, he pondered for a moment. How about you keep your hands still and I'll rotate the slab. Okay, Lin Wanqing blinked. Jiang Han placed the slab between them, pressing down on its edge with his hand, and tried to turn it. The slab slid on the muddy ground. Although not as smooth as a professional pottery wheel, it managed to rotate. Let's start. Lin Wanqing placed a ball of kneaded clay in the center of the slab, her hands supporting the clay as Jiang Han slowly turned the slab. As the slab turned, Lin Wanqing's palms pressed and stretched the clay, gradually forming a shape that bulged in the center and tapered on the sides. However, it's crooked, Lin Wanqing exclaimed. Jiang Han looked down to see that the lump of clay had taken on a strange shape resembling a plate that had been punched, with the left side 2 centimeters higher than the right. I'll turn it slower, you keep your hands steady. Jiang Han adjusted the speed. The second attempt was better than the first, but it still ended up crooked. Lin Wanqing tried to correct the shape with her hands, but when she applied pressure, the entire clay form collapsed, turning into a shapeless blob of mud on the slab. Turns out Jiang Shun isn't omniscient. Jiang Shun, I can smelt iron, make paper, and kill bears, but pottery? Sorry, I'm all thumbs. That flustered look on Xingxing was hilarious. When the clay collapsed, she looked completely dazed. Every profession has its specialization. Pottery requires dedicated tools and techniques. It's not something you can just mess around with. Watching those two make pottery is like watching 2 elementary school kids play in the mud. So what if we're playing in the mud? It's fun. Jiang Han looked at the collapsed mud and wore a somewhat ambiguous expression. Hey, he stroked his chin. When I was turning, my hands weren't steady. This time, I'll definitely do better. Alright, let's try again. Lin Wanqing re-kneaded the collapsed mud into a ball and placed it in the center of the slab. The two of them were like determined children, one turning the slab and the other molding the clay, trying once then twice, and if that didn't work, 3 times. Although the final products were crooked and uneven, at least they were containers. Over an hour later, the two had a multitude of clay forms in front of them. In total, they made 15 pieces, 5 plates, 5 bowls, and 5 jars. Each item was made in sets of 5, since they had 5 clumps of clay. Jiang Han took samples from each clump of clay, making plates, bowls, and jars. He marked the bottoms of each clay piece with sticks to correspond to the different clay sources. Jiangshan, according to your request, I've marked each stone slab. With these marks, we'll easily see which one will fire well and which clay isn't suitable when the time comes. Jiang Han looked down at the clay pieces. Some plates had edges that curled up, some were too thin at the bottom, the bowls varied in size and depth, and the jars had all sorts of strange shapes. Forget it, as long as they can be fired, the odd shapes are not a big deal. After all, this was their first batch of pottery made in the wilderness. This crooked neck jar looks like a drunken penguin. Isn't that bowl too deep? Is that really a bowl? That's a cup. One of the plates made by Jiang Shun even has an edge that's sticking up. It's hilarious. Lin Wanqing's jar has fingerprints all over it. It's a nightmare for anyone with a phobia of clusters. That's the mark of pure handwork. Do you understand what art means? Art, my foot, just hands that can't do it. Regardless of how it looks, as long as it can be successfully fired, it's good pottery. Squatting on the ground to make pottery is even more exhausting than hunting. Bending over, lowering his head, and exerting his fingers after a series of actions, his waist and back ache. Jiang Han stood up and stretched, his bones cracking with a few sounds. Lin Wanqing was also thoroughly exhausted. She stood up and stretched, raising her hands above her head, letting out a big yawn. Finally finished. Jiang Han glanced at her, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Hey, there's still something to do. Lin Wanqing's expression instantly froze. There's more. Just kidding. Jiang Han waved his hand. In truth, he really wanted to purify the rock. Over 20 gene of coarse salt mixed with dirt and impurities needed to be dissolved, filtered, and then crystallized to become edible refined salt. But after a busy afternoon, both of them were already too tired, so Jiang Han temporarily gave up. Let's do it tomorrow. Without Jiang Han urging her, Lin Wanqing volunteered to make dinner. After the practical training at noon, her confidence had noticeably increased. She picked up the spatula and stood at the stove looking quite capable. Dinner was beef soup made with blue umbrella mushrooms, and the staple food was taro. Additionally, they boiled 2 stalks of blood-pattern grass, 1 for each person. After finishing their meal, they sat side by side on the rocks. By this time, the sky had completely darkened, and the stars overhead were densely scattered across the sky like a handful of shattered diamonds strewn over black velvet. Lin Wanqing looked down at her clothes, which were covered in mud spots with dried clumps of dirt on her pant legs, and her hair was greasy. Jiangshan, a mess. She pinched her collar with 2 fingers and sniffed, her expression pained. I want to take a bath. Jiang Han checked the weather. The night breeze was chilly, and the temperature was probably only around 10 degrees. If she bathed now, even using hot water stepping out into the wind could easily lead to a cold. This weather, he pondered, how about you boil some hot water to wash tomorrow at noon? It'll be warmer then. Lin Wanqing bit her lip. Is that okay? It's broad daylight. What's to fear in broad daylight? There's no one around in the wilderness. Jiang Han said this very confidently. Just block the live stream when you bathe. All right. She reluctantly agreed. Just as she was about to stand up to return to the shelter, she saw Jiang Han, carrying an iron pot, walking towards the creek. Hey, where are you going? Lin Wanqing called out. I'm going to take a bath, Jiang Han replied, without looking back, his voice drifting from the darkness ahead. You just told me there's nothing to fear in broad daylight, now it's late at night. Don't compare me to you, I'm in good shape. He wasn't boasting. Jiang Han currently had rapid self-healing abilities, able to recover quickly even from serious injuries, while minor cold was nothing to worry about. He reached the creek, set down the iron pot, and poured a pot of creek water over himself from head to toe. Hiss! The icy creek water flowed down his back, causing Jiang Han to take a sharp breath, and goosebumps sprang up all over his body. After pouring water on himself several times, his body warmed up. Instead, his blood circulation accelerated, and a layer of redness surfaced on his skin. He stripped off his clothes and carefully washed himself thoroughly, then scrubbed his underwear with the creek water. The live stream screen turned into a blurry mosaic showing only a vague human silhouette moving around. Why is the screen blurry? It must be Jiang Shun taking a bath. The game officials blocked it. Damn it, Jiang Shun, you didn't notify anyone before taking a bath. Over 1 billion people are watching you undress. I can't see anything, just a mass of mosaic moving around. That mosaic is bending down, scrubbing clothes, wringing out. I'm amazed I can read so much information from a mosaic. Jiang Shun must have a good figure right. After all, he runs around in the wilderness every day. I suggest the game officials remove the mosaic. We want to see the real wilderness survival. Dream on, they will probably suspend the live stream soon. Back at the shelter, Jiang Han was indeed freezing. The night wind blew and his wet hair clung to his scalp, making him shiver. He quickly warmed himself by the fire, extending his palm towards the flames, allowing the warmth to dispel the chill from his body. When Jiang Han entered the shelter, Lin Wanqing had already burrowed into her sleeping bag with only her face visible. Jiang Shun, hurry up and go to sleep. All right. Jiang Han crawled into the shelter, and Lin Wanqing immediately snuggled up to him. In the morning, somewhere in the wilderness, when Xiao Sidong crawled out of her sleeping bag, the breath she exhaled turned into white mist. But she was fortunate. She was wearing a thick dark blue coat. The pockets of the coat were stuffed full of things, and the thick fabric blocked the morning chill, so she didn't feel too cold. She packed all her belongings into her backpack, brushed off the grass from her clothes, and continued on in the direction she had taken yesterday. Xiao Sidong was a flight attendant, and knowing how to use the sun and stars to determine direction without a compass was a necessary skill for them. Thus, she knew the direction Jiang Han was in and could head straight there. Following the official guidance from the Dragon Kingdom, she walked south without deviating much. However, today her steps had become much more cautious. This was because, according to the official instructions, ahead lay the activity range of the bear player Tatiana. If she encountered her, a conflict could easily arise. Xiao Sidong took a deep breath, her hand unconsciously tightening around the dagger in her pocket as she cautiously stepped onto the path to find Jiang Han. What she didn't know was that a few kilometers ahead, Tatiana was also hesitating. In the morning, Tatiana received a message from the bear officials. A new player from the Dragon Kingdom was on her way to Jiang Han's shelter, and her route might pass through Tatiana's activity area, so she needed to be careful and avoid conflict. In the morning, Tatiana received a message from the bear officials. A new player from the Dragon Kingdom was on her way to Jiang Han's shelter, and her route might pass through Tatiana's activity area, so she needed to be careful and avoid conflict. Currently, it appeared that the resources in the game were still quite abundant, and the countries had not yet reached the point of life and death struggle. Thus, neither the Dragon Kingdom nor the bear wanted a conflict at this time. Of course, if they were to encounter the Japanese nation, the situation might be different. Tatiana thought it over and ultimately decided to quietly hide in the woods near the shelter. If someone approached her shelter, she would decide whether to fight or flee based on the situation. If the other party had no ill intent and did not come to her shelter, then everything would be fine. After all, it was best for both sides not to meet. Once they did, each would have their own hidden agendas, which would be dangerous for everyone. In the camp, Jiang Han awoke as dawn began to break. He had already organized his task list for the day in his mind. Purifying salt was his top priority. He initially planned to do it himself, but upon seeing Lin Wanqing's eager eyes, he changed his mind at the last minute. Wanqing, you will filter the salt today. Jiang Han mentally reviewed the steps to ensure nothing was overlooked and began to explain them one by one. Lin Wanqing picked up a stick as a pen crouched down, and while listening, she jotted down the steps, muttering them to herself. First step, dissolving coarse salt. Pour the rock salt into the pot, add water, and stir to let the salt dissolve in the water, allowing impurities to settle at the bottom. She wrote a line in the mud in a crooked manner. Second step, adsorption filtration. Use large leaves to form a funnel. Crush the charcoal into small pieces and spread it along with fine sand inside to create a charcoal sand filtration layer. Let's filter it a couple more times. Third step, secondary sedimentation. Let the filtered brine sit for half an hour so that finer impurities settle at the bottom. Fourth step, evaporation and crystallization. Pour the clean brine into the pot, bring it to a boil over high heat, then simmer on low heat until all the moisture evaporates, leaving pure salt at the bottom of the pot. Lin Wanqing read the words on the ground once more, then recited them again, raising her head. It doesn't seem that difficult. Jiang Han nodded. Also, the chimney needs to stay lit, and keep an eye on the charcoal here. Hey, don't interrupt. I'm still writing down the steps for the salt. Lin Wanqing was anxious, covering the words on the ground with her hand. What if I forget later? Haha, Wanqing is quite cute when she gets serious. Jiang Han finally has a helper, no longer needing to do everything himself. Purifying salt is a high-level skill in the wilderness. With pure salt, we can cure meat, solving the problem of food preservation. Wanqing, I'm not here for survival in the wilderness. I'm here to be Jiang Han's assistant. This assistant is quite competent, at least better than those who only drag their feet. Jiang Han smiled and said nothing more. He shouldered his backpack, which contained a composite bow and quiver, holding a gleaming machete in his hand, fully armed, as he exited the camp. In truth, his primary task for the day should have been to dig out the kiln needed for firing pottery. However, after several days without fresh game, he felt a bit restless. It wasn't just about eating meat, but his hands itched for action. So he decided to venture out for some luck in the morning. Jiang Han's route this time was towards the direction where he had first encountered the black bear. He had a premonition that there should be game in that area. However, after walking for an hour in the woods, he found no large game. Damn it, didn't they say the game had mutated? Why haven't I seen a single one? As he walked, Jiang Han cursed. Could it be that those two black bears were the overlords within dozens of kilometers? So after the overlord died, there are no other animals left. He stood on a small hill, hands on his hips, surveying the surroundings, hesitating on whether to head back. Going back to dig the kiln for pottery isn't a bad idea, better than wasting time here. At that moment, a rustling sound came from deep within the woods. The sound of branches snapping was crisp and dense, growing closer. Jiang Han's pupils contracted sharply. What the hell, it's coming. He instinctively tightened his grip on the machete, lightening his steps as he slowly approached the direction of the sound. He thought he was being very careful, but the moment he parted the last thicket and saw the other party, it was a pair of yellow, vertically slit pupils, cold, alert, and full of aggression. Jiang Han's mind buzzed, and his body's instinctive reaction was quicker than his brain. He pushed off with one foot and dodged to the side. He only felt a gray-black shadow rush past him as fast as a gust of wind. The creature was at least 10 meters away from him, but in an instant it had already pounced to where he had just stood. Bang! The sharp claws raked the ground, sending dirt flying, leaving 4 deep claw marks on the surface. If Jiang Han hadn't dodged, those 4 claw marks would have been on him. After the creature missed, it landed on all fours, turned around to face Jiang Han, crouched down, mouth slightly ajar, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, emitting a low growl from its throat. Jiang Han finally got a clear look at it. This animal resembled a wolf, but was much larger than an ordinary wolf, standing about 70 to 80 centimeters at the shoulder, nearly 1.5 meters in body length, and with a thick tail, it looked a whole circle larger than an adult wolf. Jiang Han estimated that this creature weighed over 200 pounds. But a wolf weighing 200 pounds. Its size had completely exceeded his understanding of wolf. Its ears also appeared much shorter than those of an ordinary wolf, with rounded tips, and the edges of the ear flaps were adorned with a circle of light brown fur, looking somewhat out of place. Moreover, its limbs were noticeably thicker than those of a typical wolf, with claws covered by a layer of hard keratinous scales, unlike ordinary wolf claws. It seemed that this creature had mutated. In an instant, Jiang Han made a judgment in his heart, and the label of the Eye of Truth surfaced before him. Name: Iron Spine Wolf. Badger. Classification: Mutated carnivorous animal, Mammalia carnivora. Toxicity: none. However, its mouth contains a large number of anaerobic bacteria which can easily infect after a bite, with an infection rate of up to 48% and a mortality rate exceeding 50% in the wild. Danger level: extremely high. Description: this species is a mutated creature of the wilderness, combining the speed of a wolf with the ferocity of a badger. Weakness: abdomen, throat, inner joints of the limbs. These areas are not covered by hardened skin and have defenses comparable to ordinary animals. Suggestion: this animal is extremely fast, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary human to evade its attacks in open terrain. If encountered, it is advisable to seek cover or climb to a higher position to escape. Facing it head-on requires preparation for injury. Jiang Han looked at this data, his heart racing fiercely. Now the two were less than 10 meters apart, and the iron-spine wolf badger was fixated on him, its yellow eyes resembling two small lanterns, pupils narrowed into vertical lines, every muscle in its body taut like a spring. At this distance, with the creature's speed, as soon as he reached for his bow, it could pounce over, rendering the bow and arrow useless. He quickly removed the backpack from his shoulder and tossed it aside. With everything off, Jiang Han gripped the machete with both hands, pointing the blade towards the iron-spine wolf badger, crouching slightly with a lowered center of gravity. Come on. Jiang Han was prepared to fight to the death with the creature. He just didn't know who would be the hunter. It's coming, it's coming. What is that thing? Damn, this wolf is huge. Is that a wolf or a calf? It's not a wolf, its ears are round, and its body is bulkier than a wolf. Who cares what it is? It's too fast. I could barely see that last pounce. Jiang Shen dodged. He actually dodged. He avoided it from that distance. Thank heavens, may the gods and Buddhas protect him. Jiang Shun has a machete, he should have a chance, right? Run, Jiang Shun. Don't fight, run. That thing is faster than Jiang Shun. If he runs, exposing his back means certain death. My palms are sweating. At the Dragon Kingdom's highest command center, an elder suddenly stood up from his chair. The elder's hand pressed against the table, his gaze fixed on the screen, displaying the gray-black beast, his eyes unblinking, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, without him even noticing. Scientist Wang stood beside him, his lips slightly parted, his body completely still. In fact, the entire command center was silent. All the staff had stopped their work, their gazes focused entirely on Jiang Han. Suddenly, the iron-spined wolf badger moved. It launched itself at Jiang Han like a cannonball, its mouth gaping to reveal two rows of yellow-white teeth interleaved like saw blades. Jiang Han's pupils constricted sharply as he suddenly pivoted to the side. It was a completely instinctive action. His body moved faster than his brain in that moment. He instinctively dodged to the right, and at the same time his right hand swung the machete upward, the blade slicing across the side of the iron-spined wolf badger. SSSS. The machete cut into the muscle beneath the fur, sinking in less than 2 centimeters. The opponent's injury was not severe. At the same time, Jiang Han felt something brush against his left shoulder. It wasn't a direct impact, but the force still made him stagger to the side. The iron-spined wolf badger landed, letting out a muffled groan. A wound stretched from its shoulder blade to its ribcage, about 7 to 8 centimeters long, the skin torn open, blood flowing down its gray-black fur. Jiang Han steadied himself, glancing at the blood on the blade, his heart sinking. Damn, this thing is too... His speed was already beyond human limits, yet in front of the iron-spined wolf badger, he had very few opportunities to strike. If that last slash hadn't been a direct trajectory of the opponent's pounce, and he hadn't had a moment to counter, he wouldn't have even grazed its fur. After landing, the iron-spined wolf badger, in pain, took 2 steps back, returning to its previous position, crouching low again to watch Jiang Han. Jiang Han remained with both hands gripping the machete, staring intently at the creature. He also noticed that its gaze seemed different from before. Earlier, the iron-spined wolf badger's eyes showed excitement at having prey before it. Now they reflected vigilance, as if it realized this opponent was not easy to deal with. Jiang Han and the iron-spined wolf badger faced each other, neither making a move. The wolf badger held back because it had felt pain. It realized Jiang Han's machete could harm it. Although the injury was not severe, it was not due to Jiang Han's lack of ferocity, but rather because of its incredible speed, preventing Jiang Han from striking in time. Jiang Han dared not move first, fully aware of how fast this creature was. He knew that if he made even half a step forward, if his center of gravity shifted even slightly, it would immediately seize the opportunity to pounce. They were less than 10 meters apart. The wolf badger's dash would take less than half a second. My God, Jiang Shen hit it. But he didn't kill it. That thing's skin is too thick. Is Jiang Shen's machete made of iron? Can't even cut through that. What kind of skin is that? What do we do? If he can't cut it, he can't kill it. The abdomen, the throat, the inside of the joints. Those places don't have tough skin. Easier said than done. Can you get around to its side? In the commentary live room, Dongqing's voice trembled. Teacher Yang, teacher, Zhu Jiang Han's situation is extremely dangerous. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood the unspoken half. Yang Dong did not respond, gripping the armrests of his chair tightly, his knuckles turning white. He opened his mouth, wanting to analyze the situation, but his throat felt choked, and he couldn't utter a word. Zhu Weiqiang stood beside him, his eyes behind the glasses fixed on the screen, his brows knitted tightly. Having worked as an outdoor survival expert for decades, he had encountered countless dangerous animals, but he had never seen any creature with such speed and strength. Like the highest command center, everyone held their breath. In the Japanese Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister sat in a chair, crossing his legs, holding a cup of sake. His eyes were fixed on the screen, showing Jiang Han and the iron-spined wolf badger in a standoff, his lips curling upward gradually. Good, he raised his cup and took a sip, truly a mutated beast of the wilderness. Jiang Han this time is likely to meet his end. The chief aide beside him smiled apologetically. Your Excellency, if Jiang Han suffers serious injuries or dies in this battle, the Dragon Kingdom's fortune will suffer a heavy blow. Not only that, the Prime Minister set down his cup, pointing at the screen with his finger. The reverence the Dragon Kingdom's people have for Jiang Han has reached a near pathological level. If Jiang Han dies, the morale and confidence of the Dragon Kingdom will collapse. By then, even if their fortune still has a few hundred points, it will merely be a number on paper. His smile deepened as if he could already envision Jiang Han being torn apart by the iron-spined wolf badger. In the American White House, President Golden Retriever also sat in front of the screen, holding a cigar. No one can escape the pursuit of such a large beast. He began slowly, his voice low, as if talking to himself. Especially under mutated conditions. The animals Benjamin killed before were much smaller than this one, and their speed was not comparable. Qianxi stood beside him, arms crossed, remaining silent. If Jiang Han dies, President Golden Retriever turned his cigar in his hand, the Dragon Kingdom's leading advantage will come to an end. The 400 points of national fortune will slowly dwindle, and we will catch up sooner or later. His tone seemed calm, but the fingers holding the cigar tightened slightly. Jiang Han and the iron-spined wolf badger faced off for about a minute. That minute felt as long as a century. Jiang Han stared intensely into its eyes, trying to breathe evenly, but the back of his clothes was already soaked with sweat. Blood dripped from the iron-spined wolf badger's back wound, falling drop by drop onto the dry fallen leaves, making a faint thud sound. Silence, stalemate, the air seemed to have solidified. Continuing like this is very dangerous. After all, Jiang Han is unsure whether this creature is social or solitary. If it is social and more of its companions come over, he would be doomed. Thus, Jiang Han made a decision. He must take the initiative to break the stalemate and actively lure the opponent. Therefore, Jiang Han slightly moved his right ankle, shifting his weight from his left leg to his right leg by less than 2 centimeters, creating a faint relative sliding motion between his foot and the ground. Sure enough, the iron-spined badger caught this signal. As a top predator, it possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to changes in its prey's center of gravity. To the iron-spined badger, Jiang Han's slight movement indicated that the prey was about to flee. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, its entire body leaped into the air, mouth wide open, revealing a row of fearsome teeth lunging towards Jiang Han's throat. This time, Jiang Han did not dodge to the side. He took a step forward to meet the attack head-on. This was a reckless gamble, but it was the only viable strategy. The iron-spined badger was faster than him. Dodging to the side would only give it the opportunity to adjust its direction for another attack. Only by confronting it head-on and getting close to its body at the moment of its attack could he shorten the reaction distance. In the blink of an eye, the iron-spined badger's forepaw had already landed on Jiang Han's shoulder. The tremendous impact forced Jiang Han's legs to stagger backward several steps, his back colliding against a large tree. But Jiang Han's left hand had seized the opportunity to grasp the root of the iron-spined badger's foreleg, while his right hand raised the machete high and thrust it fiercely into its abdomen. The machete pierced into the iron-spined badger's abdomen, the tip breaking through its fur and muscle, warm blood gushing out along the blade, splattering Jiang Han's hand and face. The iron-spined badger let out a piercing howl, its body thrashing wildly, its forepaws clawing at Jiang Han's shoulder. Its claws were like 4 curved daggers, each swipe leaving several gashes on Jiang Han's clothing, and soon his shoulder was marked with multiple bloody scratches. But Jiang Han would not let go. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. At this distance, if he were to release his grip, the iron-spined badger could turn and bite his throat. He pressed his left shoulder against the iron-spined badger's chest, using the weight of his entire body to pin it against the tree trunk, while his right hand pulled out the machete and thrust it in again. This time he aimed for its neck. The iron-spined badger's neck lacked hardened skin for protection. The machete smoothly sliced through its trachea and arteries, blood gushing out like a Turnitin faucet. The iron-spined badger's struggles grew weaker, its claws clawing at Jiang Han's shoulder with diminishing force. Just then it used its last ounce of strength to bite down hard on Jiang Han's right thigh. Its rows of teeth sank into the muscle like 2 saws, and Jiang Han felt as if his right leg had been run over by a truck. Excruciating pain spread from his thigh root throughout his body, and he nearly let out a cry. But gritting his teeth, he held on and stabbed the machete in twice more. Finally, the iron-spined badger's body went completely limp. Finally killed, Jiang Han stood there gasping for breath. He looked down at his right leg. His pant leg had been torn to shreds, revealing a palm-sized wound on his skin. Blood and flesh mingled with white bone faintly visible beneath the deep red muscle. Blood was oozing out. He glanced at it once, but dared not look again. It hurt too much. Jiang Han, a contestant from Long Nation, killed the mutated carnivore the iron spine badger, becoming the first contestant in the game to complete a kill of a mutated carnivore, earning a reward of 10 national fortune for Long Nation. Contestant Jiang Han from Long Nation was severely injured by the iron spine badger, resulting in 5 national fortune for Long Nation. He also obtained 1 iron spine badger, receiving a reward of 6,000 iron spine badgers of equivalent weight for Long Nation. Iron spine badger meat. The flesh of this mutated carnivore contains special active components. Consuming 1 pound of iron spine badger meat can permanently increase all attributes by 1 point, with a maximum limit of 1 point increase. In the camp, Lin Wanqing was filtering salt water. The salt water slowly seeped through the filtering layer, dropping drop by drop into the pot below. She squatted beside it, resting her chin on her hands, listlessly watching the water droplets. Then she heard contestant Jiang Han from Long Nation killed the mutated carnivore the iron spine badger, becoming the first contestant in the game to complete a kill of a mutated carnivore. Lin Wanqing's expression first brightened, but then the next announcement sounded. Contestant Jiang Han from Long Nation was severely injured by the iron spine badger. What? Her smile instantly froze on her face. In the next second, she felt as if her bones had been drained, collapsing to the ground. Jiangshan. Her lips trembled, her voice almost inaudible. Then she suddenly stood up, not even bothering to wipe the mud off her knees, and ran towards the forest. After running a few steps, she stopped again. The forest was so vast, she had no idea where Jiang Han was. She stood there, tears streaming down her face, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms. Not knowing where Jiang Han was, she could only shout into the sky, "Jiang Han, come back." Her voice echoed across the wilderness, but no one answered. Lin Wanqing squatted on the ground, burying her head in her knees, her shoulders shaking violently. In the highest command center of Long Nation, an elder stood in front of the large screen, unable to conceal the worry on his face. Severely injured. He muttered repeatedly, severely injured. Academician Wang stood beside him, kill 10, injury 5. That's enough. The elder waved his hand, his voice hoarse. Let's not calculate for now. Academician Wang's fingers froze. We'll discuss the national fortune matter later. The elder's eyes were fixed on Jiang Han's image on the screen. Let's first see his condition. On the large screen, Jiang Han leaned against a large tree, his face as pale as paper. The wound on his right leg was shocking. His pant leg had been torn away in a large area, revealing a fist-sized laceration on the exposed skin, the edges jagged with the underlying fat layer, and dark red muscle tissue visible. Blood was still flowing, although the flow rate was no longer as fast as before. His pants had already been stained deep red, and blood trickled down his calf, pooling at his feet. Everyone in the command center fell silent. In Jiang Han's live broadcast room, the comments were flooding the screen. Jiangshan, your leg. I can't watch anymore. Oh, I can't take it. Please someone save Jiangshan. Game officials, come out. Send Jiangshan a first aid kit. Anything will do. We will give you our national fortune value. Jiangshan, stop the bleeding. Tear a cloth strip to bind above the wound. Stop shouting. Jiangshan knows better than you. He probably doesn't have the strength to move now. So much blood. How much blood can a person lose? Jiangshan, get up. I'm begging you. I've prayed to all the deities at home. Jiangshan, you must hold on. In the presidential palace of the ugly country, the great golden retriever president stared at the bloody, mangled wounds of Jiang Han on the screen, the corner of his mouth twitching almost imperceptibly. Severely injured. He twirled the cigar in his hand. We all witnessed the combat prowess of the Iron Ridge Wolverine just now. It's already a miracle that Jiang Han survived. At the Prime Minister's residence of the Wa country, the Prime Minister had finished his sake, the empty glass resting on the table. His hands were clasped on his knees, the smile on his lips now impossible to suppress. Severely injured. He savored the words repeatedly, as if tasting some delicacy. A muscle tear in the right thigh accompanied by active bleeding. In the wilderness, such an injury. He rose and walked to the window, gazing at the sky outside, drawing a deep breath. No sterile surgical environment, no effective hemostasis, no antibiotics, no sutures. Even in a modern hospital, such an injury would require surgery to heal. In the wilderness. He turned to look at his chief of staff, his smile deepening. Waiting for death. The chief of staff quickly nodded, echoing. Your Excellency is correct. Even if Jiang Han's physique is stronger than an ordinary person's, such an injury cannot be overcome by physique alone. Infection, blood loss, hypothermia. Any one of these could claim his life. So, the Wa country Prime Minister resumed his seat, arms crossed. We only need to wait. Wait for the dragon country to collapse on its own. Elsewhere, Yi Wudi stood by a stream, the fishing rod in his hand held aloft for so long had forgotten to lower it. Yi Wudi and Jiang Han had never met, nor had they ever spoken a single word directly. Yet they were the twin sharp blades of the dragon country. When Jiang Han killed a black bear, he was slaughtering a porcupine. When Jiang Han smelted iron, he was hunting mutated wild boars. Like two wheels, one left, and one right, they propelled the fortune of the dragon country forward. Now one of those wheels had broken. Jiang Han. Yi Wudi murmured the name, his lips trembling, but he said, beside him Huang and Xiao was already weeping. He crouched on the ground, both hands covering his face, tears seeping through his fingers, his shoulders shaking. How can this be? That's the god Jiang. The god who could take down 2 black bears with an axe, and not even get a scratch himself. Yi Wudi turned to look at Huang, and Xiao opened his mouth to comfort him, but found himself utterly speechless. He turned back, gazing into the distance. Jiang Han, you must hold on. In the wilderness, Jiang Han leaned against a large tree, his clothes soaked through with blood, his right hand entirely covered in blood, even the handle of his machete stained a reddish brown. He looked truly pitiful now, as if waiting for death. His body was drenched in blood, his clothes torn in several places, and the wound on his right thigh still oozing blood. Jiang Han glanced down at the piece of flesh that was nearly hanging off, then took a deep breath. He reached out with his left hand and pressed the averted skin and flesh back into place. SSS. The pain made his vision go black. It felt as if someone had thrust a red-hot iron bar directly into his nerves, a pain shooting from his thigh all the way to the crown of his head. His body instinctively tried to curl up, but he clenched his teeth and endured it, pressing down on the flesh with his hand, holding it firmly to prevent it from dangling again. He had virtually no combat strength left, and now he could only hope the scent of blood wouldn't attract other animals. Otherwise, he would truly be done for. As for excessive blood loss, Jiang Han assessed the situation. The rate of bleeding had slowed from a gush to a seep and had essentially stopped. As expected of the rapid self-healing obtained from the rank reward, Jiang Han closed his eyes, sensing the condition inside his body. At the wound on his right thigh, something seemed to be stirring. It was a peculiar warm sensation, as if a warm current was surging from the depths of his body, converging into the injury. His body was initiating self-repair. 3 minutes after being injured, the bleeding completely ceased. The capillaries at the wound's edge began to constrict. Platelets and fibrin formed a thin layer of coagulation film on the wound surface, sealing the still oozing blood inside. 7 minutes after injury, the coagulation film completely covered the wound surface. The wound no longer looked moist, but had turned into a dark red scab. Although still thin, it already provided basic protection. 12 minutes after injury, Jiang Han felt a slight persistent itch deep within the wound. This was the signal of new granulation tissue growing. Tiny blood vessels extended upward from the wound's base. Fibroblasts were dividing and proliferating frantically. Collagen was being synthesized in large quantities, reconnecting the torn muscle fibers one by one. The speed was incredibly fast, many times faster than normal wound healing. Jiang Han slowly exhaled and opened his eyes. He looked down at his right leg. The bleeding had stopped. Although the wound was still horrifying, at least the feeling that death could come at any moment had passed. The flesh that had been nearly falling off was now red-hot to the surrounding tissue. Although it was just a thin layer with not even the epidermis fully healed, and a bit of force could tear it apart at the very least. It was attached again. Jiang Han leaned back against the large tree, closed his eyes, and steadied his breathing. What he needed now was time to let the rapid self-healing work a little longer. Damn, had forgotten about Lin Wanqing. She mustn't hear the news and start running around wildly. Jiang Han slowly raised his head, looking at the sky. His voice was very soft, as if talking to himself. Please, the officials, check on what Lin Wanqing is doing. If she is coming to find me, immediately send Lin Wanqing a message. Tell her not to leave the shelter's perimeter. My situation is not serious. He paused, then added, I'll probably rest for 2 hours, and then head back, meaning I'll reach the shelter in about 3 to 4 hours. Tell her to be sure to light a thick smoke signal so I can discern the way back. At the Dragon Country's supreme command, the elder could hardly believe his ears. What? His voice rose by an octave. With such a severe injury, he says he's fine. He turned to look at Academician Wang, who was staring back at him. Their expressions were identical: shock, doubt, utter disbelief. His wound just now. Academician Wang pointed at Jiang Han's right leg. This degree of muscle tear would require surgical suturing even under normal medical conditions. If he handles it improperly himself, the infection rate exceeds 70%. He says he. 2 hours, the secretary repeated Jiang Han's words. He said he would rest for 2 hours and then go back. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. The elder's fingers tapped rapidly on the tabletop, a habitual gesture before making major decisions. The faster the tapping, the more urgent the decision. Trust him. Send a message to Lin Wanqing. The elder finally spoke. Do as he says. Understood. Lin Wanqing was darting around at the edge of the forest. Her tear-filled eyes blurred her vision as she stumbled through the weeds and bushes alternating between deep and shallow steps. Just then she received a message from the Dragon Kingdom's official source. Jiang Han is safe. He is resting in place and will return to the camp in 2 hours. Please immediately go back to the camp and signal with smoke to guide him. From the Dragon Kingdom's Supreme Command Center. Lin Wanqing read this message 4 times. The first time she did not understand it. The second time her tears flowed even more fiercely. The third time her lips began to tremble. The fourth time she squatted on the ground and cried out loud. But this time it was a cry of joy. She stood up, turned around, and ran back towards the camp. Jiang Han is fine. Jiang Han said he will be back after resting for 2 hours. She kept repeating this phrase as if to encourage herself or perhaps to convince herself. Heaven bless Jiang Han, must be all right. The command center's message says Jiang Han is safe, so it must be true. The official source wouldn't lie. But that injury, we all saw how severe it was on the screen. How can it be called fine? Never mind. First believe in Jiang Han. If he says he's fine, then he must be fine. I can't do anything right now. I can only refresh the comments here. Jiang Han, if you see this, you must come back alive. The star is too pitiful. That scene just now broke my heart. Star is running back. She believes in Jiang Han. We must believe in her. The people of the Dragon Kingdom will always stand by you. Jiang Han rested for half an hour before he regained his breath. He sat on the ground, pulled over the backpack, and fished out half a compressed biscuit from it. He took a bite, chewed a few times, but couldn't swallow it. Too dry. No, I'm too thirsty. Jiang Han leaned against the tree trunk and slowly stood up. As soon as his right leg touched the ground, pain shot through him, causing him to grimace. He limped over to the corpse of the iron-spined badger, squatted down, and looked at the wound on its neck. The blood had not completely clotted, dark red liquid oozing slowly from the edges of the wound. Jiang Han hesitated for half a second, then leaned in to take a sip. The warm liquid surged into his mouth, very metallic, very salty, and hard to drink. But Jiang Han frowned and swallowed it down. Drinking blood in an emergency can indeed quench thirst and maintain basic hydration. It's better than suffering through it. Moreover, the iron-spined badger is a mutated animal. Its blood might contain some special active components. Of course, Jiang Han wasn't sure, but he had no other choice now. After drinking several sips until his throat was no longer dry, he stopped and wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Then he leaned against the large tree again, closed his eyes, held the machete in his hand, and rested quietly in place. In the live stream, Jiang Han leaned against the tree trunk, motionless, his face pale, his clothes soaked with dried bloodstains. Why isn't Jiang Han moving? Has he gone into shock? Don't let anything happen. My legs are trembling. His chest is still moving. He's breathing. But he's had his eyes closed for quite a while. He hasn't opened them. I can't watch this anymore. I really can't watch. Seeing Jiang Han like this breaks my heart. Right now, 1 billion people from the Dragon Kingdom are watching Jiang Han's live stream. Just look at the number of viewers. 12 billion. What? 12 billion. 14 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom. 12 billion are watching Jiang Han's live stream. The remaining 2 billion are probably too scared to watch. Jiang Han, stand up. 55,555. Star is still waiting for you to come back. I'm a grown man, and when I saw Jiang Han's wound, tears fell down. An hour later, Jiang Han moved. First, he opened his eyes and looked at the leaves above. Then he looked down at his right leg. The blood on his pants had dried, turning into a deep brown shell sticking to his skin. He gently pressed on the wound. It hurt. It still hurt. The flesh had completely stuck together. Although the surface had not healed, at least that piece of flesh wouldn't fall off. Jiang Han looked at the corpse of the iron-spined badger on the ground, then glanced at the distant skyline. The sun was already setting in the west. If he didn't go back soon, it would be dark. He gritted his teeth, pushed against the tree trunk, and struggled to stand up. As soon as his right leg bore weight, a sharp pain exploded from the wound, as if someone were stabbing his muscle with a needle. His face turned pale instantly, teeth clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, but he held his ground. Jiang Han stood up. He's standing up. My God, he's still alive. He really is still alive. I knew Jiang Han wouldn't fall. He won't fall. 12 billion people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Jiang Han, look at your leg. You've lost so much blood. Can't you rest a little longer? It's getting dark. He has to return to the camp before night falls. Spending the night in the wilderness is too dangerous. Jiang Han stood for less than 5 seconds before sitting down again. It wasn't that he couldn't hold on. He realized that standing was more detrimental to the healing of the wound. After all, when standing, the weight of his whole body pressed on the leg, and with every heartbeat, blood was pumped downward, creating a continuous pulling force on the freshly sealed wound. Sitting down, allowing his leg to rest flat, was the best recovery position. So he sat for an unknown amount of time before he finally stood up unsteadily. This time he was much more stable than before. He looked down at the corpse of the iron-spined badger, calculating in his mind. The fur of this creature looked quite good. Moreover, his pants were already torn, exposing his right leg almost completely. Going back to a primitive society, making clothing from animal skins was bound to happen eventually. Jiang Han threw the dagger to the ground, took out his knife, and squatted down to start skinning it. The knife cut along the wound on the iron-spined badger's neck, slicing open along the midline of the abdomen. The abdomen of the iron-spined badger had not hardened. The connection between the fur and muscle was not too tight. Following the fascia layer, a gentle push with the blade separated skin from flesh. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I knew Jiang Han wouldn't be in trouble. Jiang Han is skinning. Him skinning means he Seeing him skinning, my heart that had been suspended for 2 hours finally relaxed. Jiang Han looks so composed while skinning, as if nothing had happened just now. Didn't you see his wound just now? How could nothing have happened? He just didn't want us to worry. Jiang Han, take your time. We're not in a hurry. Star is waiting for you at the camp. She will wait for you always. In the camp, Lin Wanqing stood like a stone waiting for her husband on the highest rock at the edge of the camp, staring blankly in the direction of the forest exit. She had been standing there for a long time. The purification of the salt had stalled at the second step. Charcoal and sand still lay in the filter, and not a single drop of brine had fallen, because she had forgotten to add water. But she no longer cared about anything. She just stood there, her hands hanging at her sides, her shoulders slightly huddled, her hair in disarray from the wind, and she couldn't be bothered to fix it. Finally she saw it. At first, it was a vague shadow slipping through the gaps in the trunks, appearing and disappearing in the mottled light and shadow. Then the shadow grew closer and clearer, a person carrying a basket limping as they walked. Lin Wanqing opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She dashed into the woods and ran up to that person. Jiang Han stood there covered in blood, his clothes torn in several places, with a strip of fabric ripped from his undergarment wrapped around his right leg, now stained dark red. His complexion was poor, lips pale, beads of sweat still lingering on his forehead, but his eyes were bright. I'm back. Jiang Han spoke, his voice a bit hoarse. Seeing Jiang Han's miserable state, Lin Wanqing's tears fell again, silently streaming down her cheeks. She stood before Jiang Han, her hands lifting and dropping, unsure whether to embrace him or support him. She was afraid to touch his wounds. In the end, it was Jiang Han who reached out first. He switched the machete to his left hand, opened his right arm, and gently pulled Lin Wanqing into his embrace. Don't cry anymore. Lin Wanqing buried her head in his shoulder, crying heart-wrenchingly. I thought you. Look at your leg. You've lost so much blood. Why didn't you call me sooner? Her voice was intermittent, muffled by sobs and nasal congestion, but each word pierced the hearts of those watching the live stream like needles. All right. Jiang Han patted her back. It's just a surface injury, but it looks worse than it is. A surface injury? Lin Wanqing lifted her head from his shoulder, pointing at his right leg. You call this a surface injury? Jiang Han lowered his head to glance at his leg, then looked at Lin Wanqing's tearful and angry little face, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. It'll be fine by tomorrow. Lin Wanqing paused for a moment, then her crying intensified. Will we finally reunited? My tears are worthless. When I saw Xingxing rush over to hug Jiang Han, I cried, even louder than her. When Jiang Han said surface injury, his tone made it sound like he had just been bitten by a mosquito. Is this man truly unafraid of death or pain? It's probably both, but he fears Xingxing worrying more. From today onward, I'm a fan of Jiang Han and Xingxing. Anyone who dares to break them apart will have to deal with me. Jiang Han, can you take Xingxing with you when you go out in the future? At least she can help stop the bleeding when you get hurt. No, Jiang Han goes alone to keep Xingxing safe in the camp. He can endure his wounds alone, but he can't bear to see Xingxing hurt. Stop talking while I'm about to cry again. Back at the camp, Lin Wanqing pressed Jiang Han down on the wooden stump at the entrance of the shelter, bustling around like a hen protecting her chicks. She first filled a basin with hot water and used a clean cloth to gently clean the scabs and dirt around Jiang Han's wounds. After cleaning, she dug out a cotton swab soaked in iodine from the first aid kit and carefully disinfected the wound. Then came the bandaging. Lin Wanqing covered the wound with sterile gauze and then wrapped an elastic bandage around it from above the knee, circling it upward. Finally, she found anti-inflammatory medication from the first aid kit and fed it to Jiang Han. After finishing all this, Lin Wanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Han, still in pain, had already crawled into the sleeping bag, waiting for his body to heal itself. Lin Wanqing walked to the stream with Jiang Han's changed clothes and pants, washing them while shedding tears. Although she didn't cry out loud, her tears couldn't help but fall into the stream, washed away with the blood. So having teammates is essential. No matter how strong Jiang Han is alone, when he gets hurt, there's no one to bandage him. Jiang Han is invincible, but Xingxing has it hard too. How many trips did Xingxing make today? Running from the camp to the edge of the woods to wait for him, several times back and forth. She walked no less than 10 kilometers today. Her calf injury hasn't fully healed yet. What a divine partnership, one fighting outside and the other watching from home. Stop talking. Seeing Xingxing washing clothes by the stream again makes me want to cry. Today, Jiang Han and Xingxing deserve the respect of all people of Longhua. Nightfall descended complete. The campfire crackled in the night, the orange glow resembling a small sun stretching Lin Wanqing's shadow long as she roasted Jiang Han's clothes and pants. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Jiang Han woke up. He was stirred by a dull pain radiating from his right leg. His nerves probably hadn't fully healed, yet the pain signals intermittently reached his brain, not too uncomfortable, but always noticeable. Jiang Han turned his head to glance. Lin Wanqing was still asleep. She curled up in the sleeping bag with only her small face exposed, the corner of her eyes still bearing a dried tear stain glinting faintly in the morning light. She had cried too many times yesterday, and the swelling around her eyes was particularly obvious now. Jiang Han didn't wake her. Instead, he quietly wriggled out of the sleeping bag, trying to make as little noise as possible. When his right leg touched the ground, he gritted his teeth. It still hurt a bit, but he could move without major issues. After taking a few steps, though his leg felt a bit weak, it could bear weight. He looked down at the bandage on his right leg. The white gauze was stained a pale yellow from the seepage, but there was no new blood stain indicating the wound hadn't reopened. Not bad. Although it was already morning in the live stream, the chat was still buzzing with activity. Many people had been watching since Jiang Han was injured yesterday, and some even moved a chair to sit in front of their computers to sleep the night away, afraid of missing any updates about Jiang Han. Jiang Shun is up. He's awake. I've stayed up all night just to wait for this moment. Look at his leg. You see how he walks? Although he's still limping a bit compared to yesterday, it's on a whole different level. Yesterday I thought he would be crippled from that injury, and today he's walking. Is this recovery speed human? I cried. I'm really overjoyed. I've been worried since last night, and I haven't slept well at all. Jiangxin, you lost so much blood yesterday. Aren't you going to rest a bit? He said it's just a surface injury. I declare that from today onward Jiang Shun is my faith. No one can stop me.